An Introduction to Hegel. An Introduction to Hegel. Freedom, Truth, and History. Second edition. Stephen Houlgate. Contents. Acknowledgements to the second edition. Acknowledgements to the first edition. Abbreviations. Chronology. Introduction. 1. History and Truth. Comparing civilizations. History and the Absolute. 2. Thinking without presuppositions. The method of dialectical thinking. Logic, science, and history. 3. Phenomenology and natural consciousness. The role of the we. 4. The path to absolute knowing. Spirit and absolute freedom. Conscience. Religion. 5. From logic to nature. Philosophy and natural science. 6. Space, gravity, and the freeing of matter. Place and motion. Falling bodies and Galileo's law. Kepler's laws of planetary motion. Hegel and relativity. 7. Life and embodied spirit. Life, death, and spirit. 8. Freedom, rights, and civility. Freedom at home in the world. Freedom and the state. 9. Art and human wholeness. The historicity of art. 10. Philosophy and Christian faith. Faith and worship. Faith, interpretation, and philosophy. Index. Rear cover. Contents. 6. Contents. The unhappy consciousness and reason 74. Spirit and absolute freedom 78. Moral spirit 82. Conscience 86. The beautiful soul, evil, and forgiveness 89. Religion 96. Absolute knowing 99. Phenomenology and philosophy 101. 5. Reason in nature 106. From logic to nature 106. Nature, the idea as the negative of itself 108. Reason and nature's system of stages 110. Contingency and the limits of philosophy 112. Philosophy and natural science 115. 6. Space, gravity, and the freeing of matter 122. Space and its dimensions 122. Time 127. Place and motion 130. Matter and its gravity 131. Mass, inertia, and weight 134. Falling bodies and Galileo's law 138. The solar system 144. Kepler's laws of planetary motion 147. Hegel and Newton 153. Hegel and relativity 156. 7. Life and embodied spirit 161. The ideal structure of life 161. Chemistry and life 163. Plants and animals 165. Sensation in animals 166. Life, death, and spirit 169. Evolution 173. Embodied spirit 175. Intelligence and its signs 177. 8. Freedom, rights, and civility 181. From Hegel to Hitler? 181. The limits of choice 182. Rights, property, and slavery 185. The problem with being moral 188. Freedom at home in the world 195. Civil society and poverty 197. Freedom and the state 206. 9. Art and human wholeness 211. Art, religion, and philosophy 211. The function of art 213. Acknowledgements to the second edition. This book was first published in 1991 and comprised 5 chapters, on Hegel's philosophy of history, science of logic, political philosophy, aesthetics, and philosophy of religion. For this second edition one have added 5 new chapters, 2 on Hegel's phenomenology, 2 devoted wholly to the philosophy of nature, and 1 covering both the philosophy of nature and philosophy of subjective spirit. I have also made some revisions to the 5 original chapters. Most of these are minor and simply tidy up passages that were not quite as clear as I initially believed. In 1 or 2 cases the revisions are a little more extensive and have been made in order to accommodate the new chapters. There is likely to be little surprise at the fact that I have added chapters on the phenomenology. This is perhaps Hegel's most famous text and should have been treated more fully in the first edition. Eyebrows might be raised, however, at the inclusion of so much new material on the philosophy of nature. Hegel's philosophy of nature has often been dismissed with disdain. Scholars such as Michael Petrie, John Burbage and Dieter von Schneider have shown beyond doubt, however, that Hegel's dialectical conception of nature is central to his philosophical project and very much rewards close attention and study. I hope that my account of Hegel's views on space, time, matter, and life will help to open up the philosophy of nature to a much wider audience than hitherto. I have benefited over the past 13 years from conversations and correspondence with many friends and colleagues on both the phenomenology and the philosophy of nature. I would like to thank the following especially for their enthusiasm, patience and invaluable insights: John Burbage, Artis Collins, Will Dudley, Cynthia Fahrenheit, William Maker, John McCumber, Michael Petrie, Robert Stem, Kenneth Westphal and Robert Williams. I am also grateful to Steve Bosworth for making helpful suggestions for revisions to the first edition, to Thomas Posch for reading and correcting Chapter 6 on the philosophy of nature with such care, and to Kenneth Westphal, again, for reading through the whole manuscript with such scrupulous attention to detail. The 5 new chapters could not have been completed without 2 terms of research leave granted by the University of Warwick. The chapters on the phenomenology also owe much to the graduate students and undergraduates at Warwick with whom I have studied Hegel's great work over the last few years. Thanks are due to all of them. Most of all, I would like to thank my loving family for all the big and little things they have done to help this new edition see the light of day. My wife, Mary, and my children, Mark, Michael, and Margaret, gave me wonderful support during the writing of the first edition, and they have been every bit as supportive and tolerant during the Mercifully much shorter, gestation of the second edition. Special thanks should go to our fourth child, Christopher, born in 1993, who so graciously agreed to play his football in the hall without commentary when I was struggling to understand what Hegel was trying to say in some particularly knotty passages. Stephen Houlgate. Kenilworth. Acknowledgements to the first edition. This book was started in 1986 in Edinburgh and completed in 1990 in Evanston. In the intervening years, many friends, colleagues, and students have helped to bring clarity to my thoughts on Hegel and, especially, to my attempts to express those thoughts in intelligible English. I am particularly grateful to Jonathan R. Poundy, both for suggesting that I write the book in the first place and for reading through and editing each chapter with such understanding and patience. Paul Gurewitch, Vincent Hope, Nicholas Sagovsky and Robert Stern also read individual chapters and made many valuable suggestions as to how to improve them. For any remaining obscurities or infelicities of style, I take full responsibility. In addition, I have profited over the last few years from many conversations with friends about Hegel and related issues. Those whom I would particularly like to thank for their, perhaps unwitting, contributions to the genesis of this book are Kennel Pern, John Burbage, Tom Burdett, Paul Davies, Tim Engstrom, David Kolb, John Llewellyn, George Matthews, Ron Nasser, John Protovy, Sally Sedgwick, John Walker, and Nick Walker. I could not have written this book without the generous financial support of a research fellowship from the Faculty of Arts and the Institute for Advanced Studies in the Humanities at the University of Edinburgh and 2 summer research grants from the College of Liberal Arts and Sciences at DePaul University in Chicago. For this support, and for the encouragement which both institutions have given me during the preparation of this book, I am especially grateful. Finally, and most importantly, I owe my greatest debt of gratitude to my family, to my wife, Mary, for her good humor, her understanding, and her love at all times, and to my children, Mark, Michael, and Margaret, for their endless patience on all those days when we never did get to mend those toys and never did get to the park. Stephen Houlgate, Evanston, Illinois, August 1990. Abbreviations. The following abbreviations have been used to refer to the works of Hegel. Werke in Zwanzigbanden, eds E. Moldenhauer and K. M. Michel, 20 volumes, and Index, Frankfurt. Surkamp Verlag, 1969 ff. Aesthetics. Lectures on Fine Art, trans. T. M. Knox, 2 volumes, Oxford, Clarendon Press, 1975. And the Encyclopedia Logic, with the Zuzaitze, trans. T. F. Geritz, W. A. Suchting and H. S. Harris. Indianapolis, Hackett Publishing, 1991. This is a translation of the first volume of Hegel's Encyclopedia, 1830, and is known as the Lesser Logic. Into Hegel's Philosophy of Nature, trans. A. B. Miller, Oxford, Clarendon Press, 1970. This is a translation of the second volume of Hegel's Encyclopedia, 1830. In 3 Hegel's Philosophy of Mind, trans. W. Wallace, together with the Zuzaitze in Bemann's text, 1845, trans. A. B. Miller, Oxford, Clarendon Press, 1971. This is a translation of the third volume of Hegel's Encyclopedia. 1830. H.P. Introduction to the Lectures on the History of Philosophy, trans. T. M. Knox and A. V. Miller, Oxford, Clarendon Press, 1985. L.H.P. Lectures on the History of Philosophy, trans. E. S. Haldane and F. H. Simpson, 3 volumes, London. Routledge and Kegan Paul, 1892, 1955. L.P.R. Lectures on the Philosophy of Religion, ed. P. C. Hodgson, trans. R. F. Brown, P. C. Hodgson and M. Stewart, with the assistance of J. P. Fitzer and H. S. Harris, 3 volumes, Berkeley, University of California Press, 1984-7. N. P. Nader Philosophy. Band I, Die Vorlesung von 1819/20, ed. M. Gies, Napoli, Bibliopolis, 1980. Ph. The Philosophy of History, trans. J. Sabri, with an introduction by C. J. Friedrich, New York, Dover. Publications, 1956. Phenomenology of Spirit, trans. A. B. Miller, with analysis of the text and foreword by J. N. Findlay. Oxford, Oxford University Press, 1977. P. R. Hegel's Philosophy of Right, trans. T. M. Knox, Oxford, Oxford University Press, 1952, 1967. P. R. H. Philosophie Directs. Die Vorlesung von 1819/20 in einer Nachschrift, ed. D. Henrich, Frankfurt. Surkamp Verlag, 1983. P. W. H. Lectures on the Philosophy of World History. Introduction, Reason in History, trans. H. B. Nisbet with an introduction by D. Forbes, Cambridge, Cambridge University Press, 1975. 12 List of abbreviations. SL. VNP Bone VNP 1821 VNP 1823 VNS. VPG. VPN. VPR. VRP. Hegel Science of Logic, trans. A. B. Miller, foreword by J. N. Findlay, Atlantic Highlands, New Jersey, Humanities Press. International, 1989. This text is known as the Greater Logic Naturphilosophie, Nachschrift in W. Bonsieben. Hegel's Raumzeitlehre, Hegel Studien, 20, 1985, 9-78. Vorlesung über Naturphilosophie. Berlin 1821/22, eds G. Marmas and T. Posch, Frankfurt am Main, Peter. Lang, 2002. Vorlesung über Naturphilosophie. Berlin 1823/24, ed. G. Marmas, Frankfurt am Main, Peter Lang, 2000. Vorlesungen über Naturrecht und die Staatswissenschaft. Heidelberg 1817/18, MIT Nach Trajan AUS der Vorlesung. 1818/19. Nachgeschrieben von P. Wannenmann, EDSC Becker and others, with introduction by O. Pogler. Hamburg, Felix Miener, 1983. Vorlesungen über die Philosophie des Geistes. Berlin 1827/1828, EDSC Hespen B. Tuschling, Hamburg, Felix Miener, 1994. Vorlesungen über die Philosophie der Natur. Berlin 1819/20, EDSM Bondeli and H. N. Seelmann, Hamburg. Felix Miener Verlag, 2002. Vorlesungen über die Philosophie der Religion ed. W. Jischka, 3 volumes, Hamburg, Felix Miener, 1983-5. Vorlesungen über Rechtsphilosophie, 1818-1831, ed. K. H. Hilding, 4 volumes, Stuttgart, Frommenholzbug. 1973 ff. Chronology. 1770 March 20th, Friedrich Hölderlin born in Laufen am Neckar. August 27th, George Wilhelm Friedrich Hegel born in Stuttgart. Wordsworth and Beethoven are born in the same year. 1775 January 27th, Friedrich Schelling born in Württemberg. 1776 American Declaration of Independence. 1777 Hegel attends the Stuttgart Gymnasium until 1788. His reading during this time includes Homer, Thucydides, Sophocles, Aristotle, Cicero, Tacitus, Horace, Shakespeare, Klopstock, Lessing, and Schiller. 1781 Kant's Critique of Pure Reason published. 1783 September 20th, Hegel's mother dies. 1785 Hegel begins writing a diary, partly in Latin. Kant's groundwork for the metaphysics of morals published. 1788 October, Hegel and Hölderlin begin studies in theology and philosophy at the Tübinger Stift. During their time at the Stift the two students develop a close friendship with one another and with Schelling, after he enters the Stift in 1790. 1789 July 14th, the storming of the Bastille in Paris marks the beginning of the French Revolution, which is greeted with enthusiasm by students at the Stift. 1790 Hegel receives Ma degree. Kant publishes his Critique of Judgment. 1792 Fichte's attempt at a critique of all revelation appears. 1793 Louis XVI guillotined. Hegel graduates from the Tübinger Stift. Autumn, he becomes house tutor with the family of Captain Karl Friedrich von Steiger in Bern. Kant publishes Religion within the limits of reason alone. 1794 Fall of Robespierre. Fichte begins to publish his Foundation of the Entire Science of Knowledge. 1795 Schiller's Letters on the Aesthetic Education of Man published. Hegel works on the life of Jesus and on the positivity of the Christian religion. 1796 Hegel, or Schelling or Hölderlin, writes the earliest system program of German idealism. Napoleon's Italian campaign. 1797 January, Hegel moves to Frankfurt am Main to take up a tutorship which Hölderlin had arranged for him with the family Gogol. Summer/autumn, Hegel drafts fragments on religion and love. 1798 Schelling becomes professor of philosophy at Jena on the recommendation of Goethe. Hegel works on Kant's Metaphysics of Morals. Napoleon's Egyptian campaign. 1799 January 14th, Hegel's father dies. Hegel writes The Spirit of Christianity and Its Fate and works on Sir James Steuart's inquiry into the principles of political economy. 1800 Schelling publishes his system of transcendental idealism. September, Hegel completes his system. Fragment. 1801 January, Hegel joins Schelling at the University of Jena. Begins lecturing as Privatdozent on logic and metaphysics. His first publication, an essay edited the difference between Fichte's and Schelling's system of philosophy, appears. He completes his dissertation on the orbits of the planets. 1802 Hegel lectures on natural law. He begins publication of the Critical Journal of Philosophy with Schelling. Publication continues until the summer of 1803 when Schelling leaves Jena. Articles by Hegel published in the journal include Faith and Knowledge, the relation of skepticism to philosophy and the essay on natural law. 1803 September, Hegel prepares manuscript known as the System of Speculative Philosophy, which includes material on the philosophy of nature and the philosophy of spirit. 1804 February 12th, Kant dies. December 2nd, Napoleon crowns himself emperor. 1805 February, Hegel appointed extraordinary professor at Jena through the help of Goethe. May 9th, Schiller dies. 1806 July, Hegel draws his first regular stipend at Jena. October, he completes manuscript of the Phenomenology of Spirit as Napoleon defeats the Prussian troops at the Battle of Jena. 1807 Phenomenology of Spirit published. February 5th, Christiana Burckhardt, née Fischer, Hegel's landlady and housekeeper in Jena, gives birth to his illegitimate son, Ludwig Fischer. Ludwig is raised in Jena by the sisters-in-law of Hegel's friend, the publisher Karl Friedrich Fromm, until he is taken into Hegel's own home in 1817. March. Hegel moves to Bamberg to become editor of a newspaper. Autumn, period of reform begins in Prussia, initially under Freiherr von Stein, then under Karl von Hardenberg. This lasts until 1813. 1808 November, Hegel moves to Nuremberg to become rector of the Eugene Gymnasium. One of his tasks at the gymnasium is to teach speculative logic to his pupils. 1811 September 15th, Hegel marries Marie von Tucher, Bomb 1791. 1812 Napoleon's Russian campaign. Volume L of The Science of Logic, The Logic of Being, published. June 27. Hegel's daughter, Susanna, born. She dies on August 8. 1813 June 7. Hegel's son, Karl, born. Volume 2 of The Science of Logic, The Logic of Essence, published. Kierkegaard, Wagner, Verdi, and George Buchner Baum. 1814 January 29, Fichte dies. September 25, Hegel's son, Emmanuel, born. 1815 Napoleon defeated at Waterloo. 1816 Volume 3 of The Science of Logic, The Logic of the Concept, published. Hegel becomes professor of philosophy at the University of Heidelberg. At Heidelberg he lectures on the history of philosophy, logic and metaphysics, anthropology and psychology, political philosophy, aesthetics and the encyclopedia. 1817 First edition of the encyclopedia published. 1818 May 5, Marx Baum in Trier. Hegel is recruited by the Prussian Minister for Religious, Educational, and Medical Affairs, Karl von Altenstein, to become professor of philosophy at the University of Berlin, where he remains until his death. During these years in Berlin Hegel's philosophy gains in popularity among academics and amateur philosophers. From the business world and the professions, and Hegelianism develops into a philosophical school. 1819 August/September, the Carlsbad decrees are passed authorizing press censorship and closer surveillance of universities UJ Germany. In the period of crackdown shortly before the decrees are passed, one of Hegel's students, Leopold von Henning, is arrested. 1820 October, Philosophy of Right published. 1821 Hegel lectures for the first time on the philosophy of religion. May 5, Napoleon dies. 1822 Hegel travels to the Rhineland and the Low Countries, where he sees paintings by Rembrandt and Van Dyck. In Berlin he lectures for the first time on the philosophy of history. 1824 The Brockhaus Conversations lexicon includes an account of Hegel's life and philosophy. Hegel visits Vienna, where he attends several operas by Rossini. 1826 Hegel founds the Yearbooks for Scientific Criticism. 1827 Second edition of the encyclopedia published. Hegel visits Paris, where he sees Moloch-Kray's Tartuffe and an operatic version of Oedipus at Colonus. He also sees the central section of the Van Eyck altarpiece in Ghent and paintings by Mixeling in Bruges. October, he visits Goethe in Weimar on the way home to Berlin. 1830 Hegel is rector of the University of Berlin. Third edition of the encyclopedia published. July, Revolution in France. 1831 January, Hegel decorated by Friedrich Wilhelm 111 of Prussia. August 28, Ludwig Fischer dies in the East Indies. November 14, Hegel dies in Berlin, probably of a chronic gastrointestinal disease, without learning of his son's fate. December 24, a contract is signed by Hegel's wife, students, and friends for the publication of his collected works. 1832 March 22, Goethe dies. 1835-60 F. Strauss's Life of Jesus is published, marking the beginning of a conscious split between left, right and middle Hegelians. 1841 Schelling called to the University of Berlin by Friedrich Wilhelm IV to counter the influence of Hegelianism. L. Feuerbach's The Essence of Christianity published. 1843 June 7, Hölderlin dies in Tübingen. 1848 Marx and Engels publish the Communist Manifesto. 1854 August 20, Schelling dies in Switzerland. Introduction. Opinions about Hegel are, to say the least, mixed. Some see in him a thinker of great argumentative strength and depth of vision and are profoundly convinced of the originality and permanent interest of his ideas. One recent commentator has even claimed that Hegel's philosophy is so important that existential and political problems in today's world cannot be adequately approached by those not thoroughly experienced in Hegelian dialectical analysis. Two others are somewhat less certain of the value of Hegel's philosophical enterprise. Bertrand Russell, for example, thought that almost all Hegel's doctrines were false. Karl Popper saw little more in him than bombastic and mystifying cant, and Arthur Schopenhauer, who was his colleague at the University of Berlin in the early 1820s, complained bitterly about the countless minds that had been strained and ruined in the freshness of youth by the nonsense of Hegelism. As far as Schopenhauer was concerned, most of his philosophical contemporaries were beneath contempt, but the greatest effrontery in serving up sheer nonsense, in scrabbling together senseless and maddening webs of words, such as had previously been heard only in madhouses, finally appeared in Hegel. It became the instrument of the most ponderous and general mystification that has ever existed, with a result that will seem incredible to posterity, and be a lasting monument of German stupidity. 3. Intemperate though such remarks may be, it has to be admitted that a casual glance at a work of Hegel such as The Science of Logic is more likely to confirm Schopenhauer's judgment than persuade the unbiased reader of the incisiveness and logical precision of Hegel's thinking. Consider, for example, the following sentences, chosen at random from the Logic. Negation as quality is negation simply as affirmative, being constitutes its ground and element. The determination of reflection, on the other hand, has for this ground reflectedness into self. Positedness fixes itself into a determination precisely because reflection is equality with self in its negatedness is consequently itself. A reflection into self. 4. Given that much of Hegel's writing is like this, it is not hard to see why his work has met with something less than universal acclaim during the 170 years since his death. Indeed, it is pretty hard to understand how Hegel has found any philosophical friends at all. Yet, as has often been pointed out, despite the apparent obscurity of his thought, Hegel has in fact had an unparalleled impact on the modern world. Marx's conception of historical dialectic and his analysis of capitalism are heavily indebted to Hegel. Kierkegaard's existentialism was developed in response to Hegelian philosophy, and the work of many modern theologians, such as Karl Barth and Dietrich Bonhoeffer, and modern aesthetic theorists, such as Theodor Adorno, would be inconceivable without the background of Hegel's ideas. Dewey's pragmatism, Gadamer's hermeneutics, Habermas's social theory and Derrida's deconstruction, indeed the whole modern interest in historical understanding, have all been deeply influenced by Hegel. Even modern analytic philosophy, which was severely critical of Hegel for most of the 20th century, is indirectly his progeny, since two of its founding fathers, Russell and G.E. Moore, were originally drawn to Hegelian ideas and spent much of their subsequent careers trying to refute what they perceived to be their early Hegelian errors. Given the extraordinary way in which Hegel's thinking pervades modern intellectual life, it seems to be undeniably true that no one today who seriously seeks to understand the shape of the modern world can avoid coming to terms with Hegel. Yet a more important reason for engaging with Hegel's ideas, in my view, is that, despite their difficulty, they are actually of great value and relevance to current social, political, aesthetic, theological, and philosophical discussions. I do not share the opinion of some commentators that the Hegelian synthesis, if ever a genuine possibility, has broken down beyond all possible recover. 6. To my mind, Hegel's is still a viable philosophical endeavor with important things to contribute to modern debates, particularly the debates about historical relativism, poverty and social alienation, the nature of freedom and political legitimacy, the future of art and the character of Christian faith. The purpose of this book is to try to explain what Hegel has to say to just such issues and to show that, contrary to what his detractors claim, his philosophy is still worthy of serious and thoughtful consideration. In the past 40 years there has been a revival of interest in Hegel that has led to the publication of some excellent studies of his work. Many of these studies, however, are quite specialized and do not cover all aspects of Hegel's mature thought, preferring instead to concentrate on his phenomenology or political philosophy. There is, therefore, still a need, in my view, for a comprehensive introduction to Hegel's philosophy that can help to render the whole range of that daunting but immensely rewarding body of thought accessible to non-specialists. With this book I try to offer such an introduction. The book covers almost all of the main areas of Hegel's mature philosophical system: the philosophy of history, the sciences of logic and phenomenology, the philosophy of nature, the philosophy of subjective spirit, political philosophy, the aesthetics, and the philosophy of religion. I have not dealt directly with Hegel's lectures on the history of philosophy, though I have briefly considered his relation to one or two of his philosophical predecessors, such as Descartes and Kant, nor have I included any discussion of Hegel's early writings, i.e. those written before the publication of the Phenomenology of Spirit in 1807.1. Trust, however, that readers whose main philosophical concern is with these particular areas will nevertheless find the issues that the book does cover to be of interest. The interpretation of Hegel that is presented in this book is, I believe, a distinctive one. First, in contrast to most other commentators, I have taken seriously Hegel's claim to have developed a presuppositionless philosophy. 8. Furthermore, I have tried to show that Hegel's claim to presuppositionlessness can be seen to be quite compatible with his emphasis on the historical context within which philosophy emerges, if we recognize that, according to him, a philosophy that takes nothing for granted but develops all its concepts itself is demanded by the modern historical claim to freedom. The concept of freedom will thus turn out in my account to be central to Hegel's thinking and to be the one that connects the concepts of history and truth. Second, I have given a lot of attention to Hegel's largely neglected philosophy of nature. I try to show that Hegel's account of nature is not the product of ignorance and arrogance, as some have thought, but is a sober, intelligent, and well-informed exploration of the natural world. Furthermore, I argue that Hegel's philosophy of nature should not simply be dismissed as an aberration, but forms an essential part of his presuppositionless philosophy of freedom. Third, I have concentrated more than is usual on Hegel's treatment of art and religion, the two spheres of absolute spirit that prepare the way, in his view, for true philosophy. Sadly, too few commentators on Hegel have paid dose attention to his lectures on aesthetics, despite the fact that they contain some of the dearest and most accessible statements of his ideas. His philosophy of religion has been studied more frequently, but there is still much disagreement among philosophers and theologians about whether his claim to be a Christian philosopher can be taken seriously. In this book I will try to defend his claim, and show that he views religious experience, together with aesthetic experience, as essential to human wholeness, openness and freedom. The account of Hegel's philosophy that I offer here is by no means exhaustive and may not be as critical of Hegel as some readers would like it to be. No doubt it also raises many more awkward questions about Hegel than it answers. However, the aim of the book is not to erect an impregnable defense around Hegel's ideas, nor to embalm them in detailed, historical scholarship. It is to kindle an interest in Hegel among those who have no prior knowledge of him or have previously regarded him with suspicion or trepidation, and to encourage them to engage with his ideas themselves. If this book succeeds in helping one or two readers to work their own way into the science of logic, or the philosophy of right, it will have served its purpose well. 1. History and truth. The historicity of thought and civilization. Perhaps the best way for a modern reader to approach Hegel's philosophy is to see it as challenging the claim that our experience of the world can ever be direct and Unmediated. The idea that we could have simple, immediate access to things has been called into question from within both the analytic and continental traditions of philosophy, so whether our philosophical home is in the writings of analytic thinkers, such as Wittgenstein, Quine, and Rorty, or of continental thinkers such as Heidegger, Gadamer and Derrida, we should find Hegel's critique of the concept of unmediated knowledge intelligible, familiar, and possibly even congenial. Throughout his writings, Hegel stresses that we cannot ever simply perceive what is, without preconditions or presuppositions, because all human consciousness is informed by categories of thought which mediate everything we experience. In his lectures on the philosophy of history, he suggests that the first duty of the philosophical historian could be said to be that of accurately apprehending the facts of history. However, he points out that expressions such as accurate and apprehend are not as straightforward as they seem. Even the ordinary, run-of-the-mill historian who believes and professes that his attitude is entirely receptive, that he is dedicated to the facts, is by no means passive in his thinking. He brings his categories with him, and sees the data he has before him through them. Whoever looks at the world rationally will find that it in turn assumes a rational aspect. The two exist in a reciprocal relationship. 1. What is present at hand is thus never simply given to us in a pure, unmediated form. Rather, the world we encounter is always experienced through a framework of categories which we cannot set aside. We must certainly be open to the facts, in Hegel's view, but we must realize that we can only be open to them from within a specific perspective. In his Philosophical Encyclopedia, 1830, Hegel calls this framework of categories the metaphysics which informs all our experience. At other times Hegel uses the word metaphysics to refer to the traditional philosophical inquiry into the essence of the soul or the nature of being, or to a particular mode of understanding, namely that which seeks to comprehend objects in the world as either one thing or the other, as either finite or infinite, for example, and which is unable to think of anything real as uniting opposite qualities within itself. Here, however, metaphysics is nothing else but the entire range of the universal determinations of thought, as it were, the diamond net into which everything is brought and thereby first made intelligible. Every form of human consciousness thus has its metaphysics, its instinctive way of thinking, the absolute power within us of which we become master only when we make it in turn the object of our knowledge. 2. And one might add that this is true even of modes of thought, such as pragmatism, which deny that they adhere to any particular set of definitive principles. However unprincipled or undogmatic consciousness might wish to be, it will always presuppose some sort of metaphysics, according to Hegel. Hegel is, of course, well aware that human beings perceive the world through the network of their emotional, physical, and practical needs and interests as well as through the network of their categories and concepts. However, he believes that those emotional, physical, and practical interests are themselves mediated by the categories of thought, and that, consequently, these categories are most important in determining our worldview. In claiming that all human consciousness presupposes certain categories of thought, Hegel is following in the footsteps of the greatest philosopher of the German Enlightenment, Immanuel Kant. In his Critique of Pure Reason, 1781, 2nd edition, 1787, Kant put forward the view that the mind is not simply the passive recipient of sensations produced by the things around us, but is also active in understanding those sensations in terms of certain categories and principles which it itself brings to bear on its experience. When we make a judgment such as the sun caused the stone to become warm, we are not simply describing what we perceive, in Kant's understanding. Because, and here he follows Hume, we do not actually perceive any causal connection. All we perceive is the appearance of the sun and then the stone becoming warm. We make sense of what we perceive, however, in terms of the concept of causality which we ourselves bring to experience. For Kant, therefore, we do not simply accept what is given to us by perception, but we are active, rational beings who understand what we perceive in terms of concepts and categories which our own thought supplies. 3. Hegel follows Kant and stresses that we presuppose categories and concepts in all our dealings with the world. However, he differs from Kant in two important ways. First of all, since, for Kant, the categories that we bring to experience are the products of our own thought, all we are entitled to claim is that we make sense of the world in terms of these categories. We are not entitled to claim that the world is itself structured in accordance with them. Kant maintains that as rational beings we have to organize our experience in terms of categories such as cause and effect, and that experience is organized in the same way by all of us. The ordered world that we experience is thus objective and real as far as we are concerned, but what the world might be like in itself, we cannot tell. Indeed, Kant is not simply an agnostic about the nature of the world in itself. He suggests very strongly that it is not organized in terms of our categories. The categories through which we comprehend the world allow us to see the world in a light that is peculiar to us, but they do not allow us to see things in the true light in which they themselves stand. From such a position, it is clearly not too great a step to the view, adopted later by Nietzsche, that the world which we experience is made up of layer upon layer of human interpretation or fiction. From Hegel's perspective, however, Kant's position rests on an unjustified assumption, namely that what we ourselves produce through our own thought cannot be true of things in themselves, that what we bring to bear on the world cannot be true of the world itself. For Hegel, by contrast, our categories do not keep us at one remove from the structure of things, rather, they are the very preconditions which give us access to the structure of things. For our categories do not confine us within the alleged limits of human experience, they equip us to see and understand what is. We may come to the world predisposed by our reason and understanding to see it in a certain way, but the structure of our concepts and categories is identical with, discloses, the structure of the world itself, because we ourselves are born into and so share the character of the world we encounter. This is not to say that all the particular judgments we make regarding, for example, causal connections in the world are correct, or that we always have a complete conception of what causality entails. But it does mean that we can rest assured that causality is a constituent feature of the world we inhabit, and not just a concept that we impose on things. Hegel thus agrees with Kant that we bring categories to bear on the world we perceive. But, in contrast to Kant, he maintains that those categories make possible genuine knowledge of the world itself and do not simply bring order into our own limited human experience. For Hegel, it is only because our minds are conceptually prepared for the truth of things that we can gain access to that truth. The truth does not simply spring out at us, we must come to meet it in the right frame of mind. We must ourselves actively bring the truth to light, if that truth is to be known at all. The second difference between Hegel and Kant is equally fundamental and concerns the question of history. For Kant, the conceptual framework through which we see the world is peculiar to us as rational beings and does not give us access to things in themselves. However, that framework is fixed and universal for all finite rational beings. It constitutes the unchanging, timeless grid that gives to human experience a uniform conceptual structure. Different scientists and philosophers may have propounded different theories about the world, but the fundamental categories of human understanding with which these scientists and philosophers operated, categories such as unity, plurality, possibility, or necessity, have remained constant, in Kant's view, throughout history. They were conceived by Aristotle in basically the same way as by Kant himself. In Hegel's eyes, things are not so simple. Certain categories, being, for example, may well be universal, but others, such as cause and effect, or force and expression, are to be found, according to him, only in more advanced cultures. Furthermore, all concepts, those that are universal and those that are not, are conceived and understood by different ages and civilizations in different ways. The categories of thought are not fixed, eternal forms that remain unchanged throughout history, but are concepts that alter their meaning in history. The categories that, for Kant, constituted the permanent, transcendental framework of knowledge thus constitute, for Hegel, the changing historical preconditions of knowledge. But if this is so, then Hegel faces a considerable problem. We have seen that he differs from Kant in considering the categories to be the conditions which make knowledge of the world in itself possible. Yet, in his view, categories change in history, whereas the world, at least the natural world, is presumably always governed by the same laws. How are these two Hegelian claims to be reconciled? The solution to this problem, according to Hegel, is that the categories of thought do put us in contact with the world itself, but they do so more or less adequately in different ages and cultures. Hegel's conviction is that the categories as they are conceived in his own dialectical philosophy are the categories in which the structure of being is fully revealed. These dialectical categories, which we will consider in more detail in the next chapter, thus represent the conceptual presuppositions which Hegel deems appropriate for the modern, fully self-conscious age. However, Hegel believes that the ways in which the categories have been understood by other civilizations, by earlier periods of European civilization and indeed by some of its own, less sophisticated, contemporaries in modern Europe also give us visions of the truth. It is just that those visions are simpler, less refined, less developed than that offered by dialectical philosophy. In Hegel's view, what previous ages and civilizations have thought about the world has often been crude and primitive. Indeed, it has often been inextricably fused with gross errors and distortions of the truth. But it has never been wholly misguided. However alien a civilization may seem to us, however irrational its understanding of the world may be, something of the truth always shines through. So the fact that our conceptual presuppositions have changed in history does not of itself mean that none of them can put us in touch with the truth. Rather, it seems that historical changes in our categories are what have allowed the truth to become gradually more apparent and accessible. Now if all consciousness rests on conceptual presuppositions, we can have no immediate access to a simple, independent standard such as fact by reference to which we could compare and evaluate different sets of presuppositions. The criterion which enables us to decide between rival sets of presuppositions, if there is one, must thus be found within the conceptual presuppositions of consciousness itself. Precisely how Hegel judges between different conceptual frameworks or cultural viewpoints will be considered later in this chapter. What I wish to stress here is simply that he is conscious that different civilizations do have different conceptual presuppositions. Indeed, he maintains that all the major differences between civilizations are reducible to the differences in the categories they employ. A civilization whose conceptual presuppositions are not explicit, but are embedded in myth and poetry, will be different from one that has articulated its categories in a rational form in philosophy or science. Similarly, a civilization that sees the heavens and human society as peopled by free individuals will be different from one that conceives of the world as governed by an all-powerful natural or divine necessity. In Hegel's eyes, the way in which a civilization understands itself and its world gives that civilization a distinctive historical character. Significant changes within civilizations, and major developments within history as a whole, are not just the products of technological advances, therefore, or of population growth or chance discoveries, they are results of profound changes in the categories, in the metaphysics, which govern human life. All revolutions, in the Sciences no less than in world history, originate solely from the fact that spirit, in order to understand and comprehend itself with a view to possessing itself, has changed its categories, comprehending itself more truly, more deeply, more intimately, and more in unity with itself. Hegel's views bear a striking resemblance to the theory put forward by Thomas Kuhn in The Structure of Scientific Revolutions, 1962. Like Hegel, Kuhn is critical of the idea that experience provides us with a neutral stock of data that is permanently present for all to see. Natural science, which is Kuhn's main concern, is thus not simply a matter of collecting facts and giving ever more sophisticated interpretations of them. For Kuhn, as for Hegel, we do not first have immediate experience of things and then interpret them, we only have experience of things within a certain framework of conceptual presuppositions in the first place. What we see, therefore, we always see through what Kuhn calls a paradigm. We are always looking at the same world, since the world of nature does not change with the emergence of new scientific theories, but what we see changes according to the paradigm we presuppose. Since remote antiquity, most people have seen one or another heavy body swinging back and forth on a string or chain, until it finally comes to rest. To the Aristotelians, who believe that a heavy body is moved by its own nature from a higher position to a state of natural rest at a lower one, the swinging body was simply falling with difficulty. Constrained by the chain, it could achieve rest at its low point only after a tortuous motion and a considerable time. Galileo, on the other hand, looking at the swinging body, saw a pendulum, a body that almost succeeded in repeating the same motion over and over again ad infinitum. And having seen that much, Galileo observed other properties of the pendulum as well and constructed many of the most significant and original parts of his new dynamics around them. From the properties of the pendulum, for example, Galileo derived his only full and sound arguments for the independence of weight and rate of fall, as well as for the relationship between vertical height and terminal velocity of motions down inclined planes. All these natural phenomena he saw differently from the way they had been seen before. 6. For Kuhn, as for Hegel, intellectual revolutions are thus brought about not simply by the discovery of new facts, but by changes in the fundamental concepts which we employ to understand things, by the transformation of the network through which we deal with reality. Where Aristotle saw one world, Galileo, Newton, and Einstein saw another. 1-1 that did not simply spring out at them from what they observed, but that emerged from their new conceptual paradigm. Hegel and Kuhn are clearly very different thinkers, however. Kuhn's concern is with the history of science, whereas Hegel develops a more all-embracing theory of historical change. Kuhn is concerned with specific changes in scientific outlook, often within relatively recent history, for example, since Galileo. Hegel, on the other hand, is concerned with the broader sweep of history and is as interested in the differences between the cultural perspectives of the ancient Chinese and the Romans as in those between scientists and philosophers working within the same civilization or period. Kuhn's account of the reasons behind the changes or shifts in paradigm which interest him is also quite different from the account given by Hegel of the historical changes with which he is primarily concerned. New scientific paradigms for Kuhn are produced in response to inexplicable anomalies in nature encountered in older paradigms, and are accepted in part because they seem to explain more things than earlier paradigms did, or because they seem to explain familiar things better. However, changes in paradigm are also governed by what Kuhn calls aesthetic features, such as the greater simplicity or economy of the new paradigm, by changes in scientific convention or custom, and by historical accidents, such as fortuitous technical innovations. Moreover, although new paradigms are marked by a movement away from primitive beginnings towards greater articulation and specialization, there is, for Kuhn, no endpoint to the process of scientific development, no final arrival at the truth, because no theory, in his view, however sophisticated it may be, can ever anticipate or explain all the facts with which it might be confronted. Kuhn's model thus presents us with a potentially infinitely extendable development of new, more sophisticated paradigms. By contrast, the profound changes that interest Hegel have been produced, in his view, not simply by our response to anomalies in nature, or by changes in convention, but by our becoming more conscious of our freedom and potential for self-determination, and more aware of the way in which that freedom is to be realized and fulfilled in the world. In contrast to the scientific exploration of nature, this process of growing self-awareness has an endpoint, namely when we become fully conscious of the fact that all human beings have the potential to be free, self-determining agents. From a Hegelian perspective, Kuhn lacks sufficient consciousness of and interest in this pattern of increasing self-awareness that underlies the most important historical changes in our conceptual frameworks. Yet, despite these differences, the positions of Hegel and Kuhn are similar. Hegel should be seen as a thinker who is just as sensitive to the historical character of human knowledge, and to the different historical preconceptions that underlie different civilizations and forms of life, as are many 20th century writers. He is acutely conscious that in order to understand other civilizations one must uncover the distinctive preconceptions that inform them. All civilizations are human civilizations and therefore will have some features in common. All will have to cater for natural human needs, for example, such as the need for food and sexual satisfaction. However, all civilizations have their own distinctive way of thinking about things, in Hegel's view, and do not therefore share one universal, neutral framework of belief or understanding. In stressing the unique historical specificity of different cultures in this way, it is likely that Hegel was greatly influenced by Goethe's one-time friend and collaborator, Johann Gottfried Herder. In an essay on Shakespeare published in 1773, Herder criticizes French classical dramatists and dramatic theorists for treating Aristotle's General characterizations of Greek tragedy as timeless, universal rules for tragedy, which could still be applied in 17th century France, rather than as descriptions of a historically specific form of Greek art. In Herder's view, by considering the Aristotelian unities of time and action to be required by universal rules of tragedy, French dramatists such as Racine abstracted these principles from their historical context, that is, from their relation to the Greeks' understanding of their own history and mythology, and deprived them of their historical meaning. Shakespeare, on the other hand, was far more in tune with the spirit of the Greeks because he departed from Aristotle's alleged rules and gave expression to a specifically English view of the world, just as the Greeks had given expression to their own myths and values in their drama. 7. For all his Enlightenment faith in reason, Hegel learned Herder's lesson well. For him, philosophical ideas, religious beliefs, aesthetic forms and political constitutions do not have a permanent, unchanging validity, but are the specific products of specific times and places and must be understood in the context of the time and place in which they emerged. In the lectures on the history of philosophy, Hegel makes this point particularly clear. The specific form of a philosophy is thus not merely contemporaneous with the specific shape of the people among whom it arises. It is not merely contemporaneous with this people's constitution, form of government, moral and social life and the skills, habits, and conventions involved, its undertakings and endeavors in art and science, its religions, wars, and foreign affairs. Philosophy is the supreme blossom, the concept begriff, of this entire shape of history, the consciousness and the spiritual essence of the whole situation, the spirit of the age as the spirit present and aware of itself in thought. 8. This is not of course to say that, because a philosophy or a work of art is produced in one age, its interest is confined to that age. Philosophical principles and aesthetic values from a past age can be appreciated by us and can be recognized as intimating truths to which we subscribe, even if we can no longer produce works of art or think about the world exactly as that past age did. Hegel's position does mean, however, that we cannot simply take over the philosophical, religious, aesthetic, or moral ideas and practices of another age or civilization lock, stock and barrel, any more than another civilization could simply adopt our practices. As far as philosophy is concerned, we may be able to incorporate some Platonic or Aristotelian principles into our present point of view and even continue to employ Aristotelian logic in many areas of inquiry, as we also still use Euclidean geometry, but there can now no longer be any fully fledged Platonists, Aristotelians, Stoics, or Epicureans, because we belong to a different, and, in Hegel's opinion, freer and more sophisticated age. Similarly, although the artistic techniques and achievements of earlier ages may be passed down through history, be appropriated by each new age and, as in the case of Greek art, even be seen as unsurpassed, the aesthetic practices of today can no longer follow those of Aeschylus or Sophocles. And as far as the political constitution and the concrete organization of social life are concerned, Hegel believes that we inherit almost no permanent legacy from previous civilizations, except for abstract and highly general principles such as that government should be just and that insight and virtue should guide the rulers. Hegel's conviction that all the practices and institutions of a civilization are intimately related to one another marks his position as one of holism. Yet his view is not simply that the various aspects of a civilization have great influence on one another. He claims that the aspects of a civilization are united much more deeply than is implied by the concept of influence because they all reflect and give expression to the same basic character of the culture. Hegel understands how complex and multifaceted individual civilizations can be, and he does not underestimate that complexity. But he wants to highlight what differentiates each civilization: ancient Greek civilization, Roman civilization, or modern English, French or German civilization. What gives a civilization its specific identity, he claims, is the principle which constitutes the common character jeopardage of its religion, its political constitution, its ethical life, its system of justice, its customs, and also of its science, art, and technical skill. 9. This does not mean that everywhere we meet a general name such as the British or the Irish, we necessarily encounter a distinct culture or civilization, but rather that it is only where we encounter a common character informing the beliefs and practices of a community, and where the community is thereby distinguished as a community, that we can talk of a unified society or culture. Note that Hegel's view is different from what has sometimes been taken to be a similar position in the writings of Karl Marx. Marx, at least in the interpretation of his thought which I find most persuasive, sees technological change in the material forces of production, as the primary determining factor in history. Ideology, belief and forms of social organization are products of such technological change for Marx. In Hegel's view, on the other hand, what is primary in a society is its general character or spirit, and the development of the technological power of a culture or society itself stems from the kind of character the society has. This is why different civilizations have made differing use of technological innovations, such as printing, which have been invented by different civilizations at different times. As Hegel points out in the lectures on the philosophy of history, the Chinese knew of many things at a time when the Europeans had not discovered them, but they did not understand how to make use of what they knew of, such as, for example, the magnet and the art of printing, gunpowder, too, they claimed to have invented before the Europeans. But the Jesuits had to make their first cannons for them. 11. Hegel does not claim that every detail of a civilization's history is explicable in terms of its general character. The attempt to establish what causes specific things to happen in a society requires specific historical or sociological study. Such things cannot be accounted for by general theories about the civilization's makeup. However, Hegel thinks that in all the manifold events and interactions in a civilization's history the basic character of that civilization can be discerned, and it is that character which interests him. The most important thing to identify in a civilization, for Hegel, is thus not this or that specific occurrence or achievement, but the fundamental spirit which makes the civilization what it is. And this spirit or character is equated by Hegel not simply with the contingencies of race or geographical location, although these factors do play a role, but with a civilization's mode of understanding the world and itself. The legislature. The whole situation of a people is based solely upon the conception which its spirit has of itself, on the categories which it has. 12. Here one must guard against misinterpreting Hegel, however. He is not simply asserting that we are modeled according to our own self-image. He insists that a people's, or indeed an individual's, image of itself may not always be a just one. It is not the favored image we have of ourselves that makes us what we are. Rather, our character is constituted by the fundamental self-understanding, the basic shared assumptions, some of which are conscious and some unconscious, manifest in our practices, creative activity and labor, as well as in our beliefs, to determine the character of a people. Therefore, we must not only attend to what a people says about itself and the world, we must also examine how it lives and what it does. These fundamental values and assumptions are not a mere ideological superstructure built upon a material or physiological base, for Hegel, but constitute the substance of society. This substance is manifest throughout the practices of a culture, but Hegel believes that it is seen most clearly in the culture's religion, for it is in the beliefs and practices of its religion that a people gives expression to what it reveres and values most highly. It is in its religion that a people reveals whether it respects the dignity of humanity or subordinates humanity to the dictates of a harsh natural or divine power, and whether it conceives of humanity as capable of compassion for others or as born to aggression or even cruelty. Religion, Hegel says in the philosophy of history, is the place where a people defines for itself what it holds to be true. In part this means what a people thinks about nature, but more importantly it means what it holds to be true of humanity itself. In religion, therefore, we give expression to our own fundamental self-understanding, to the categories through which we comprehend our own spiritual life. Indeed, Hegel says that it is the same conception of spirituality or of individuality that, in religion, is represented, revered, and enjoyed as God, in art, is depicted as an image and intuition Anschauung, and in philosophy, is recognized and comprehended by thought. And because religion, art, and philosophy give expression to the same substantial self-understanding of a people, to the same conception of truth, they must belong together within one culture and one state. This particular form of state can only exist in conjunction with this particular religion, and only this particular philosophy and this particular art can exist within the state. 3. Hegel is very concerned that we should not be misled by superficial similarities between the religions or philosophies of different cultures. We should not be seduced, as some of his contemporaries were, into saying that Chinese philosophy, the philosophy of the Eleatics, such as Parmenides and Spinozism, are all basically the same, because all are founded on the principle of the unity of being. In his view, such judgments overlook what is specific about Chinese, Eleatic and Spinozistic conceptions of unity, and disregard the specific cultural contexts from which these philosophies emerged. Like Wittgenstein, therefore, Hegel wishes us to eschew abstract generalizations and to attend to forms of life in their particularity. When considering another civilization, we can interpret its myths and explain meanings that were not explicit within the civilization itself. Or we may, as in the history of philosophy, attend only to the principles that have been explicitly articulated by past philosophers themselves. But we must always be sensitive to, and seek to bring out, the specific problems and questions, beliefs, and presuppositions that occupied the particular civilization in question. We must thus not seek in the writings of an ancient philosopher more than he can deliver, and so must not seek in the writings of the Greek philosopher Thales, for example, the kind of principle which only a Jewish or Christian theologian could have entertained. In Hegel's judgment, we must not expect that the questions which interest us will necessarily find answers in philosophers who belong to a different cultural world, because our questions stem from our civilization and are believed, from our paradigm, to use Kuhn's word, and would not necessarily even be intelligible to someone from a different culture. There are no unambiguous common standards of judgment which could be agreed upon by all ages and civilizations. Therefore, accept such principles as that we all need to eat, because we are all children of our time and understand things in the terms which our civilization and time permit. To this extent Hegel shares the views of 20th century writers like Kuhn or Richard Rorty, who stress the absence of a permanent, neutral, ahistorical, commensurating vocabulary in human history. 14. Yet Hegel differs from such writers in one very important respect. For Kuhn, paradigm changes are ultimately the result of non-rational factors, such as shifts in convention. The developments in history which Hegel examines are, likewise, clearly not the product of purely rational argument. Christianity did not conquer the world through the power of its syllogisms. The early Christians did not refer to a common set of principles that they shared with the Romans, Jews and Greeks and demonstrate that theirs was the religion which was most rational, or which did most justice to some common human experience of the world. Rather, Christianity ushered in a profound shift in human self-understanding which was not self-evidently compelling to all, indeed which could only appear foolish to most Romans, Greeks and Jews. Yet, although Christians and their predecessors may have had different and incompatible fundamental assumptions, Hegel believes that there was in Fact: a compelling reason for the adoption of the new religion, namely that Christianity represents a higher and more profound form of human self-awareness or self-consciousness. 15. This is where Hegel and more recent writers like Kuhn and Rorty diverge. Hegel argues that the most important changes in history have involved shifts in the categories through which human beings understand their world, but that these have not been mere shifts in historical convention. They have been shifts brought about by humanity's growing self-awareness. It is important to stress straight away, however, that Hegel does not see all change in viewpoint or all historical change as the result of increasing human self-awareness. Much in history, for him, is the product of custom or of contingent developments, and much therefore indicates no particular advance in human self-understanding. Some occurrences in history in fact testify to nothing other than humanity's enduring capacity for barbarism and destruction. The actions of the Mongol hordes under Genghis Khan and Tamerlane, for example, are understood by Hegel in this way. Hegel thus clearly does not believe that we are all marching gloriously to full self-awareness in all that we do. Yet he does believe that within the manifold vicissitudes of human history there is an identifiable strand of development from humanity's initial, primitive self-understanding to the much more enlightened perspective of the modern age. Hegel justifies this belief by examining what he sees as the fundamental characters or principles informing different historical civilizations and by comparing them with one another. He does not claim to give an exhaustive account of the civilizations he studies, but he does believe that he can identify the fundamental beliefs of a civilization, which enable us to situate it historically in relation to other civilizations. What he looks for in a civilization is the extent to which it is or is not conscious of human self-determination or freedom. Comparing civilizations. The main difference, for Hegel, between African and Asiatic civilizations on the one hand, and the civilizations of ancient Greece, ancient Rome, and the modern world on the other, is that the latter were and are informed by a lively consciousness of the significance of individual freedom, whereas in the former, at least prior to the influence of the Europeans, such consciousness has been largely dormant or indeed wholly lacking. In Hegel's view, this is a difference in fundamental outlook, and it determines the whole structure of the respective civilizations. Thus, from a Hegelian perspective, because no clear consciousness of individual freedom was alive in ancient China or ancient India, those civilizations did not provide for the freedom of political representation which was claimed in the Greek city-states or in the Roman Republic. A civilization in which people are not conscious of themselves as free, therefore, that is, a civilization in which the claim to freedom is not made, is not free, in Hegel's view, and will not develop the institutions which human freedom requires. The Orientals do not yet know that the spirit or man as such is free in himself, Hegel tells us. And because they do not know this, they are not themselves free. 16. The China of the first emperor, Qin Shi Huang, Chinese, was a highly bureaucratized, hierarchical society which allowed no room for the freedom of self-determination which Western European civilizations have claimed, except, perhaps, in the case of the emperor himself. Moreover, whatever changes have since occurred in China, and Hegel does not deny that changes have occurred, they do not constitute any evidence that the spirit of individual self-determination which we prize so highly has played any significant role in Chinese history. Even in ancient Greece, where individual freedom was claimed and given expression in art, religion, and political life, the conception of freedom with which the Greeks operated was, Hegel thinks, a limited one. It was a freedom to be enjoyed by the few, not by all. Greek art thus celebrated the noble heroes who stood out above all others, and Greek democracy, even at its height, only gave representation to some and was able to coexist with slavery. The Greeks and the Romans valued human freedom, albeit in subtly different ways, but they both confined that freedom to certain privileged groups. Only with the coming of Christianity, Hegel maintains, did people come to recognize that all human beings are in principle free because all are equal in the eyes of God. Of course, the acceptance of the Christian religion in Europe did not bring about the abolition of slavery and the realization of political freedom overnight. Nevertheless, the history of Western civilization is understood by Hegel to be the gradual process of developing the Christian recognition of the universal freedom and dignity of humanity before God into the social, political, and ethical reality of the modern rational, constitutional state. European history is thus the process of matching the Christian demand for universal human freedom with the secular claim to universal human rights, a claim which grew out of the religious demand for freedom and which is characteristic of the modern period. In Hegel's view, therefore, certain shifts in cultural perspective have resulted not merely from a change in human self-understanding, but rather from a deepening of human self-understanding. Such shifts constitute, for him, a progressive development towards the truth. They represent humanity's increasing awareness of the essential nature of our own character, activity, and thought, a growing self-awareness that brings with it a more adequate understanding of the world around us. Once again, we should be careful not to misunderstand Hegel. He does not presuppose that there is a given, fixed human nature or immutable human soul, analogous to external, physical nature, which we gradually represent more and more accurately in our theories. For Hegel, there is no given, immutable human self, no entity called the self which would be available for scientific scrutiny. There is only the human activity of producing our world, of producing or determining different forms of social life from different forms of philosophical, religious, aesthetic, or ethical self-understanding. But, for Hegel, that activity of historical self-production, self-construction, and self-determination is thus what we are. It is the universal form of all human activity, of all human life. Different cultures differ only in the degree to which they are conscious of themselves as self-productive and self-determining, that is, only in the degree to which they are explicitly, self-consciously and thus freely self-determining. This does not mean that there is after all an agreed and acknowledged standard by which civilizations can be compared. Not all civilizations understand themselves in the same way, and not all recognize or accept that human beings create their own identity and world. Some civilizations understand themselves as caught up in a fixed natural order. Hegel often cites the Indian caste system as an example, whereas other civilizations are much more confident of their ability and power to create their own world. Hegel sees this confidence as a characteristic of modern civil society in particular. Nevertheless, all civilizations, in Hegel's understanding, do in fact produce their own world, whether they do so consciously or not, because in all civilizations the way in which people see themselves fundamentally determines the social practices which they develop. Essentially, human beings are nothing but the activity of producing and determining themselves and their identity. They are self-producing, self-determining beings. Human beings are born into a particular geographical and historical environment with certain natural characteristics, so they do not create themselves, as it were, out of nothing. However, mankind's natural constitution and specific historical and geographical context, while providing the conditions from which we must start, do not fix for all time what human beings can become. Rather, mankind's character changes as its self-understanding changes. When human beings become more conscious of themselves as self-determining beings, or, indeed, when a once sophisticated level of human self-understanding is submerged by that of a more primitive people and forgotten, as happened, at least in part, to classical learning during the Dark Ages, then the nature of the social, political, and cultural world which human beings create and inhabit is transformed. The fundamental advances in history, the emergence of the classical world and the dawn of Christianity, for example, are thus the result, for Hegel, of mankind's becoming more aware of itself as freely self-determining and thereby actually coming to be more freely self-determining in history. All peoples and civilizations are in fact self-productive and produce a different social order through the particular way in which they understand themselves and their world, but not all civilizations are fully conscious of the extent to which they are self-productive. Thus, there is a criterion for assessing the relative merits of different civilizations, namely the degree to which they are conscious of themselves as they are, as active and self-determining. But this criterion cannot be a generally acknowledged and accepted standard of evaluation, since only those civilizations which do evince a high degree of self-awareness will recognize that mankind is essentially self-productive. The criterion of evaluation that Hegel establishes is thus not a neutral standard available to all, which would allow a neutral comparative evaluation of different civilizations. It is a standard that is only available to those civilizations that are in fact conscious of human self-determination. Clearly, there is an asymmetry between civilizations, for Hegel, that makes his model of historical change different from that of Kuhn or Rorty. For Hegel, the fact that there may be no agreed standard of judgment in all cultures or forms of life does not mean that rival cultural, or religious or philosophical, viewpoints are incommensurable, or that they are equal partners in a conversation. In Hegel's eyes, there is an absolute standard of judgment which is laid down precisely by the fact that human beings are self-productive, historical beings with no agreed universal values or standards. But this absolute standard of judgment can only be known to those civilizations which are aware that they are historically self-productive. But how can this make sense? How can different civilizations have fundamentally different conceptions of themselves yet not be incommensurable? Hegel's answer to this question is that, despite the absence of common assumptions between civilizations, a more self-aware civilization can prove its greater understanding of human nature and potential and its consequent greater strength. It does so by making space for degrees of self-consciousness and freedom that other civilizations cannot contain, at least not without huge and sometimes destructive upheaval. Hegel claims, for example, that democracy in ancient Greece was founded on a deep sense of the identity of the interests of the individual and the community. In democratic Greek city-states, Hegel has 5th century Athens in mind, individuals took a free and active part in debating public affairs, but they did so largely in a common spirit of upholding the customs and practices of the community. What was right and proper was thus not determined by individual reflection or personal conscience, but was embodied in the living customs and practices of the community in which individuals participated. The strength of Greek democracy, for Hegel, lay in this shared sense of the value of common practices and institutions, which meant that individuals drew their moral ideas from their ethical customs rather than from autonomous, individual conscience. Once the principle of critical, individual reflection entered Greek life, however, Hegel points to the Sophists and Socrates as the major philosophical sources of this principle. The immediate bond between the individual and the community was weakened. People were encouraged to follow their own convictions, to seek guidance in their own critical reflection and ideas, rather than in established common practices. Hegel argues that this principle of subjective reflection undermined the trust that the Greeks had placed in their institutions and in leaders such as Themistocles and Pericles, and therefore ultimately undermined the ethical basis for their particular forms of democratic cooperation. Thucydides revealed his awareness of this development. Hegel tells us, in his complaint, that citizens were coming to believe that things were going wrong if they were not personally involved in them in some way. 17. In Hegel's view, therefore, the principle of critical freedom, which reached its height in the great philosophers of the 4th century, such as Plato and Aristotle, posed a serious threat to Greek religion and Greek Democracy because it no longer allowed belief and action to be guided by custom, but subjected everything to critical scrutiny. The reason why Socrates was put to death by the Athenians, according to Hegel, was thus that the principle of critical inquiry which he espoused proved to be revolutionary and subversive in the Athenian state. The flourishing of free, rational thought in philosophers such as Plato and Aristotle was magnificent, Hegel says, but it was not compatible with the equal magnificence of Greek democracy. For all its grandeur, therefore, Greek culture was not able to accommodate this new sense of subjective human freedom, the dawn of reflective, critical thought, and remain the splendid political and aesthetic culture that it had been. In the 5th century Rome, however, and, to a much greater extent, Christian civilization have been able to incorporate and indeed build their strength upon this subjective, critical freedom. In fact, Hegel believes that it is precisely this subjective freedom, which proved to be the ruin of ancient Greece, which constitutes the principle, and the peculiar form, of freedom in our world, and which forms the absolute foundation of our state and our religious life. 18. He believes that the emergence of humanity's sense of its own freedom of critical reflection marks a real development or progress in human self-awareness, but that Greek culture as it was constituted in 5th century Athens could not accommodate this progress and remain what it was. Modern Christian constitutional states, on the other hand, can accommodate that freedom. Indeed they derive their strength from that freedom and from their ability to integrate it into the substantive unity of the community and the state. 19. And thus in this respect at least have proved their historical superiority over ancient Greece. Even though all civilizations do not share the same worldview, therefore, they can be evaluated by comparing the extent to which they can incorporate new levels of human self-consciousness and freedom. The more self-conscious civilization, according to Hegel, can thus prove its greater self-awareness to another, less advanced civilization, with which it coexists by showing that less advanced civilization aspects of human freedom and potential of which that civilization either is not conscious or has not taken full account. In the modern world, Hegel considered the English in particular to have taken on this educative role and to be the missionaries of modern European civilization to the rest of the world, missionaries who are driven by interests of commerce and trade to form connections with barbarous peoples, to awaken needs within them and to stimulate their industry, and first and foremost to establish among them the conditions necessary for commerce, viz. the relinquishing of violence, a respect for property, and hospitality. 20. Yet Hegel is well aware that the moment the more advanced civilization makes the less advanced civilization share in and adopt its higher or deeper level of human self-understanding, it transforms that civilization completely. The less advanced civilization can be shown what it had previously not recognized. To that extent a more advanced civilization can prove the advantage it has over its neighbors. But the less advanced civilization can only incorporate what it had previously not recognized by radically altering its way of life, as we ourselves see only too clearly today, as third world countries often struggle painfully to adopt Western freedoms and at the same time seek to avoid the evident excesses of Western life and hold on to their own traditional values and beliefs. In Hegel's hard-headed, in some ways tragic but to my mind deeply realistic view, such third world countries face an extremely difficult road ahead, because no civilization can become more self-aware and more free and also expect to retain all of its old values and practices. To that extent, for Hegel, civilizations are indeed incommensurable. It should be evident from what has been said so far that Hegel's philosophy offers a solution to one of the most important questions occupying philosophers today, the question whether our modern consciousness of the changing historical character of human existence is reconcilable or compatible with the traditional philosophical belief in, and search for, the true nature of humanity. In the lectures on the history of philosophy, Hegel poses the problem of the relation of history and truth in the following way. The first thought that may strike us in connection with the history of philosophy is that this subject itself involves at once an inner contradiction, because philosophy aims at knowing what is imperishable, eternal, and absolute and unity. For such, its aim is truth. But history relates the sort of thing which has existed at one time but at another has perished, superseded by its successor. If we start from the fact that truth is eternal, then it cannot fall into the sphere of the transient and it has no history. But if it has a history, and history is only a display of a series of past forms of knowledge, then truth is not to be found in it, since truth is not something past. 21. This at least is how ordinary reasoning conceives of the matter. If truth is to be absolute, it can't have a history, and if it is to have a history, it can't be absolute. Nietzsche, for example, insisted that what has a history cannot be defined. 22. And many writers, from pragmatists like John Dewey to neo-Marxists like Theodore Adorno to Aristotelian neo-Hegelians like Alasdair MacIntyre, have welcomed Hegel's sense of history while rejecting his metaphysical concern for absolute truth. It is invariably the case in fact that declared critics of metaphysical oppositions and dualities, like Nietzsche, find the opposition between history and absolute truth to be the main one they are unable to overcome or undermine. They are usually led to drop one side of the opposition, absolute truth, and to stick with history. But, from Hegel's perspective, the opposition between history and absolute truth is a false one, and the reasons for rejecting absolute truth, either in the guise of philosophy or religion, in the name of history are therefore spurious. For Hegel, the absolute truth of humanity is that human beings have no fixed, given identity, but rather determine and produce their identity and their world in history, and that they gradually come to the recognition of this fact in history. History is indeed essentially the process whereby mankind becomes aware of itself as free, self-determining, and therefore historical. The absolute truth of humanity is That we are historical, and the history of humanity is the process of coming to recognize our absolute, historical character. History and truth are thus completely inseparable for Hegel, and it is not possible to drop or reject either term. For Hegel, consciousness of human truth and consciousness of human historicity are not incompatible, because consciousness of human truth is essentially consciousness of human self-determination in history and of the historical process whereby humanity comes to recognize itself as essentially historical and self-determining. This connection between the truth of humanity and human historicity is not merely contingent. If human beings are indeed historically self-determining, they cannot simply be this, but must actively determine themselves in history to be self-determining. In other words, we must make ourselves into self-determining beings in history, because we are self-determining, self-producing beings. However, if we always already are self-determining beings, then the process of making ourselves into self-determining beings cannot simply bring into being something which is not already a reality. Rather, it must be the process of making us into what we already are. To put the point a little less paradoxically, this process involves humanity making itself explicitly what it already is. Implicitly. This means that we must come to be self-consciously what we already are. Unconsciously. Hegel thinks that all the major developments in history as he understands it are to be explained in terms of this process. What is implicit in man must become an object to him, come into his consciousness, then it becomes for him and he becomes aware of himself, explicit to himself. In this way he duplicates himself first, he is reason and thinking, but only implicitly, then, secondly, he thinks, makes his implicit self into an object of his thought. What was potentia comes into appearance actu. On further reflection we see that the man who was potentially rational and now makes this rationality the object of his thought has got no further than he was at the beginning. What a man brings before his mind, he potentially is. His potentia is maintained and remains the same, the content what he has become is nothing new. This seems to be a useless duplication, yet the difference between potentia and actus is tremendous. All-knowing, learning, insight, science, even all action has no other interest but to bring out, produce, make objective, what was potential and inner. The whole difference in world history arises from and depends on this difference. All men are rational, and the formal side of this rationality is that man is free, this is his nature, inherent in the essence of man. And yet there has been, and in some cases still is, slavery in many lands, and the population is content with this. Orientals, for example, are men and, as such, are implicitly free, and yet they are still not explicitly free, they have no consciousness of freedom because they have all submitted to a despotism, whether religious or political. The whole difference between Orientals and peoples amongst whom slavery does not prevail is that the latter know that they are free and are aware of it explicitly. The Orientals are free too, implicitly, but they are not free in fact. The tremendous difference in the world historical situation is whether men are only implicitly free or whether they know that it is their fundamental truth, nature, or vocation to live as free individuals. 23. History is thus the process whereby human beings come to new levels of awareness of their freedom, of their productive, active nature, and thereby produce new forms of social and political life. The human activity of self-production is, therefore, at the same time the process of self-discovery and self-revelation, a fusion of making oneself and finding oneself, of acting and of coming to know, which is perhaps best expressed in English by the word self-realization, self-consciousness and historical progress. What I have said so far should have made it clear that Hegel's philosophy is a profound and challenging body of thought that has important ideas to contribute to current debates. However, I have given only the barest outline of Hegel's understanding of history and the historical nature of truth, and that outline needs to be fleshed out rather more if the new student of Hegel is to avoid certain popular misinterpretations of his thought. First of all, it is important to point out that, although Hegel believes that history is the process whereby humanity gradually awakens to itself, he is not the naive Enlightenment optimist caricatured by Nietzsche or Schopenhauer. He does not regard the process of awakening as a smooth, continuous development in which new levels of human self-understanding just grow out of one another. The civilization of the Romans, in Hegel's view, was able to contain the principle of subjective particularity which precipitated the decline of Greece, but Roman civilization did not simply develop out of Greek civilization. Rome owed much to the achievements of the Greeks and was influenced by them in many ways, but it had its own distinctive roots. The only area of history in which Hegel does see a continuous development is in the emergence and growth of modern European states within Western Christendom. Hegel's claim, then, is not that there is one simple, continuous tradition which constitutes history, but rather that within history we see a series of civilizations, the main ones being the Persian Empire, Greece, Rome, and Western Christian civilization, each with its own distinctive roots, but each able to appropriate the achievements of its predecessor and accommodate a level of self-consciousness and freedom which its predecessor could not accommodate. Nor, indeed, is this progress in human self-consciousness quite the steady, unproblematic development which some have understood Hegel to have in mind. Roman civilization, for Hegel, had a much more developed sense of the claims of the private individual than Greek civilization, at least, than 5th century Athens, and this is made manifest in the institutions of Roman law. Rome thus developed a concept of the formal rights of private citizens which surpassed anything the Greeks had achieved. But this advance was purchased at a heavy cost. In Hegel's understanding, the Roman concern for the formal rights of the particular subject or citizen degenerated all too easily into a willingness to indulge private interest and self-will, and Rome was consequently not able to develop the sense of ethical community which was the glory of Greek democracy at its height. Rome in fact came to manifest the worst excesses of selfishness, force, and even bestiality. Rome's artistic achievement is also much inferior to that of the Greeks in Hegel's view, as, of course, in the view of many others. In the transition from the cultural supremacy of the Greeks to that of the Romans, therefore, the world gained and lost something at the same time. The history of Christian civilization, in Hegel's understanding, shows a similar combination of progress and regression, the degeneration of the Catholic Church which followed upon the extension of church power in the Middle Ages and which led to the Reformation, and the terror which followed the French Revolution being perhaps his most important examples. But Hegel never claimed that progress in human self-consciousness is a smooth or easy affair. After all, he called the history of the world the slaughter bench on which the happiness of peoples, the wisdom of states and the virtue of individuals have been sacrificed. 24. The point, for him, is not to present a bland, idealized view of history, but to consider wherein all this historical confusion and bloodshed progress does actually show itself, and to what extent massive historical upheavals, such as the 30 Years' War between Protestant and Catholic states in 17th century Germany or the French Revolution, were the tragic results of advances in human religious or political self-understanding. And, rightly or wrongly, Hegel believes that he can see progress in these upheavals, despite the horrors which they brought in their wake, since the 30 Years' War led to the consolidation of Protestantism in Germany, and Protestantism, for Hegel, is a more profound and liberating form of Christianity than Catholicism, and since the French Revolution, whatever else it showed about our capacity for exercising terror in the name of freedom, demonstrated the powerful modern desire to remold our political world in accordance with the principles of free, rational self-determination. Another misconception of Hegel's philosophy of history, fostered to a certain extent by Marx, is that he sees the development of human self-consciousness as a purely intellectual matter, as simply the development of human ideas. Hegel does indeed say that the thought of the early Greek philosopher Anaxagoras was epoch-making, because it introduced into human consciousness the idea that there is reason in nature. 25. And he clearly thinks that the philosophy of Descartes had enormous historical influence, too. But, in his view, the changes in categories, and the consequent reformation of the human spirit, that underlie all revolutionary historical transformation involve changes in our material interests and practical, socio-economic activity, as well as in religious belief, as much as changes in intellectual or philosophical perspective. Having said that, history, for Hegel, is not primarily, as it is for Marx, the development of material productive power, but is the spirit's effort to attain knowledge within of what it is in itself. 26. In history, human beings gradually come to recognize and will the truth about themselves, and the world, and it is this that brings about changes in both our belief and our practices. Note that this is not a claim about everything that has happened in the past, but a claim about what is to be understood by the word history. What Hegel is arguing is that only those sequences of events which have been brought about by the development of human self-consciousness and by the pursuit of consciously articulated goals can really count as historical. But why should Hegel define history in this way? The answer lies in the distinction he draws between natural and historical change. Natural change, for Hegel, is determined by unstated natural laws, and by certain contingencies. The laws of the movements of the planets are not written up on the heavens, and natural objects such as planets do not obey such laws consciously or purposefully. Indeed, whatever purposes may be fulfilled in nature, they are never pursued as self-conscious goals. History, on the other hand, is different. The word history, Hegel points out, means both what happens and the narrative record of what happens, and, he adds, this coincidence of meanings is not arbitrary. We must suppose, he says, that the writing of history and the actual deeds and events of history make their appearance simultaneously, and that they emerge together from a common source. 27. Historical change or activity, therefore, is self-recording, self-narrating, self-interpreting activity, that is, self-conscious activity. Change is historical when those involved in it understand it as fitting into a narrative scheme of things, when they are conscious of its having historical significance. Historical activity is self-conscious activity, for Hegel, not only because it is self-narrating, but also because it is directed at the achievement of deliberately pursued self-conscious ends. And in Hegel's understanding, people come to pursue genuinely self-conscious, as opposed to merely natural, ends when they have formed themselves into communities which are held together not merely by the natural bonds of family affection, or by custom, but by self-consciously determined laws. Such is the case in states. A state, for Hegel, is a body of people held together by consciously willed general laws, rather than mere force or natural association. States may be created by the forceful unification of people, but they must be sustained by some commonly acknowledged conscious purpose or identity if they are to count as true states. Now, it is precisely because states are not based on the merely natural bonds of kinship, but are held together above all by a consciousness of a common social or political identity and purpose, that historical narrative is required to objectify and preserve the achievements of the state and thus consolidate its sense of identity. It is the state which first supplies a content which not only lends itself to the prose of history but actually helps produce it, instead of the merely subjective dictates of authority, which may suffice for the needs of the moment. A commonwealth in the process of coalescing and raising itself up to the position of a state requires formal commandments and laws, i.e. general and universally valid directives. It thereby creates a record of, and interest in, intelligible, determinate, and, in their results enduring deeds and events, on which mnemosyne, for the benefit of the perennial aim which underlies the present form and constitution of the state, is impelled to confer a lasting memory. 28. The writing of history thus contributes to the preservation and consolidation of the self-conscious identity of the state by giving it a sense of where it has come from, what it is essentially concerned with and where it is going, that is, by enabling a state to develop a historical identity which nature alone does not provide. Historical change is change that is produced by our self-conscious pursuit of the goals of the self-conscious communities, the states, in which we live. History, in other words, is the working out of the conflicts, clashes and interactions between and within different states. It is dear, therefore, that history, as Hegel conceives it, history as the progressive development of humanity towards greater self-understanding, is inseparable from the political history of human development towards greater self-consciousness and freedom in states. It is not the history of our intellectual, i.e., scientific, aesthetic, or philosophical achievements in abstraction from their social and political context. Shifts in human self-understanding, which entail shifts in our religious, aesthetic, philosophical, and ethical viewpoints, thus also involve the transfer of political and historical power from one state, such as Greece, which reflects a particular level of human self-consciousness, to another state, such as Rome, which reflects a more advanced level of self-consciousness. Or, alternatively, as happened in the development of modern Europe, shifts in human self-understanding, such as the transition from the medieval world to the post-Renaissance and post-Reformation world, involve enormous social and political upheavals within one civilization and within individual states. Hegel's view of history is not therefore as idealistic as it might first appear. Rather, it entails understanding major political, social, and economic transformations in history in the light of major reformations or developments in human self-consciousness. Technological developments in history also play an important role. For Hegel, in the transformation of human life, witness the importance he sees in the invention of printing in Europe in the 15th century, but such technological innovations, in his view, themselves derive their power to change our lives from the social and political expectations of the people who are able to exploit them. The course of history is thus determined not by technological advances alone, but by our growing consciousness of our power and freedom of self-determination. History, truth, and relativism. Hegel is often referred to as the greatest philosopher of German idealism, but it should be clear from what I have been saying that his view of history is not idealistic, if that term is meant to suggest either that he has a bland, optimistic theory of historical progress or that he reduces history to the history of ideas. Nor is Hegel an idealist in the manner of Kant, since he clearly believes that human beings live in a world that is intrinsically spatio-temporal and that space and time are not mere forms of intuition that have no reality apart from human sensibility. Hegel is an idealist, in his philosophy of history, at least, because he does not understand human character or identity to be some fixed, immutable reality, but rather conceives of human beings as actively producing their character and identity in history. Human beings have a true, essential nature, according to him, but it is not an essence that is already finished and complete before its manifestation, keeping itself aloof behind its host of appearances, but an essence which is truly actual only through the specific forms of its necessary self-manifestation. 29. As Hegel puts it in the lectures on the philosophy of history, the spirit is essentially active. It makes itself into that which it is in itself, into its own deed, its own creation work. In this way, it becomes its own object, and has its own existence before it. And it is the same with the spirit of a nation. It is a specific spirit which makes itself into an actual world which now exists objectively in its religion, its ritual, its customs, constitution and political laws, and in the whole range of its institutions, events, and deeds. That is its creation, that is this people. 30. The goal of historical activity, for Hegel, is thus for human beings to become conscious of themselves as freely and historically self-productive and self-determining, not something fixed by nature, and for them to build their world in accordance with that recognition. In other words, the entire development of the spirit is nothing else but the raising of itself to its truth. 1. Here we see the great subtlety of Hegel's historical conception of truth. Becoming aware of the true character of human existence does not mean for him simply becoming conscious of a given, fixed reality or gaining a more accurate picture of what we were like at the beginning of history. Rather, it means learning that what we are is the process of producing and determining ourselves. Furthermore, it means learning that this process of self-production is itself the process of coming to understand more clearly that we are self-producing beings. Indeed, we learn that it is above all through changes in our self-understanding that we actually make ourselves into and so become something new. We produce ourselves precisely through developing a fuller understanding that we do so. At the culmination of history, human beings recognize more explicitly than in earlier ages that they are and have always been free, self-productive beings, but they also realize that this more explicit recognition has itself made new beings of us and has produced a new world. What we achieve at the culmination of history is thus a full consciousness of what we are and a full consciousness of what we have become. Through understanding what we are, history and truth necessarily belong together in Hegel's philosophy, because our true nature is to come to understand ourselves through a process of historical development and to produce a new world in the process, and b. because genuinely historical, as opposed to natural, change is generated by our gradual awakening to our true nature. Consciousness of the truth is thus crucial to historical existence, for Hegel, since the deepening of such consciousness is what drives history forward. Equally, it is only when we have become fully aware of our true character that we are fully conscious of our historicity and of our real historical possibilities. This, of course, is where Hegel is out of line with a certain relativist trend in philosophy which has been fashionable at various times since his death. Nietzsche, for example, can only see the concept of absolute truth as restricting humanity within one limited perspective, and so believes that doing away with the concept will liberate humanity to a more open future with new, infinitely varying possibilities. However, to Hegelian eyes, Nietzschean openness seems dangerously vague and indeterminate. We are genuinely free to our human possibilities, for Hegel, only when we know who or what we truly are, when we recognize that we are free, self-determining, historical beings, and when we understand fully the form that our freedom must necessarily take if it is to be real freedom. A religious or philosophical consciousness of the truth that, for example, human beings must give up clinging to their narrow self-interest in order to find freedom with others, does not confine us within one limited human perspective or stand in the way of human self-realization, but rather makes real freedom possible by preventing us from destroying ourselves in the name of a false image of freedom. Hegel recognizes, however, that the rejection of truth and the privileging of individual, partial or local opinions has become a great sign of the times. 32 What he had in mind in his own day was what he took to be the championing of subjective piety and intuition, at the expense of reason, by writers such as Jacobi, theologians such as Schleiermacher, and romantics such as Friedrich Schlegel. In the 20th and 21st centuries, Hegel would have seen the danger coming from open subjectivism, above all in the arts, and from the historical relativism associated, for example, with certain forms of pragmatism. By stressing the conventional element in belief above all else, such writers as Richard Rorty argue that no absolute justification for our beliefs can be given or is even desirable. In Rorty's view, we should be less concerned with making grandiose claims to truth and more concerned with fostering conversation between different perspectives. In Hegel's view, however, although many of the variations in human outlook and belief are the result of different geographical conditions and of different national or local conventions, factors that cannot be given any ultimate justification, the prime factor determining the outlook and character of a people is the level of its self-consciousness and self-understanding. From a Hegelian perspective, an unwillingness to make definitive judgments about human practices betrays a willful refusal to recognize that there are necessary constraints imposed upon us by our essential nature as self-determining beings. What many critics of Hegel fail to grasp is that he is not a historical thinker despite his retention of the idea of truth, but because of his retention of the idea of truth. Hegel understands human beings to be essentially self-determining and therefore historical beings. Like Herder, he is a deeply historical thinker who believes that we should seek to understand particular cultures and particular thinkers in their own terms, and not by reference to some abstract, neutral standard. Indeed, where possible, he believes that we should try to employ the actual words of the people we are considering. 33 We should therefore always enter into the strength of our opponent's terms and try to grasp the point that they want to make, rather than simply interpret our opponent's interests in the light of our own. On the other hand, Hegel does not believe that we should give up looking for truth in what past ages or other civilizations have said. Where it is clear that one civilization's SDF understanding is more advanced, more free, than that of another, then we should not be afraid to say so. This involves no doctrine of cultural imperialism or racial superiority. Hegel does not give particular priority to racial differences between people because, in his view, human self-consciousness is what determines a civilization's character, and this self-consciousness can be changed and developed through education. Hegel's position does, however, commit him to the view that certain civilizations are more advanced than others and that the culture and civilization of the Western Christian tradition is the most profoundly self-aware and thus most advanced in history. But is this not an intolerably smug, Eurocentric position? Is Hegel blind to the unmistakable deficiencies of the modern world? Not at all. Hegel was acutely concerned with the problem of modem subjectivism and, like the Scottish Enlightenment before him and Marx and Engels after him, he was acutely concerned with the problems of poverty and the division of labor which modern European industrial power has brought in its wake. However, he did not think that such problems expose fundamental deficiencies in modern society or in Western civilization, but rather that they result from our failure to grasp the true nature of the freedom to which we lay claim. For Hegel, post-Reformation Western civilization has recognized that the nature and purpose of humanity is to be fully free and self-determining. In the modern age, therefore, we lay claim to freedom of speech, freedom of representation, freedom of conscience, freedom of national self-determination and a host of other freedoms, in a way that no other civilization has ever done before. We also extend that claim to freedom over the whole globe and proclaim the right of all peoples to self-determination, sometimes with tremendous consequences. Out of this modern claim to freedom there have emerged in Western European civilization, and in this respect Hegel sees America as an extension of Europe, social, economic, and political institutions such as open law courts, relations of legally regulated economic exchange and representative assemblies which more or less successfully satisfy our demands. These institutions are not by any means perfect, in Hegel's view, but have grown up painfully and with many imperfections out of Europe's political, religious, economic, and social struggles. Nevertheless, they are, for him, essentially the products of the emerging modern consciousness of freedom and of the corresponding demand for greater extension of human power and control over human affairs. The basic character of the modern age is thus determined by the modern claim to freedom. However, Hegel also believes that the modern age has the tendency to seize on one aspect of human freedom at the expense of others. The evident deficiencies of modern Western society, of which Hegel was well aware, are thus not the result, as they are for Heidegger, of some fundamental blindness running throughout Western civilization, but rather of our understanding our freedom in a partial, one-sided way. The freedom of opinion which rejects the constraints placed upon it by truth, the freedom of economic competition which ignores its ethical responsibilities, the freedom of aesthetic experimentation which undermines the wholeness and dignity of human beings, and the freedom of self-righteous political virtue which rides roughshod over the rights of others to make their views heard are all examples of modern freedom gone badly wrong. The modern evils of economic poverty, which Hegel discusses in The Philosophy of Right, a political tyranny in the name of political freedom, which he discusses in the context of the French Revolution in the Phenomenology and the Philosophy of History, and of modern subjectivism, which he discusses throughout his philosophy, are all products of our understanding our freedom in a one-sided way and of our consequent neglect of the true nature of human fulfillment. Hegel's defense of the Christian and modern secular conception of self-determination is not therefore smug or complacent, for he is acutely aware that modern consciousness does not always fully understand what true self-determination means. Consequently, our frequent failure to grasp the true nature of freedom or to make freedom a reality for many people today does not mean we are wrong to see the concern for freedom as the defining characteristic of the modern age. However, it does mean that we moderns have a duty to understand freedom properly, especially if we are going to export it to the rest of the globe. The task of Hegel's philosophy, as commentators such as Joachim Ritter have recognized, 34 will thus be to try to develop the true conception of the freedom and self-determination to which modern consciousness now lays claim, and so perhaps to enable modern consciousness to avoid its worst excesses. History and the Absolute. Two questions regarding Hegel's historical conception of truth now need to be briefly addressed. The first is this: Hegel has insisted that all civilizations understand the world from the perspective of their own self-understanding, but does this apply to the modern age as well, and, if so, does it limit the value of the modern conception of truth and freedom? The answer to the first part of this question, for Hegel, is yes. We moderns do bring our own categories to bear on our experience and view nature and history through these categories just as any civilization does. The categories we employ, or at least should employ, are, as we have seen, categories such as freedom, development and self-determination. But these categories are not just conventional categories, they are not just the product of technological changes or of paradigm shifts, which are ultimately a matter of chance. They are the categories which derive from our becoming conscious of the essentially historical character of human activity, and they are the only categories in which that character can be freely revealed. The categories of modern consciousness are historical products, but they are not therefore intrinsically limited categories because they are the categories through which we have become fully aware of our historicity and freedom. As we have seen, however, the problem which Hegel recognizes with modern consciousness is that we do not always properly understand the character of historical activity and of free self-determination. We often prefer to understand ourselves in terms of the restricted categories of natural science, or in terms of abstract, one-sided conceptions of freedom. Or, like Nietzsche or Richard Rorty, we are often misled by our preconceptions into believing that our recognition of our historicity puts our claim to truth out of order. The task of Hegel's philosophy will thus be to provide a proper understanding of the categories appropriate to the modern age that will free us from such one-sided misconceptions of ourselves, and of the world around us. The second key question is this: what has happened to Hegel's absolute in this discussion? In one sense, I hope that my account will have shown that the infamous Hegelian absolute, which is supposed to be the all-powerful puppet master governing history and using human beings as the vehicles for its schemes, is in fact an absolute fiction. Such an absolute does not exist in Hegel's philosophy, but only in the minds of his critics. Hegel is quite clear that history is the sphere of human activity. In all events and occurrences in history, he says, see, our first concern is with the deeds and sufferings of men. We see elements of ourselves in everything, so that our sympathies constantly oscillate from one side to the other. Historical activity, therefore, has its source in the needs, impulses, inclinations and passions of man. 35 However, like David Hume and Adam Smith before him and Karl Marx after him, Hegel believes that human beings are not in complete control of their historical activity. Human beings make history, but not always as they intend to make it. Human interest, which for Hegel is always at least interest in satisfying individual human needs, thus leads human beings, despite their initial intentions, to become interdependent, to form communities and to organize themselves into self-conscious groupings such as states. In this way they come to recognize that the satisfaction of their particular interests requires them to pursue common, social goals. Human beings' own needs, therefore, drive them to the recognition that they are essentially self-conscious, social animals who are able to find freedom only in self-conscious community with other human beings. This initially unintended course of action is, in Hegel's view, rational and necessary, and is nothing other than the course of action to which human beings are driven by their own free activity. We are thus not at the mercy of some transcendent absolute, but we are guided by the logic that is immanent in our own activity, a logic which we come more and more to understand as we progress in history, but which, tragically, we are also always able to misunderstand and, in so doing, turn into a force which threatens us rather than leads us to true freedom. There is reason in being, nature and history for Hegel. Such reason, or, as Hegel calls it, the idea, is a reality, not a fiction. It is not, however, a transcendent power that dominates from on high the world in which we live. In that sense, it is not the infamous absolute attacked so frequently by Hegel's critics. The idea is, rather, the rationality that is immanent in the world itself, the world's own inherent logic. In nature the idea is the logic that is immanent in and generated by space as such and that leads to the emergence of freely moving matter and eventually to life. In history the idea is nothing other than the logic that is immanent within and generated by human action and that leads human beings to become more social and more self-conscious as they seek to satisfy their interests. Reason, or the idea, in history is thus not some abstract, domineering cosmic power. It is the dynamic, immanent logic through which human beings are led, despite themselves but by their own actions, to full self-understanding. This divine logic of human development, which is also the logic of certain developments in nature, is understood by Hegel to be dialectical in character. In order to understand precisely what Hegel means by dialectical reason, we must now turn our attention to Hegel's most difficult and unforgiving text, The Science of Logic. 2. Thinking without presuppositions. Thought and freedom. In the preface to the Phenomenology, published in 1807, Hegel proclaims the dawn of a new age. It is not difficult to see, he says, that ours is a time of birth and transition to a new era. Spirit has broken with the world it has hitherto inhabited and imagined, and stands prepared to submerge it in the past and in the labor of its own transformation. 1. This same theme is taken up 5 years later in the preface to the first edition of the Science of Logic, when Hegel refers to the new spirit which has arisen in science no less than in actuality. 2. What has brought about this transformation of consciousness, and what has thus ushered in the new age? As we saw in Chapter 1, Hegel believes that the tremendous changes which have been taking place in Europe and America since the 1770s and 1780s are ultimately the result of one thing: human beings have at last become aware that their essence lies in freedom and self-determination. In art, artists have acquired an unprecedented freedom of style and subject matter. In politics, notably in the American and French revolutions, freedom has been made into the ground and principle of legitimate authority and activity, and in philosophy, particularly in the writings of Kant and Fichte, free self-determining and self-critical reason has been established as the highest authority in human life. Humanity has thus come to realize that its fundamental nature and destiny is to be free, and it has proceeded to create a new social, political, aesthetic, religious and philosophical world on the basis of its new consciousness of freedom. This modern turn towards freedom point 1 that Hegel wholeheartedly endorses, although, as I pointed out in the previous chapter, he is well aware that unless freedom is understood properly, it can easily degenerate into a destructive selfishness and subjectivism. One particularly unfortunate consequence of the modern turn towards freedom, in Hegel's view, is that early 19th century philosophers and writers have largely given up the traditional metaphysical inquiry into the essence of the human soul and the nature of being, preferring instead to concern themselves with practical education. 3. Owing to the influence of Kant's critical philosophy and to the pressing needs of an age of political revolution and social and intellectual upheaval, the traditional metaphysical inquiries into, for example, the immateriality of the soul or the nature of causality appear to Hegel to have been pushed aside or forgotten by most of his contemporaries. Hegel considers this turn away from metaphysics to be unfortunate because he believes that modern social and political freedom rests on our consciousness that we are free and self-determining, and because he construes metaphysics as the science which clarifies our consciousness and our understanding of ourselves and of our world. A modern world without metaphysics is thus a world without a clear conception of the freedom of which it has become aware. It is a world geared towards self-determination, practical activity and cultural, social, and political change, but without a clear idea of what self-determination actually is. What is needed, therefore, is not an outright rejection of metaphysics in the name of practice, but the transformation of metaphysics from an inquiry into elusive, and, in Hegel's view, questionable, entities, such as an independent soul, into a modern discipline concerned to articulate the essential nature of free, self-determining spirit. Hegel's philosophy will attempt to present just such a new, reformed metaphysics of freedom in order to provide the modern age with the clear self-understanding which he believes it requires. The main source and element of human freedom, for Hegel, is thought. Of course, the institutions of modern freedom owe their existence not only to the exercise of human thought and reason but also to social and economic factors, such as the growth of cities in the late medieval period and the emergence of modem exchange relations. Nevertheless, in Hegel's view, human thought has proven to be the most powerful liberating force in history and has brought about significant changes in both our self-understanding and our material and religious practices. In the Encyclopedia, Hegel makes this point particularly clear. In earlier times people saw no harm in thinking and happily used their own heads. But, because they pushed on with thinking in this way, it turned out that the highest relationships in life were compromised by it. Thinking deprived what was positive of its power. Political constitutions fell victim to thought, religion was attacked by thought, firm religious notions that counted as totally genuine revelations were undermined, and in many minds the old faith was overthrown. In this way thinking asserted its validity in the actual world and exerted the most tremendous influence. For Hegel, therefore, it is above all as thinking beings that we are free and self-determining. This is of course a development of Kant's conception, presented in the Critique of Pure Reason, that theoretical understanding is the power of spontaneity and active, groundless synthesis, and of his idea, set out in the groundwork for the metaphysics of morals, that practical reason is the power of autonomous self-legislation. It is also a Development of Descartes' idea that philosophy may take nothing for granted in its search for truth, and that thought is the principle of doubt or criticism that frees us from the authority of habitual but unwarranted belief. The connection between thought and freedom is perhaps more implicit than explicit in Descartes' writings, since his explicit aim is not so much to liberate human consciousness as to provide a solid foundation for the sciences. In Kant's philosophy, however, especially his moral philosophy, this connection between thought and freedom is made fully explicit. We are moral beings for Kant insofar as our will is capable of being determined not simply by particular interests and desires, but by self-legislating reason. And it is this capacity of our reason to determine the will independently of particular interests that constitutes our autonomy and freedom, and our ultimate human worth. 6. What Hegel learns from Descartes and Kant is that human thought frees us from arbitrary authority by subjecting everything to the scrutiny of self-determining reason. The connection between thought, specifically philosophical thought, and freedom was, of course, made by both Plato and Aristotle, too, but it is in the post-Reformation period that free, self-grounding thought comes to be recognized as the highest principle for humanity. It is in the modem period, therefore, when human consciousness at last recognizes that it is the essential nature of all of humanity to be free, that the demand that thought should make itself as explicitly autonomous and self-grounding as it can becomes most urgent. The supreme demand of the modern age, in Hegel's view, is thus that thought should endeavor to derive all its knowledge and values freely and autonomously through reason. Imagination and empirical science have their roles to play as well, but it is the tribunal of reason that constitutes the highest authority for us. This modern demand that rational thought should subject all human assumptions and presuppositions to critical scrutiny means, of course, that reason should not make any unwarranted assumptions about itself either. It is for this reason that Hegel maintains that the modern consciousness of freedom requires us to develop a new, presuppositionless account of the nature of thought, that is, a new science of logic. If thought is to be truly free in the modern age, it must determine for itself what its true character is and not simply take that character for granted. It may not therefore, and this is perhaps Hegel's most controversial claim, take the categories and rules of formal or ordinary logic for granted. Much ink has been spilled over Hegel's alleged violation of the sacred rules of valid reasoning, specifically over his alleged rejection of the laws of identity and non-contradiction. Many have dismissed Hegel's philosophy out of hand because of its apparent irrationalism. Some, like Nietzsche, have seen Hegel's apparent willingness to embrace contradiction as a virtue of his thinking. Others have tried bravely to formalize Hegel's logic in order to establish whether it is, after all, compatible with ordinary logical rules. 7. Whatever one's opinion of Hegel's thinking may be, however, it is important to realize that his reasons for wanting to develop a new logic have nothing to do with any desire simply to throw the traditional rules of thought overboard. He merely wants to provide an account of the character of thought which presupposes nothing about logical validity, but which allows thought to determine itself freely. What is it about the rules of formal logic that needs revising, in Hegel's opinion? Surely, all intelligible thought must assume that a thing is what it is, that A is A, and that A thing cannot be both what it is and what it is not, A and not A, in the same respect. And all rational thought must surely respect the rules of rational inference in order to be rational. Hegel's point, however, is that surely is not good enough. It is not sufficient to assert or assume that rational thought must proceed according to the rules of formal logic. Truly rational thought can take nothing for granted, not even its own rules. Until reason has been shown to determine and justify its rules itself, therefore, we must abstain from assuming anything about reason. Hegel is thus not deliberately violating any of the principles of formal logic, he is just turning thoroughgoing skepticism against those principles and suspending them until they have been validated by thought itself. Whether Hegel's presuppositionless account of thought will be successful or even intelligible remains to be seen. It is important at this stage simply to recognize why he believes the science of logic needs to be revised. Hegel's call for a presuppositionless science of logic is a response to the modern historical situation. We are now fully aware that we are free, self-determining beings, and that we are free above all as rational, thinking beings. This is clear from the demands we make in our social, political, aesthetic, religious, and philosophical life. We need therefore to develop an understanding of what it means for thought to be truly free and self-determining. Furthermore, we need to fulfill the demand of post-Reformation philosophy that thought be fully self-critical. This we can do only if we take nothing for granted and accept as legitimate only what reason determines to be so. Hegel's demand for a presuppositionless science of logic is thus not, as some have claimed, an unfortunate throwback to pre-Kantian dogmatism, but a demand for a thoroughly free and self-critical modern science. But what are the presuppositions of traditional formal logic, for Hegel? The first thing to mention is that formal logic operates under the assumption that the fundamental distinctions drawn by our ordinary understanding are valid. Formal logic is not necessarily restricted to the categories set out by Aristotle or Kant, but it does assume, as indeed ordinary consciousness assumes, that apparently opposed or distinct categories are indeed opposed to or distinct from one another. Formal logic presupposes, therefore, that infinity is different from finitude, that content is something other than form, that what is inner is other than what is outer, that mediation, similarly, is not immediacy. 8. Hegel himself does not assume either that these categorical distinctions are valid or that they are not. He simply points out that formal logic and ordinary thinking take such distinctions for granted and do not even consider whether it really makes sense to think of form without its own content, of content without its own form, or of something inner that is not expressed in some way. In Hegel's view, This assumption that apparently distinct categories are indeed distinct from one another reflects a deeper assumption that all thought is founded upon the laws of identity and non-contradiction. The formal logician assumes that what is inner is other than what is outer, therefore, because he assumes that whatever is what it is. Or, in Aristotle's words, that a thing cannot at the same time be and not be nine once. More, we must realize that Hegel is not dismissing this principle. He is simply pointing out that the principle constitutes an axiom of formal logic that cannot be proven or established by formal logic itself. Perhaps this principle will turn out to be indispensable after all, as yet we cannot know. What we can say, however, is that any thinking that claims to be fully self-critical and self-determining cannot simply take the laws of identity and non-contradiction for granted. The formal logician may assert that all intelligible thought requires that we acknowledge those laws, but Hegel wants him to prove it. Formal logic not only presupposes axiomatic laws of thought, it also presupposes rules of deductive inference. Furthermore, specific inferences themselves require certain premises. They show only what will follow if something else is presupposed. Given that all men are mortal and given that Socrates is a man, formal logic tells us that Socrates must be mortal. The premises of this argument, and indeed the rule of inference employed here, namely that the particular must share the property of the universal, under which it is subsumed, are not themselves proved by the argument, but are presupposed by it. Formal logic is thus concerned with the rules of valid inference from given premises in accordance with general logical principles. It is not concerned with determining truth. By the rules of formal logic, the following argument is valid, even though its conclusion and major premise are untrue. All men have wooden legs. Socrates is a man, therefore Socrates has a wooden leg. By itself formal logical reasoning cannot show that there is anything wrong with the conclusion we have just drawn. All it can tell us is that it is derived by valid logical deduction. We need information drawn from some other source, for example, experience, to show us that the major premise is incorrect and that the conclusion is thus untrue. Formal logical reasoning cannot prove the truth of its premises and conclusions or the necessity of the rules and principles by which it determines validity. This is what Hegel means by saying that thought as construed by Aristotle is a formal activity, which indeed proceeds correctly, but whose content is given to it. 10. Hegel does not dispute the fact that if one wants to make valid inferences from given premises, one must understand and respect the rules of formal logic. He does not accept, however, that a form of thinking which seeks to call into question, and to avoid relying on all presuppositions should be bound in advance by a conception of logical validity that simply takes for granted its own rules. Fully self-critical thought, in Hegel's eyes, must endeavor to determine the true character of thought freely, that is, without assuming in advance that thinking and reasoning is valid only when it observes certain prescribed rules. Once thought has freely determined its own intrinsic nature, it may well become evident that, in certain circumstances, thinking must after all observe the rules of deductive inference. However, it may also become clear that truly free, self-determining thinking does not itself proceed according to the rules and principles of Aristotelian syllogistic logic, but observes a rigorous presuppositionless logic of its own. These matters cannot be decided before the new science of logic is developed. All we can say is that the science of logic that Hegel has to develop cannot be guided or legitimated by any propositional calculus, rules of syllogism, logic of discovery, semantic analysis or doctrine of intentionality, but must follow the path that it determines for itself. 11. Hegel was, of course, familiar with the development of logic only up to the first quarter of the 19th century. He did not experience the profound transformation of formal logic brought about by Frege and Russell at, and just after, the end of the 19th century. From a Hegelian perspective, however, the developments initiated by Frege and Russell, such as the turn away from traditional subject-predicate logic towards a more mathematical conception of formal logic, do not make any difference to the significance of his project. Modem symbolic logic is still a logic of formal validity, not a logic of truth, and it still presupposes axioms such as the laws of identity and non-contradiction. Were he faced with a textbook in symbolic logic, therefore, Hegel would still raise the question, should freely self-determining and self-critical thought think in this way? Should we, for example, take it for granted that a concept should be understood as a class? Indeed, should we assume that mathematics provides any kind of model at all for free, self-critical thinking? In raising such questions, the Hegelian is raising questions about the status and value of any formal logic, however it be conceived. And he is dearly suggesting that the new logic of self-determining thought must not be approached in the unself-critical conviction that the rules of formal or symbolic logic provide established standards of legitimate logical procedure by which to evaluate and pass judgment on whatever might call itself rational. From indeterminate to determinate thought, Hegel is not asking readers of his science of logic to abandon themselves to flights of wild romantic fancy. He is asking us to follow Descartes and suspend judgment about what we have previously taken for granted until some way has been found to show whether or not our traditional ways of thinking are justified. He is insisting that science should be preceded by universal doubt, i.e. by total presuppositionlessness. $. He is asking us, therefore, to be more self-critical than we have hitherto been, not less, and to approach his logic in a spirit of openness. But how are we to make sense of Hegel's nuisance of logic? What precisely will it be trying to do? It will first of all seek to determine, without presuppositions, which categories must logically, if not always and everywhere in fact, be employed in thinking, and which are either illusory attempts or illegitimate combinations of genuine Categories. 13. Furthermore, it will seek to determine how the necessary categories of thought are to be conceived and whether the distinctions that are traditionally drawn between categories really hold. Hegel will thus attempt to discover the true determinations of thought and the truth of those determinations. The categories disclosed by freely self-determining thought will be those that are best suited to modern, free, historical self-consciousness. In Chapter 1 I argued that all experience of the world, for Hegel, presupposes certain categories. It is now clear, however, that the appropriate conceptual presuppositions of modern self-consciousness must be determined by a science of logic that is itself free and, systematically, though not historically, presupposition/s. By showing how specific categories are generated by freely self-determining thought, Hegel will provide a genuine derivation or deduction of those categories and make good what he sees as the deficiencies of Kant's critical philosophy. In the Critique of Pure Reason, Kant provided a metaphysical deduction of the categories by showing that they can be derived from the fundamental forms of judgment. He also provided a transcendental deduction of the categories by arguing that they constitute the indispensable conditions of our knowledge and experience of objects. In his metaphysical deduction, however, Kant simply assumed that the basic activity of thought is judgment and that judgment thus provides the key to understanding the true character of the categories. He did not consider the possibility that judgment itself might be a derivative mode of thought that is based upon inadequately determined categories and so might not actually ground an adequate understanding of the categories at all. Hegel praised Kant for locating the source of our categories in the spontaneity of thought, rather than in sensation or imagination. He criticized Kant, however, for not deriving his conception of the categories from a consideration of the free activity of thought as such, but simply reading them off from the structure of judgment, as he understood it. In Hegel's view, which is, of course, indebted to that of Fichte, Kant's failure in this regard meant that he was unable to demonstrate definitively which categories thought by its very nature should employ and how those categories are properly to be conceived. In addition to determining the necessary categories of thought, Hegel's science of logic will also attempt to determine how far thought must respect the rules of formal logic, and how far it must proceed in ways that formal logic cannot comprehend. If Hegel can derive his conclusions on this matter imminently from the free self-determination of thought, then he can claim to have provided a definitive understanding of the function and limits of all modes of reasoning, including mathematical, syllogistic, and inductive reasoning, and to have avoided taking their unconditional or conditional validity for granted. But how, exactly, is Hegel's logic to proceed if it is to take nothing for granted, except, of course, the modern historical demand that philosophy be free and self-critical and so take nothing for granted? If thought is to determine its own necessary characteristics and presuppose no determinate categories or principles in so doing, it must begin by abstracting from and suspending all given, determinate thoughts and must think a thought in which nothing determinate is thought, a thought which is thus utterly indeterminate. For Hegel, that thought is the indeterminate, empty thought of being, sen. One should be careful, however, not to be misled at this point. Hegel is not inviting us to think of concrete reality or nature or any particular determinate being. Each of these thoughts represents the thought of some determinate content, the thought of something. But Hegel wants us to begin by merely thinking the indeterminate thought of being as such. Remember that the logic is an attempt by thought to determine anew its own intrinsic character, categories, and rules. Now consider what is the least that can be said about thought, the least that we can think about thought, to begin with. It is not that thought is syllogistic or that it is concerned with objectivity or that it is opposed to feeling, that is already to think too much. The least that thought can think about itself is simply that it is. The outcome of Hegel's turning of Cartesian doubt against thought itself is thus not the conviction that 1 but merely the ineradicable thought that thought is. Thought can abstract from everything, but it cannot abstract from the thought that it is. From the thought of its own being. But, equally, since that thought is still wholly indeterminate, we cannot yet give any determinate meaning to the idea that we are thinking the simple being of thought. All we can do, therefore, is think the presence to thought of utterly indeterminate being that cannot as yet even clearly identify itself as thought. Thought that presupposes nothing does not yet think of itself as thought. It thinks utter indeterminacy, being, pure being, without any further determination. 14 This is not the thought of some transcendent beyond, nor is it the traditional metaphysical thought of the totality of all beings. It is simply the very least that thought can think, the only thing that thought can think if it is not to think of anything determinate. But, the wary reader is likely to object, thought surely cannot think simply of utter indeterminacy, it must think something if it is to think at all. If it tries to abstract from all content, thought surely ends up thinking nothing whatsoever. Hegel agrees. The indeterminate thought of being does indeed amount to the thought of nothing whatsoever. Being, construed in such an indeterminate way, is merely an empty word. At the beginning of Hegel's logic, thought thinks, or tries to think, the utter indeterminacy of being, but that thought is so utterly indeterminate that it evaporates in the very attempt to conceive it. The thought of pure, indeterminate being thus slides into the thought of nothingness, because of its sheer indeterminacy. Yet that does not simply put an end to presuppositionless thinking. We have abstracted from all determinate thoughts and been left thinking nothing at all, but we do not thereby stop thinking altogether. Thinking of nothing is not the same as simply not thinking. Thought that suspends all its presuppositions and so ends up thinking of nothing determinate still remains thought, albeit utterly indeterminate and inchoate thought. Thus, even as we admit that we are actually thinking nothing whatsoever when we think of being, we must recognize that we are nonetheless still thinking. Moreover, we must Recognize that nothing whatsoever is what we are thinking of. The moment we do this, we acknowledge that sheer and utter nothing actually has an immediacy of its own for thought. Sheer nothing is understood by thought precisely to be nothing rather than something. This means, however, that sheer and utter nothing in fact vanishes before our very eyes, for when we think of nothing, we necessarily think of sheer indeterminacy. That is purely and simply what it is. That is to say, we think of empty, indeterminate being. Just as the thought of sheer, indeterminate being slides into the thought of nothing. Therefore, so the thought of nothing inevitably slides into the thought of being. The attempt to begin to think without presuppositions has led us into an apparent impasse. We have begun with the unjust indeterminate thought that can be thought. The thought of sheer, indeterminate being. However, the sheer indeterminacy of that thought deprives us of any way of specifying the difference between indeterminate being and nothing whatsoever. If we attempt to think or determine a difference between pure, indeterminate being and nothing, that difference disappears the moment it is thought. Yet, the thought of being is not reducible to the thought of nothing, is not simply and utterly nothing whatsoever. Being after all is. However, that in turn fails to establish any concrete difference between being and nothing, since the thought of nothing is the thought that nothing is, in our intuition or thought, and thus itself slides into the thought of being. 15. We are thus left thinking of a difference between two indeterminate thoughts which is ineliminable, yet which collapses and disappears the moment it is thought. Is there any way in which this apparent impasse can point towards further determinations of thought, or are we condemned to listen, in Richard Winfield's words, to the perennial braying of the same vacant term? 16. A way forward becomes clear if we attend to what happens to the thought of being as it is thought, it immediately collapses into the thought of pure nothingness. In thinking of pure being, therefore, thought does not simply think of pure being, it thinks the disappearance of pure being into its immediate opposite. Thought that thinks being thus thinks being not simply as being, but as something else, namely as the immediate transition into nothing whatsoever, and back again into being. In this way thought becomes the thought of transition, of the immediate disappearance and reappearance of sheer, indeterminate being. In other words, the thought of pure being becomes the thought of pure becoming. Worden. 17. Groundlessly, immediately, presuppositionless thought has begun to determine itself. We do not have much to think yet, but we have made a beginning. Simply by attending to the indeterminate thought of being we have learned that utterly indeterminate thought is not simply, but becomes. We cannot yet say that it becomes determinate thought. However, we merely recognize that it becomes the still indeterminate and unstable thought of becoming itself. But how does indeterminate, presuppositionless thought proceed from this meager beginning to determinate thought, to the determinate thought of determinacy and of something? How, in other words, does presuppositionless thought actually proceed to determine itself properly and thus become explicitly self-determining thought? Once more, progress is achieved by simply attending to what is involved in thinking the thoughts that we have been thinking so far. Wherein lies the thought of simple becoming at which we have now arrived? In the thought of pure being disappearing into pure nothing, and vice versa. It is because being is conceived in such a pure and indeterminate way that it leaves us nothing to think and thus immediately disappears into, and so becomes, the thought of nothing at all. The thought of becoming is thus generated by the sheer indeterminacy and emptiness of the thought of pure being with which we begin. However, the thought that pure being disappears into pure nothingness undermines the purity and simplicity of our initial thought of being and means that we can no longer still conceive of being as pure being. Yet it is the thought of being as pure and indeterminate, as sheer being, which leads to the disappearance of the thought of being into the thought of nothing in the first place. If we are no longer able to think of being as pure being, therefore, we are no longer forced by that thought to think its constant, restless disappearance into its immediate opposite. Rather, we are led by the very disappearance of pure being into pure nothing, and of nothing into being, to give up the idea that each is purely what it is and utterly different from the other, to give up the attendant idea that each simply disappears into its opposite, and to think both thoughts together as a single unity. The thought of pure being only disappears into the thought of pure nothing because it is the wholly indeterminate thought of pure and utter being. However, the very disappearance of pure being and pure nothing into one another undermines the pure and immediate difference between the two, and causes them to collapse into one. In this way, we settle into the thought that being and nothing do not merely pass over into one another, but are in fact indistinguishable. 18. We have tried to sustain the indeterminate thought of sheer and utter being and we have failed. The outcome of our failure is the recognition that pure being is not simply pure being but is in fact indistinguishable from its immediate other, nothing, just as nothing itself is indistinguishable from being. This is the first settled, stable thought that we have had, the first thought that does not immediately disappear but that is, albeit to an utterly minimal degree, determinate. Note that, for Hegel, the difference between being and nothing is not altogether eliminated. He maintains that in their irreducible difference the two thoughts of being and nothing prove to be quite indistinguishable. This thought is clearly paradoxical, but it is one with which we can, at least for a moment, rest. But what thought have we arrived at exactly? The thought that being is nothing and that nothing is being? But isn't that just empty verbiage? Doesn't it just leave us with one combined vacuous thought instead of two? And doesn't it just dissolve everything into conceptual chaos? By no means. Paradoxically, it is precisely what establishes the conceptual possibility of genuine determinate difference. Consider where we have arrived in our presuppositionless thinking. We have been forced to give up our initial attempt to think pure being by itself, and we have been forced to think being and nothing together as one. This means that we can now think the thought that nothing is without thinking that we thereby lose the thought of nothing. The thought of nothing does not have to be the thought of pure and utter nothing to be the thought of nothing. Nothing is no less nothing just because it is nothing. Conversely, we can now think the thought that being is not anything, is nothing, determinate without thinking that we thereby lose the thought of being. The thought of being does not have to be the thought of pure and utter being, without any contamination by the thought of nothing, to be the thought of being. Indeed, not only can we think of nothing as being nothing, and of being as being nothing, as not being anything, determinate, we have no choice but to think of them in that way. Our initial attempt to think pure being distinct from pure nothing failed. Presuppositionless thinking, which begins by thinking pure, indeterminate being, must therefore come to think being and nothing in terms of one another. Hegel's logic has not led us into conceptual chaos, nor has it led us to the simple-minded positivist conclusion that the word being means absolutely nothing at all and might as well be discarded. Nor, finally, has it led us into a kind of metaphysical nihilism which claims that, since being is nothing, only nothingness is. Hegel's presuppositionless logic has led us to the paradoxical thought that nothing is itself to be thought of as being, namely as being non-being or not being, and that being can only be thought of as what it is insofar as it is thought of as not being what it is not. Note that nothing mutates logically into not being, Nick Sane, and as such is indistinguishable from being, which is itself defined as not being what it is not. To say that being and nothing are indistinguishable is thus at the same time to say that being and not being are indistinguishable. This baffling thought is, however, precisely what allows us to think the difference between being and not being, a difference which is still ineliminably contained in the idea of the indistinguishability of the two terms, as a determinate difference. At the beginning of the logic we thought of the difference between being and nothing as an immediate difference that did not require determination. We thought that all we needed to do was to think of being, to think that being is, in order to distinguish being from nothing. Now, however, we realize that we cannot sustain the thought of the immediate difference of being and nothing, and that we can only think the determinate difference between being and nothing or not being if we think of each term as the other. The only way we can think even the most minimal determinate difference between being and not being is by thinking that being is not being, and that not being is not being. Unless we can say of being that it is not what it is not, and of not being that it is what it is, we cannot think any clear difference between the terms at all. The difference between being and not being is, of course, still insufficiently determined by what we have said. However, that is not the point. We have not yet reached the stage of completely determinate thought, we have not therefore thought all that has to be thought in order to think determinate difference. We have merely thought the absolute minimum that needs to be thought to think determinate difference. Free, presuppositionless thinking has thus provided us with our first necessary and unavoidable principle, that, however strange the thought may be to ordinary understanding, the determinate difference between being and not being can only be thought if being and not being are recognized to be indistinguishable. In other words, it is only to the extent that we can say what something is not, that we can say what it actually is. What I have sketched out in a simplified form in the past few pages is the process whereby, in Hegel's logic, thought leads itself from pure indeterminacy to the thought of bare determinacy. It is the process whereby, without taking anything for granted, thought freely determines the manner in which all determinacy, at least initially, is to be thought. However, Hegel's argument, if that is what it can be called, is likely to displease those trained in formal logic. Can we really say that because being is not being, being therefore is not being? Is that not to confuse two distinct kinds of proposition and two distinct uses of the word not? Is it not to overlook the distinction which Kant drew between a negative judgment in which the not attaches to the copula, such as the soul is not mortal, and an infinite judgment in which the not attaches to the predicate, such as the soul is non-mortal? 19 Further, is it not a flagrant violation of the laws of identity and non-contradiction to say that being is not being, and should we not avoid such violations? But such objections only carry weight if we presuppose that those distinctions and those laws should be respected. And we must remember that Hegel is trying to philosophize without presuppositions, if we are not going to prejudge the issue. Therefore, we must not simply assume that there are settled distinctions between different types of judgment, nor must we assume that negation has a specific logical character or that the law of non-contradiction holds without qualification. Rather, we should study the categories and logical principles which self-determining thought itself shows to be necessary and discover whether or not there are such settled distinctions and laws, or whether we are not rather led ineluctably into thoughts which ordinary consciousness deems paradoxical. What Hegel lays out in the opening chapter of his Science of Logic is the process whereby thought, which tries to think pure indeterminacy, is led by its own intrinsic necessity to the thought of becoming and to the thought of bare determinacy. The determinacy we arrive at is thought simply by means of the bare not, by saying that what is what it is by virtue of the fact that it is not what it is not, that is, by saying that being lies in not being. If this appears to annul the very difference between what something is and what it is not which it is meant to determine, that is because the concept of determinacy which is thought here is still utterly primitive. Hegel is not trying to throw thought into chaos through his account of determinacy. He is pointing to an important ambiguity in the most primitive concept of determinacy that thought can think, which is, that to say that x is not y and that y is not x is the least we can say to determine the difference between x and y, if we are not to lapse into the utter vacuity of simply saying that x and y are whatever they are. But to say no more than this is still to fail to determine the difference between x and y properly. In this primitive conception of determinacy. Each item is minimally distinguished from the other simply by being not whatever the other is. But, for that very reason, each is thought in precisely the same way as precisely the same thing, as being through not being. Hegel's point is that one cannot say less than this if one wants to think of something as determinate, but that if that is all one says, then determinate difference is not thought concretely. Understood in this way, what appears to some to be mystifying charlatanry turns put to be a powerful a priori analysis of the minimal meaning of determinacy. Hegel's account should not simply be dismissed because it, apparently, violates the law of identity, but should be evaluated on its own merits. Indeed, if one thinks carefully about what Hegel is saying, it is clear that he is not deliberately violating the laws of identity and non-contradiction at all, but is pointing to something paradoxical about determinate identity itself, something which ordinary thinking in fact takes for granted, but just does not reflect upon, namely that identity cannot be established simply by insisting that A is A, but that the determination of identity is inseparable, indeed indistinguishable from the determination of difference. If this thought seems or indeed is contradictory, that is not the consequence of Hegelian perversity or sloppy thinking. It is the unavoidable consequence of the categories which he is required by his science of logic to think through. Hegel's point is that if one determines the categories of thought freely and self-critically, one will see that they are self-contradictory. However, one will also see that thought can and must develop ever more complex categories which resolve the contradictions that emerge. Thought, as Hegel conceives it, cannot simply avoid contradiction, therefore, or like Russell, always regard it as a sign of error. Rather, thought must think through the contradictions in its categories and resolve them. The most advanced categories of Hegel's logic will thus be those in which contradictions are rendered most explicit and resolved at the same time. Throughout the remainder of the text of the Science of Logic, Hegel will attempt to derive further categories from the thought of bare determinacy that we have been considering. Those categories will present further determinations of what it means to be determinate and will show that determinacy resides in quality, quantity, specificity, form, content, possibility, actuality, and necessity, to list but a few of the categories which Hegel develops. In the last part of the logic, the subjective logic or logic of the concept, it becomes clear that determinacy lies in having a conceptual or rational structure. It is in this part, therefore, that thought comes to recognize its categories not simply as determinations of determinate being but as determinations of thought at the same time. At this point, one can say that presuppositionless thought has become explicitly what it has always been implicitly, namely the determination by thought of itself. The final concept of the logic is, as one would expect, the concept of self determining reason itself, what Hegel calls the absolute idea, and upon reaching that concept, one can say that presuppositionless thought has finally determined wherein its essential character lies. The method of dialectical thinking. What can we learn from this short account of Hegel's Science of Logic that can help prospective students of Hegel to come to terms with this difficult text themselves? Above all, we can learn something about the method of Hegelian logic. A science such as Hegel's, which seeks to determine the character of thought without presupposing any specific categories or rules of thought, cannot presuppose any given method of procedure, but must obviously determine its own method as it proceeds. The method of Hegel's logic is thus nothing other than the way in which the thought of indeterminacy determines itself to become the thought of other categories, and the way in which the thought of those other categories determines itself to be the thought of self-determination itself. There is, therefore, no Hegelian method that is separable from the process whereby specific categories transform themselves into other categories. Each category or set of thought determinations develops in a manner which is peculiar to it. The categories of the logic of being, for example, pass over into other categories with which they appear to be unrelated in the way that the category of being passes over into the category of nothing. The determinations of the logic of essence, on the other hand, posit or entail one another in the way that the concept of form entails the concept of content and the concept of cause entails the concept of effect. The only concepts which actually develop into other concepts, in the strict sense of continuing to be the same concepts as they change into different ones, are those considered in the logic of the concept itself. 20. Since the method of progression is in each case subtly different, the initial moves of the logic that we have been considering cannot be taken as paradigmatic for the whole enterprise. Nevertheless, some general features of Hegel's way of thinking in his logic do become clear right at the beginning. It is clear from the opening of Hegel's Science of Logic that presuppositionless, self-determining thought does not proceed according to the rules of conventional deductive or inductive logic. Obviously, Hegel's method of procedure is not inductive. He is not developing categories by generalizing from collected data, and the categories of his logic are clearly not empirical concepts. They are purely logical determinations which require to be understood in their own terms, not in terms of familiar empirical experiences, a fact which explains much of the difficulty of Hegel's text. However, although Hegel's logic presents the a priori development of pure, unschematized thoughts, the method it employs is obviously not that of syllogistic deduction either. In an Aristotelian syllogism, a conclusion is drawn from two independently given premises. These two premises are not derived from one another, but are simply presupposed. Hegel's logic, however, does not begin with two independent premises. At most one could say that it begins with one premise, the premise of pure being. But the ensuing procedure is still not syllogistic, since the category of being does not constitute a fixed point of reference for thought, as does a premise such as all men are mortal, but changes as we think it. Moreover, the category Of becoming is not brought in as an independently established minor premise to be subsumed under the major premise of being in order to reach a determinate conclusion. Hegel is thus not simply arguing that since thought thinks being and since thought thinks becoming, thought must therefore think determinate being. He derives or develops the categories of becoming and determinate being immanently from the thought of being itself. The syllogistic account of the opening of the logic is at best a crude approximation to what is going on and at worst a total distortion. If Hegel's logic is not governed by the rules of deductive thinking, could it simply be an exercise in categorical analysis? Could it simply be the process of laying out what is contained in an initial category? This gets us closer to what is going on, but is still not quite adequate. Kant says that analytic judgments merely break up a concept into those constituent concepts that have all along been thought in it, although confusedly. Nothing new emerges in this process. We do not proceed to a new and different determination, we simply gain greater clarity about what we began with. New information, according to Kant, is gained only through synthetic judgments in which connections are thought between concepts that are not analytically related. We can thus tell simply by analyzing the concept of cause that every cause has an effect, but the statement that every event has a cause, Kant maintains, is a synthetic one, since it makes a connection between the concept of an event and the concept of cause which is not contained in the concept of an event itself. 2j. Hegel's logic is clearly not synthetic in this Kantian sense. It does not establish connections between two given and apparently unrelated categories. One could say, then, that the logic proceeds analytically. After all, the concepts of becoming and determinate being are derived by Hegel simply by considering what is involved in thinking pure being, that is, by analyzing that initial indeterminate concept. Indeed, Hegel says as much in the Encyclopedia, the deduction of their unity, the unity of being and nothing, is to this extent entirely analytic, just as, quite generally, the whole course of philosophizing, being methodical, i.e., necessary, is nothing else but the mere positing of what is already contained in a concept. 22. However, can we really say that the concept of becoming was already thought or contained in the concept of being in Kant's sense? Here the difference between Hegelian and Kantian analysis becomes clear. In Kant's view, analysis uncovers relations of straightforward identity or equivalence between concepts. A bachelor is equivalent to an unmarried man and a cause is equivalent to that which produces an effect. Hegel does not claim that the concept of being is equivalent to the concept of becoming, however, but that, when it is thought through, it turns into the concept of becoming. Hegelian logic is analytic to the extent that it merely renders explicit what is implicit or unthought in an initial category. However, by explicating the indeterminate category of being, we do not merely restate in different words what is obviously contained in it, we watch a new category emerge. It is this transformation of categories into new categories which prevents the development of Hegel's logic being straightforwardly analytic. In contrast to Kantian analysis, we are required by Hegel's method of analysis to undertake constant and subtle revisions of the way we think. Initially, we think that to think being is simply to think being, but, in the course of the logic, we come to understand that to think being is to think becoming, quality, quantity, specificity, essence, and existence, substance, and causality, and, ultimately, self-determining reason itself. Each of these new determinations will be derived from the previous ones and will refine our initial thought of being. Each will reveal the truth of the previous determinations in two senses. It will render explicit what was implied by, but also concealed by the previous category, and it will reveal the limitation of the previous category itself. In this way, Hegel's science of logic determines the proper categories of thought and sets limits to those categories at the same time. It establishes, for example, that we are right to inquire after the ground of something, and not merely accept the fact that it is, but it reveals that the true ground of something is not something other than it, but the substance of that thing itself, or the rational concept that makes the thing what it is. The absolute truth about the thought of being, the fact that, in thinking being, thought is thinking, the self-determination of reason itself, only becomes completely clear at the end of the process. At this point the circle of Hegelian pure conceptual analysis is completed, and what was unthought at the beginning is made fully explicit. Hegel's method of immanent development and immanent criticism is, in my view, unique. No other philosopher has ever thought in quite this way, though Fichte, Schelling and Marx, and at times Plato, come close to it. It clearly has very little to do with the method of thesis, antithesis, synthesis employed at times by Kant and Engels. Instead, it is the organic method whereby presuppositionless thought freely and necessarily determines itself. Hegel's method of thinking may appear to many to be strange and irrational, but that is simply because he takes #O seriously what he calls the dialectical moment in thought, the fact that, when thought properly, the initial universal determines itself out of itself to be the other of itself. The dialectical principle, for Hegel, is the principle whereby apparently stable thoughts reveal their inherent instability by turning into their opposites and then into new, more complex thoughts, as the thought of being turns first into the thought of nothing and then into the thought of becoming. This principle, Hegel tells us, is the soul of all genuinely scientific cognition, and it is what gives his thinking its distinctive character. By breathing life and freedom into the concepts that he thinks through, and by making his thought move in a way that ordinary thinking is simply not used to. Dialectic is not completely alien to ordinary understanding, in Hegel's view. It is recognized, for example, in many common proverbs, such as si summum jus summa injuria, which means that if abstract justice is driven to the extreme, it overturns into injustice. Similarly, he says, in politics, it is well known how prone the extremes of anarchy and despotism are to lead to one another. In the domain of individual ethics, we find the consciousness of dialectic in those universally familiar proverbs: pride goes before a fall, too much wit outwits itself, etc. Feeling, too, both bodily and spiritual, has its dialectic. It is well known how the extremes of pain and joy pass into one another. The heart filled with joy relieves itself in tears, and the deepest melancholy tends in certain circumstances to make itself known by a smile. 24. However, despite such popular recognition of the principle of dialectic, ordinary understanding still prefers to think of things and concepts as being either one thing or the other, as either right or wrong, as either being or not being, and for this reason it invariably finds the dialectical transformation of one thought into its opposite in Hegel's logic hard to come to terms with. Dialectical thinking may strike ordinary understanding as strange or absurd, but, contrary to what critics such as Schopenhauer and Popper have alleged, it is clearly not the product of any insidious desire on Hegel's part to undermine genuine rational thinking. It is the product of his readiness to take nothing for granted and to respond to the way thought itself develops. The best way to understand Hegel is to see him as exemplifying a Cartesian willingness to suspend his cherished beliefs and habits of thought, and to accept as true only what reason itself determines to be true. Hegel's science of logic should thus not be seen as the product of philosophical hubris. It is not the creation of some arrogant metaphysician who, heedless of Kant's call to philosophical self-restraint, claims to have penetrated through mystical intuition to the heart of the absolute, only to make himself look foolish in the process. It is in fact, though it will seem remarkable to some to say so, the product of the profoundest philosophical humility, the product of a willingness to give up any claim to control the path of thinking, and to follow wherever thought may take him. In the fifth meditation, where he presents his version of the ontological proof of God, Descartes insists that it is not his thinking that makes God's existence necessary or that imposes any necessity on things, but, on the contrary, that it is the necessity of the thing itself, namely the existence of God, which determines my thinking in this respect. 25. What appears to some to be the epitome of philosophical arrogance, the claim to know that God must exist, is thus seen by Descartes himself to be the unavoidable consequence of his submission of himself to the thought of God. Descartes does not think of himself as making claims of his own, therefore, but as thinking what thought itself requires of him. This, I believe, is the attitude of mind that Hegel also asks of us. If we are to think properly, he claims, we must give up our dogmatic insistence on certain rules of thought, or our equally dogmatic insistence that thought is irredeemably limited, finite or perspectival, and we must submit ourselves to the movement of thought itself. If that leads us to thoughts which are strange and unsettling, so be it. That is a risk which we, as self-critical thinking beings, must accept. To refuse to think what must be thought is, in Hegel's view, to be guilty of unself-critical stubbornness or fear of truth. All too often, Hegel says, his new science of logic has been scorned and mocked by opponents who fail to make the simple reflection that their views and objections contain categories which are themselves assumptions and themselves need to be criticized before being employed. The kind of reader he hopes for, however, is one such as Plato Imagines dictet / who is prepared to put aside his own views and reflections and simply follow the matter at hand. 26. Such readers will not attempt naively to escape from their historical perspective and get direct, unmediated access to things. Rather, they will see the need to develop the proper categories in order to disclose the true nature of the world, and they will realize that, if they are going to come to an understanding of the true character of thought, they must come prepared, not least through religion, as we will see in chapter 10, to be open to what thought determines itself to be. In thinking through Hegel's logic, therefore, we need to be ready to let thought determine itself in our thinking, not to insist that we be the ones who do the thinking or who control the path that thought takes. This is why Hegel talks of categories determining themselves, rather than of our determining them. He wants to avoid the familiar Anglo-Saxon assumption that everything to do with thought boils down to what people think about a matter. He wants to insist that in fact, when they are truly thinking freely and self-critically, people are themselves moved by the thoughts that they think. Concepts, for Hegel, are not tools which we employ to get things done. Nor, on the other hand, are they mysterious cosmic entities that reveal themselves through us. They are the intrinsic, dynamic determinations of thought which it is the task of a fully self-critical science of logic to disclose and think through. 27. One could respond to Hegel by pointing out that his general idea of what it means to be rational is shared by others who do not, however, see the necessity of thinking dialectically. Of course, anyone who is rational is going to let himself be guided by logic and is not going to insist on determining everything himself. However, Hegel thinks that our ordinary reasoning is rational only in a very imperfect way. We may submit ourselves to the rules of reasoning in our ordinary thinking, but we will be the ones who select or determine what to think about, and we will thus be the ones who determine the premises of our particular inferences. Much ordinary and philosophical thinking will select a topic, say poverty or the mind, and proceed to think about it. Because, for personal, social or historical reasons, it seems an important, perhaps even urgent thing to think about. Such thinking will involve sorting through various propositions which may or may not be true of the matter under discussion and finding good reasons or empirical evidence to support or reject them. Certainly, the thinker will endeavor to be as thorough as possible in the search for truth, but there will always be an element of arbitrariness about this procedure. Why think about this particular topic? Because it is interesting? Because it is socially important? And why consider this particular set of options and this particular set of reasons for supporting or rejecting them? Too much in this way of thinking is simply assumed to be relevant or is left to the experience, perspicacity, or even the will of the person or people doing the thinking. Too much depends on what the individual thinker does. This way of thinking is perfectly valid for everyday purposes, Hegel believes, but it is not sufficient for free, self-critical philosophy which sets itself the task of determining the true categories of thought, because too much is taken granted. The difference between these two approaches to thinking explains many of the difficulties people have with Hegel's thought. Most people like to consider themselves to be the ones who are active when they are thinking and wish to reserve the right to judge for themselves what counts as a good or a bad reason. The procedure of Hegel's logic disturbs that freedom to think for oneself. It disturbs our freedom to stand above a topic and think about it as seems rational to us. It requires of us, instead, that we exercise restraint and Thought-Samkeit, and let ourselves be guided by the imminent self-development of the matter at hand. 28. This means that we cannot even determine what our thinking is to address itself to. Self-determining thought itself sets the agenda, and categories are dealt with as and when they arise. As Richard Winfield puts it, whereas foundational theories move from one topic to another according to the stipulation of their author, the philosophy starting with indeterminacy can only address contents when they emerge as stages in the self-determination that follows. 29. In presuppositionless philosophy, therefore, it matters very much indeed in what order various topics are thought through. Understanding a particular topic involves understanding the systematic context in which it arises. But the style of thinking which settles on topics which it deems important deprives itself of that systematic context and so risks misunderstanding the issue it addresses simply because of the way it approaches that issue. There is clearly a religious dimension to the method of thinking that Hegel is asking us to adopt. We are being asked to accept that whosoever shall seek to save his life shall lose it, and whosoever shall lose his life shall preserve it. 30. And we are being enjoined to recognize in that idea the key to true freedom and thus to true freedom of thought. We are being asked, therefore, to give up our self-certainty and self-assurance, to let go of everything we have held to in the past and to find true freedom of mind in the self-movement of self-determining thought. This self-critical, and, in Hegel's view, Christ-like, readiness to let go is the attitude we must adopt in approaching the science of logic, and it is one which we must be prepared to sustain throughout that science, too. Because the logic will be the process of constantly positing and redefining categories. Throughout Hegel's logic, indeed throughout his whole philosophy, we will be brought to think certain categories that appear to be settled and determinate, and then to let go of them as it becomes clear that the proper determination of those concepts is more complex than we had thought. Logic is thus a continuous process of conceptual revision and redefinition that demands of us the greatest willingness to be transformed and challenged by thought. This, to my mind, is what gives Hegel's logic its most distinctive characteristic. It does not build on firm, unshakable foundations, premises, or definitions, but presents concepts which change dialectically before our very eyes as their implicit determinations are thought through and rendered explicit. To follow Hegel's science of logic, that process of dialectical transformation must be thought through and understood. Philosophers who insist that concepts have fixed, static meanings or structures will find trying to understand Hegel like trying to grasp a bar of soap with wet hands. However, philosophers who focus their attention on the process of conceptual transformation itself, and who think with the rhythm of self-determining thought, much as they would go with the movement of a piece of music or a drama, will find Hegelian logic to be rigorous, intelligible and clear. To think through and understand Hegel's logic, and indeed the rest of his philosophy, is to understand the process of dialectical thinking, not simply to look for conclusions, though conclusions are generated by that dialectical process. It is to understand the process whereby a category such as being is transformed into a category such as determinate being. To do this one must be prepared to let go of the initial determination of a category and to allow a more subtle determination of that category to emerge. But one must also be able to keep that initial category in view as the origin from which the more complex determination arose. One must always recognize, therefore, that the category of determinate being is a subtler and truer determination of the category of pure being, and indeed that all the subsequent categories are subtler and truer determinations of the initial, apparently simple thought of being. Only by keeping in mind the initial concept from which thought begins can one grasp the fact that concepts, such as being, develop and generate a logical history. If one attends to the logical origins of a category, together with its own determinations and the process whereby it transforms itself into a new category, one can say that one is understanding a category in a Hegelian way. And if one always keeps in mind that, for Hegel, truth is its own self-movement, and that it is that movement above all that he wishes us to think, one need not feel apprehensive about engaging with Hegel's texts. 31. But, the skeptic will inevitably ask, can we really call Hegel's logic rational? How can we judge its success? Can it be criticized? We have talked of submitting to the necessity of the matter at hand, but what if Hegel got some of the logical transitions wrong? He himself admits that he has not produced a logic that is perfect in every detail. 32. How, then, can we tell if his account of a particular transition needs improvement or even correction? This is obviously a legitimate worry, but Hegel's position on this issue is, I think, clear. Self-determining thought determines itself, it therefore sets the standards of what is to count as true rationality, and so cannot be faulted for not conforming to the rules of valid deductive inference. There are no external logical criteria which can be called upon to evaluate or criticize Hegel's new logic, because what he is proposing is itself nothing other than the scientific process of determining, without presuppositions, wherein genuinely rational thinking actually lies. Any rational principles which are brought to bear on presuppositionless thinking thus always beg the very question such thinking is trying to answer: how should we think? However, this does not mean that Hegel's logic is utterly uncriticizable. There are clear criteria for determining whether the development Hegel sets out in his logic is necessary, and these are set by the specific concepts under discussion at a particular point in Hegel's text. What needs to be established is whether Hegel succeeds in developing and rendering explicit only what is implied by the concept under review, that is, whether the derivation of the categories is strictly immanent, or whether Hegel introduces illegitimate external factors, such as metaphorical association or, as Schelling claimed, an anticipation of the result and goal of the science, to move the logic along. 33. That, it seems to me, can be assessed by anyone, it can be publicly determined. And it is clear that, if Hegel does not develop conceptual determinations imminently as he claims to, his presentation is open to criticism. One should remember that Hegel is asking the philosopher to give himself over to the movement of self-determining thought, not to the authority of G.W.F. Hegel. We are certainly being asked to suspend our faith in the assumed rules of thought and to follow the process whereby thought determines itself, but we are not being asked to abandon understanding. Anyone who has ever worked on Hegel's logic knows that one can only follow the self-determination of thought if one pays rigorous and close attention to, and understands, the determinations implicit in the categories and renders those determinations explicit. I would claim, indeed, that we are required by Hegel's science of logic to exercise greater understanding and to pay greater and more precise attention to significant logical distinctions and to take less on trust than by any other text in the history of philosophy. As John Burbage has made admirably clear, understanding the precise determinations of concepts and their implications is in fact what provides the motor for Hegel's science of logic. It is thus the proper understanding of the categories that leads to the recognition of their dialectical character, not some mystical, Neoplatonic intuition. 34. Dialectical transformation, in Hegel's view, is the work of the understanding itself. It is the process whereby understanding leads itself into contradictions. When the categories of finitude and infinity come up for discussion in the logic, for example, the finite is initially understood to be that which is bounded and limited, and the infinite is initially understood to be that which is unbounded and unlimited. Each is thus, understandably, conceived to be distinct from the other. However, by construing the infinite in this way, understanding sets a limit to what the infinite can be. It says that the infinite cannot become finite while remaining infinite, or, as Kierkegaard puts it, that the Christian doctrine of the incarnation of the infinite and divine in the realm of the finite and human is absurd. 35. Hegel's dialectical point is simply that such an infinite that finds its limit in what is finite is itself a bounded or finite infinite, and that the distinction between finitude and infinity, which the understanding wishes to cling to, thus undermines itself. Understanding may find dialectic disconcerting, therefore, but dialectic is something understanding itself must assume responsibility for and think through. If understanding is honest with itself, Hegel claims, it will acknowledge the wisdom of Christ's words, and recognize that if it clings onto its fixed and established conceptual distinctions, it will lose them, but that if it is prepared to give up its narrow self-understanding and accept its intrinsically dialectical character, it will discover a much deeper truth and freedom of movement within itself. 36. Hegel's logic requires our ordinary understanding to transform itself into dialectical thinking, but it sets out that process of transformation in a way that ordinary understanding can clearly understand. Hegel's logic is thus not some esoteric exercise in mystical thinking that can only be grasped by specially gifted initiates. It is the presuppositionless study of thought which is accessible and understandable by anyone who is prepared to be fully self-critical. Ordinary consciousness can understand the need for a presupposition-less logic and, as long as it is prepared to see its categories redefined, and see itself transformed in the process, it can understand the development of such a logic as well. Difficult as Hegel's science of logic is, therefore, the reader can be assured that Hegel has endeavored to make his text as intelligible to ordinary understanding as he possibly can and to present a logical science which is capable of being the property of all self-conscious reason. 37. Logic and ontology. The logic as I have presented it in this chapter, is a presuppositionless science, designed to meet the modern demand for free self-determination in the sphere of philosophical thinking. As such, it is to be understood as the product of a specific set of historical circumstances and a specific form of historical consciousness. Yet, precisely because of its presuppositionless, self-determining character, it is to be understood as the science which determines the true, intrinsic determinations of thought. The claim of the logic to truth is thus not undermined by its emergence from a specific historical situation, because the historical situation from which it arises is the one in which consciousness has at last become aware of what true freedom means. Hegel's philosophy can therefore be said to offer us a developmental account of thought in two senses. As I have tried to show in this chapter, it shows how the categories of thought are generated logically from one another and, ultimately, from the very nature of thought itself. At the same time, as I tried to show in chapter 1, it understands its own definitive study of the logical self-determination of thought to be the product of definite historical circumstances. The Hegel who emerges from the pages of this book is a profoundly historical philosopher, but he should not be mistaken for the soft, hermeneutic, pragmatic Hegel who sometimes appears in modern commentaries. 38. The Hegel I have presented in this chapter is a rigorous, precise, and logical thinker who is concerned with truth and necessity, not just suggestive associations between concepts. Yet those familiar with the interpretations of Hegel's philosophy offered by such commentators as Charles Taylor may still find my account of Hegel's logic strangely one-sided. 39. Yes, they will say, the science of logic sets out the necessary determinations of thought, but doesn't it also present what Hegel calls various definitions of the absolute? 40. Is not Hegel's logic a metaphysical or ontological logic which gives us an account of the essence of absolute spirit? Haven't I deprived Hegel's philosophy of its metaphysical heart and left merely a categorical skeleton of dialectical thought? It is certainly true that Hegel conceives of his science of logic as a metaphysics and ontology, as well as a logic. In the preface to the first edition of the Science of Logic, for example, he talks of the logical science which constitutes metaphysics proper, or pure speculative philosophy. In the encyclopedia he claims that logic coincides with metaphysics, with the science of things grasped in thoughts, and in the general introduction to the Science of Logic he maintains that the objective logic, which contains the logics of being and essence, takes the place of the previous metaphysics, which was a scientific edifice to be erected over the world by thought alone. The metaphysical and ontological character of the logic is also emphasized when Hegel asserts that the subject matter of his logic is the logos. It is least of all the logos which should be left outside the science of logic. He says, speculative logic, for Hegel, is therefore objective thinking found thought in so far as it is just as much the matter sach in itself or the matter in itself in so far as it is equally pure thought. This metaphysical, ontological side to Hegel's logic, the fact that it determines the structure of being, as well as the structure of thought, cannot, in my view, be denied and is, indeed, part of what makes Hegelian logic a logic of truth, not just validity. 41. However, it is also clear that Hegel's logic does not constitute a traditional metaphysics of the kind put forward by, say, Leibniz. Hegel is not providing an account of the world based on the either/or logic of the understanding and, more significantly, he is not offering us philosophical arguments and propositions about presupposed metaphysical entities. He is not, therefore, presupposing that there is an absolute and inquiring into what it is. In this respect I agree with commentators such as David Kolb and Richard Winfield that Hegel's logic is not a metaphysical account of a wondrous new superentity, a cosmic self or a world soul or a supermind, and indeed that the logic does not present an account of any determinate, given reality at all. 42. In what sense is Hegel's logic metaphysical and ontological, therefore? The answer to this question can be found if we reflect once more on the fact that Hegel is seeking to provide a presuppositionless logic. Logic, for Hegel, seeks to understand the basic categories and rules of thought. In a presuppositionless logic such categories and rules cannot be taken for granted at the outset, but must be discovered by the science itself. Presuppositionless logic may begin, therefore, from nothing more determinate than the simple being of thought. That is to say, it must proceed from the thought of thought itself, as sheer, indeterminate being. It is from the sheer being of thought that the basic categories are then to be derived immanently. Yet logic cannot just be an account of the nature of thought, but must also be an account of the nature of being as such, that which we otherwise call existence or actuality. The reason why is straightforward. In a fully self-critical, presuppositionless logic we cannot start out from anything more than the indeterminate being of thought, yet neither can we presuppose at the outset that being as such, or existence, is anything beyond the being of which thought is minimally aware. If we are to set all our presuppositions, including those about being, to one side, we cannot simply suppose that being constitutes a world of objects that are external to thought or that it exceeds the reach of thought in some way. Initially we may suppose nothing about being at all, except for the fact that it is minimally pure and simple being. This means, however, that we have no warrant to assume that being as such is anything other than or different from the indeterminate being of which thought is minimally aware. Conversely, we have no warrant to assume that the being of which thought is aware is anything less than being as such. Hegel's claim is not that being is a mere postulate of thought. On the contrary, he argues that, for the fully self-critical philosopher who suspends all his determinate preconceptions about thought and being, our thought of being cannot be anything less than the thought of being itself. Thought cannot be assumed necessarily to fall short of what there is, to be confined, for example, to the realm of conceivable possibility, but must be understood to be the awareness and disclosure of being as such. This may seem to some to be presumptuous. How can thought be certain that it is able to bridge the gap between itself and being and disclose the true nature of what there is? From the point of view of the self-critical philosopher, however, this question is illegitimate, for we are not entitled to presuppose that there is such a gap in the first place. The fully self-critical philosopher may not assume that being is anything beyond what thought itself is aware of. Consequently, he or she may not assume that thought is aware of anything less than being itself. For Hegel, then, no fundamental distinction can be drawn in a genuinely presuppositionless logic between the determinations of thought and the determinations of being. What we understand to be the determinations of things are always to be understood, after Kant, to be the determinations of our thinking, but conversely, and contrary to what Kant believed, what we know to be the true determinations of our thinking are always also to be understood to be the determinations of things themselves. The mode of consciousness which recognizes this is what Hegel calls absolute knowing or philosophy. Philosophy, as Hegel understands it at the start of the logic, has given up the presupposition, which is never challenged by Kant, that the determinations of thought could be, or indeed are, utterly distinct from the determinations of things themselves. And to the extent that philosophy has freed itself from the fundamental opposition of consciousness 43 and has realized that being cannot be thought to be utterly other than thought, philosophy must acknowledge its categories to be ontological. However, this does not allow us to say that Hegelian philosophy has returned to the traditional metaphysical conclusion that the categories of thought correspond to the nature of a given reality. To say this would be to imply that one can distinguish clearly between our thought and reality and then recognize a correspondence between the two. But Hegel's point is that, at the start of the logic, thought is not entitled to make such a clear distinction. Presuppositionless philosophy begins with no systematic assumptions. That means that it cannot begin from the assumption that the determinations or categories of thought and reality are conceivably distinct from one another, or that they might conceivably correspond to one another. It cannot begin with any definite conceivable distinction between thought and being at all. Since we can presuppose no conceivable distinction between thought and being at the beginning of the logic, the categories set out in the logic must be ontological. At the same time, they cannot provide a description of any absolute reality or being that is presupposed as the distinct, given object of philosophical inquiry. The logic thus does not seek to mirror in pure thought a world that is assumed to stand over against us. To suppose that our categories correspond or apply to a distinct reality that is given to us is to take for granted, in David Kolb's words, what it means to be 44. It is to suppose from the start that reality or being is to be understood as some kind of object of inquiry which lies, as Heidegger puts it, present at hand waiting to be known by us. We similarly beg the question if we assume that being is not an object 7 but spirit, or if we assume that being might elude or exceed thinking altogether. Presuppositionless thinking, however, cannot assume what it means to be any more than it can assume what it means to think. Hegel's logic may not presuppose from the outset that being is objective, substantial, absolute or in any way determinate, and then seek to provide a metaphysical account of such a determinate reality. Rather, it must start with pure indeterminate being as such and determine from scratch precisely how such being is to be conceived by letting being determine itself immanently in thought. Hegel's logic does not, therefore, merely contain ideas and propositions about being. It presents in thought the self-determining and self-unfolding of being itself. In this way, it discovers what it means to be and what it is to be without taking anything determinate for granted at all. It is in this sense that Hegel's logic is ontological. It should be clear from this why Hegel's logic does not presuppose any specific correspondence between consciousness and nature. This is because speculative logic considers the general ontological question of what it means to be, and this question must be considered before we can know what it means to be natural or to be conscious in particular. Indeed, Hegel insists that we must derive our understanding of what it means to be natural or to be conscious from our logical study of what it means to be as such, if we are not to take the character of natural things and of human consciousness for granted. The transition from the logic to the philosophy of nature and consciousness in Hegel's system is thus not made by bringing in given material to which the categories of the logic are then applied, but is simply the result of further determining what it means and what it is to be. Hegel's logic shows that to be means to be qualitatively and quantitatively determinate, to be substantial and to be rational or the idea. The idea itself then proves to be self-external or spatio-temporal. It turns out, therefore, that being as idea is in truth nature. The further determination of what it is and means to be nature then reveals that nature requires there to be physical, chemical, and organic structures and leads, ultimately, to the emergence of consciousness. The final part of Hegel's system shows that to be conscious is to be subjective, to be free, to be historical, to be aesthetic, religious, and philosophical. The logic thus provides the categories and method by which the philosophy of reality proceeds, but these categories are not applied to a given reality, they are developed further to generate new and more complex determinations of what it means to be, that is, to generate the concepts of nature and consciousness freely and without presuppositions. As David Kolb puts it, what happens in the transition to concrete reality can only be a further thinking of the logical idea in terms of itself. 45. Logic, Science, and History. To end this chapter, I wish to add a few comments in order to guard against certain misinterpretations of Hegel's position that may have arisen during the course of the chapter. First of all, Hegel claims that thought can determine a priori what it means to think, what it means to be and thus what being must be, but that does not mean that he is endorsing the ontological presumptions of all thought. He is maintaining that thought can only aspire to determine what it means to be if it is prepared to give up its conventional presuppositions and become freely self-determining. This is not to claim that all of Hegel's thoughts are guaranteed to be true, but to claim that the only way to seek truth properly is to take nothing for granted. The reader should recognize, therefore, that Hegel's science of logic is profoundly critical of the ontological aspirations of thought. That does not make the effort to be freely self-determining. Hegel is not simply opening the door to any form of a priori thought to set itself up as providing the way to truth. Second, it is important to realize that Hegel does not see his philosophy as being in competition with natural science or empirical history. He does not claim to have privileged insight into the workings of some cosmic superentity which empirical science cannot see. He does claim that only freely self-determining thought can determine properly what it means to be, but one of the conclusions of presuppositionless philosophy is that to be means to be subject to natural laws and to be subject to empirical contingencies. These are ineradicable for Hegel. Thus, although he recognizes that nature leads through its intrinsic logic or idea to the emergence of consciousness, he also understands that consciousness can in fact emerge only if the Natural conditions are right. In Hegel's view, therefore, philosophy and natural science must work together, not conflict with one another. Philosophy understands that nature is so constituted that it is necessarily predisposed to generate organic life and consciousness at some time and place through its own natural processes. It is up to natural science, however, to discover which specific physical and chemical processes are required for life and consciousness actually to arise, and where in the universe those processes are in fact at work. In this way science can show what natural processes lead to the emergence of consciousness, while philosophy can show that it makes sense, given the concept of nature, that consciousness should arise somewhere. The same is true of the relation between philosophy and empirical history. Philosophy recognizes that to be conscious means to be, or to become, historical. However, historians must study how historical consciousness has actually emerged and when and where specific historical events have occurred. Free, self-determining philosophy shows us that human consciousness is impelled by its own inherent logic or idea to develop an awareness of its own freedom over time, and so to generate the process of history. However, such philosophy also recognizes that, if certain things had been different, if disease or some other natural disaster had destroyed human civilization, or if people such as Caesar or Napoleon had never been born, then the emergence of freedom, and of history as we understand it, could have been delayed or even been deferred indefinitely. Philosophy thus recognizes the emergence of modern freedom to be both a necessary and a contingent product of history. It also understands itself to be a product of certain natural and historical conditions that could have been different. But, equally, philosophy understands itself to be a product of a history which, given those particular natural and historical conditions, had to lead to the emergence of the consciousness of freedom, because it was generated by the drive towards self consciousness, which is a necessary and intrinsic characteristic of human consciousness itself. Hegel's philosophy is thus able to understand itself as a product of actual history, and to explain why it is, and must be, a product of history, at one and the same time. In chapter 51 consider further the relation between necessity and contingency in Hegel's philosophy of nature. The next two chapters, however, are devoted to Hegel's most famous text, the Phenomenology of Spirit. 3. Phenomenology and Natural Consciousness. Logic and Phenomenology. In chapter 2 I argued that Hegel's logic is both an ontology and a logic. It determines not only what it means to think, but also what it means to be. The element of the logic, as Hegel calls it, is, in other words, the unity or identity of thought and being. One. This is not to say that Hegel is a subjective idealist for whom the character of things or even their very presence depends in some way on the human mind. For Hegel, being is what it is in its own right and will continue to be such long after human beings have disappeared from the face of the earth. His claim, however, is that the structures or fundamental determinations of thought and being are identical. The process of discovering the immanent structure of thought, by letting the indeterminate being of thought determine itself, is thus at the same time the process of discovering the immanent structure of being itself. In this process being shows itself, within thought, to be intrinsically rational and dialectical. As Hegel puts it, being is thus known to be the pure concept begriff in its own self, and the pure concept to be true being. 2. In the logic, therefore, being is not regarded primarily as that which stands over against thought and to which thought must somehow gain access. It is understood to be that which is what it is in its own right, but whose structure can nevertheless be discerned within thought itself. Yet how can Hegel justify what many would regard as the height of philosophical presumptuousness, the claim that thought can divine the nature of things a priori, without, as it were, ever leaving the comfort of its armchair? The justification for such presumptuousness lies in the fact that it is actual the consequence of being radically self-critical and setting all one's determinate assumptions about thought and being to one side. As I noted in chapter 2, if thought is to be truly presuppositionless, it cannot take any determinate categories or rules of thought for granted but can begin from nothing but the sheer, indeterminate immediacy or being of thought. Furthermore, it may not at the outset make any determinate assumptions about the nature of being itself. We cannot start out from the idea that being is substance, nature, or will to power, because in each case, we would first need to prove that being necessarily takes this form. Initially, therefore, before any such proof has been provided, the most we may understand being to be is sheer being as such. But that means that at the start of philosophy we have no warrant to regard being as anything beyond the sheer immediacy of which thought is minimally aware. If, therefore, we are truly self-critical and suspend all determinate preconceptions about being, we have no alternative but to regard being as that which thought understands there to be, and so to regard thought in turn as the awareness of being as such. This means that the true nature of being will be disclosed simply by determining what is entailed by the thought or category of being, and that the structure of being and thought, properly understood, cannot but be identical. The apparently presumptuous claim that thought and being are identical in structure is thus, from Hegel's point of view, the very opposite of presumptuous. It is the claim that we are required to make by the demands of radical self-criticism. By contrast, the seemingly more modest claim that being should be conceived from the outset as that which might possibly differ in structure from thought is in fact far from modest, because it takes for granted being's possible difference from thought, without first showing that the very idea of being as such entitles us to conceive of it in this way. It is easy to think that skeptical doubts about our ability to understand being properly are founded simply on the idea that our thought and understanding may be limited. But this is not the case. They are founded just as much on the idea that being itself might differ from the way we understand it. In Hegel's view, however, this conception of being is one that we are not automatically entitled to adopt. Indeed, we will only be entitled to adopt it if and when it can be shown to be entailed by the very idea of being itself. In the absence of such a demonstration, all that the self-critical philosopher may assume being to be is pure and simple being, the very being of which thought is minimally aware. Hegel meets the challenge of the skeptic, therefore, not by showing how we can, after all, gain access to the realm of being that the skeptic deems to be beyond our reach, but by rejecting as unwarranted, at least initially, the conception of being, as possibly other than thought, on which such skepticism rests. For Hegel, therefore, nothing is needed to begin presuppositionless onto logic except a willingness freely to suspend one's favored assumptions about being and thought and to start from the bare thought of being as such. This is made clear in both the Science of Logic and the Encyclopedia Logic. In the former, Hegel writes that at the beginning of speculative logic all that is needed is simply the resolvensklus, which can also be regarded as arbitrary, that we propose to consider thought as such. Acting on this resolve and actually setting all presuppositions to one side leads directly, Hegel explains, to the thought of pure being. The beginning must be an absolute, or what is synonymous here, an abstract beginning, and so it may not presuppose anything, he must not be mediated by anything nor have a ground. Rather it is to be itself the ground of the entire science. Consequently, it must be purely and simply an immediacy, or rather merely immediacy itself. The beginning therefore is pure being. 3. This, then, is the direct route into Hegel's ontological logic. To enter into philosophy calls for no other preparations, no further reflections or points of connection. 4. A similar case is made in the Encyclopedia Logic. In 78 Hegel writes that all presuppositions or assumptions must equally be given up when we enter into the science, whether they are taken from representation or from thinking, for it is this science, in which all determinations of this sort must first be investigated. Philosophy, or science, thus requires that it be preceded by universal doubt, i.e. by total presuppositionlessness. Hegel goes on to note that this requirement is fulfilled by the freedom that abstracts from everything, and grasps its own pure abstraction, the simplicity of thinking, in the resolvensklus of the will to think purely. Here, too, therefore, Hegel points out that there is a direct route into speculative logic. All one needs to do is freely suspend and abstract from all determinate presuppositions about thought and being and render explicit whatever is entailed by the indeterminate thought of sheer indeterminate being that results from this act of abstraction. Since any rational person is capable of performing this act of abstraction, anyone is able to begin speculative logic. Hegel recognizes, however, that not everybody will in fact be willing to perform such an act of abstraction and suspend his or her deepest assumptions about thought and being. He anticipates resistance in particular from what he calls natural consciousness, that is, ordinary, non-philosophical consciousness. Such consciousness, Hegel believes, is invariably convinced that its everyday assumptions about the world are beyond dispute and is unlikely to be minded to throw them all overboard in the interests of what it can only regard as the absurd demand for total presuppositionlessness. Furthermore, such consciousness cannot fail to consider perverse the idea that the true nature of things can be discovered a priori within thought, simply by unfolding what is contained in the bare thought of being. Everyday consciousness draws a clear distinction between itself and the objects it knows. It considers itself to be here and the things it is aware of to be over there. As Hegel puts it, it knows objects in their antithesis to itself, and itself in antithesis to them. 6. From the perspective of ordinary, natural consciousness, therefore, one cannot just close one's eyes and work out by pure reason what the world is like. One has to go over and look. For ordinary consciousness, indeed, Hegelian science is the complete antithesis of its own standpoint. It overturns our common sense conviction that things are irreducibly other than us, and it presumes that we can know in some mysterious way, purely from within thought, what the world out there is like. Hegel is well aware of the perplexity that is bound to overcome consciousness when it first encounters speculative philosophy. When natural consciousness entrusts itself straightway to science, it makes an attempt, induced by it knows not what, to walk on its head to, just this once, the compulsion to assume this unwanted posture and to go about in it is a violence it is expected to do to itself, all unprepared and seemingly without necessity. Let science be in its own self what it may, relatively to immediate self-consciousness it presents itself in an inverted posture, als inverkehrts. 7. Remarkably, Hegel does not just dismiss the bewilderment of ordinary consciousness as of no concern to the philosopher. He accepts that philosophy must show ordinary consciousness why it is rational, rather than perverse, to believe with the speculative philosopher that the true structure of being can be found within the structure of thought itself. In other words, Hegel acknowledges that, if philosophy or science is to demand of consciousness that it raise itself to the standpoint of ontological logic, the individual has the right to demand that science should at least provide him with the ladder to this standpoint, should show him this standpoint within himself. 8. Such a ladder will be provided by the Phenomenology of Spirit, 1807. The phenomenology, as I understand it, can be bypassed by those who are prepared to carry out the free act of suspending all their presuppositions about thought and being, begin with the bare thought of pure being, and accept that, initially, being itself may not be understood to be anything beyond the bare, indeterminate immediacy of which thought is minimally aware. The phenomenology is essential reading, however, for those who are deeply attached to the ordinary view of the world as something that stands over against us and who want to know why they should be persuaded to give up that common sense view and adopt the standpoint of ontological logic. The role of the phenomenology, on this interpretation, is thus to justify the standpoint of ontological logic, or absolute knowing, to ordinary, natural consciousness. It aims to provide such justification by demonstrating that, paradoxically, the seemingly perverse standpoint of philosophy is actually made necessary by the very certainties of ordinary consciousness itself. For ordinary consciousness, and those philosophers who are wedded to the ordinary view of things, the phenomenology is, therefore, the indispensable presupposition of presuppositionless logic. Without it, Hegel believes, such consciousness cannot but regard the standpoint of ontological logic or speculative philosophy as illegitimate. The role of the phenomenology is clearly set out by Hegel in these lines from the Logic. In the phenomenology of spirit I have exhibited consciousness in its movement onwards from the first immediate opposition of itself and the object to absolute knowing. The path of this movement goes through every form of the relation of consciousness to the object and has the concept begriff of science for its result. This concept, therefore, needs no justification here in the Logic because it has received it in that work the phenomenology, and it cannot be justified in any other way than by this emergence in consciousness, all the forms of which are resolved into this concept as into their truth. 9. At least, it cannot be justified in any other way to a consciousness that refuses to suspend its cherished preconceptions about the world of its own accord. The method of phenomenology. Phenomenology is a discipline, developed by the speculative philosopher, to show that the standpoint of speculative, ontological logic, the identity of thought and being, is necessarily entailed by the perspective of ordinary, natural consciousness itself, though ordinary consciousness does not initially realize this. If, however, the philosopher as phenomenologist is to succeed in persuading consciousness that its ordinary certainties, taken on their own terms, do indeed lead to the standpoint of philosophy or absolute knowing, the philosopher may not simply assume from the start that the ordinary perspective will inevitably be overcome or undermined. The philosopher must, rather, put his own expectations to one side, examine consciousness with an open mind and seek to discover whether or not ordinary certainties lead to absolute knowing. Otherwise, ordinary consciousness may justifiably complain that its point of view is not being taken seriously, but is being subjected to an examination whose outcome is predetermined. If ordinary consciousness is to be given a ladder to philosophy that is acceptable to consciousness, it cannot be given one whose rungs are already fixed in advance. In fact, strictly speaking, the philosopher may not himself provide consciousness with a ladder or map of any kind whatsoever, but must simply analyze the certainties of ordinary consciousness and note where, if anywhere, they lead. As Quentin Lauer puts it, Hegel must allow consciousness to follow out its own implications. 10. During the course of the phenomenology Hegel shows that such certainties do take us necessarily to the standpoint of philosophy, but he shows that they do so immanently, wholly by themselves, without any guidance from the philosopher. Hegel demonstrates, indeed, that ordinary consciousness actually builds its own ladder to absolute knowing, and that it does so not through any effort to reach some anticipated height, but precisely by endeavoring to stay where it is and adhere to its own certainties. Yet in the minds of some commentators, there lingers the suspicion that, behind the back of consciousness, Hegel is actually pulling puppet strings all along. This is because phenomenology is an examination of the development of consciousness that is undertaken by philosophical thought. The phenomenologist does not go out into the street, like a modern-day Socrates, engage people in dialogue and then watch them argue themselves into an acceptance of the philosophical point of view. The phenomenologist works out for himself, in thought, the paradoxical consequences of espousing the various perspectives of ordinary consciousness. According to some, however, the very fact that the examination of consciousness is carried out by philosophical thought means that the path that consciousness must take is, in Paul Redding's words, already rigged from the start. 11. For such commentators, to think through the perspective of consciousness in a Hegelian manner is from the outset to think consciousness dialectically, that is, to think consciousness according to a prior conception of teleological development or, as Heidegger claims, in accordance with a predetermined idea of being. 12. According to Hegel himself, however, philosophical thought is not inevitably bound by predetermined concepts of development or dialectic, but is capable of entering into the perspectives of consciousness and understanding them wholly in their own terms. Hegel does not deny that phenomenology is a discipline undertaken by philosophical thought or absolute knowing. It is undertaken, however, by absolute knowing that sets to one side its ontological conviction that being can be understood from within thought, as well as concepts such as dialectic, and seeks to understand the immanent character of ordinary consciousness itself. For Hegel, indeed, every form of consciousness is a complete individual shape, and one is only viewed in absolute perspective, absolute betrachtet, when its determinateness is regarded as a concrete whole, or the whole is considered in the specificity of this determination. Eigentumlichkeit dieser Bestimmung. 13. These lines make it clear that, for Hegel, philosophical thought considers consciousness from an absolute perspective only when it attends to and lingers over the unique specificity of each shape of consciousness and does not assume in advance that such shapes lead necessarily and dialectically to absolute knowing. Phenomenology must, therefore, be an open-minded and open-ended examination of consciousness, undertaken in the hope that it will lead to the standpoint of philosophy, but with no prior assumption that we will be taken beyond the shape of consciousness with which we start. The preface and introduction to the phenomenology do, of course, tell us in advance that consciousness will lead dialectically to the standpoint of philosophy, but they also tell us that consciousness will be shown to do so only when it is considered immanently on its own terms without assuming in advance that it will lead anywhere. Science, Hegel writes in the preface, requires that one enter into the immanent content of the matter. Surrender oneself to the life of the object, or, what amounts to the same thing, confront and express its inner necessity, and this applies as much to phenomenology as to philosophy proper. 14. How does Hegel ensure that his examination of consciousness is rigorously immanent? By refraining from comparing the claims of ordinary consciousness with the world as philosophy comprehends it, and confining himself instead to studying the relation between consciousness and what consciousness itself takes its object to be. Hegel notes in the introduction that consciousness is minimally aware of something and so draws a distinction between itself and the object it knows. Furthermore, he notes that consciousness regards its object in two ways, once as being whatever it is in itself and once as being known by or being for consciousness. Consciousness simultaneously distinguishes itself from something, and at the same time relates itself to it, or, as it is said, this something exists for consciousness, and the determinate aspect of this relating, or of the being of something for a consciousness, is knowing. But we distinguish this being for another from being in itself. Whatever is related to knowledge or knowing is also distinguished from it and posited as existing outside of this relationship. This being in itself is called truth. 15. This is not to say that there are two distinct objects of consciousness, the object in itself and the object known. There is only one such object, but consciousness distinguishes between what it takes the object itself to be and the way it actually knows or experiences that object. Moreover, consciousness itself is able to establish whether its knowledge or experience of the object concerned actually matches what it understands the object in itself to be, for consciousness is, on the one hand, consciousness of the object, and on the other, consciousness of itself, consciousness of what for it is the, and consciousness of its knowledge of the truth. Since both are for the same consciousness, this consciousness is itself their comparison. It is for this same consciousness to know whether its knowledge of the object corresponds to the object or not. 16. It is important to note here that consciousness is not being asked to compare its knowledge of things with things as they might be outside the perspective of consciousness altogether. Such a comparison would clearly be impossible. It is also unnecessary, for, as Hegel points out, consciousness has a standard or criterion, maßstab, within itself by which to judge the merits of its own knowledge, namely the object as consciousness itself understands it to be in itself, in what consciousness affirms from within itself as being in itself or the true. We have the standard which consciousness itself sets up by which to measure what it knows. 17. Consciousness is thus in a position to establish from within itself whether its knowledge is adequate, because it can directly compare the way it knows and experiences things with what it takes them to be in themselves. For this reason the analysis of consciousness undertaken in the phenomenology is wholly immanent. It makes reference to no standard of judgment other than one that is set up by consciousness itself. It seeks to determine not whether consciousness's knowledge of the world meets the standards established by philosophy, but whether such knowledge is satisfactory in consciousness's own terms. 18. As I pointed out above, the examination of consciousness carried out in the phenomenology is undertaken by philosophical thought. Yet it has now become clear that such thought brings no standards of its own to bear on consciousness. The task of thought is, instead, to describe and articulate the experience that consciousness itself makes of the objects it declares to be the truth. To be more precise, thought describes not the contingent experiences made by ordinary consciousness in history, but the experience that logical consciousness must make, given the way it initially understands its object to be in itself. It should be noted that, although philosophical thought tells the story of consciousness's experience, such thought does not undertake any active comparison of its own between the object of consciousness and consciousness's knowledge of that object. Consciousness examines itself and its own object, so, in fact, all that is left for us to do is simply to look on this and why and describe what must occur. 19. Hegel believes that the actual examination of consciousness shows that its knowledge or experience turns out not to accord with its initial conception of the object itself. The object as it is known in experience proves to be different from what it is first understood to be. Now in everyday circumstances, if we note such a discrepancy between our experience of an object and what we understand the object itself to be, we might suspect that our experience is deficient and in need of revision. If we understand the object to be a dog, but find that it looks like a large cat, we might assume that something is wrong with the way we are looking at it and try to see it properly. Similarly, one might think that consciousness in the phenomenology, upon finding that its experience or knowledge does not correspond to what it holds the object in itself to be, would seek to revise its knowledge to make it accurately reflect the object. If the comparison shows that these two moments do not correspond to one another, it would seem that consciousness must alter its knowledge to make it conform to the object. 20. The experience described in the phenomenology cannot, however, be revised in this way because it does not misrepresent the object, but discloses what the object itself necessarily proves to be. In the course of its experience, Hegel argues, consciousness's knowledge of its object changes. That knowledge, however, is not something wholly detached from the object, but is knowledge of the object itself, of what that object itself turns out to be. As the knowledge changes, therefore, so the object itself changes. For consciousness, the object proves to be not just what it is first understood to be after all, but what it is revealed to be in the experience of it and the alteration of the knowledge. The object itself alters for it too, for the knowledge that was present was essentially a knowledge of the object. As the knowledge changes, so too does the object, for it essentially belonged to this knowledge. 21. Since consciousness's experiences Experience of the object itself, consciousness cannot simply reject that experience and revert to its initial conception of the object. Rather, it must recognize that through such experience the initial conception of the object has been undermined and the object shown to be other than it is first taken to be. That is to say, consciousness must acknowledge that what it initially took to be the object in itself was in fact merely what it took to be the object in itself, and that the object has now shown itself in the experience of it to be somewhat different. As Hegel puts it, it comes to pass for consciousness that what it previously took to be the in itself is not an in itself, or that it was only an in itself for consciousness /22. Needless to say, such a recognition will only come to pass if Hegel can prove that the experience in which the object of consciousness is transformed is, indeed, genuine experience of what the object proves to be, and does not simply misrepresent that object. He can prove this only if he can demonstrate that such experience is made necessary by nothing other than the object as it is itself initially conceived to be. Hegel must show, therefore, that the object itself, as it is first understood by consciousness, generates the very experience in which it is transformed. When consciousness accepts that its object must be understood in a new way and has in fact turned out to be a different kind of object, it becomes a new shape of consciousness. This new shape now declares its object to have its own distinctive character, and the phenomenologist has to describe the experience that the new shape of consciousness makes of this newly conceived object. If the object again proves in the experience of it to be other than what it is first declared to be, then consciousness must mutate logically into a further shape, and so on. In this way, Hegel maintains, consciousness can be shown to develop logically through a series of different shapes as more and more of the character of the object of consciousness is disclosed in the experience of consciousness itself. Hegel's claim that such a development must occur will, of course, only be justified if he can prove that the experience in which the object of consciousness is transformed is in each case made necessary by the object as it is initially understood. Logic in phenomenology. Hegel's project in his most famous text is, as the title indicates, that of pure phenomenology. Hegel does not put forward his own philosophical conception of being in that work, nor does he examine whether consciousness knows the world as philosophy knows it. Rather, he examines whether consciousness knows the very objects it knows quite as it thinks it does. The phenomenology argues that consciousness does not do so, because the object it knows constantly proves in the very experience of it to be other than it is first known to be. Hegel's project is rigorously phenomenological, therefore, because it starts from the object as it is initially taken to be by consciousness itself, the object as it first appears to consciousness, and considers the transformation that this object undergoes in the further experience of it. It is important to remember, however, that Hegel provides a phenomenological account of consciousness. He does not undertake an empirical survey of the ways in which people in everyday situations actually learn by experience that, say, this animal is in fact a cat rather than a dog, or that this action is in fact bad rather than good. He examines abstract types or shapes of consciousness, such as sense certainty or perception, that do not exist in the world on their own but that constitute, or have constituted, recognizable aspects or moments of concrete historical life, and he analyzes the experience that, logically, each shape of consciousness must make, given the way it understands its object to be. 23. Furthermore, Hegel focuses specifically on the changes in the logical form of the object that must occur in such experience. He is not interested in explaining how we learn more about the empirical character of things. He seeks, rather, to explain how the object that sense certainty initially takes to have the form of simple immediacy, of simply being this, here, now, necessarily proves in the very experience of it to have the form of something complex and manifold, and how, in turn, an object with this form, the object of perception, proves in the experience of it to have an inner, invisible unity. The various forms that the object turns out to exhibit are described by Hegel using logical categories, such as being in itself, being for itself, and universality 724. These categories may seem to be alien to ordinary consciousness itself. After all, in everyday situations we are more likely to say there's a bus than there's a complex universal. Indeed, Hegel acknowledges that the individual shapes of consciousness analyzed in the phenomenology do not themselves explicitly employ such categories to describe their objects. Sense certainty, for example, says that it is aware of this, here, now, not a pure being. Nevertheless, Hegel's use of such categories does not prevent his phenomenological account of consciousness from being genuinely immanent, for they capture, in abstract, logical terms, the form that the object actually has for consciousness itself. 25. Hegel's phenomenological analysis is thus an examination of the experience that, logically, consciousness must make, given that its object has this or that logical form for it. This analysis discloses the ways in which, in such experience, the object necessarily changes its logical form for consciousness and so ceases to be for consciousness what consciousness itself initially took it to be. Insofar as the experience of consciousness is determined by the logical form exhibited by its object, one might say, as Hegel himself puts it in the first preface to the Science of Logic, that the development of consciousness in the phenomenology rests solely on the nature of the pure essentialities wesen hidden, i.e. the categories which constitute the content of logic. 26. This does not mean, however, that the phenomenology, which is meant to serve as an introduction to the logic, itself presupposes the logic. It means simply that the categories that are discovered in the logic to be immanent in pure thought and being are discovered in the phenomenology to be immanent in consciousness, too, namely, as constituting the logical form of the object as it appears and transforms itself in the experience of consciousness itself. Now if Hegel's analysis of consciousness is to be genuinely immanent, he clearly cannot assume in advance that consciousness will be led necessarily by the logic of its own experience to new and more complex conceptions of its object. For all we know at the start, we might begin with sense certainty, find that its object proves in experience to be exactly what it initially appears to be, and so discover nothing in consciousness that would move us on to the standpoint of absolute knowing. Once Hegel has begun his analysis of consciousness, however, he learns that the object of consciousness does actually prove in experience not to be what it initially appears to be. We are thus, indeed, taken forward to a new and richer knowledge of the object. That is to say, the object proves in experience to have a more complex logical form than it is first deemed to have. In this way, Hegel argues, the phenomenology traces the progressive transformation of consciousness from sense certainty through numerous more complex forms of consciousness to absolute knowing. The latter is thereby shown to be made necessary logically by the very certainties and experience of consciousness itself, and so to be justified. In the phenomenology, therefore, progress is not achieved by simply abandoning one conception of the object in favor of another, as one might abandon a flawed scientific theory for one that is more successful. Nor is it achieved by externally introducing a wholly new object in order to resolve the problems or contradictions that are generated by a previous object. Progress is achieved by watching the object from which consciousness begins transform itself, reveal itself to have a different logical form, in the very experience of consciousness itself. Progress is achieved, in other words, because consciousness is taken, by its own experience of the object, from what it first understands the object to be in itself to what it now knows the object to be, or to what the object actually proves to be for consciousness. In this process, consciousness acquires a new conception of its object and, with this, a new object as such, that is, an object of a different logical form. The new conception of the object consists in nothing but the knowledge we have gained of the object as it was first taken to be in itself. The new object is thus itself nothing but what the initial object in itself has been disclosed to be in such knowledge, or what it has come to be for consciousness. This is what Hegel means when he states that our knowledge of the first object, or the being / or consciousness of the first in itself becomes the second object. 27. Consciousness gains a new understanding of the object, as the true character of the object comes to be known by, and so to be for, consciousness. At the same time, consciousness is deprived of its initial certainty that it knows the object in itself, because the object as it is first understood to be in itself is shown merely to be what consciousness took to be the object in itself, that is, to be what first constituted the object for consciousness. These two processes of gain and loss together make up the one process whereby the object of consciousness is transformed in the experience of it. They are both to be borne in mind, therefore, when considering Hegel's statement that consciousness in its experience becomes aware of the beings for consciousness of the first in itself, as the true character of the object in itself comes to be for consciousness, so the object as initially conceived shows itself merely to have been what the object in itself was for consciousness. The role of the we. Hegel concludes the introduction to the phenomenology by modifying slightly the account just given. It remains the case that the new object emerges in and through the experience of consciousness. It now becomes apparent, however, that the particular shape of consciousness under consideration does not recognize explicitly that an altogether new form of object has arisen in its experience. A given shape of consciousness, say, sense certainty certainly becomes aware in its experience that its object has changed and is no longer what it is first taken to be, as Hegel writes, it comes to pass for consciousness that what it previously took to be the in itself is not an in itself / or that it was only an in itself for consciousness. 28 Yet the shape of consciousness understands such experience to entail the transformation and loss of the object that it all along regards as its own. A new form of object has, indeed, emerged implicitly in this experience, but, Hegel notes, it is only we, the readers and the phenomenologist, who recognize this fact. It is only for us, therefore, that the experience of any particular shape of consciousness issues in a completely new conception of the object. For consciousness itself to see before it an altogether new form of object, it must undergo what Hegel calls a reversal or turnaround, Umkehrung, and become an altogether new and different shape of consciousness. Hegel argues, however, that no individual shape of consciousness in the phenomenology actually undergoes and experiences such a reversal itself. It is, rather, we who turn consciousness around by making the transition to a new shape that explicitly takes up the new object and considers it to be what there is in truth. The new object shows itself to have come about through a reversal of consciousness itself. This way of looking at the matter is something contributed by us, by means of which the succession of experiences through which consciousness passes is raised into a scientific progression, but it is not known to the consciousness that we are observing. Hegel adds that the new shape of consciousness analyzed by the phenomenologist is not itself aware that its object has emerged from the experience of a prior shape. We know this, but the new shape itself is simply conscious that its object has a certain logical form, the origination and Stehung of the new object, that presents itself to consciousness without its understanding how this happens, proceeds for us, as it were, behind the back of consciousness. The content, however, of what presents itself to us does exist for it, we comprehend only the formal aspect of that content, or its pure origination. For it, what has thus arisen exists only as an object. For us, it appears at the same time as movement and a process of becoming. 29. To my mind, nothing that is said in these lines contradicts the basic argument of the introduction. The new object arises necessarily in the experience that consciousness makes of the object of which it is initially aware. This new object is, indeed, nothing but what the initial object is known in truth to be. It is simply the being / or consciousness of the first in itself. 30. Consciousness can see its new object explicitly as a new and different form of object only insofar as it takes up and accepts that new object as the truth and thereby becomes a new shape of consciousness that is not wedded to the assumptions of its predecessor. According to Hegel, however, no particular shape of consciousness itself mutates into the succeeding shape, rather, consciousness becomes a new shape in the transition that we make to that new shape. It is we, therefore, who understand the shapes of consciousness to form a progression or development. The various shapes themselves are simply aware of the object they take to be before them and of the experience they make of this object, and they do not regard themselves as stages in any development. Yet this development is necessitated by nothing but each shape itself and its experience. Each shape of consciousness can thus be said to generate the succeeding shape immanently of its own accord, since all we do is render explicit the new shape that is implicit in the experience of the preceding one. Our role may be said to be passive insofar as we simply look on as consciousness makes its own experience of its object. Yet we are active insofar as we think through and articulate that experience, and insofar as we effect the transition, made necessary by a given shape, from that shape to another. Sense certainty. Hegel's account in the introduction of the way in which phenomenology progresses from one shape of consciousness to another is borne out by his opening examination of sense certainty. Sense certainty, according to Hegel, is the simplest and most primitive form of consciousness in that it takes its object to be immediately present to it. Indeed, it declares itself to be aware of nothing but the sheer immediate presence of the object. Since it takes itself to be directly acquainted with the object, it does not see any need to bring the object into focus by describing it, by means of general empirical concepts, as a tree or a house. It certainly beholds a rich array of objects before it, including trees and houses, and it is interested in the unique singularity and specificity of such objects. All it says and thinks, however, is that its object is this, here, now, and it is certain that in being aware of this without the mediating clutter of concepts, it knows the specificity of the object itself. Consciousness learns, however, that thinking of its object purely as this does not actually bring the unique specificity of the object to mind in quite the way it thought it would, for such pure, immediate certainty is utterly indeterminate. To stare at something and think not see a tree but simply see this, here, now might seem to put me in direct contact with the thing itself, but in fact it brings nothing determinate to mind. Indeed, it leaves me conscious of nothing but the empty universal form of being this, here, now that fails utterly to distinguish one thing from anything else. Hegel thus argues that sense certainty demonstrates in its own self that the truth of its object is the universal. This is not merely something that we note about sense certainty, but something it experiences for itself when it discovers that, wherever it directs its attention, it has the same indeterminate consciousness of a thing simply being this, here, now. Here is, example, the tree. If I turn round, this truth has vanished and is converted into its opposite. No tree is here, but a house instead. Here itself does not vanish, on the contrary, it abides constant in the vanishing of the house, the tree, etc., and is indifferently house or tree. Again, therefore, the this shows itself to be a mediated simplicity, or a universality. 31. Hegel points out, however, that consciousness does not now give up on the idea that it is directly acquainted with the singular immediacy of the tree or house before it. Rather, it declares that it can bring such immediacy to mind by focusing not just on this but more specifically on what I mean by this. The force of its truth thus lies now in the immediacy of my seeing, hearing, and so on. Now is day because I see it. Here is a tree for the same reason. 32. Yet consciousness again learns that it does not thereby bring anything particular or determinate to mind. In this case, this is because what I mean by I is itself left indeterminate. I mean this T in particular, the I that I am. But I do nothing to distinguish my I from that of anything else. I simply insist that I am conscious of what I mean by this, and I think that that is sufficient to give specificity to myself and the object of my consciousness. As Hegel points out, however, everyone is I, this singular I. By saying merely that I have in mind what I mean by this. Therefore, I leave myself with nothing but the empty, universal certainty that is claimed by every T. My bare insistence that I am conscious of what L mean by this thus fails to bring to mind precisely what I mean. Again, Hegel claims that sense certainty itself experiences the indeterminacy and empty universality of its object. Sense certainty thus comes to know by experience that its essence is neither in the object nor in the I, and that its immediacy is neither an immediacy of the one nor of the other, for the object and I are universal in which that now and here and I which I mean do not have a continuing being, or are not. 33. Yet consciousness still does not give up on the idea that it can be conscious of the sheer immediacy of the object. It seeks to secure such consciousness by deliberately excluding from its perspective any objects other than the one it means to have in view, and the viewpoint of any T other than its own. I, this I, assert then the here as a tree, and do not turn round so that the here would become for me not a tree. Also, I take no notice of the fact that another T sees the here as not a tree, or that I myself at another time take the here as not tree, the now is not day. On the contrary, I am a pure act of intuiting. I, for my part, stick to the feat that the now is day, or that the here is a tree. Also I do not compare here and now themselves with one another, but stick firmly to one immediate relation, the now is day. 34. In this way, I endeavor to banish all indeterminacy from my consciousness and guarantee that I am, indeed, conscious of the specific object that I mean, even though I think of it as nothing but this. Hegel notes, however, that consciousness must now point out to us precisely what it is aware of, since it has retreated into a purely private view of things and so will no longer come forth to us when we direct its attention to a now that is night, or to an I, to whom it is night. 35. Indeed, consciousness must also point out to itself what it is aware of. This is because the very act of excluding other objects from its point of view requires it to pick out from a range of such objects the specific one on which it is focusing. As we have seen, sensuous certainty remains indeterminate for itself unless the I specifies for itself that it is conscious of this, not that, and of what it, not another, I, has in mind. This means that consciousness can lay claim to knowledge of a specific. This only if it brings such a this explicitly into view by pointing it out to itself. Hegel argues, however, that in the process of pointing out its object to itself and to us, consciousness learns that its object is not in fact the simple, immediate this that it took it to be, but rather something complex. This is especially evident in the consciousness of what I take to be before me now, or of what Hegel calls the now, das Jetzt. The problem, according to Hegel, is that, in the very act of pointing out the now 7 it is certain of, consciousness moves on from that now to another moment, another now 7. Thus, precisely because it has been pointed out, and the act of pointing out takes time, any such now is necessarily brought to mind at a later now. This means that it can only be brought to mind as a now that no longer simply is, but that has been. The now is pointed to, this now. Now, it has already ceased to be in the act of pointing to it. The now that is another now than the one pointed to, and we see that the now is just this, to be no more just when it is. The now, as it is pointed out to you, is now that has been, and this is its truth, it has not the truth of being. This does not mean that consciousness fails to point out the now it has in mind. In the process Hegel is analyzing, consciousness succeeds in its endeavor, the now is indeed pointed out and as a result is now present to consciousness. It is present, however, as a now that has been pointed out. In other words, it is present as a now that necessarily has a past. In the very act that is meant to secure for consciousness its certainty of the now thus proves not to be the pure immediate presence, the pure and simple now, that consciousness has taken it to be. Rather, the now necessarily shows itself, in the very experience of it, to be the now that has been or the continuity of present and past moments. As such, the object of sense certainty proves to be an absolute plurality of now 7. Hegel's argument, by the way, does not presuppose that time is actually divided up into atomic units called nows. Hegel is doing phenomenology, not philosophy of nature, and is not putting forward any conception of time of his own, and certainly not an atomistic theory of time. His claim is that sense certainty conceives of its object as the simple immediacy of the now, but that it necessarily goes beyond such simple immediacy in the very act of pointing it out to itself. In the process, sense certainty itself reveals its object not just to be the pure now, but to be the now that has been, for the object can be known in its immediacy only in being pointed out, but as pointed out it necessarily has a past. In the same vein, sense certainty's act of picking out a specific here from other heres shows any such here to be inseparable from those other heres and so itself to be a simple complex of many heres. As Hegel explains, the here pointed out, to which I hold fast, is similarly a this here which, in fact, is not this here, but a before and behind and above and below, a right and a left. The above is itself similarly this manifold otherness of above, below, etc. 37. Such a complex continuity of different moments is called by Hegel a universal. It is, however, a concrete, internally differentiated universal, rather than the empty, abstract universal that sense certainty first experienced the this and the I to be. Hegel writes that the dialectic of sense certainty is nothing else but the simple history of its movement or of its experience, and he notes that such experience is itself nothing but the discovery that the object is more complex than consciousness first thought. The pointing out of the now, he states, is itself the movement which expresses what the now is in truth, viz. a result, or a plurality of nows all taken together, and the pointing out is the experience of learning that now is a universal eight. It is evident to us as readers and phenomenologists that the object has proven in the experience of sense certainty itself to be a wholly new form of object. The object has turned out not just to be the simple immediacy that consciousness first took it to be, but rather to be a complex unity of different moments. Sense certainty, however, does not itself explicitly recognize that an altogether new form of object has thereby emerged in its experience. It merely learns that its own object proves in the experience of it not to be what it initially took it to be. This, Hegel maintains, is because sense certainty does not actually take over the truth that has been disclosed in its own experience. As we have seen, sense certainty's truth is the universal nonetheless, Hegel notes. Such certainty still wants to apprehend the this 39 despite all it has learned about its object. Therefore, sense certainty does not let go of its own conception of the object altogether. It starts out wedded to the idea that its object is pure immediacy, and it experiences this very immediacy as complex and so as not what it initially takes it to be. It does not, however, relinquish its identity as sense certainty and cease seeking immediate certainty of this, here, now, even though it experiences the impossibility of such simple sensuous certainty. Sense certainty does not, therefore, grasp the full implication of its own experience and accept that the object of consciousness has actually been shown to have a new logical form. The shape of consciousness that does accept this and take over the truth revealed by sense certainty is perception or Wahrnehmung, literally, taking truly. Perception. Hegel tells us, thus takes what is present to it as a universal 40 in Hegel's account. Sense certainty does not turn itself around and become perception, it is we who make the transition to perception. Nevertheless, this transition is made necessary by the experience of sense certainty itself, since perception is simply the shape of consciousness that accepts the truth disclosed by sense certainty and takes the object as it is actually known by sense certainty, the L being / or consciousness of the first in itself, to be the new object of consciousness. In the transition that we make, consciousness itself thus mutates immanently and logically, through its own experience, into a new shape. From certainty to truth. This pattern is repeated throughout the phenomenology. The object proves in the experience of it to have a new logical form. The shape of consciousness concerned does not, however, regard what has been disclosed in its experience as an altogether new form of object, it understands its experience to reveal the complexity of its own object. In this sense, the new form of object as such is merely implicit in consciousness, as indeed is the subsequent shape of consciousness that explicitly takes up this new form of object as its own. A given shape of consciousness does not, therefore, actually become the following shape. The slave does not itself become a stoic, and the sceptic does not itself become an unhappy consciousness. Rather, the later shape of consciousness takes up the truth that is disclosed by the previous shape and understands that truth, the newly conceived object, to be the object of its own specific experience. The relation between the shapes of consciousness in the phenomenology is thus not historical, but logical. The phenomenology has been interpreted by some as essentially a dialectical retelling of the history of human development. 41 It is dear, however, that many shapes of consciousness, such as perception, cannot be assigned to any particular period of history, and that some of those that can are not arranged in the correct chronological order in Hegel's text. Greek religion and Christianity, for example, are discussed after the French Revolution. Furthermore, throughout the phenomenology, even when, as in chapter 6 on spirit, shapes do follow one another in roughly chronological order, the connection between the shapes is always one of logical necessity, rather than historical causality. That is to say, not that later shapes constitute the transcendental presuppositions of the earlier ones, but that the later shapes take full cognizance of the truth that is necessarily revealed in the experience of the preceding shape. Each new shape has a new object, an object of a new logical form. Such an object is not, however, quite separate from the one that precedes it in the phenomenology, but is what the previous object proves in truth to be. With each new object, therefore, more of the true character of the object of consciousness as such becomes apparent. The phenomenology thus traces the continuous process whereby, through a series of logically connected shapes, consciousness gradually acquires a richer understanding of the truth of which it is initially only imperfectly aware. Consciousness learns that the object or content of which it is aware is not just the sheer immediacy of this, here, now, but a unified thing with manifold properties. Then it learns that the object is not just this either, but is in fact a realm of things governed by invisible forces and laws. Then it learns that the object is not just this, but is that through which consciousness achieves self-consciousness. Then it learns that the object is not just this, but is the realm in which reason is actualized. Then it learns that the object is not just this, but is also the world that is produced by the activity of self-consciousness itself, the world of culture, enlightenment, and morality. Lastly, it learns that object is not just this, but is absolute being that reveals itself to be the process of becoming self-conscious in and as human self-consciousness. As Lauer puts it, in the consistently sustained experience of the object thus reveals itself more and more as what it truly is. 42. Each individual shape of consciousness sees a dimension of the truth that is not explicitly acknowledged by the previous shape, but is nevertheless brought to our attention by the experience of that previous shape itself, and, in so far as each shape does, indeed, see an essential dimension of the truths its insights are carried over and incorporated into later shapes. The phenomenology does not, therefore, merely move on from one form of object to another, but in each new shape of consciousness preserves what has been learned up to that point. Self-consciousness thus retains a relation to the sensuous, perceivable things disclosed by consciousness. Reason remains conscious of itself, even as it recognizes how its own reason is actualized in nature, and later shapes retain the insight that the object, whether it be natural or human, embodies reason in some form. Yet each individual shape of consciousness elevates the dimension of truth that it understands into the principle, one might even say, absolute, truth. In each shape, as Hegel puts it in the preface, whatever the content may be, the individual is the absolute form, i.e. he is the immediate certainty of himself and, if this expression be preferred, he is therefore unconditioned being. 45 Consciousness thus takes its object above all to be other than itself. Self-consciousness, by contrast, is fixated on itself and its freedom, or lack of it, in relation to the things and other self-consciousnesses that confront it. Each subsequent shape of consciousness is similarly absorbed by the object as it conceives it to be. To the extent that each shape is characterized by this overwhelming preoccupation with its own object, it is not preserved as the phenomenology progresses from shape to shape, but is left behind. Perception certainly incorporates the idea that the things it perceives have an immediacy in their very complexity and occupy definite positions in space and time, but it no longer regards its object as simply this, here, now, and in that sense it leaves sense certainty behind. Similarly, the world of culture or self-alienated spirit preserves the idea that self-consciousness must mold itself into a community. But the immediate form that such a community takes in the world of Sophocles' Antigone is not itself preserved. The unhappy consciousness is left behind, as self. Consciousness mutates into reason, and natural religion and the Greek religion of art are also abandoned as consciousness enters the stage of manifest religion or Christianity. The dimension of truth disclosed by a given shape is taken up and incorporated into the next, more developed shape of consciousness. Yet the actual shape that arises when a particular aspect of the truth is assumed to be the whole truth is consigned to phenomenological history, though in certain cases traces of earlier shapes can, indeed, be detected in later shapes. 44 Hegel insists, however, that we must take each shape seriously and linger over it, Begetum Sichverwellen, 45 otherwise, we will never understand the imminent necessity that takes us from shape to shape and so causes consciousness itself to mutate into different shapes in the very transitions that we make. Hegel describes the series of shapes which consciousness goes through in the phenomenology as the education building of consciousness itself to the standpoint of science. 46 Consciousness is educated insofar as it is taken, via the transitions that we make from shape to shape, from its initial immediate certainty of its object as this, to the deeper understanding of the truth achieved in religion and absolute knowing. Consciousness in fact educates itself, since its own experience of the object undermines its favored conception of that object and makes the transition to the next shape necessary. As Hegel puts it, in this process consciousness suffers violence at its own hands, it spoils its own limited satisfaction. 47. Not only does the consciousness analyzed in Hegel's text, referred to by Hegel as phenomenal consciousness, receive an education, but the natural consciousness of the reader is also educated by being shown that the certainties of consciousness led logically and necessarily to other, more profound conceptions of the truth. This process of education has positive significance for the reader in that it constitutes the path of the natural consciousness which presses forward to true knowledge. Yet this process is also experienced by the reader's natural consciousness as negative, because it loses its truth on this path and thereby suffers the loss of its own self insofar as it witnesses various shapes of consciousness undermine their own certainties. The phenomenology can thus be said to be a work of scepticism, since it casts doubt on the certainties of consciousness, or rather shows how those certainties cast doubt upon themselves. As the reader follows the course of such thoroughgoing scepticism and understands its intrinsic necessity, he is brought to do what the fully self-critical philosopher was prepared to do of his own free will, namely, let go of the natural certainties of life. This, in turn, renders the reader capable of undertaking the presuppositionless, philosophical study of the truth. The scepticism that is directed against the whole range of phenomenal consciousness renders the spirit for the first time competent to examine what truth is, for it brings about a state of despair about all the so-called natural ideas, thoughts, and opinions, regardless of whether they are called one's own or someone else's, ideas with which the consciousness that sets about the examination of truth straight away is still filled and hampered, so that it is, in fact, incapable of carrying out what it wants to undertake. 48. Just as the reader's natural consciousness is educated by the imminent development of sense certainty to absolute knowing, so the philosopher as phenomenologist gains the assurance that consciousness itself, not the philosopher, constructs the ladder that takes the reader to the standpoint of philosophy. It is true that the phenomenologist makes the logical transitions from shape to shape and so in that sense puts each rung in place. Yet it is the experience of the consciousness thematized in Hegel's text that makes each rung necessary, and so it is such consciousness that effectively builds its own ladder, with the phenomenologist's help. The reader is, in this respect, in a slightly different position from the phenomenologist. Like the phenomenologist, the reader also makes the transition in thought from one shape of consciousness to another. However, these shapes of consciousness represent numerous certainties to which the reader, insofar as he or she is, indeed, a natural consciousness, is still to a greater or lesser degree wedded. No reader's consciousness will be exhausted by any particular shape, and none, clearly, can be a character from Sophocles' Antigone. Furthermore, every reader must have some interest in learning about speculative philosophy, as otherwise there is little point in plowing through Hegel's vast book. Nevertheless, the reader may very well consider perception or observing reason to be the best source of knowledge, or be profoundly skeptical about truth altogether, or regard conscience as unassailable, or consider religious experience to reveal the ultimate truth. In this sense, the shapes of consciousness examined in the phenomenology govern the natural consciousness of the reader in a way that they no longer govern the philosopher, or philosopher as phenomenologist. For this reason, one can say that the reader's own natural consciousness builds the ladder that takes him to philosophy. Absolute knowing, the standpoint of philosophy. The phenomenology does not set out Hegel's own philosophical account of the world, but is the science of the experience which consciousness goes through. 49 Through such experience consciousness learns more and more about the logical form of its object, and of itself. The experience of consciousness culminates in the recognition that the object of consciousness is not merely the object, Gegenstand, of consciousness after all, not merely something distinct from consciousness to which consciousness stands in relation, but is in fact identical in form to consciousness itself, and so is that wherein consciousness finds itself. With this recognition consciousness becomes absolute knowing. Absolute knowing is thus the truth of every mode of consciousness, because it takes over and explicitly acknowledges the truth that has emerged in the experience of consciousness itself. 50. Absolute knowing, sometimes referred to as pure knowing, is the final shape of consciousness in the phenomenology. Yet it is actually no longer a shape of consciousness as such, because it no longer accepts as ultimate the distinction between the object of consciousness and consciousness itself, or between the truth that is known and the certainty of that truth that characterizes consciousness. As Hegel writes, in the logic, in absolute knowing, the separation of the object from the certainty of oneself is completely eliminated. Truth is now equated with certainty and the certainty with truth. 51. The various shapes analyzed in the phenomenology include not only the three forms of object-directed consciousness or consciousness in the narrow sense, sense certainty, perception and understanding, but also self-consciousness, reason, spirit, and religion. Yet, insofar as all of these shapes contain the two moments of knowing and the objectivity negative to knowing, they all appear as shapes of consciousness. 52. Absolute knowing, by contrast, is the shape in which consciousness ceases being consciousness and becomes speculative, philosophical thought or science. Hegel explains the principal difference between shapes of consciousness and philosophical science in these lines from the end of the phenomenology. Whereas in the phenomenology of spirit each moment is the difference of knowledge and truth, and is the movement in which that difference is cancelled, science on the other hand does not contain this difference and the cancelling of it. On the contrary, since the moment has the form of the concept begriff, it unites the objective form of truth and of the knowing self in an immediate unity. 53. A similar point is made earlier in the preface. What spirit prepares for itself in the phenomenology of spirit, is the element of true knowing. In this element the moments of spirit now spread themselves out in that form of simplicity which knows its object as its own self. They no longer fall apart into the antithesis of being and knowing, but remain in the simple oneness of knowing. They are the true in the form of the true, and their difference is only the difference of content. Their movement, which organizes itself in this element into a whole, is logic or speculative philosophy. What should be noted here is that absolute knowing still has an object or Gegenstand. It thus still knows a realm of being or substance that it takes to have its own objectivity, and not merely to be something constructed or posited by consciousness itself. Yet this object is understood not just to be an object and so to be fundamentally distinct from consciousness, but to be identical in form to consciousness, or thought, itself. It unites the objective form of truth and of the knowing self in an immediate unity. This form, as Hegel points out, is the form of the concept. Absolute knowing thus knows its object to be being that is conceptual or rational in form. It is for this reason that in absolute knowing spirit knows its object as its own self. Absolute knowing, for Hegel, is thus clearly a form of self-consciousness. Yet it is not mere self-consciousness, because it knows the patterns of its own self-determining reason to be immanent in being itself. Absolute knowing, in other words, has for its object being as absolutely mediated, that is, as a substantial content which is just as immediately self-like selbstig or the concept. 55. This is why Hegel characterizes the ground and soil of science as pure self-recognition in absolute otherness. 56. Strictly speaking, being, or the object is not regarded by absolute knowing as fundamentally other or alien. It is consciousness that regards the object in this way. Yet Hegel's well-known expression reminds us that absolute knowing is not merely se/consciousness, but ontological knowledge. Knowledge of being, too. In the logic Hegel explains that in pure knowing or pure thought, the element of speculative logic being and concept are known to be inseparable, not as in consciousness where each also has a separate being of its own. He adds, however, that they are known as different, yet not with an independent being, and that for this reason their unity is not abstract, dead, and inert, but concrete. 57. Absolute knowing thus acknowledges the identity of thought and beings which has emerged in the experience of consciousness, as the true logical form of its object. Since being has now proven to be identical in form to thought, thought must be able to understand the structure of being from within thought itself, and thought can be said to have internalized its object. 58. Yet at the same time, what is known from within thought by absolute knowing must be understood not just to be its own concepts and categories, but to be being itself, being that is in its being its own concept. 59. In the experience of consciousness the very opposition between consciousness and its object is overcome, and consciousness thereby mutates of its own accord, in the transition that we make, into absolute knowing. In this way the phenomenology proves to natural consciousness that the standpoint of philosophy is by no means as perverse as consciousness first believed, but is in fact made necessary, and so justified, by the certainties of consciousness itself. Yet why should we assume that the necessary identity between thought and being as it is experienced allows us to claim that the structure of thought and being itself is identical? For the simple reason that a fully self-critical philosophy may not assume at the outset that being is anything beyond what is disclosed by thought or absolute knowing and the experience that generated such thought. Consciousness lakes itself all along to be consciousness of being, and as phenomenologists endeavoring to provide an immanent analysis of consciousness we may not assume that being is anything more than consciousness takes it to be. At the end of the phenomenology and the start of the logic, we are still not permitted to assume that being is anything more than it has proven to be in the experience of consciousness, and the thought to which it leads. Consequently, we have no warrant to assume that absolute knowing is confined within experience and that being could definitively exceed such experience. Being at the start of the logic must be taken to be what thought or absolute knowing is minimally aware of, no more, no less. Indeed, if we are to be genuinely self-critical philosophers, being may be understood to be no more than sheer indeterminate being. This means that, as we start the logic, we must even set aside what we have learned in the phenomenology about being through the experience of the various shapes of consciousness, except, of course, for the fact that it has proven to be identical in form to thought. The final chapter of the phenomenology does not, therefore, lead directly to the opening of the logic. It takes us to absolute or pure knowing, but to ensure that the beginning remains imminent in its scientific development we must rid ourselves of all other reflections and opinions whatever, and simply take up what is there before ms, that is, pure being 60. At the start of the phenomenology we may hope, but may not presuppose, that consciousness will mutate of its own accord into absolute knowing. By the end of Hegel's text, we have seen consciousness do precisely that. The readers are thereby shown the legitimacy of the standpoint of absolute knowing, and the philosopher as phenomenologist is once again permitted to assert that the structure of being can be discerned from within thought, a claim that had to be suspended throughout the phenomenology itself since it was at odds with the beliefs of consciousness. At the end of the phenomenology, therefore, the perspectives of phenomenal consciousness and of the reader coalesce with that of the philosopher who has been undertaking the task of phenomenology in order to justify his philosophical standpoint. All three now occupy the position of absolute knowing, and speculative philosophy may begin. 61. 4. The path to absolute knowing. Hegel's phenomenology shows how simple sensuous certainty mutates into a series of more advanced shapes of consciousness and, finally, into absolute knowing or speculative philosophy. It is we, the readers and the phenomenologist, who effect the transition from one shape to the next, but such transitions are made necessary by the experience undergone by each shape itself. Consciousness changes into absolute knowing because the object of consciousness eventually proves, in the very experience of it, to be nothing less than being that is identical in structure to thought. Unlike Hegel's philosophy of history, the phenomenology does not trace the historical development of consciousness over time. Its task is to show how, logically, consciousness transforms itself into absolute knowing, as it learns more about both its object and itself and finally takes full account of what both turn out in its experience to be. Ordinary, natural consciousness may regard philosophy as a somewhat perverse enterprise. Hegelian phenomenology, by contrast, argues that it is only in philosophy that the truth disclosed in human experience is rendered fully explicit. In this chapter I propose to give a brief account of some of the principal shapes of consciousness that emerge in the course of Hegel's analysis. My intention here is by no means to be exhaustive, nor do I plan to discuss the numerous different interpretations of each shape of consciousness to be found in the secondary literature. My aim is simply to flesh out somewhat the account of the phenomenology provided in chapter 3 and in so doing to introduce the reader to some of Hegel's most important analyses. In the course of this chapter it will, I hope, become evident that, throughout the phenomenology, Hegel adheres faithfully to the method of phenomenological analysis set out in the work's introduction. It will also become abundantly clear that consciousness is caused to develop both by changes in the object in the strict sense and by changes in the object that consciousness is for itself. The experience of consciousness traced in the phenomenology will thus prove to be just as much its journey of self-discovery, self-consciousness and the master-slave relation. The phenomenology starts with the analysis of sensuous certainty, which, as we saw in chapter 3, mutates logically into perception. Perception then transforms itself into understanding, Verstand. In each of these shapes of consciousness, there is an element of self-awareness, since each distinguishes itself from the object to which it relates. Yet, the principal focus of each shape is on its object, rather than itself. Each one takes what is true for consciousness to be something other than itself. Consequently, these three shapes are described by Hegel as shapes of consciousness in the narrow sense, as opposed to shapes of self-consciousness, reason, or spirit. In the broader sense, of course, all the shapes analyzed in the phenomenology, with the exception of absolute knowing, count as shapes of consciousness, since all fail to recognize fully the essential structural identity between being and thought. 2. Hegel then argues that consciousness in the narrow sense turns logically into self-consciousness. Such self-consciousness does not merely consist in the self-awareness that accompanies all consciousness of objects. It consists, rather, in being wholly preoccupied with and absorbed by itself, and it sees objects as little more than a means to reinforce and deepen its sense of itself. The transition to such all-embracing self-consciousness is made necessary by the third shape of consciousness, understanding. Its object proves in its experience not just to be simple immediacy, nor just to be a perceivable thing with properties, but to be an object governed by inner forces and laws. In such laws, however, consciousness recognizes principles of its own understanding. This, according to Hegel, is why explaining something in terms of laws affords such satisfaction, because in it consciousness is, so to speak, communing directly with itself, enjoying only itself, although it seems to be busy with something else, it is in fact occupied only with itself. 3. Explanatory consciousness, or understanding, is explicitly directed towards objects standing over against it, but it is implicitly concerned with itself above all. The next shape of consciousness analyzed by Hegel is the one that explicitly affirms what is implicit in the experience of understanding and openly places itself at the center of its own world. Such explicit self-consciousness, as its name suggests, is principally absorbed by itself, yet it also remains conscious of what is other than itself, and its certainty of itself is mediated by the other things and selves to which it relates. Such mediation, Hegel argues, takes two forms. On the one hand, self-consciousness affirms its certainty of itself by negating the independence of objects and pressing them into the service of the self, that is, by turning them into means to the satisfaction of desire. On the other hand, self-consciousness sees its identity confirmed by another self. Consciousness that negates itself through setting its own interests to one side and according recognition to the first self-consciousness. 4. Fully developed self-consciousness, according to Hegel, is to be found only where such recognition is mutual, indeed where two, or more, self-consciousnesses recognize themselves as mutually recognizing one another, as, for example, in the modern constitutional state. Hegel turns first, however, to examine primitive or immediate self-consciousness which is not yet committed to genuine reciprocity but seeks recognition for itself alone. Such primitive self-consciousness, we are told, wants to be recognized by another self-consciousness as pure being for self, for Sixane, or freedom. 6. This freedom is understood in a wholly negative way as freedom from all limitation and determination by others or by one's own given nature and, accordingly, is taken to reside in what Hegel calls absolute negativity. Such negativity is held, more specifically, to consist, a. in being governed in oneself by nothing determinate, such as one's sex, age, or skin color, and so being in essence nothing in particular, and b. in the corresponding ability to negate anything and everything outside oneself, including not only objects but also any other self-consciousness to which one relates. Since primitive self-consciousness seeks to be recognized by another as nothing but such sheer negativity, and the other self-consciousness seeks similar recognition for itself in turn, there necessarily ensues a life and death struggle in which each tries to prove to the other how free and negative it is. Each does so by endeavoring to kill the other, and by risking its own life in the process. Hegel points out, however, that there is a contradiction in this struggle, for if either self-consciousness were actually to end up dead, the other would not gain the desired recognition. The survivor would prove his freedom to himself, but he could not be recognized by the other as the one who was prepared to risk his life in seeking the other's death. The logical experience of self-consciousness thus reveals that both the combatants must emerge from the struggle alive, and indeed that one of them must give way to the other, if there is to be any conferral and enjoyment of the recognition that they both desire. The one that backs down will do so out of the fear of dying. He will cling onto life, abandon his effort to be recognized as free negativity and subordinate himself to the other as his bondsman or slave, connect. The other self-consciousness, who is recognized by the slave as free negativity, becomes the lord or master. Here, 7. Note that Hegel's claim is not that all such life and death struggles in history issue in relations of dominance and subservience. Hegel well knows that the combatants in such struggles often end up dead. His point is that the recognition sought by both self-consciousnesses in the struggle can be achieved only if the struggle gives way to the master-slave relation. The life and death struggle thus leads logically to mastery and slavery, even if actual historical struggles do not always obey this logic. In his famous account of the master-slave relation, Hegel shows that each self-consciousness discovers through its own experience that it is actually the opposite of what it initially takes itself to be. The master takes himself to manifest the freedom and power of unfettered negativity or desire, but learns that his freedom is in fact dependent on the labor and service of the slave. The slave, by contrast, takes himself to be wholly unfree, but learns that he does in fact enjoy genuine freedom in his very servitude. Just as lordship showed that its essential nature is the reverse of what it wants to be, so too servitude in its consummation will really turn into the opposite of what it immediately is. As a consciousness forced back into itself, it will withdraw into itself and be transformed into a truly independent self-standing consciousness. 8. The slave is forced by the master to work on things and prepare them for his consumption, but in the very activity of labor the slave discovers that he, too, has a certain freedom and power to negate and transform things. The bondsman realizes that it is precisely in his work wherein he seemed to have only an alienated existence that he acquires a mind of his own eigeness, and furthermore, the slave is able to do what the master cannot do, namely give positive, objective expression to his freedom by giving a new form to, rather than merely destroying, objects around him, in fashioning the thing. The bondsman's own negativity, his being for self, becomes an object for him only through his negating the existing shape confronting him. 9. In itself such labor is the particular expression of a particular skill, the particular ability to bake bread or to make chairs. Hegel points out, however, that the slave also harbors within himself an awareness of a profound freedom from all particularity and givenness, an awareness of himself as pure negativity and being for self. 10. Yet how can the slave think of himself in this way? In the life and death struggle, each of the rival self-consciousnesses sought recognition for itself as sheer negativity, but the one that became the slave abandoned its search for such recognition. In so doing, it also forfeited its own sense of being purely negative by clinging on to the concrete determinacies of life. Paradoxically, however, the slave gains a new sense of being purely negative through his fear of death. The slave experiences such fear because, in the struggle, he envisages himself being dead, and so being nothing, and quakes at the thought of his utter destruction. This is not to say that slave is simply fearful that he will die at some unspecified time in the future. What fills him with all-consuming terror is the fact that he stares death directly in the face and envisages himself being dead and being nothing now. In other words, he is terrified by the thought of himself, now, as nothing whatsoever. This fearful thought, in Hegel's view, is double-edged. On the one hand, it is the thought that everything about oneself is under threat of being inwardly dissolved. 11. On the other hand, it entails a new and highly abstract thought of oneself, the thought of oneself as nothing determinate, as not a thing. The slave's confrontation with his own death in fear is thus not purely and simply an experience of loss, because in such fear the slave actually gains a renewed consciousness of himself. As Koji puts it, the slave in the fear of death catches a glimpse of himself as nothingness, a nothingness maintained in being. 12 Indeed, the slave sees himself as nothing but pure and empty being itself. Pure being that is for itself. For this reason, Hegel argues, in fear, being for self is present in the bondsman himself and ihm selbst 7. 3. The master's consciousness of his own pure negativity expressed itself in the form of sheer unrestrained desire. The slave's consciousness of his own pure negativity takes a far less rapacious form. It is sheltered within a fear that by itself is inward and mute, and is no more than a silent quaking within the slave. 14. Such fearful consciousness of being in essence nothing in particular is not, however, impotent. On the contrary, it radically transforms the slave's understanding of his own labor. For if the slave labors out of an underlying mortal fear, he can regard his labor as giving active expression to the pure negativity that, in his fear, he experiences himself to be. Were the slave to labor without fear, Hegel argues, such labor would be for the slave himself nothing more than the exercise of a particular talent. In such a case, the slavish consciousness's formative activity cannot give it a consciousness of itself as essential being, that is, as negativity per se. Furthermore, the slave would regard the particular labor in which he engages as the sole locus of his freedom and so would cling to it stubbornly with eigen sin. One, since the slave would be bound to and dependent upon this particular labor for the freedom he enjoys, his freedom would in fact still be enmeshed in servitude. 16. If, however, the slave labors out of fear and the accompanying experience of himself as pure negativity, he can regard any particular activity as the particular, concrete expression of his universal freedom from, and freedom to negate and transform everything given and determinate around him, or what Hegel calls his universal formative activity. 17. Accordingly, he will understand himself to be capable of all kinds of labor and not to be dependent on, or slave to, any one of them. To paraphrase Marx, he will regard himself not just as a painter but as a person who engages in painting, among other possible activities. 18. In this way the slave who labors out of fear acquires a consciousness of freedom that incorporates and fuses together the concrete ability to transform particular objects and the abstract consciousness of oneself as pure negativity that initially appeared to be reserved for the master alone. Such consciousness of freedom belies the slave's initial understanding of himself as no more than a slave. 19. In the experience described by the phenomenologist, the slave discovers that, thanks to the fear of death, he possesses a freedom that is not just the partial, slavish freedom of labor and service alone. Yet despite this, the slave still knows himself to be in servitude to the master. He thus regards himself as non-slavishly free in his very slavery. At this point, however, we make the transition to a new shape of consciousness that takes over and renders fully explicit the new understanding of freedom attained by the slave, without the slave's lingering conception of oneself as bound in servitude. This new shape of consciousness is thought or stoicism. Stoicism. Koji regards the transition from the slave's consciousness to stoical thought as a historical transition. The slave himself becomes a stoic who claims that he is free in his thinking in order to compensate for his lack of real freedom in the world and, indeed, to justify his refusal to fight to realize his libertarian ideal. 20. As is the case throughout the phenomenology carried, however, this transition is logical, not historical. Stoical thought is a new shape of consciousness that renders explicit what is implicit in the slave's experience. The slave sees his own freedom embodied in the object of his labor. He works on the object, gives it a new form and sees that form as manifesting, in the object itself, his own free activity. In this way, consciousness, qua worker, comes to see in the independent being of the object its own independence. 21. The slave, however, continues to regard the object as other than consciousness and, of course, as an inanimate object lacking any consciousness, selfhood, or freedom of its own. He sees the master as another being for self, but he does not regard the object of his labor in this way. Consequently, he does not see his own selfhood as such duplicated in another self-consciousness, but instead sees his freedom embodied in the form of the thing he has fashioned. 22. Yet for us what is implicit in the slave's relation to his object is the fact that he finds himself qua self-consciousness and being for self, in the form he has given to the object. As Hegel puts it, the form and the being for self are for us, or in themselves the same. 23. We now make the transition, therefore, to a new shape of consciousness that takes over expliciti the truth revealed in the experience of the slave. This new shape of consciousness does not cease to relate to objects that lack any self-consciousness of their own. Yet, at the same time, it finds itself / explicitly as such in these objects. But how can it see itself and its own consciousness in objects that are inanimate? By recognizing that thinghood which received its form in being fashioned is no other substance can and substance than consciousness itself. And what is the substance that is identical in both inanimate things and consciousness? It is intelligible, conceptual form. The new shape of consciousness that expliciti recognizes itself in things is thus thought, denken, that sees in the object's intelligible structure its very own concepts and categories. When consciousness perceives something, its attention is directed outside itself to the object perceived. It knows itself to be perceptual consciousness, but it considers the object and the properties perceived in the object to be quite other than itself. When thought understands something through concepts, however, it is immediately aware that such concepts are its own, the concept is for me straightway my concept. At the same time those concepts are understood to articulate and bring to mind the true structure of things themselves, a structure that is itself understood to be conceptual. Conceptual thought thus discerns in its object an intelligible structure that it understands also to belong to concepts it immediately knows to be its own, since this content is at the same time a content grasped in thoughty consciousness remains immediately aware of its unity with this determinate and distinct being. There is, therefore, a subtle but important difference between thought and the self-consciousness of the slave, whereas the slave relates to another object in which it finds itself embodied, thought relates principally to itself and its own concepts in the objects it finds before it. Such thought thus actually attains a higher degree of self-consciousness and freedom than does the slave. See in thinking, I am free because I am not in another, but remain simply and solely in communion with myself, and the object, which is for me the essential being, is in undivided unity with my being for myself, and my activity in conceptual thinking is a movement within myself. L24. Yet does this not mean that the phenomenology has now reached its goal, a shape of consciousness in which the opposition between subject and object has been overcome, and in which thought and being are known to be completely identical in form? Not quite. Because the mode of thought under discussion at this point in the text, associated by Hegel with Stoicism, does not give equal weight to being and to its own thought, but remains above all a shape of self-consciousness. Some critics have suggested that Hegelian absolute knowing is itself nothing more than self-consciousness writ large and, for this reason fails to make genuine space for what is other than consciousness and its own determinations. 25. Yet a brief comparison between absolute knowing and Stoical thought shows this charge to be misplaced. Stoical thought prefigures absolute knowing insofar as it understands thought and being to be identical in structure. It insists on such an identity, however, not because it discovers through its experience that its object is itself independently and immanently logical, but because it withdraws, sich, zurückzieht, into its own thought and finds therein the categories that it then discerns in the object. 26. Its understanding of the identity of thought and being is, therefore, one-sided, since it comes to recognize that identity by looking first to itself and then through itself and its own concepts at things. Since Stoical thought is primarily conscious of itself in relating to its objects, it remains a shape of self-consciousness. This, by the way, distinguishes Stoical thought from understanding, which, as a shape of consciousness rather than self-consciousness, remains explicitly focused on objects standing over against it rather than itself. Insofar as Stoical thought withdraws into itself in order to learn the truth about things, it continues, like the previous shapes of self-consciousness, to stand in a negative relation to objects. True, it no longer consumes things to satisfy desire or transforms them through labor. Nonetheless it negates them by turning away from them, abstracting from their concrete, given individuality, and returning into itself in order to discover their essence. 27. For by abstracting from things in this way, thought declares that their true character lies not in what they are immediately found to be in nature, but only in what they are understood to be within thought and self-consciousness. Since Stoical thought finds the true structure of things within thought as opposed to their natural existence, it foils to overcome the characteristic opposition of consciousness, even though it recognizes an identity of substance between itself and being. Furthermore, such thought renders itself quite abstract. It is, as Hegel puts it, the abstraction that cuts itself off from the multiplicity of things and L seeks the truth by withdrawing into its own abstract self-identity. Due to its abstractness, Hegel argues, thought leaves itself with no content in its own self. This is not to say that it operates with no determinate concepts at all. It means, however, that such concepts are not understood to be generated by thought itself, and so to be truly its own, but are simply found within abstract thought as given concepts. This determinateness of the concept is thus the alien element that it has within it. 28. Note that thought's intrinsic abstractness and its resultant dependence on given determinacies is the direct consequence of its looking away from the immediate individuality of things and withdrawing back into itself. Stoical thought is thus inherently abstract because it is still a shape of self-consciousness. Like Stoical thought, absolute knowing also knows the structure of thought to be identical to that of being. It knows this, however, both because it explicitly recognizes itself and its own concepts in being and because being proves in the preceding experience of consciousness to be spiritual and rational in itself. It is this knowledge that being has proven to be logical and rational in itself, that substance has proven to be subject, that enables absolute knowing to go on, in speculative philosophy, to go down into the depths of its own being and discover the structure of being within thought. 29. There is, therefore, a subtle but significant difference between absolute knowing and Stoical thought, even though both find the true nature of things within thought. Stoical thought is a shape of self-consciousness and so thinks of itself as withdrawing from nature and being into itself in order to find the truth about things. Absolute knowing, by contrast, understands itself to be thought that is both self-conscious and wholly open to what being discloses itself immanently to be. Absolute knowing thus understands itself to be neither merely the withdrawal of self-consciousness into its pure inwardness, nor the mere submergence of self-consciousness in substance, but rather this movement of the self which empties itself of itself and sinks itself into its substance, and also, as subject, has gone out of that substance into itself. Since such knowing does not turn away from the independence of things to find their truth, but seeks that truth by sinking itself into substance or being in thought, it stands in an affirmative rather than negative relation to being. 30. Since absolute knowing understands itself not just to be conscious of its own concepts, but also to be open to and conscious of being itself. It does not cling abstractly to itself, but is prepared in the spirit of ontological openness to let being unfold itself and its intrinsic determinations in thought. In this way, absolute knowing or speculative logic discovers a self-determining content within itself that it understands to be the rational, categorical structure of both thought and being. Stoical thought, by contrast, holds onto itself and its abstract identity as thought, and insists that the truth is to be found within its own abstract thought and concepts. It does not, therefore, adopt the more open posture of letting being disclose itself through letting the thought of being develop. Consequently, Stoical thought does not discover any self-determining content within itself, but remains dependent, in its very abstractness, on given conceptual determinations. Both Stoical thought and absolute knowing certainly determine the truth about being from within thought. Nevertheless, there is a clear difference between them. 4. Whereas Stoical thought is thought that has withdrawn from existence only into itself, absolute knowing is thought that gives up the fixity of itself positing, by giving up not only the fixity of the pure concrete, which the I itself is, in contrast with its differentiated content, but also the fixity of the differentiated moments which, posited in the element of pure thinking, share the unconditioned nature of the I. In this way, the thoughts entertained by absolute knowing become true concepts, self-movements, circles, spiritual essences, whereas the concepts entertained by Stoical thought remain quite abstract and dead truths lacking the feelness of life. The subtle difference between the ways in which each shape of thought conceives of its relation to being thus brings in its wake a difference between the ways in which they conceive of the very nature and method of thought itself. 31. This, to my mind, is one of the profound lessons of the phenomenology, that the perspective of absolute knowing can be attained by ordinary consciousness, if it is prepared to let go of itself and its natural certainties and let being determine itself in thought. Indeed, the phenomenology shows that these very certainties themselves require us to let go of them, since they lead logically, if not always in fact, to the adoption of new standpoints in which they lose their privileged status. The unhappy consciousness and reason. Not only are we readers moved to give up a succession of certainties as the phenomenology progresses from one shape of consciousness to another, but at certain important points in Hegel's text the shape of consciousness under discussion brings about the transition to a further shape by itself letting go of or renouncing itself. The first example of such renunciation is to be found at the end of the section on self-consciousness, where the unhappy consciousness mutates into reason. Stoicism, as we have seen, is thought that negates things insofar as it abstracts from their concrete individuality and withdraws into the realm of its own thought and concepts. Skepticism then takes over and radicalizes the idea that thought is conscious of itself only in actively negating what is given to it. For the radical skeptic, indeed, thought is the thorough negation of things, in that it denies that they enjoy any reality outside of thought at all. Hegel calls Stoical thought the incomplete negation of otherness, because it simply withdraws into itself out of a sphere of otherness which it continues to regard as independently real, in order to discover within thought the true, intelligible structure of such otherness. For skepticism, however, thought becomes the concrete thinking which annihilates the being of the world in all its manifold determinateness, and the negativity of free self-consciousness thereby comes to know itself in the many and varied forms of life as a real negativity. 32. Hegel's analysis of skepticism thus continues the theme that runs throughout the section on self-consciousness, namely that it procures for its own self the certainty of its freedom through self-conscious negation. 33. Indeed, Hegel's great insight is that radical skepticism is the logical consequence of the insistent concern to secure and preserve one's own negative freedom of thought above all else. The price paid by skepticism for its freedom is, however, internal contradiction. On the one hand, skeptical consciousness retains its certainty of itself and its own freedom in the very act of calling everything else into question. As Hegel puts it, skeptical self-consciousness experiences in the flux of all that would stand secure before it its own freedom as given and preserved by itself. It is aware of this stoical indifference, ataraxy of a thinking which thinks itself, the unchanging and genuine certainty of itself. On the other hand, such consciousness confesses that it remains a changeable, contingent, empirical consciousness which takes its guidance from what has no reality. For it affirms the nullity of seeing, hearing, etc., yet it is itself seeing, hearing, etc. Skeptical consciousness is contradictory in itself, therefore, both because its deeds and its words always belie one another and because it has itself the doubly contradictory consciousness of unchangeableness and sameness, and of utter contingency and non-identity with itself. 34. Yet Hegel points out that skepticism does not bring these two thoughts of itself together, but flips back and forth between asserting its skeptical freedom to dissolve into nothingness everything given to it and its inevitable dependence on the very testimony of sight and hearing that it declares to be illusory. It is, in other words, the unconscious, thoughtless rambling which passes back and forth from the one extreme of self-identical self-consciousness to the other extreme of the contingent consciousness that is both bewildered and bewildering. 35. Yet, of course, these two extremes fall within one skeptical self-consciousness. The shape of self-consciousness that takes over the truth revealed in the experience of skepticism, and that knows itself explicitly to be one single, internally contradictory self-consciousness, is the unhappy consciousness. It may seem strange for self-consciousness, which throughout its course appears to achieve freedom and self-certainty and in that sense to be happy, to culminate in unhappiness and alienation. Such unhappiness is, however, the logical consequence of the idea that freedom and self-consciousness lie above all in the active, insistent negation of otherness, givenness, and contingency, for this idea leads eventually to the further idea that freedom lies in the negation of the very contingency and changeableness that belong irreducibly to self-consciousness itself. This in turn leads to the thought that true freedom and self-consciousness do not reside within actual, living, individual self-consciousness at all, but are to be found beyond the self in a being that Hegel, perhaps following St. Augustine, calls the unchangeable, das Unwandelbar. 36. This unchangeable embodies what self-consciousness in truth is meant to be and so constitutes for self-consciousness its own essence. At the same time, however, it is experienced as an alien, fremd, being from which self-consciousness is separated by its own changeable contingency and individuality. Self-consciousness thus knows the unchangeable to contain its own essence, although in such a way that it does not take itself to be this essence. 37. This alienation from its own true freedom is what makes this self-consciousness unhappy. Yet the unhappy consciousness does not, as it were, rest content in its unhappiness. The fact that it regards the unchangeable being beyond itself as embodying true self-consciousness drives it to attempt to free itself from itself, cast off its merely contingent individuality and raise itself to indissoluble communion with the unchangeable, for example, through acts of religious devotion, and act. The problem is that self-consciousness cannot turn a blind eye to the fact that the very activity through which it seeks to unite itself with the unchangeable is its own activity. At the same time, as it brings self-consciousness close to its goal, such activity thus constantly reinforces self-consciousness's sense of itself as that which is infinitely divided from the unchangeable, and its own essence. At the very moment, for example, at which it feels itself to have become one with the unchangeable in prayer, it realizes that this is merely its own feeling, and the feeling of unity itself is thereby dissipated. Instead of laying hold of the essence, it only feels it and has fallen back into itself. 38. Hegel goes on to point out that the unhappy consciousness understands its own talents and powers and the world about it to be a gift from an alien source, which the unchangeable makes over to consciousness to make use of. The unchangeable is thereby understood to surrender, preisgeben, part of itself for our benefit. This affords the unhappy consciousness another opportunity to become one with the unchangeable, for it can seek to emulate the latter's self-surrender by surrendering itself to the unchangeable in turn in an act of thanksgiving. The fact that the unchangeable consciousness renounces and surrenders its embodied form, while, on the other hand, the particular individual consciousness gives thanks for the gift, i.e. denies itself the satisfaction of being conscious of its independence, and assigns the essence of its action not to itself but to the beyond. Through these two moments of reciprocal self-surrender of both parts, consciousness does, of course, gain a sense of its unity with the unchangeable. 39. Once again, however, self-consciousness spoils its own satisfaction by seeing that even its giving of thanks is its own act which counterbalances the action of the other extreme, and meets the self-sacrificing beneficence with a like action. Consequently, consciousness feels itself therein as this particular individual, and does not let itself be deceived by its own seeming renunciation, for the truth of the matter is that, by virtue of the very fact that it has felt the need to give thanks in return for the gift of its own powers, it has not renounced itself. At this point Hegel's analysis of the unhappy consciousness merits comparison with Nietzsche's account of gratitude in Human, All Too Human. 40. The unhappy consciousness learns, therefore, that it cannot hope to free itself from itself by itself and to unite with its alienated essence, as long as it regards everything about itself and its own contingent individuality as keeping it irreducibly separate from that essence. The only hope self-consciousness has, therefore, is to abandon all its own efforts to seek salvation and genuinely to renounce and let go of everything about itself. This it does not just by acknowledging its debt to the unchangeable, as in giving thanks, but by giving itself over wholly to the will of the unchangeable, in the form of its representative on earth, the mediator or priest. In the mediator, then, this consciousness frees itself from action and enjoyment so far as they are regarded as its own. As a separate, independent extreme, it rejects the essence of its will and casts upon the mediator or minister priest its own freedom of decision, and herewith the responsibility for its own action. This mediator, having a direct relationship with the unchangeable being, ministers by giving advice on what is right. The action, since it follows upon the decision of someone else, ceases, as regards the doing or the willing of it, to be its own. 41. Of course, such an act of submission and renunciation is still an act performed by self-consciousness. It does not, however, simply reinforce the individual sense of himself and his own distance from the unchangeable, because it entails actually allowing one's own will to be determined by that of the unchangeable itself, to the point, indeed, of thinking and speaking what is meaningless to it, i.e. Latin. 42. This act of letting go of oneself is, therefore, one through which self-consciousness actually succeeds in freeing itself from itself, because it welcomes into itself a will that is not just its own. In so doing, however, the unhappy consciousness does not, as one might imagine, revert to the standpoint of the slave, who submits himself to the will of the master that is wholly alien to his own. For the unhappy consciousness unites itself with another will, that of the unchangeable, that it understands to be not only the will of another, but also its own true and essential will, indeed the universal will of all truly free self-consciousness. By letting go of itself at the lowest point of its unhappiness and admitting the unchangeable into itself, self-consciousness thus succeeds in overcoming its alienation from its own essence and so recovers something of its happiness. As Hegel puts it, in the sacrifice actually carried out, consciousness, having nullified the action as its own doing, has also in principle obtained relief from its misery. The unhappy Consciousness, however, does not fully appreciate just how happy its new situation is. This is because it understands itself to be taking into itself its own true and essential will in the form of the will of another, and so preserves a lingering sense of its separation from its own unchangeable essence that now lives and moves within it. For consciousness, its will does indeed become universal and essential will, but consciousness itself does not take itself to be this essential will. 43. The consequence of this is that the universal, which thereby comes to be for it, is not regarded by self-consciousness as its own doing. That is to say, the unhappy consciousness does not recognize that its own individual will has in fact now become one with the universal will of the unchangeable, and that this occurred precisely because that individual will, by renouncing itself, opened itself to the universal will. The only partly happy, unhappy consciousness does not recognize, therefore, that its own contingent, individual will is itself implicitly, in sich, a free will that wills the universal, in so far as it has the intrinsic capacity to let go of itself and its own contingencies and welcome the universal into itself. The shape of self-consciousness that does recognize that the single individual consciousness is in itself in sick absolute essence, and that is thus completely happy with itself, is reason, Vernunfeed. 44. It should be noted that the act of self-renunciation carried out by the unhappy consciousness leads logically to a new shape of consciousness, reason that is no longer absorbed by itself above all but is conscious of and interested in what is universal. Furthermore, this new shape no longer stands in a primarily negative relation to what is other than itself and to its own contingent individuality. The slave consciousness, because of the specific circumstances of its emergence, affirms the other. In the very act of negating it, it accepts that things have an independence of their own, and so does not seek to do away with them. The negation of the thing, wherein it becomes conscious of its own freedom, thus stops short of destruction and takes the form of labor. The other shapes of self-consciousness, however, the master, stoical thought and skepticism, endeavor to establish their freedom through the more thorough negation of things, either by consuming them or withdrawing from them into thought or dissolving them into illusion. In so doing, each shape of self-consciousness, in the attempt to achieve certainty of itself, places itself in opposition to the sphere of givenness and contingency. With the entry of self-consciousness into the happiness of reason, however, this opposition is overcome. Reason no longer insists on maintaining itself in opposition to what is other than the self, and it no longer conceives of true freedom as the negation of given, contingent individuality, including the contingent individuality of self consciousness itself. Rather, it finds true freedom in the very sphere of contingency itself, specifically in contingent, individual self-consciousness that is prepared to let go of itself and welcome into itself the will of the universal. Reason thus has an explicitly affirmative attitude to contingency, individuality, and otherness, more affirmative even than that of the slave. 45. Self-consciousness must let go of its own contingent individuality, if its will is actually to become universal and rational. Once attained, however, rational consciousness itself is quite reconciled to, and happy to live with, its own contingent individuality, since it knows explicitly that that individuality is itself implicitly rational. Indeed, reason extends this judgment to cover the whole world of given, individual objects. Nature, that surrounds it, it is happy to let that world of individuality stand and be what it is, because it regards all of it as implicitly rational. Reason remains a form of self-consciousness, in so far as it is confident that it can find itself and the patterns of its own rationality in the world. In that sense, as Hegel puts it, reason is the certainty of being all reality / or of being all truth. 46. Yet reason does not believe that it has to negate the objects around it, either in thought or in acts of consumption, in order to secure its certainty of itself. It finds itself in a world whose existence it affirms as implicitly rational in its own right. With the emergence of reason, therefore, the continuing existence bestahen of the world becomes for self-consciousness its own truth and presence, it is certain of experiencing only itself therein. 47. Hegel sums up the difference between reason and mere self-consciousness in these lines. Now that self-consciousness is reason, its hitherto negative relation to otherness turns round into a positive relation. Up till now it has been concerned only with its independence and freedom, concerned to save and maintain itself for itself at the expense of the world, or of its own actuality, both of which appear to it as the negative of its essence. But as reason, assured of itself, it is at peace with them, and can endure them, for it is certain that it is itself reality, or that everything actual is none other than itself. 48. By mutating logically into reason, consciousness thus takes a further step towards becoming absolute knowing. Simple consciousness was directed primarily towards objects, which it regarded as immediately given, as this, here, now, and then as unified things with manifold properties, and then as objects governed by inner forces and laws. Self-consciousness then related to itself by means of the negation of such objects. Reason now relates to itself by finding itself to be implicitly present in the world itself, a world which in its permanence holds an interest for it that previously lay only in its transiency. 49. Reason thus could be said to combine into one the subjective self certainty of self-consciousness and the objective certainty characteristic of consciousness. It understands itself to be immanent in that which it allows to stand as something other than itself. Here lies the principal difference between reason and stoicism. Like stoicism, reason recognizes an identity between itself and the world around it, it is conscious that self consciousness and being are the same essence. 50. Unlike stoicism, however, reason does not simply withdraw into itself to discover the concepts that articulate the true nature of things, rather, it looks also to the world itself and finds reason to be implicit in the very objects and individuality it encounters. Consequently, whereas Stoicism, like all self-consciousness, with the exception of the slave, is interested principally in itself and its own thoughts, reason now has a universal interest in the world, because it is certain of its presence in the world, or that the world present to it is rational. 51. When Hegel equates the standpoint of reason with that of idealism, 1 should thus remember that such idealism does not reduce the world to a mere posit or reflection of the self, but affirms the independent existence and implicit rationality of the world itself. Genuine, as opposed to subjective, idealism, for Hegel, is the point of view that knows the world to have a rational, and therefore ideal structure. 52. Yet reason still falls short of absolute knowing. This is because it remains too narrowly interested in immediate individuality, the individuality both of natural objects and of self-consciousness itself, which it understands to be implicitly rational. 53. This, indeed, is why reason takes the seemingly irrational forms of phrenology. 9, in which rational self-consciousness believes that it can find reason embodied in the manifold bumps and depressions of an individual skull, and the law of the heart, in which reason is identified with the immediate feelings of the individual heart. Reason is, however, driven by its own experience to imitate into a further shape of consciousness that knows itself to be explicitly universal reason and that knows the otherness to which it relates also to be universal reason that is conscious of itself as such. To begin with. Active reason is aware of itself merely as an individuum. Then, however, its consciousness having raised itself into universality, it becomes universal reason, and is conscious of itself as reason, as a consciousness that is already recognized in and for itself. 54. Such self-conscious universal reason, that also recognizes its other to be self-conscious universal reason, is spirit, Geist. Spirit and absolute freedom. Spirit, for Hegel, is not some disembodied cosmic consciousness, manipulating human activity from on high, but is a distinctive shape of human consciousness. It is not mere consciousness of objects, however, nor is it mere self-consciousness. It is, rather, consciousness that knows itself to be the embodiment of reason, reason that it understands also to be immanent within the world and so to be genuinely objective. Furthermore, spirit is self-conscious reason that relates to another, whom it recognizes also to be self-conscious reason and who recognizes the first in turn as such reason. Spirit, therefore, takes the form of a community of reciprocal recognition, self-consciousness that is recognized and acknowledged, and which has its own self-certainty in the other free self-consciousness, and possesses its truth precisely in that other. 55. In such a spiritual or ethical, Sittlich, community each self-consciousness sees both itself and the other as specific individuals, but it also understands both to embody explicitly universal reason or what Hegel calls universal self-consciousness. 56. Such reason is regarded as universal, because it takes the form not of the dictates of an individual's heart but of publicly acknowledged law, Gesetz, and custom sit, which are held to govern the whole community, and, indeed, humanity as such. Laws and customs are, of course, the products of a particular community and give expression to its particular understanding of what it is rational to do. Yet at the same time, law and custom are universal within the community in that they constitute the very substance and lifeblood of every member of that community. As Hegel writes, the single individual consciousness is only this existent unit insofar as it is aware of the universal consciousness in its individuality as its own being, since what it does and is the universal custom. Indeed, individuals not only find their common identity as citizens expressed in the laws and customs, they also see their own individual identities protected and promoted by them. Conversely, the individuals who abide by the laws of the community and observe its customs know themselves to be the concrete embodiment of the explicit universal itself. The laws proclaim what each individual is and does. The individual knows them not only as his universal objective thinghood, but equally knows himself in them, or knows them as particularized in his own individuality, and in each of his fellow citizens. Spiritual or ethical self-consciousness thus not only recognizes reason in itself and its other, it also recognizes itself and its other as self-conscious universal reason. 57. Note that Hegel is not here describing his personal vision of the ideal state. He is analyzing a shape of consciousness that is made necessary logically by the experience of reason. Reason that knows itself to be self-conscious universal reason, and finds itself as such in both itself and the other, takes the form of spirit. At this point, therefore, Hegel's phenomenology of consciousness catches up with the title of his book and changes into a phenomenology of spirit. Such spirit is no longer simply a shape of consciousness or self-consciousness in the abstract, but is self-conscious universal reason in the form of a whole community or world. The succeeding shapes that emerge in the phenomenology are thus themselves all real spirits, genuine actualities that constitute shapes of a world, Gestalten einer Welt, rather than mere shapes of consciousness, though, as one have already indicated, all the shapes discussed in the phenomenology, except absolute knowing, are shapes of consciousness in the broad sense. 58. Many of the shapes of spirit, though not, for example, the world of Sophocles, Antigone, have enjoyed a specific, independent, historical existence. Hegel continues, however, to trace the logical development of one shape into another, and is not concerned particularly with their historical interconnections. Hegel's account of the various shapes of spirit is extraordinarily rich, and I do not pretend to do it justice here. Suffice it to say that spirit does not merely remain an ethical world, but also develops an abstract knowledge within of its essence. 59. That is to say, it becomes more explicitly self-conscious. The initial effect of such heightened consciousness of itself is to cause spirit to split into two and so become divided or alienated from itself. Specifically, it falls apart into an objectively existing world, the realm of culture, Bildung, and the realm of pure consciousness which, lying beyond the first, is not a present actuality but exists only for faith. 60 Eventually, however, spirit heals this rift within itself. It begins to do so in a shape of consciousness that Hegel calls absolute freedom. This shape is a genuine shape of spirit, since it knows itself explicitly to be universal reason. It knows itself to be such reason, however, not first and foremost in the public, embodied form of law and custom, but in the more abstract form of pure thought, pure reason and pure rational will. This will counts as a genuinely rational will, because it understands its principles not just to be the products of its own self consciousness, but to be objectively and independently valid and authoritative. Furthermore, instead of withdrawing from the world or immuring itself within its own unassailable freedom, like the Stoic or the Sceptic, this free, self-conscious spirit understands itself and its own self-certainty to constitute, or be the essence of, spiritual actuality itself. That is to say, it understands the concrete spiritual community to which it relates to be generated and sustained by the pure reason it knows itself to be. As Hegel puts it, it is self-consciousness which grasps the fact that its certainty of itself is the essence of all the spiritual masses, or spheres, of the real as well as of the supersensible world, or conversely, that essence and actuality are consciousness. Knowledge of itself 9. 61. Free spirit begins to heal the rift in self-alienated spirit, therefore, because it knows the spiritual world around it to be solely the creation and expression of its own universal rational will, the world is for it simply its own will, and this is a universal allgemeine will. Furthermore, spirit knows its own will to be genuinely universal, because it understands it both to be governed by pure reason and to be the will that animates everyone in the community, the will of all individuals as such. Free spirit thus understands its own pure rational will to be, in Rousseau's terminology, a truly general will. Will is in itself the self-conscious essence of each and every personality, so that each, undivided from the whole, always does everything, and what appears as done by the whole is the direct and conscious deed of each. 62 Such free spirit is a revolutionary spirit because the community it creates is one in which traditional social divisions have been dismantled and social hierarchies overturned in the name of universal reason. Indeed, everyone is understood now to be equal in pursuing the interests of universal reason and freedom. In this absolute freedom, all social groups or classes which are the spiritual spheres into which the whole is articulated are abolished. The individual consciousness that belonged to any such sphere, and willed and fulfilled itself in it, has put aside its limitation. Its purpose is the general purpose, its language universal law, its work the universal work. 63. In such a revolutionized society each individual is thus held to be the direct embodiment of the general will. Individuals recognize that they could come into conflict with the general will, if they were to put their own particular interests above those of the whole. At the same time, however, they all understand themselves in fact to be committed to the pursuit of the general interest in the community created by free reason. Therefore, this individual consciousness is no less directly conscious of itself as universal will. It knows, therefore, that in passing over into action and in creating objectivity, it is doing nothing individual, but carrying out the laws and functions of the state. 64 Once again, one should remember that Hegel is not here setting out his own personal vision of a just and rational society. He is simply describing the community of rational individuals that is made logically necessary by the experience of spirit so far, and which manifested itself in particular in the French Revolution. The problem is that the will that creates and sustains such a community is, according to Hegel, an abstractly universal will. As such, Hegel argues, this will allows nothing but itself to hold sway. It allows no traditions to stand that have not been sanctioned by free reason, and it permits no deviation from the pursuit of the universal freedom and equality on the part of individuals. In short, it does not give space to any interest at all that is different from or opposed to its own. As Hegel puts it, it lets nothing break loose and lost nichts to become a free object standing over against it. Indeed, its principal concern is to assert itself against and to eliminate everything that is not free and rational. The free, rational will thus pursues universal freedom and equality by rooting out all irrational traditions and countering any recalcitrant individualism, and so manifests itself in the fury of destruction. 65. After IL has dissolved the old social order, Hegel maintains, the only work left for it to do is to negate and destroy the last vestiges of self-interested individualism. The sole work and deed of universal freedom, Hegel writes, clearly with the French revolutionary terror in mind, is therefore death, a death too which has no inner significance or filling, for what is negated is the empty point of the absolutely free self. Such death, inflicted in the righteous conviction that those who suffer it are enemies of the revolution and of the people and so dispensable, is thus the coldest and meanest of all deaths, with no more significance than cutting off a head of cabbage or swallowing a mouthful of water. 66. This death, however, is one that the principal and most committed champions of the universal also inevitably call down upon themselves. This is because they cannot enforce the rule of universal reason without forming themselves into a government that stands over, and over against, the rest of the people. Yet by constituting such a government, they turn themselves into a ruling faction whose members will always be subject to the suspicion, even though they speak on behalf of the universal interest, that they are abusing their office to pursue their own particular and individual interests. Once they are suspected of betraying the cause of universal reason, they can, of course, expect no other fate than the death that is inflicted on all undesirable counter-revolutionaries. In the experience of such terror, the free spirit comes to recognize that its pursuit of universal freedom and reason to the exclusion of all else logically entails the negation of sheer individuality and thus the death of many in the community. Accordingly, through its own experience, absolutely free self-consciousness finds this its reality quite different from what its own concept of itself was. For it set out from the conviction that its will aimed at the freedom of all, that the universal will is merely the positive essence of personality, and that this latter knows itself in it only positively, or as preserved therein. 67 Once again, therefore, Hegel's phenomenological account shows the experience undergone by consciousness to undermine its own conception of itself and its object. Implicit in the now chastened revolutionary consciousness, however, is a new shape of spirit. In its experience of terror and death, revolutionary spirit witnesses its own actuality. The community of individuals that it creates vanish and pass away into empty nothingness thanks to spirit's own power of negation. 68 Yet spirit does not prove thereby to be merely negative, for via such negation it establishes itself as properly universal reason. Even if the community and the world betray the cause of universal reason by falling back into individualism, free spirit itself ensures that its own inner will is genuinely universal and rational, precisely by negating and abstracting from any will that is immediately individual, whether it be the will of another or its own. In other words, free spirit guarantees that its own will is rational by turning it into a will that is definitely not just individual but pure. In this way, free spirit detaches the will of universal reason from the individualistic world and takes that will back into itself, thereby becoming in its own pure willing and knowing, in its own interiority the sole embodiment of that universal, rational will. The truth disclosed in the experience of free spirit is thus that the universal will is its pure knowing and willing, and that it is the universal will qua this pure knowing and willing, the shape of consciousness that takes over this truth and explicitly equates true, universal reason and true spirit with its own self-consciousness alone is the moral spirit. Free, revolutionary spirit thus mutates logically, though not necessarily historically, into moral spirit because, as a result of its experience, absolute freedom leaves its self-destroying reality and passes over into another land of self-conscious spirit, the land of pure thought, where, in this unreal world unworklichkeit, freedom itself has the value of truth. 69. Moral spirit. In becoming moral, spirit appears to have regressed to the level of pure self-consciousness, such as we found in Stoicism. Yet moral self-consciousness remains a form of spirit, since its object continues to be explicitly universal, objectively authoritative reason, rather than just the self and its concepts. Moral spirit is, therefore, self-conscious spirit, or spirit that is certain of itself, since it knows its own inner will and thought to be the sole realization of universal reason. Such reason enters moral consciousness in the form of universal duty. This is not say that moral spirit considers reason to be its purely private possession. It regards its own will as the sole expression of true reason, but it does not think that its own will belongs to itself alone. Its own will, the moral will that is subject to duty, is equally the will of every moral agent. In that sense, it is a truly universal will. The point on which the moral will insists, however, is that reason is to be found within the interiority of self-conscious thought as such, and not out there in and as the world. Indeed, the moral spirit initially understands itself to stand in relation to a world of non-human, but also human, nature that is quite indifferent to the demands of morality. 70. In so far as the moral spirit understands its own self-conscious thought and will to be reason incarnate, it takes spirit's alienation from itself to be definitively at an end. It also appears to bring us to the end of the phenomenology as a whole, for we seem now to have reached the point at which the distinctive opposition of consciousness has finally been overcome. Consciousness in general is characterized by the difference or antithesis between itself and its object. Such a difference has been evident in all of the shapes analyzed by Hegel up to this point in the text, including even Stoicism and reason, which see an identity between thought and its object. With the moral spirit, however, this difference appears to disappear altogether, since the object, universal reason, is identified totally with self-conscious spirit itself. For the moral spirit, moral interiority itself, or self-conscious universal duty, is the only form that true reason takes. Here, then, knowledge appears at last to have become completely identical with its truth, for its truth is its very knowledge. 71. So is the moral spirit absolute knowing? Not quite, for it turns out that, although it finds the principle of duty within itself, moral consciousness considers actual morality, wirkliche Moralität, or actual conformity to duty, to lie quite beyond itself. 72. At the same time, it understands that beyond to be its own postulate and so to lack any true being of its own. One might say, therefore, that moral consciousness proves to be both too other-directed and too self-enclosed to constitute truly absolute knowing. The moral consciousness that Hegel considers at this point is a quite specific one that resembles, but is not simply to be equated with, the moral consciousness described by Kant in his groundwork and critique of practical reason. Such moral consciousness regards itself as bound by the idea of pure duty alone. Indeed, it is a highly abstract consciousness that is concerned always to respect and conform to the demands of pure universal duty as such, and that does not believe that the idea of duty by itself justifies different particular duties in different circumstances. This abstract moral consciousness understands duty to be imposed upon it by its own self-conscious reason, and it considers such duty to be not merely an object of contemplation but that which should guide our action in the world. Furthermore, duty is understood to be directed against a world that by its very nature is indifferent to, and falls short of, the requirements of duty. This world, that is not what it ought to be, is held to include not only the objects and people around us but also the natural drives and inclinations of moral agents themselves. Moral consciousness thus necessarily understands itself to turn against an aspect of its own selfhood in the name of duty and so to be what Hegel calls a negative essence, for whose pure duty sensuousness has only a negative significance, is only not in conformity with duty. 4. Moral consciousness, however, endeavors to bring the world and its own drives into accord with the demands of universal duty and so to bring about the harmony of morality and actuality. Yet, at the same time, such consciousness judges that the world and its own inclinations will always resist efforts to make them moral and that moral agents will thus never attain complete satisfaction or happiness in their action. Consummation cannot be attained, but is to be thought of merely as an absolute task, i.e. one which simply remains a task. The harmony of morality and the world, of duty and inclination, and of morality and happiness, is thus understood by moral consciousness to be forever beyond its reach and to be no more than a postulate or ideal that guides it in its efforts. 75. In this respect moral spirit resembles somewhat the unhappy consciousness. Moral consciousness also postulates, or frames the image or representation, Vorstellung, of another consciousness beyond itself. This other is postulated by moral consciousness in order to justify or sanctify, heiligen, particular, determinate duties in the world. As was noted above, moral consciousness understands itself to stand under the obligation to act in accordance with the demands of pure, universal duty. Such consciousness also acknowledges, however, that the world confronts us with many different, particular circumstances. The problem is that, as far as moral consciousness is concerned, nothing in the very idea of duty as such can justify particular duties that we are required to perform in certain circumstances but not in others. Duty alone may require, for example, that we respect other rational beings, but it cannot establish that in these circumstances we should call on our neighbors unannounced to show our friendship, but in other circumstances we should leave them alone to protect their privacy. Furthermore, where a specific way of behaving is commonly regarded as the right thing to do in the circumstances, and so as a particular duty, moral consciousness can find no ground within its own understanding of universal duty to regard that particular duty as sacrosanct. Its own moral understanding requires it simply to ensure that such particular duties do not conflict with the universal requirements of duty as such. As regards the many duties, moral consciousness as such heeds only the pure duty. In them, the many duties qua manifold are specific and therefore as such have nothing sacred about them for the moral consciousness. 76. Yet moral consciousness also accepts that, as moral, it must be guided by an understanding of what duty requires, of what is right and proper, in everything it does. That is, in every particular circumstance. That is to say, it accepts that its actions must conform not only to the demands of universal duty but also to a range of particular, determinate duties. Since, however, moral consciousness can find no warrant for such particular duties within itself, it must postulate another consciousness beyond itself that sanctions the particular duties that it must observe. For the consciousness of pure duty, the determinate or specific duty cannot straightway be sacred, but because a specific duty, on account of the actual doing which is a specific action, is likewise necessary, its necessity falls outside of that consciousness into another consciousness, which thus mediates or brings together the specific and the pure duty and is the reason why the former also has validity. 77. This other consciousness is understood by moral consciousness to be what Kant calls a holy will in Hegel's terminology. It is the master and ruler of the world, who brings about the harmony of morality and happiness that lies beyond the reach of moral consciousness itself, and who at the same time sanctifies duties in their multiplicity. 78. Note that, in Hegel's view, moral consciousness necessarily postulates a holy or divine consciousness that is other than and beyond its own, even though it considers itself to be holy se/determining. This is not to say that moral consciousness in history will always think of itself in relation to such a holy will. There are and have been many historical moral agents who consider themselves to be atheists. The phenomenology, however, does not give an account of moral consciousness in history, but traces the experience that logically moral consciousness must make. What becomes apparent in Hegel's account is that, whether it wishes to or not, an abstractly moral consciousness devoted to doing its pure, universal duty as such must logically postulate a holy will beyond its own as the source of its different, particular duties in the world. Yet this holy consciousness is not only conceived as the ground of particular duties, it is also understood as the voice of authority that commands us from the outside to do our pure duty as such. The reason for this is as follows: moral consciousness knows within itself that it is bound by the requirements of pure, universal duty and that it must act to bring its own inclinations into accord with duty. It also believes, however, that its own inclinations, as natural, will always resist being rendered moral in this way. This means that moral consciousness cannot but regard the actual action it carries out, its workliche handlung, as ultimately directed towards the pursuit of non-moral interests, rather than duty. Consequently, it is not able to understand duty to be that which actually informs its own action and guides it from within. Rather, it must regard duty as that which falls outside and stands over against its action in the form of a law that it must, but does not in fact, obey. In so far as this law is thought to fall outside of actual Acting consciousness as such, it must be understood to be brought to bear on us by the other, holy consciousness whose existence moral subjects necessarily postulate. A consciousness which is thus regarded as the sacred lawgiver of pure duty. In contrast to this holy consciousness, moral consciousness necessarily understands itself to be imperfectly moral. It thinks of itself in this way, and so projects its duty outside of itself in the form of an externally imposed law, because it believes its own actions and purposes always to be affected with sensuousness. 79. Yet moral consciousness continues to understand that it possesses within itself a pure will and knowledge that acknowledges the supremacy of duty. Thus, even though such consciousness understands its actions to be irredeemably imperfect, it nevertheless knows that in thought im denken, it is perfect. Ad. Moreover, moral consciousness provides further proof that it has a genuinely moral will precisely by postulating a holy will beyond its own, in which it not only encounters its own duty in the form of law but also sees embodied the perfect morality and conformity to duty that it strives impossibly to achieve in its actions. In this latter sense, moral consciousness finds itself, its own truly moral will reflected in an object that is other than itself, albeit an object that it knows itself to have postulated in thought and imagination. 81. Moral consciousness, which is initially said to overcome spirit's alienation from itself, thus proves to be divided in itself. On the one hand, it believes that its own inclinations prevent it from acting in complete accordance with duty. On the other hand, it knows that its own pure will is nonetheless truly moral. Moral consciousness does not, however, simply revert to being self-alienated, for it understands its moral imperfection and perfection to be in indissoluble unity with one another, and so to be two aspects of one and the same consciousness. That is to say, it understands its own imperfectly moral self to be genuinely moral, insofar as it recognizes the supremacy of duty and postulates and strives to attain a holiness beyond itself and its imperfections. To put it another way, the imperfectly moral consciousness understands itself to be truly moral, not in its actions, but in the conception it forms of itself and the image it frames of the holiness beyond itself to which it aspires. As Hegel himself puts it, the actually non-moral consciousness, because it is equally pure thought, and is raised above its actual existence, is yet, in imagination intervorstellian, moral, and is taken to be completely valid. 82. Moral consciousness is thus by no means an unhappy consciousness, because it is quite happy with what it conceives and imagines itself to be, if not with its actual acts. Moral consciousness began by declaring that its universal duty is to be found within its thought and pure will, and also that it is that which should guide our actions. Such consciousness has now revealed that it actually understands its moral perfection to lie in the purity of its thought and will as opposed to its action. It has also shown that it understands true conformity to duty to lie beyond its own actions in another consciousness that it imagines or thinks to be holy. In both these respects, therefore, moral consciousness reveals that it locates genuine morality, willing duty and actual conformity to duty, outside or over against its own actions and actuality. This raises the suspicion, however, that moral consciousness is not as serious about morality as it first appeared to be, for its stated aim as a moral consciousness was precisely to bring its own actions into accord with the demands of duty. Indeed, the next shape of consciousness that Hegel considers is one that charges itself explicitly with not being serious about morality in any respect, and that even goes so far as to accuse itself of dissimulation, verstellion, and hypocrisy. Such consciousness admits, for example, that it is not serious about morality to the extent that it seeks to bring about a harmony between duty and actuality that it knows it can never achieve. That consciousness is not in earnest about the perfection of morality is indicated by the fact that consciousness itself shifts it away into infinity, i.e. asserts that the perfection is never perfected. 83. On the other hand, to the extent that the moral agent accepts that such harmony is beyond its reach and rests content in its moral imperfection, it shows just as clearly that it is not really serious about morality, since moral agents are meant to endeavor seriously to overcome their imperfection and bring actuality into accord with the demands of duty. Furthermore, the postulate of another, holy consciousness, is not completely serious, since moral consciousness knows that it is itself responsible for conferring on that postulated consciousness the authority it enjoys to impose laws onto moral agents. Moral self-consciousness is its own absolute, and duty is absolutely only what it knows as duty. What is not sacred for it is not sacred in itself, and what is not sacred in itself cannot be made sacred by the holy being. The moral consciousness, too, is not really in earnest about letting something be made sacred by another consciousness than itself, for that alone it holds to be sacred which it has itself made sacred, and is sacred in it. It is, therefore, just as little in earnest about the holiness of this other being, for in this something was supposed to obtain an essentiality which for the moral consciousness, i.e. in itself, it did not possess. 84. Finally, moral consciousness shows its hypocrisy by proclaiming that it seeks to make its actions moral, while, at the same time, showing that it in fact believes its moral perfection is to be found in the purity of its thought and will as opposed to its actions. Such hypocrisy, however, is not the product of any malicious intent on the part of moral consciousness. It is a necessary consequence of the relation in which such consciousness understands duty to stand to actuality and action. Moral consciousness cannot avoid falling into hypocrisy, because it declares its supreme moral task to be that of bringing its actions into accord with duty, yet it never seriously believes that this can be done, since it considers its actions, and the whole sphere of actuality, to be intrinsically and irreducibly at odds with duty. By drawing attention to the hypocrisy that lies in its own moral standpoint, consciousness points to the fact that true morality will be achieved only when this fundamental opposition between duty and actuality is given up. The truly moral Consciousness is not the one that pits duty against actuality and pursues what it can only regard as the impossible task of bringing its actions into accord with duty, but the one whose actions and inclinations do actually accord with duty and are actually moral. The shape of consciousness that explicitly acknowledges this, and that locates its moral character in the actual harmony between its actions and duty, is conscience, Gewissen. Conscience. Conscience does not lack a genuine sense of duty and of being bound by what is truly authoritative. It understands itself to be moral, however, because it acts morally, rather than just thinking that it ought to and hypocritically lamenting the fact that it does not. Conscience thus cannot but have a good conscience about itself, for it understands itself to be simple action in accordance with duty, which fulfills not this or that duty, but knows and does what is concretely right. It is what Hegel calls concrete moral spirit, that actually performs its duty and whose action, accordingly, is immediately something concretely moral or moral action qua action 85. Since conscience knows that it is moral in both its thought and its actions, it is what moral consciousness pretends, but in fact fails, to be, the spirit that is conscious of itself as the true and sole embodiment of universal reason, or spirit that is directly aware of itself as absolute truth and being. 86. It abandons the idea that consciousness is moral in so far as it is pure thought as opposed to action, and, since it knows that its actions are themselves moral, it does not think of itself as essentially imperfect and so project moral perfection onto a holy consciousness beyond itself. 87. Conscience knows that universal reason or duty is adequately realized in its own action in the world. It is clear that Hegel believes that conscience manifests the spirit of genuine morality more fully than abstract moral consciousness. Nonetheless, conscience does not represent the final stage in the logical development of spirit, but will be required by its own experience to mutate into a further shape of consciousness, religion. The problem with conscience is this: although it avoids the hypocrisy of moral consciousness and locates true morality in concrete moral action, rather than well-meaning, but ineffectual goodwill, it believes that everything it does is moral, as long as it is carried out with moral conviction. It thus equates true moral action with whatever action it happens conscientiously to be engaged in, and so effectively conflates the truly moral life with its own immediate and contingent existence. It is itself in its contingency completely valid in its own sight, and knows its immediate individuality to be pure knowing and doing, to be the true reality and harmon / 88. As a result, it proves to be an utterly inviolable consciousness that believes that, provided its conscience is good, it can never do any wrong. Of course, in a phenomenological study of consciousness, one may not simply assume that such self-proclaimed moral inviolability is problematic or inappropriate for spirit, and Hegel does no such thing. What he does show, however, is that it undermines its own claim to absolute status by mutating imminently into the standpoint of religion. Yet this is to get ahead of ourselves. Let us return to the start of Hegel's account of conscience. The point from which Hegel begins is this: conscience identifies moral action with its own self-conscious activity, and so sees itself as adequately embodying the genuinely moral life. Conscience, however, rejects the standpoint of moral consciousness, which judges its actions against a distinct standard of duty. Consequently, it does not itself explicitly compare its actions with such a distinct standard and conclude by means of this explicit comparison that they are moral. On the contrary, it knows immediately that its actions conform to duty. Furthermore, it knows immediately within itself what its duty is in any given situation. Conscience is thus wholly self-certifying moral consciousness. It both knows immediately within itself what counts as acting morally, and sees immediately by itself that its actions are moral in this sense. 89. Conscience, then, is a form of immediate self-knowledge. It understands itself to be moral for no other reason than that it knows itself immediately to be such. By dispensing with any distinct, public standard of duty, however, conscience completely equates its being moral with its immediate knowledge or certainty of itself. Indeed, it reduces the former to the latter. In conscience's view, it is moral precisely and exclusively to the extent that it is certain that it is. As Hegel puts it, conscience Gewissen knows that it has its truth in the immediate certainty Gewissheit of itself. 90. This identification of being moral with being certain that one is moral means that, as far as conscience is concerned, acting in the certatfy of being moral is in fact the defining feature or form of all genuine moral agency. Moral activity, according to conscience, requires different things in different circumstances. What is common in each case, however, is the fact that moral action is performed in the immediate certainty or conviction, Überzeugung, that it is the proper thing to do. Indeed, for conscience, there can be no other shared criterion of moral action. Conscience refuses to invoke an independent, public standard of moral judgment which all moral actions must meet, but insists that it knows immediately in each individual case that its actions are what duty requires. In the absence of a common moral standard, however, the only characteristic that moral acts share is the fact that they are carried out in the conviction that they are moral. Moral action, for conscience, is thus action that is tailored to individual circumstances, and whose agents are convinced that they are doing the right thing. As Hegel himself words it, the essence of the action, duty, consists in conscience's conviction about it. Its duty lies in its pure conviction of duty. 91. Hippolyte points out, indeed, that this conviction suffices in the eyes of conscience to make any particular action moral. 92. There are, therefore, for conscience, no intrinsically moral acts. As far as it is concerned, whatever it does is moral, provided that it is seriously and honestly convinced that the act is moral. Conscience, it would appear, subscribes not to a shared, public ethic, but to an ethic of personal integrity and authenticity, for which acting morally simply means acting out of personal moral certainty and conviction. Yet such an ethic is not completely personal, because it requires of all conscientious moral agents, as their universal duty, that they act morally and so out of personal conviction. In Hegel's own words, it stipulates that conscience is own knowing, as conviction, is duty. 93. Conscience is immediately certain within itself that its actions are in conformity with duty, and does not seek to justify its certainty to anyone else. In this sense it is an intensely private consciousness. However, in so far as it recognizes that it stands under a further duty to act only out of moral conviction, a duty that bears on everyone, conscience understands itself to be a genuinely universal, shared form of consciousness. We noted above that conscience understands universal reason or duty to be embodied in itself and itself alone. What has now become apparent is that conscience understands itself, or at least the form of its own conscientious certainty, to be duplicated in others. In this regard, as in its respect for what it honestly takes to be its universal duty, conscience is clearly a form of self-conscious spirity, not merely of immediate se/consciousness. Conscience also acknowledges that it needs to be recognized by those others as acting out of conviction. Moral consciousness never succeeds in its own eyes in acting morally. Conscience, by contrast, does take itself to succeed. It understands itself to step into the world and perform concrete moral acts. As we have seen, conscience deems these acts to be moral because they are carried out in the conviction that they are moral. For conscience, however, such conviction cannot be something merely inward and invisible. This is because conviction is held to make the action moral, not just within the mind of the agent, but in actuality, and, in so far as it is an irreducible feature of an actual moral action in the world, it must be evident for others to see. Conscience must, therefore, be satisfied that its own conviction is recognized by others, for only in this way can it understand that its action is manifestly moral. This is not to say that conscience is in any doubt about its action and seeks confirmation from others that it is, indeed, moral at all. Conscience is quite certain of this within itself. The point is that conscience understands moral action in the world to be action that is evidently moral to others. This means not only that the act itself must be visible to others, but that its specifically moral character must be evident, too. For this reason, conscience holds that the conviction that grounds its action must be publicly recognized as genuine, or, at least, be capable of such recognition. For conscience, therefore, the action is the translation of its individual content into the objective element, in which it is universal and recognized, and it is just the fact that it is recognized that makes the deed a reality. Workly 95. Conscience, as we have seen, can perform any action in the conviction that it is moral. Other consciences, however, may not be similarly convinced that such actions conform to duty and so would be appropriate for them. Nonetheless, they can recognize that the first conscience is at least acting out of its own conviction of the rightness of the act and, in that sense, is a perfectly moral agent. The doer knows what he does to be a duty. And since he knows this, and the conviction of duty is the very essence of moral obligation, he is thus recognized and acknowledged the others. As Lauer points out, therefore, in the world of conscience we may admire someone for always following his conscience, though we need not always admire what he does. 96. Conscience acknowledges, however, not only that others need to recognize its moral conviction, but also that it must show to those others in turn that its actions are, indeed, grounded in conviction. It realizes that other consciences cannot peer directly into its soul, and that, consequently, it needs to bear witness to its conviction in language. Language in general, Hegel writes, is the medium in which we make public our inner thoughts and intentions. It is self-consciousness existing for other $conscience uses words to make public its specific conviction that its actions are moral. The content of the language of conscience is the self that knows itself as essential being. This alone is what it declares, and this declaration is the true actuality of the act, and the validating of the action. Consciousness declares its conviction. It is in this conviction alone that the action is a duty. What is valid for that self-consciousness is not the action as an existence, but the conviction that it is a duty, and this is made actual in language. 97. The conviction itself is immediate and falls within conscience. In language, however, conscience translates that inner conviction into the form of an assurance versiterum that consciousness is convinced of its duty and, as conscience, knows in its own mind what duty is. This public assurance, Hegel writes, thus affirms that consciousness is convinced that its conviction is the essence of the matter, and since the assurance is given by a conscience that is, indeed, convinced of the morality of its actions, it is automatically true. 98. By recognizing the need to express its conviction to others, conscience acknowledges their right to know that its conviction is, in fact, genuine. In return, conscience receives recognition for itself as a sovereign consciousness that acts, and has the duty to act, on the basis of its own moral conscience alone. Each conscience involved thus understands itself to be inviolable. No one can impugn its moral character, provided that it is convinced within itself that it is doing the right thing. Each one is thus, in Hegel's words, a moral genius which knows the inner voice of what it immediately knows to be a divine voice. 99. Such moral geniuses do not, however, stand alone, because they need to receive and enjoy public recognition of the fact that their own conviction suffices to make their actions moral. They thus form themselves into a society of good consciences, each of which assures the others that it is, indeed, convinced of its moral goodness and that it is good precisely because it is so convinced. The spirit and substance of their association are thus the mutual assurance of their conscientiousness. Good intentions, the rejoicing over this mutual purity, and the refreshing of themselves in the glory of knowing and uttering, of cherishing and fostering such excellence. 100 each. Conscience in this society sees itself as divine, because it understands itself to be in perfect conformity with duty in so far as it acts out of conscientious conviction. 4. Each conscience, indeed, its action is nothing but the contemplation of its own divinity. 101 It might appear that such self-congratulatory conscience represents the ultimate in moral self-apotheosis. It soon becomes clear, however, that this is not the case. Such conscience certainly sees itself as embodying divinity, but it does not for that reason set itself apart from others. It acknowledges that divinity or moral perfection is to be found only in conscientious action and speech that are recognized as such by others. It also accepts that divinity is something universal, in so far as it is to be found in the conscientious action of all moral agents. Conscience, then, is still an overtly, if only formally, rational consciousness, because it understands itself to embody an objectively authoritative and universal idea of personal integrity and conscientiousness. As Hegel puts it, conscience, in its public expression of personal conviction, affirms that it is a universal self, and on account of this utterance, the validity of the act is acknowledged by others. 102. Yet, of course, such public acknowledgement serves precisely to confirm each conscience in its sense of being personally inviolable. Conscience may well endeavor to show that it acts out of conviction like everyone else, but it does so in order to prove to everyone that it harbors divinity within itself. The next shape of consciousness that Hegel examines is the one that focuses explicitly on its own inviolable divinity, rather than that of anyone else. Such utterly self-absorbed conscience locates its perfection and divinity in a self that it sets apart from other selves and regards as absolutely its own. It has thus acquired what Hegel calls absolute self-consciousness and believes that it is perfect and divine in so far as it is the singular, unique self. 103. This fact that it finds divinity within itself is, by the way, what prevents such conscience falling back to the level of immediate self-consciousness, such as we saw in Stoicism and Scepticism. The beautiful soul, evil, and forgiveness. In this transition there actually emerge two representatives of the new shape of consciousness. Each one sets itself apart from others in some way, but each stands in a different relation to public morality. Public morality in turn is represented in this sphere by a further conscience that is sincerely and openly committed to upholding universal duty, but that proves in fact to be much closer in spirit to the other two consciences than it initially appears. The first representative of the new shape turns its back on public morality and retreats into itself. For this conscience, Hegel writes, all life, all spiritual essentiality, has withdrawn into the self and lost its difference from the I itself. Such conscience thus finds perfection away from public view in the inner purity of its heart. It is divine in its own eyes not because it acts out of publicly declared conviction, but simply because it harbors deep within itself the noblest thoughts and intentions. Indeed, such conscience shies away from action altogether, because it fears that by engaging in such action it will inevitably become embroiled in selfish, worldly concerns and so sully the purity of its moral heart. The only way it can give expression to its inner purity and nobility, therefore, is through speech. Yet such speech is not understood, or perhaps even intended, to meet with any voice of recognition from others, but is, rather, the narcissistic disclosure of itself to itself. It is speech that is immediately heard by conscience itself and only the echo of which returns to it. 104. This conscience is what Hegel, following Rousseau, Schiller, and Goethe, calls the beautiful soul. 105. Such a soul pronounces itself beautiful and holy, because it holds its intentions to be pure and free from narrow self-interest. In fact, however, its self-proclaimed moral purity itself testifies to its supreme self-absorption, for conscience secures such moral purity only by refusing to let go of itself and enter into real social interaction and communion with others. In Hegel's own words, see, in order to preserve the purity of its heart, it flees from contact with the actual world, and persists in its self-willed eigensinnic impotence to renounce itself, or to transform its thought into being. Such refusal to let go of oneself comes at a price, however, because, as Christ declared, whoever seeks to gain his life will lose it. Accordingly, the transparent purity of its heart fills the beautiful soul not just with a feeling of its own beauty but also with a sense of emptiness. This purely inward soul is so inward and abstract that it vanishes before its very eyes like a shapeless vapor that dissolves into thin air, and so finds itself only as a lost soul. 106. Together with this beautiful soul there arises a second consciousness, one that does not simply remain submerged in itself but goes out into the world and acts. Like the beautiful soul, this consciousness understands that action is always ultimately self-serving. Unlike the beautiful soul, however, it openly embraces, rather than shies away from, such self-serving action. Yet such consciousness is not nakedly self-interested like the protagonists in the life and death struggle. It still wants to be recognized by others as a moral conscience. Public morality, at this stage in the phenomenology, does not prescribe specific courses of action, but requires that whatever one does be undertaken, and be seen to be undertaken, in the sincere conviction that it is right and dutiful. Indeed, such morality demands that all persons aim explicitly to excel the same universal, and universally recognized, personal integrity in their actions. Their task is thus not to set themselves apart from, or above, others, but to see themselves as equal members of a community of good consciences. The new, self-interested conscience realizes, therefore, that, in order to count as moral in society, it must declare publicly that it is acting out of personal conviction in accordance with the universally recognized idea of conscientious, dutiful action. It must state that it is seeking to be good and dutiful like everyone else. Within itself, however, such conscience does not regard itself as bound by a shared, public ideal of morality. It believes itself to be free, under the cover of its public declaration, to put its own interests above those of others and, indeed, to pursue them against those of others. Such conscience recognizes, therefore, that in its public declaration it does no more than pay lip service to the public conception of duty. As Hegel puts it, self-interested conscience is the specific individuality that exempts itself from the universal, and for which pure duty is only a universality that appears on the surface, that is, for which duty is only a matter of words. 107. Such conscience pretends to be dutiful in the publicly recognized sense, but is all the while conscious of the antithesis between what it is for itself and what it is for others. Of the antithesis of universality or duty and its reflection out of universality into itself. It is thus well aware that it is a hypocritical consciousness that pursues its own self-interest while feigning to display an integrity and authenticity that seeks public recognition as something universal and equally shared by all. Indeed, it acknowledges to itself that it is evil, bows, in so far as it aims to outdo others in direct contravention of recognized public morality. 108. Yet such conscience does not by any means regard itself as simply and straightforwardly evil or hypocritical, for when it is charged by others with such hypocrisy, it immediately insists that it is justified in what it does by its own particular conception of duty and entitlement. Such conscience takes itself, therefore, to be a rightfully and righteously self-serving consciousness. Hegel sums up the complex self-understanding of such conscience as follows: it admits, in fact, to being evil by asserting that it acts in opposition to the acknowledged universal, according to its own inner law and conscience. 109. The fact that this conscience acts out of the conviction that its self-serving actions conform to its own particular sense of duty, and so justify its hypocrisy and evil, confirms that it is, indeed, the twin of the beautiful soul, born in the same logical transition that gave rise to the latter, for both see their self-ascribed moral qualities as setting them quite apart from others. Since both do, however, regard themselves as moral, albeit in a highly idiosyncratic way, their sense of separateness does not turn them back into shapes of mere self-consciousness. The self-interested acting conscience is explicitly judged to be hypocritical by a third consciousness that speaks on behalf of universally recognized public morality and sees through the agent's initial attempt to pass itself off as genuinely conscientious in the publicly recognized sense. This judging conscience appears initially to be quite different from the two representatives of the new shape of conscience. Hegel points out, however, that this judging conscience is closer to its hypocritical counterpart than it thinks, and also closer to the beautiful soul than we might imagine. First of all, the very fact that the acting conscience does not respect public morality shows that morality is not in fact truly universal. The judge is thus actually placed in the same position as the agent, namely, that of appealing to a law that has particular authority for him. 110. Second, the judging conscience is guilty of a certain hypocrisy of its own. The judge belongs to the same world as the acting conscience and the beautiful soul, and shares their view that action carried out by individuals in the name of duty is invariably selfish, a view that led the beautiful soul to shy away from action. The judge sees through the hypocrisy of the acting conscience, therefore, because he is already on the lookout for such hypocrisy. He looks at the agent's particular action and explains it as resulting from selfish motives, but this is in part, at least, because he looks at every action in this way, just as every action is capable of being looked at from the point of view of conformity to duty, so too can it be considered from the point of view of the particularity of the doer. This judging of the action thus takes it out of its outer existence and reflects it into its inner aspect, or into the form of its own particularity. If the action is accompanied by fame, then it knows this inner aspect to be a desire for fame. 111. This means that, like the Kantian moral consciousness we considered earlier, the judge is not completely serious and honest in his advocacy of public morality, for although he says that his judgments on others promote genuinely conscientious action, his critical eye does not really allow for the possibility of such action. All action stands under the suspicion of being self-serving. As Hegel points out, expanding on the well-known French saying, no man is a hero to his valet, not, however, because the man is not a hero, but because the valet is a valet, whose dealings are with the man, not as a hero, but as one who eats, drinks, and wears clothes, in general, with his individual wants and fancies. Equally, Hegel continues, toward the judging consciousness, there is no action in which it could not oppose to the universal aspect of the action, the personal aspect of the individuality, and play the part of the moral valet towards the agent. 112. Third, the judge is also a hypocrite in so far as he advocates conscientious action, but contents himself with passing judgment on others, and, indeed, proclaims such judgment itself to be truly conscientious action. The judge suspects that action in the world will always be self-serving, and so keeps himself pure by avoiding such action altogether. In this respect, he is himself a kind of beautiful soul. Yet, unlike the first beautiful soul, he does not simply withdraw from the world into his own divine interiority. He passes judgment on the world, exposes the hypocrisy of others, and claims that he is acting conscientiously in the process. Like the hypocritical conscience, therefore, the judge hypocritically declares that he is acting conscientiously, without actually doing so. As Hegel writes, the judging conscience does well to preserve itself in its purity, for it does not act, it is the hypocrisy Houlgate which wants its judging to be taken for an actual deed, and instead of proving its rectitude by actions, does so by uttering fine sentiments. Consequently, the judge's nature is altogether the same as that which is reproached with making duty a matter of mere words. In both alike, the side of reality is distinct from the words uttered. 113. The difference between the two consciences is that the agent acts out of conscious self-interest while proclaiming his conformity to duty, whereas the judge does not act at all. A further important difference is that the agent knows that he is being hypocritical, whereas the judge does not. Due to the fact that the acting conscience enjoys this clear understanding of itself, it is able, as Hegel puts it, to see its own self in this other consciousness, for it can recognize in the judge the very hypocrisy it acknowledges within itself. 114. Such a recognition in turn ushers in a significant change in the consciousness of the agent. Up to this point the agent has held himself apart from others by putting the satisfaction of his own individual interests above those of others, while hypocritically declaring himself to be acting according to a shared conception of moral integrity. He now sees, however, that there is in fact a profound continuity and equality between himself and his accuser, for both are equally hypocritical. Note already that the agent is necessarily led to recognize this equality by his experience of his own hypocrisy and of the hypocritical judgment passed on it. Such equality is thus something that, logically, he cannot disavow. On the contrary, he has to accept it as the new truth of his situation. He may always have thought of himself as someone special, whose interests should be privileged, but he now has to acknowledge that in truth he is just like those who judge him. The agent gives expression to this newly recognized equality in words and, in so doing, he automatically bears his soul to the judge, he confesses his own hypocrisy. This confession completes the transformation of the agent, for in the very act of confession the agent explicitly ceases holding himself apart and openly affirms the continuity between himself and his accuser. He says, yes, I admit it, I am a hypocrite. Just like you. Confession of guilt need not, of course, always indicate that the agent has turned away from evil self-interest. The confession may be made out of a desire to continue to be visibly evil. In the current case, however, things are different, for the confession is made not just to allow the agent to pursue his selfish interests without hypocrisy and thereby to set him more firmly against others, but specifically to acknowledge the equality between the agent and his judge. The agent does not say, Tez, I'm evil and there's nothing you can do about it, but we're alike, you and I, both hypocrites together. In his confession, therefore, the agent renounces his desire to stand apart from everyone else and put himself first, and seeks common ground with those who judge him. The acting conscience, Hegel writes, becomes one that has renounced its separate being for self, and thereby expressly superseded its particularity, and in so doing posited itself in continuity with the other as a universal. 115. Accordingly, the confession is an invitation to the judge to reciprocate and confess his own hypocrisy as well, and so to establish a bond of mutual acceptance between the two. The judge, however, is not aware that he is a hypocrite and refuses the invitation contained in the agent's confession. He holds fast to his view of himself as the one who passes righteous judgment on the iniquities of the agent, and he denies that the two share anything in common at all or are in any way equal. The judging conscience thus repels this community of nature, and is the hard heart das Harthurst that is br itself, and which rejects any continuity with the other. 116. In this way Hegel claims, the judge again shows himself to be a beautiful soul, who remains immured within his own moral perfection, unwilling to let go of himself and to acknowledge any common identity with those who are not similarly pure of heart. In refusing to acknowledge such an identity, the judge denies both that he is in any way hypocritical himself and that the agent can ever be anything but hypocritical and evil. In so doing, Hegel maintains, the judge denies that the human spirit has the freedom to change and reform itself. Thereby reveals itself as a consciousness which is forsaken by and which itself denies spirit, for it does not know that spirit, in the absolute certainty of itself, is lord and master over every deed and actuality, and can cast them off, and make them as if they had never happened. Ungeschiehen machen. 117. In other words, the hard-hearted judge refuses to forgive those who confess their hypocrisy, and to accord them the freedom, in spite of their past evil, to act morally in the future. As a result, the judge rather than the agent himself, becomes the one who perpetuates the idea that the agent cannot be anything but selfish and evil. The figure of the judge represents, for Hegel, the pinnacle of moral self-righteousness. The one who most explicitly locates his moral perfection in a self that stands apart from those it deems sinful. Such a judge is rigorously unforgiving, even when sinners confess their hypocrisy to him. Indeed, he sees it as his moral duty to refuse to utter words of forgiving reconciliation to such sinners. Hegel argues, however, that, logically, if by no means always in fact, the hard heart of the judge must break and concede that it does, after all, share a common identity with the agent. This is because the judge cannot continue to remain blind to the fact that the agent, through his very confession, has become a genuinely moral conscience that seeks to be part of a community of equals, and as soon as the judge recognizes this, he cannot but see himself, and his own stated moral commitment to universally recognized duty in the agent. At this point, Hegel writes, the judge necessarily renounces the divisive thought, and the hard-hexedness of the being for self which clings to it, because it has, in fact, seen itself in the first, i.e. the agent. The first consciousness makes itself into a superseded aufgehoben particular consciousness, thereby displaying itself as in fact a universal, and therein the universal consciousness, i.e. the judge, thus recognizes itself. 118. Like the acting conscience, therefore, the judge comes to recognize an equality between the two of them, where beforehand he had seen only an absolute difference. With this change of heart the judge forgives the evil agent, for he no longer holds the agent's hypocrisy and deeds against him as an indelible stain on his character, as something imperishable. 119, but acknowledges his freedom to cast off his hypocrisy and become moral. The readiness to forgive another, for Hegel, is thus rooted in the recognition of the other's fundamental equality with oneself as a free being. Such forgiveness, it should be noted, does not here mean simply letting someone off the hook willy-nilly and forgetting whatever he has done. It means granting to those who confess their sins, and thereby turn to seek moral communion with their fellow human beings, the freedom to be moral, and not condemning them eternally for what they have done. It thus means letting moral judgment eventually give way to reconciliation. The judgment that hypocrisy is evil is not itself suspended, but the agent is not simply identified with, and reduced to, such hypocrisy or evil. He is recognized as being capable, whatever he may have done in the past, of letting go of evil and doing good from now on. As Lauer comments, the judgment of the judge thus forms part of a larger process in which there is a. Recognition that an evil deed has been done, b. Confession of guilt on the part of the one doing it, c. Forgiveness on the part of the one passing judgment, and d. Reconciliation in the emergence of spirit. 120. In his act of reconciliatory forgiveness, the judge gives up being no more than the one who passes critical judgment on the agent, and in this way renounces himself, auf sich verdichtlichkeit. 121. In the process he also casts off his own hypocrisy. This act of renunciation on the part of the judge mirrors that of the agent in his confession, in which he, too, lets go of his evil and hypocrisy. In each case, the act of self-renunciation is also an act of reconciliation. It is the act in which each lets go of the identity that sets him apart from the other, and thereby establishes a new identity for himself in communion with the other. Such a communion is one in which each one recognizes himself in the other, and also sees himself recognized and accepted by the other. It is thus a moral community of mutual recognition, established not just by law or tradition, or the coming together of self-congratulatory consciences, but by renunciatory acts of confession and forgiveness. Such a community, Hegel writes, constitutes absolute spirit. The word of reconciliation is the objectively existent spirit, a reciprocal recognition which is absolute spirit. L22. This community is what the moral spirit turns out in truth to be. Moral spirit initially understands itself to be subject to a duty that is impossible to fulfill in worldly action. Conscience, by contrast, believes that it can act in conformity to duty and that every conscience does so when it acts out of authentic conviction and good conscience. The beautiful soul, the righteous hypocrite and the moral judge then locate their moral perfection in a self that sets them apart from others. Now, finally, we reach truly moral spirit. Such a spirit does not just endeavor fruitlessly to act in accordance with an unrealizable ought, but knows that its behavior is actually moral. Yet it does not identify moral behavior with whatever it undertakes in good conscience. It understands moral behavior to be that which specifically generates and supports a moral community of mutual recognition. Truly moral individuals are not blind to the possibility of their own faults, and are prepared to confess their hypocrisy if they should fall into it. Furthermore, they do not mercilessly and self-righteously condemn faults in others, but are ready to forgive those who truly repent and to give them a further chance to do good. Such consciences know themselves to be moral, therefore, in their words and actions of reconciliation. These individuals do not cease acting and judging altogether, but their actions are informed by, and their judgments tempered by, the spirit of reconciliatory forgiveness. As such, they cease being the actions and words of evil or self-righteous hypocrites, and the shared hypocrisy that the agent recognizes within both himself and the judge, and which formed the basis of his initial confession, gives way to a shared concern for reconciliation. This may not be the community in which most people in the world actually live, but it is the community that is truly moral. With the emergence of this moral community of mutual recognition, consciousness takes a further step towards absolute knowing. As we noted earlier, the initial moral consciousness appears already to have become absolute knowing because it closes the gap between itself and the truth by considering itself and its own consciousness of duty to be the true manifestation of reason. Yet it also imagines or postulates a holiness beyond itself which it aspires to emulate. Conscience does away with this postulate and identifies reason absolutely with itself and its own self-certainty, to the point of considering itself and its inner voice of conviction to be divine. Finally, the acting conscience and, even more so, the judge see their own separateness as absolutely justified and righteous one. Conscience thus undermines the distinction between its own certainty and the truth because it regards its own self as the ultimate truth and as absolute in itself. As Hegel puts it, referring to the agent and the judge, each of these two self-certain spirits has no other purpose than its own pure self, and no other reality and existence than just this pure self. 123. Note, however, that they are not for that reason mere shapes of self-consciousness, such as the Master and the Stoic. They are shapes of spirit that have as their object not just themselves but universal reason, but they completely identify such reason or the absolute one with themselves alone. With the change of heart that occurs in the agent and the judge, however, moral consciousness or spirit comes to a new understanding of its relation to reason or truth. Such consciousness still understands itself to be moral or divine, but it regards itself as divine insofar as it is no longer just itself, that is to say, it locates its moral perfection or divinity in its act of letting go of its separate, evil or hard-hearted self and finding a new identity in communion with others. Such a communion is grounded in words and acts of forgiveness and reconciliation. For the truly moral conscience, therefore, forgiveness and reconciliation constitute, in Lauer's words, the divine dimension of the human. Or, as Hegel himself puts it, the reconciling in which the two is let go ablassen von their antithetical existence, is the existence of the I which has expanded into a duality, and therein remains identical with itself. It is God manifested in the midst of those who know themselves in the form of pure knowledge. 124 The abstractly moral conscience understands its divinity to reside in its immediate certainty of itself and its own righteousness. By contrast, the truly moral conscience locates its divinity in its fellowship and relation of mutual recognition with others. That is to say, it knows itself to be divine insofar as it is the universal knowledge of itself in its absolute opposite. 25. The shape of consciousness that takes over this new idea of divinity or absolute reason is religion. True religious consciousness, for Hegel, is thus not self-righteous consciousness. It is not consciousness that considers its moral purity to set it apart from sinners and to give it the right to condemn them utterly for their sins. True religious consciousness retains a sober awareness of the ever-present possibility of hypocrisy and evil, but it is essentially a forgiving, loving consciousness that seeks reconciliation with others. It is, as Hegel insists, a consciousness which forgives evil. When the evil soul confesses and repents, and in so doing relinquishes its own simple, unitary nature and rigid unchangeableness. 126 Genuine religious consciousness, in other words, locates divinity not just in the self alone, and its own sense of integrity or infallible judgment, but in the self that lets go of itself and finds its true self in its fellowship with others. Indeed, religious consciousness has emerged in the phenomenology only because two shapes of consciousness have let go of themselves. The unhappy consciousness first mutated into reason by letting go of its alienated self consciousness and welcoming into itself the will of the unchangeable or the universal. Moral conscience then let go of its immediate identity with universal reason and so mutated into religion. True religious consciousness, therefore, is neither an unhappy consciousness that considers itself to be cut off from the truth, nor a self-righteous consciousness that thinks that it alone embodies the truth. It is a consciousness that finds the truth, absolute reason or God, incarnated in its communion with other human beings. Religion. Such forgiveness and fellowship may be regarded as the moral content of religion. What specifically distinguishes religion as such from morality, however, is the fact that it lets go of itself in another sense, namely by recognizing that divine reason is not embodied solely in human self-consciousness, but constitutes being itself or absolute being, das absolute Wesen. 127 Religion thereby displays a humility that is altogether beyond the imagination of self-righteous conscience, for it understands universal reason to be the God that is truly absolute and so encompasses more than mere human existence. True religion does not, however, conceive of absolute being as something utterly separate from human existence. There are, indeed, shapes of proto-religious consciousness that conceive of absolute being in this way. The unhappy consciousness, for example, regards the unchangeable as a transcendent reality that embodies the true nature of human freedom but remains forever beyond consciousness reach. For religion proper, by contrast, absolute being is not simply an object, or Gegenstand, that stands over against consciousness, because such religion understands being to become conscious of itself in religious consciousness itself. That is to say, true religious consciousness holds itself to be absolute being's own self-consciousness and in this way finds itself in absolute being. Religious consciousness thus sees itself in its opposite in two senses, for it sees itself both in the bonds of loving forgiveness it forms with others and in the very fabric of being as such. Religion, as it has arisen in the phenomenology, does not consider itself to be merely the product of human imagination or to be merely human self-consciousness. None the less, in religion, as Hegel conceives it, human beings do give expression to what they understand to be the ultimate truth about themselves. Accordingly, for Hegel, the self-knowing spirit is, in religion, immediately its own pure self-u8. Specifically, religious consciousness knows itself to be the consciousness that absolute being or the logos has acquired of itself. Religious consciousness knows, therefore, that it is not just a human phenomenon, but rather absolute being that has become conscious of itself in and as religion, or absolute being that has become, in religion, self-knowing spirit. As Hegel writes, in this religion the divine being is known as spirit, or this religion is the divine being's consciousness of being spirit. 129. This, at least, is how true religion understands itself. Hegel acknowledges, however, that not every religion attains this level of understanding and self-understanding. Every religion takes itself to be conscious of an absolute or divinity 7 that encompasses more than human existence, and every religion sees in that absolute some reflection of itself. Yet not every religion understands the absolute explicitly to be self-knowing spirit or being that become conscious of itself in human religious consciousness. The specific shape, Gestalt, that the absolute is conceived to have differs with each religion. Indeed, it is in accordance with the specific character of the shape in which spirit knows itself that one religion is distinguished from another. 130. Natural religion, for example, believes that divinity takes the shape of light or of certain animals, and consequently it understands itself to be immersed in the immediacies of nature, too, and so to be a sensuous, natural consciousness. By contrast, in what Hegel calls the religion of art, ancient Greek religion, divinity is understood to take on the form of free, self-conscious individuality and so to constitute the realm of the heroic Olympian gods. Since these gods are deemed to manifest themselves above all in works of human poetic and artistic imagination, religious consciousness at this level understands itself equally to be aesthetic consciousness. Only in what Hegel names revealed or manifest religion, often bare religion, Christianity, is absolute being conceived as the process of becoming Holy Spirit in and as the community of religious believers themselves. Hegel's phenomenology of religion does not, however, start with manifest religion. It begins with natural religion and traces the process whereby each shape of religion is led by its own experience of the divine to mutate logically into a further shape, and eventually into manifest religion. Only in this latter does consciousness understand absolute being to be the process of becoming self-conscious spirit and see itself as the very self-consciousness that divine being comes to acquire. Only in this latter, therefore, does religion recognize an identity between itself and the divinity that it knows to be greater than it, that is, an identity between its own certainty of itself and the object or truth of which it is conscious. 131 For Hegel, therefore, the totality of spirit. The spirit of religion is the movement away from its immediacy towards the attainment of the knowledge of what it is in itself, or immediately, the movement in which, finally, the shape in which it appears for its consciousness will be perfectly identical with its essence, and it will behold itself as it is. 132. Manifest religion first understands divine being to become self-conscious in a particular historical individual, Jesus Christ. Christ is not just a symbol of divinity for such religion, but is divine being itself in human form. Furthermore, the belief that God has become incarnate in Christ is not merely one aspect of manifest religion, but lies at its very heart. This incarnation, Menschwerdung of die divine being, or the fact that it essentially and directly has the shape of self-consciousness, is the simple content of the absolute religion. 133. Yet insofar as religious consciousness knows God to be incarnate in Christ, it still sees God as other than itself, namely as an individual removed from it in space and time. It does not yet know itself to be the divine being self-consciousness. With the death of Christ, however, religious consciousness sees the gap between itself and divine being close, for it understands the departed God incarnate to be resurrected within religious consciousness itself, just as formerly he rose up for consciousness as a sensuous existence, now he has arisen ist aufgestanden in the spirit. In the experience of manifest religion, as Hegel describes it, Christ enjoys not a physical but a spiritual resurrection. The resurrection and Pentecost are thus understood to constitute one event, the process whereby Christ or God incarnate becomes the Holy Spirit, of love and forgiveness, within religious believers themselves. 134. At this point, religious consciousness understands itself and the community, Gemein, it forms to be the self-consciousness of divine being itself. As a consequence, Hegel points out, the death and spiritual resurrection of Christ are regarded by religious consciousness as also the death of the abstraction of the divine being which is not posited as self. 135 For, with Christ's death and resurrection God is understood to cease being something other than and apart from human consciousness and to become one with such consciousness. In the experience of manifest religion God relinquishes his transcendence and comes to be divine being that is conscious of itself in and as human self-consciousness. Yet religion does not bring the phenomenology to a dose, because it points beyond itself to a further shape of consciousness, absolute knowing proper or philosophy. The source of the lingering problem with religion is the fact that the form of picture thinking Vorstellung constitutes the specific mode in which spirit, in this community, becomes aware of itself. 136. The word spirit in this quotation refers to religious consciousness that knows itself to be the mind of God. Spirit is human consciousness that knows itself to be the consciousness that divine being acquires of itself, or absolute being that has become spirit. Such spirit understands itself to be actual human self-consciousness. It does not see itself, as it were, as a figment of its own imagination. Yet its consciousness of absolute being is couched in images and metaphors that are the product of religious imagination. This is not to say that the idea of God, for Hegel, is simply a fiction dreamt up by religious consciousness, as, for example, Nietzsche will later argue. Religion has arisen logically out of the experience of consciousness and understands the truth that it stands in relation to absolute being. It does not, however, conceive of such being explicitly as being that has become self-conscious in humanity. Rather it pictures such being as God the Father who creates the world and sends his Son into that world to die and be resurrected as Holy Spirit within us. 137. The content of religious consciousness, Hegel insists, is the truth. 138 But the form in which religion articulates this truth remains overly subjective, because it is shot through with images drawn from our own experience of nature and the world, such as those of Father and Son. Religion, therefore, remains enclosed within the perspective of human experience and self-consciousness and fails to understand being on its own terms as free actuality and free otherness. So far as spirit in religion pictures vorstellt itself to itself, it is indeed consciousness, but, in this picture thinking, reality does not receive its perfect due, viz. to be not merely a Geistkleid, but independent free existence. Selbstständiges Phrase Dasein. 139 Religion, in other words, is not literal enough in its understanding of being and does not bring to mind the actuality of being as such. Hegel also points out, however, that religion does not recognize a sufficiently intimate identity between absolute being and human self-consciousness, either. Religious consciousness certainly takes itself to be infused with God's Holy Spirit and in that sense understands God and humanity to become identical with one another in religious faith. Nonetheless, religion pictures God as a being who is essentially other than us, and who then comes to be one with humanity. Furthermore, religion pictures the process whereby God and humanity become one in faith as the activity of God, and so as the deed of an alien friend satisfaction, not as in some sense also our own activity. 140. Indeed, the whole divine story of God's becoming Holy Spirit is regarded as revealed to us by a God who is fundamentally other. According to Hegel, absolute being appears to be essentially other than us, even in uniting with humanity in religious faith, precisely because of the distortions of picture thinking. Since this consciousness, even in its thinking, remains at the level of picture thinking, absolute being is indeed revealed to it, but the moments of this being, partly themselves fall asunder so that they are not related to one another through their own concept begriff one, and partly this consciousness retreats from this its pure object, relating itself to it only in an external manner. The object is revealed to it by something alien, and it does not recognize itself in this thought of spirit. 141. There is, therefore, a clear difference between the way religion understands itself and the way it understands its content or object, God. On the one hand, religious consciousness knows itself to be actual, concrete self-consciousness, spirit is self. Knowing spirit, it knows itself, it is also actual spirit Wirklicher Geist. 1-2. On the other hand, such consciousness pictures God as a being who is essentially distinct from us, lives and dies as Jesus Christ and is resurrected within us as Holy Spirit. Note that the distinction at the heart of religion is not simply one between humanity and God. It is one between humanity's own actuality and the God that is pictured or represented as other than humanity. As a consequence of this difference, religious consciousness does not see an absolute identity between itself and its object. To recognize such an identity, consciousness would have to understand itself and its object to be one and the same actuality. Consciousness would have to understand its object explicitly as actuality, or absolute being, that has become self-conscious, and it would have to understand itself as the very self-consciousness that such actuality has come to be. Religious consciousness does not, however, recognize such an absolute identity between itself and its object. Because religion's principal object is absolute being pictured as other than our own self-conscious actuality, that is, as God. Consequently, as Hegel puts it, spirit's own actual self-consciousness is not the object of its consciousness in revealed religion. 143. This is not to deny the point made above, namely that in manifest religion consciousness finds itself incorporated into divine being. What has now become clear, however, is that religious consciousness, which knows itself to be actual, merely pictures itself as belonging to God by picturing God as the Holy Spirit at work within religious consciousness. Religious consciousness cannot, therefore, have as its object or content its own actual self-consciousness, because in general, its content exists for it in the form of picture thinking. 14. For religion, there is an essential difference between actual religious self-consciousness and the God who is pictured as becoming Holy Spirit within and as such self-consciousness. Yet, Hegel suggests, religion implicitly undermines the very difference between human consciousness and God that is central to religious belief. It does so, of course, precisely by picturing God becoming Holy Spirit within us and thereby becoming one with religious consciousness and faith itself. Moreover, in undermining the difference between humanity and God, religion implicitly calls into question the primacy of picture thinking itself, for it is picture thinking that holds God to be essentially other than humanity. In this way, Hegel suggests, religion implicitly points beyond itself to a new shape of consciousness that is no longer immersed in the images of picture thinking. The new shape of consciousness that renders explicit the absolute identity between consciousness and absolute being is absolute knowing or philosophy. Absolute knowing. It is important to recognize that the transition from religion to philosophy is made necessary by religion itself. Religion undermines the idea that God is essentially other than humanity by understanding God to become Holy Spirit within us. In so doing, religion challenges the primacy of picture thinking itself. Philosophy is simply the shape of consciousness that takes over and renders explicit the truth that is implicit in the very experience of religious consciousness, namely, that absolute being and human self consciousness in fact form one single actuality. The content or object known by philosophy is thus, for Hegel, essentially the same as that known by manifest religion. God or absolute being. It is just that philosophy or speculative knowing understands the true form of that content. God is attainable in pure speculative knowledge alone and is only in that knowledge, and is only that knowledge itself. For he is spirit, and this speculative knowledge is the knowledge of the revealed religion. Speculative knowledge knows God as thought or pure essence, and knows this thought as simple being and as existence, and existence as the negativity of itself, hence as self, as the self that is at the same time this individual, and also the universal, self. It is precisely this that the revealed religion knows. 145. Note that in the transition to philosophy the logical form of the object of consciousness changes. On the one hand, it is no longer comprehended through images and metaphors drawn from human experience as God the Father or pictured as Holy Spirit, but is understood to be existence, actuality, or being as such. On the other hand, it is no longer held to be essentially other than human self-consciousness, but is known to be absolutely one with such self-consciousness. Accordingly, the object of philosophy is actuality or being that has itself become self-conscious in human beings, within a community of reciprocal recognition, or what Hegel calls absolute spirit. With the move from religion to philosophy, consciousness is thus taken in two different directions at the same time. In contrast to religion, philosophy understands its object to be both fully objective and fully united with consciousness. In becoming philosophical, therefore, consciousness finally turns into pure self-recognition in absolute otherness 146 or absolute knowing. Other shapes of consciousness, including religion, come those to absolute knowing, but only philosophy, which understands its object to be absolute spirit, attains this goal because only spirit that is object to itself. As absolute spirit both is conscious of itself as a free actuality and remains conscious of itself therein. 147. Yet philosophy recognizes an even deeper identity between being and consciousness than I have suggested so far. Philosophy understands that being becomes self-conscious in human beings, but also that it is absolute being and so encompasses more than mere human life and consciousness. It recognizes, however, that such being, even as nature, prior to becoming self-conscious, is identical in structure to human self-consciousness. In this self-like form Hegel writes, existence is immediately thought, and the content is the concept begriff. 48 According to Hegel, therefore, philosophical consciousness knows being to be actual and irreducible, but also understands being to be identical in form to thought insofar as it is absolute reason or concept. Philosophical consciousness that understands the course of the world not just to be the deed of an alien satisfaction, but to be the work of the very rationality that it knows to be at work within itself. In this sense, philosophy sees in the world its own action. As such. 149 This is not to say that the philosopher believes the world to be generated or posited by human consciousness. That would be the position of subjective idealism, and is firmly rejected by Hegel. Philosophy, as Hegel understands it, understands the world to be immanently structured by reason, or the idea, that is absolute and ontological, but that comes to be self-conscious reason in us and in that sense constitutes our own rationality. 150. With the emergence of philosophy, the object, being, is not reduced to a mere postulate of consciousness but is known to be irreducibly actual in its own right, to be free actuality. 151 At the same time, it is understood to become self-conscious in human beings and to be identical in form to human reason and thought, insofar as the latter is conceived properly. At this point, therefore, the opposition between consciousness and its object, which characterized sensuous certainty at the start of the phenomenology, is finally overcome and consciousness mutates into speculative thought in which being is known to be the pure concept in its own self, and the pure concept to be true being 7. 152. Yet, if philosophy is to be genuinely presuppositionless, it must at the start of the logic set to one side the concrete conception of being as absolute spirit 7, as being that becomes self-conscious in human being, that has emerged in the phenomenology. Such a conception has been shown to be necessary, but it nevertheless is too determinate a conception from which to start presuppositionless philosophizing. Philosophy must, therefore, begin from the simple identity of thought and being as such. An identity, in which initially being is thought as nothing more than sheer, indeterminate being. Accordingly, the opening category of the logic is simply being, pure being. Without any further determination 7153. Phenomenology and philosophy. The account of the phenomenology provided in this chapter has necessarily been truncated. I hope, however, that it has given readers an idea of the way in which Hegel's phenomenological study of consciousness develops. The phenomenology does not describe the historical transformation of one shape of consciousness into another. It traces the experience that each shape logically must undergo. In the course of such experience, Hegel argues, the logical form of the object of consciousness and of consciousness itself is seen to change. The phenomenologist then moves on to consider a further shape of consciousness that takes over explicitly the new conception of the object and of consciousness that emerges within the experience of the shape he has just considered. Note that subsequent shapes of consciousness are not introduced externally by the phenomenologist in order to resolve contradictions in earlier shapes. If that were the case, the course taken by the phenomenology would depend partly on the judgment of the phenomenologist. Is this particular shape of consciousness the only one that removes the contradiction in the preceding shape, or might another shape do the job more efficiently? This would be up to the phenomenologist, and the readers, to decide. According to Hegel, however, the phenomenologist is not called upon to make such judgments, because later shapes are made necessary by the experience of the previous shapes themselves. It is true that we make the transition to a subsequent shape, but in so doing we simply move on to the shape that takes up the truth implicitly disclosed in the experience just examined. The development of consciousness in the phenomenology is thus understood by Hegel to be necessary, not just possible or probable 7. It is generated not merely by imaginative associations between different shapes drawn by the phenomenologist, but by the continuous logical transformation of consciousness and its object in the experience of consciousness itself. This logical necessity determines what does and does not come up for discussion in Hegel's text. Hegel does not discuss every possible state of mind or form of human life in the phenomenology. Indeed, many phenomena examined in Hegel's own philosophy, that is, in his logic, philosophy of nature and philosophy of spirit, find no place in his phenomenology, for example, the corporations and the free, constitutional state, analyzed in the philosophy of right. The phenomenology considers only those shapes of consciousness that are made necessary by the experience of ordinary consciousness itself. These do, however, include what Hegel understands to be all the fundamental ways in which consciousness regards its object, as other than consciousness, as there for consciousness, as identical to consciousness, and so on. 154. If one casts one's mind back over the shapes touched upon in this chapter and chapter 3, one will see that there is a clear structure to the development Hegel traces. Hegel first considers consciousness as such, whose focus is on the object or what is other than the self. Consciousness then mutates into self-consciousness, which focuses on itself and understands itself to be the negation of what is other than it. Self-consciousness then transforms itself into reason, which sees an implicit unity between the self and its other. Insofar as it sees the other itself as implicitly rational, reason then becomes spirit, whose object is explicitly, not just implicitly, rational, and for which such rationality or reason is explicitly universal. Such spirit understands both itself and its other to be self-conscious reason, and so relates to what it regards as a world of universal reason, for example, the ethical world of laws and customs. As spirit becomes more conscious of itself as rational, however, it becomes alienated from the world of self-conscious universal reason. Spirit then heals this rift by understanding itself to be responsible for creating the world of self-conscious reason through acts of revolutionary freedom. The fateful experience of such revolutionary spirit leads it, however, to regard its own pure self as the only true realization of universal reason. At this point, spirit, in the form of moral spirit and conscience, completely identifies universal reason with its own self-consciousness and subjectivity, and so conflates its object and itself. The penultimate transformation of spirit occurs when it learns to let go of itself and recognizes in confession, forgiveness, and reconciliation its own absolute rationality and divinity. At this point, the moral spirit mutates into religion. What distinguishes religion from moral conscience is ultimately a matter of emphasis, but it is nonetheless a highly significant one. Whereas conscience understands itself to be self-conscious, universal reason, religion understands itself to be universal reason that has become conscious of itself. Religion, in other words, appreciates, in a way that conscience does not, that universal reason is not simply coextensive with human self-consciousness, but is genuinely absolute being that comes to be self-conscious in humanity. Religion pictures this absolute being or reason as God, and in so doing, places great stress on the difference between such absolute being and humanity. At the same time, however, in the doctrines of the Incarnation and the Holy Spirit, religion discloses that God is actually the process of becoming one with humanity. Philosophy, or absolute knowing, is the shape of spirit that takes over the truth implicit in religion. It understands absolute reason not to be an infinite other that joins together with humanity, but rather to be being itself, the one and only actuality there is, that becomes self-conscious as humanity. For philosophy, there is still a difference between being, or absolute reason, and human self-consciousness, since the former is not reducible to the latter but also takes the form of nature. Yet philosophy also recognizes an identity between the two and sees them as constituting one and the same actuality. This is to be understood in two ways. On the one hand, as we just noted, philosophy understands humanity to be nothing but being that has become self-conscious. On the other hand, philosophy understands being to have the very same logical form as self-conscious thought, namely that of the concept, a form articulated in the logic. In philosophical thought, therefore, justice is finally done to both sides of consciousness, for thought relates to absolute being that is not reducible to thought, and in that sense is other than thought but that is nonetheless identical in form to thought, and so allows thought to recognize itself in it. Philosophical thought, or absolute knowing, in other words, is pure self-recognition in absolute otherness. 155. In the course of the phenomenology, consciousness transforms itself logically, through its own experience and the transitions that we make, into absolute knowing or philosophy. Many people may well remain opposed to speculative philosophy and reject it as perverse. Hegel's phenomenology demonstrates, however, that speculative philosophy is the shape of consciousness, or thought, that is made logically necessary by the implications of consciousness's own experience. If readers of the phenomenology examine the experience of consciousness carefully, they will, Hegel believes, see that the numerous ways in which consciousness understands its object and itself are in each case more complex than they initially appear to be. Furthermore, if such readers are prepared to embrace the complexity disclosed by each shape, they will be taken necessarily onto further shapes and in this way progress towards greater understanding and self-understanding. Eventually, such readers will learn that the religious experience of being or God requires them to go on to acknowledge the structural identity of being and thought. At that point, they will understand why philosophy is a logically necessary endeavor and not as perverse as they may at first have thought. Hegel's phenomenology will in this way have provided these readers with a ladder to speculative philosophy, a ladder whose rungs are the shapes of consciousness itself. Hegel argues that each rung in this ladder is made necessary by the previous one. This does not mean, however, that each of us must individually live out each shape of consciousness, and so actually become domineering, slavish, unhappy, revolutionary, and morally self-righteous, before we are properly equipped to do philosophy. Many of the shapes Hegel discusses have, indeed, been lived out in history, often to very bloody effect. Our task as readers of the phenomenology, however, is simply to understand the logic that leads from one shape to another and, eventually, to philosophy. 156. If we follow that logic, Hegel believes, we will see that philosophy does most justice to the deliverances of human experience and is thus a rationally justified endeavor. At the same time, we will be brought to understand the inadequacies of each philosophical shape of consciousness. For this reason, the phenomenology can be regarded as a primarily critical, deconstructive text. It certainly shows how each shape of consciousness is made logically necessary by the experience of its predecessor, but it does so by explaining how each shape is undermined by its very own experience and so points beyond itself to a new shape. Hegel's text, in other words, reveals how shapes of consciousness themselves negate and subvert their own point of view. In this way, the phenomenology serves the same purpose as radical self-criticism, for it frees us from the hold of non-philosophical consciousness and its manifold assumptions, and thereby prepares us for presuppositionless philosophy. It is crucial to remember that the task of the phenomenology is not to set out Hegel's speculative philosophy in its properly philosophical form. It does, indeed, contain a wide array of extraordinarily penetrating analyses of the nature and contradictions of human experience, many of which, for example, his analyses of the master-slave dialectic, the ethical world of Sophocles, Antigone and conscience, find echoes in Hegel's philosophy proper. Its principal role, however, is to clear the way for such philosophy by subjecting ordinary consciousness and its fundamental presuppositions to a radical, immanent critique. Speculative philosophy is, of course, itself also critical. It demonstrates that being cannot merely be understood to be being or essence but must be conceived as idea. That nature cannot merely be understood to be space, time, and matter but must also be understood to include organic life, and that human spirit cannot merely be reduced to individual subjectivity and passion but must take the form of economic, political and religious intersubjectivity. Yet philosophy's principal task is to disclose the enduring necessity and rationality of the categories and forms of nature and spirit that it examines. Some phenomena, such as madness, slavery, injustice and evil, are shown to be necessary only if the human spirit gets stuck within a specific perspective, and so are revealed in fact to be avoidable. In other cases, however, philosophy demonstrates that the phenomenon in question, be it habit, language, the state, art, or religion, is and will always continue to be essential to human freedom. Philosophy is thus a more affirmative discipline, whose aim is to uncover the immanent rationality in being, nature and human freedom, whereas phenomenology may be said to be more sceptical and deconstructive. This difference between philosophy and phenomenology is, I think, reflected in the treatment of religion in the two disciplines. In his philosophy, as I argue in chapter 10, Hegel demonstrates that religion is absolutely necessary to the full human experience of the truth. Religious spirit is shown to be limited by the fact that it merely pictures and feels the truth. Nonetheless, religion is also shown to be indispensable to a fully human life, for, although philosophical concepts give us the clearest and most adequate understanding of the truth, we cannot fight by concepts alone but also need to satisfy the demands of feeling and imagination, just as we satisfy the demands of intuition in art. Philosophy thus affirms the central importance of religion for human individuals and societies by showing that it is the felt, pictorial consciousness of the truth. In the phenomenology, by contrast, Hegel is not concerned to explain why religion must be preserved. His aim, instead, is to show how religious experience undermines the very perspective of Borstelian that defines it and thereby points logically beyond itself to philosophy. The account of religion provided in the phenomenology is thus much more critical of religion than that given by philosophy, although both disciplines share a common understanding of the fundamental character of religion and of the central importance of, for example, forgiveness and picture thinking to religious experience. It is true, therefore, that Hegel's treatment of religion undergoes a subtle change between the phenomenology and the Berlin lectures on the philosophy of religion. In the former, philosophy or absolute knowing does, indeed, leave religion behind, whereas in the latter philosophy affirms and justifies the religious point of view. 157. This difference is, however, definitely not due to any growing conservatism on Hegel's part. It reflects the fundamental difference between the respective methods and purposes of phenomenology and philosophy. The whole point of phenomenology is to show that each shape of consciousness undermines itself and makes further shapes necessary. The phenomenological treatment of religion thus concentrates explicitly on the way in which religious experience paves the way for philosophy. Philosophy itself, by contrast, explains how phenomena are made necessary by and are essential to being as such, nature and human freedom. The philosophical treatment of religion thus emphasizes that religion is the wholly appropriate way in which to feel and picture the truth, and confirms the enduring significance of religion for our lives. If we have to choose between the two, it is clearly the philosophical account that must be given precedence. For philosophy discloses what Hegel understands to be the ultimate truth about things, including the truth about the religious experience of truth. Phenomenology, on the other hand, does not pretend to disclose the ultimate truth about religion, but contents itself with showing how and why religion makes the philosophical understanding of truth necessary. 158. The phenomenology is a magnificent work and both deserves and rewards careful, detailed study. To my mind, Hegel's analyses of the master-slave relation, the unhappy consciousness and self-congratulatory conscience in particular are unparalleled in their critical power and have quite justifiably been the focus of much scholarly attention since 1807. Nevertheless, one should not forget that, for all its undeniable brilliance, the phenomenology is intended only to prepare us for, not to replace, speculative philosophy. If we are to discover what Hegel understood being, nature and human freedom themselves to be, rather than the problems he saw in our pre-philosophical experience of them, we must look to the Logik philosophy of nature and philosophy of spirit. We will now turn to consider Hegel's notorious and unjustly abused philosophy of nature. 5. Reason in nature. From logic to nature. For a long time Hegel's philosophy of nature was regarded as the least convincing part of his philosophical system. Indeed, Karl Popper could see little in it but bombastic and mystifying cant. In recent years, however, scholars have begun to take Hegel's philosophy of nature more seriously. They have pointed out that, pace Popper, Hegel was well acquainted with the scientific literature of his day, in areas as diverse as mathematics, physics, chemistry, biology, and geology, and they have begun to see merit in many of his own philosophical ideas about space, time, motion, light and organic life. Why does Hegel deem it necessary to provide a philosophy of nature? Is it simply that nature is a given and as such commands the attention of philosophers? Or is a philosophy of nature made necessary by the internal structure of Hegel's own philosophical system? In my view, the latter is the case. Hegel's philosophy proper begins with the logic which seeks to provide an immanent, presuppositionless derivation of the basic categories of thought and being. This derivation of the categories is presuppositionless because it takes for granted no specific rules of thought and, indeed, is preceded by the act of setting aside all our familiar determinate assumptions about thought and being, an act undertaken either in the interests of radical self-criticism or in response to the deconstructive arguments of the phenomenology. Since it may not begin with any determinate conception of being, as, for example, substance or nature, presuppositionless logic must start, according to Hegel, with the wholly indeterminate category of pure being, and it must proceed by simply unfolding or rendering explicit the various categories that are implicit in pure being itself. Such categories emerge in the logic because, contrary to expectation, pure being turns out logically not just to be pure being after all, but to entail being something, being finite, being quantitative, exercising causality, and so on. The logic culminates in the insight that being proves ultimately to be self-determining reason, or what Hegel calls the idea. Hegel proves to be an idealist, therefore, not because he thinks that objects exist only in the mind, but because he understands being itself to be rational too. At the very end of the logic, Hegel then argues that the idea not only is self-determining reason, but also constitutes once again the simple immediacy of being. The idea constitutes this immediacy because it alone is what there truly is. As such, it has nothing outside itself but is pure and simple self-relation, Einfachbeziehung auf sich. In so far as it is purely self-relating, it is always and only itself, always and only what it is. Accordingly, the idea is not just being that determines itself and develops in a certain manner, but also being that is immediately itself, being that simply is what it is. In this way, Hegel argues, the idea necessarily contracts itself, sich zusammennimmt, through its own immanent logic, into the immediacy of being 3. The immediate being we encounter at the end of the logic is not, however, the same as the pure being with which the logic began. Being, as it is initially conceived, is utterly abstract and indeterminate, whereas being as it emerges at the end of the logic is fulfilled being, being as the concrete and also absolutely intensive totality. This is because the being with which the logic ends is constituted by self-determining, internally differentiated reason. It is the simple being to which the idea determines itself. 4. To recapitulate, pure indeterminate being proves logically to be reason, but reason itself proves in turn to be immediate being and existence. Hegel goes on to claim that the immediate being constituted by reason is nature. It is not initially clear, however, why Hegel should identify the immediate being of reason with nature in particular, rather than, say, with Gockel. We will thus have to return to this question later. At this stage, it is important simply to note that Hegel does, indeed, make this identification. The idea, contracting itself into the immediacy of being, is the totality in this form, nature. Hegel is thus required to develop a philosophy of nature because, in his view, being, the object with which philosophy is always concerned, itself turns out to be nothing but nature. Nature, as it emerges in Hegel's philosophy, is in turn understood to be not just brute contingency or sheer givenness, but actually existing reason, the idea. As being, the idea that is, die Sinn die Idee, or, as Hegel puts it in his 1819/20 lectures on the philosophy of nature, the embodied immediate idea is 6. Hegel's account of the transition to the philosophy of nature is to be found at the end of both the Science of Logic and the Encyclopaedia Logic, and the formidable complexity and brevity of his arguments have led to widely differing interpretations of this crucial logical move. 7. In my view, however, the core of Hegel's argument is clear. Reason does not transform itself into nature gradually over time, nor does it precede nature in time and bring nature into being through a creative act. Rather, absolute reason discloses itself actually to be nature itself by proving logically to be immediately self-relating being. Note that absolute reason can be said to be the creative ground of nature, insofar as it makes nature necessary. This is the core of truth in the religious Vorstellung of divine creation. 8. Yet reason grounds nature in a highly unusual manner, not by preceding it in time, but by proving itself logically to be nothing less than nature itself. For Hegel, therefore, there is no being prior to nature, nature is all there actually is. Though later, of course, we shall see human consciousness or spirit emerge out of nature. We reach this conclusion, however, by starting not directly with nature as such, but with pure indeterminate being and discovering that, logically, such being cannot be anything but nature. 9. This may seem to be a somewhat roundabout way to proceed. Why not begin straight away with nature? Because in a presuppositionless philosophy we cannot simply assume from the start that being is nature, any more than we can assume that it is substance or will to power. We must begin with sheer indeterminate being, about which no assumptions are made, and wait to see what such being proves logically to be. Furthermore, such philosophical patience brings its own reward, for it leads to a distinctive conception of nature that we might never have gained without undertaking the presuppositionless study of being. It becomes clear, for example, that nature is an absolute logical necessity and not just a happy accident. It also becomes clear, however, that nature has no transcendent ground or cause that exists apart from or prior to it. The idea grounds nature by proving to be nothing apart from or less than nature itself. The idea cannot, therefore, have an independent existence prior to nature. On the contrary, it must inhabit the very nature it makes necessary and so, to borrow the words of Spinoza, be the immanent, not the transitive, cause of all things. 10. At the end of the logic, therefore, it becomes clear that to bring to mind only pure being, or the idea, as happens within the logic itself, is not to think of something other than nature, but is to think of nature itself, including the conscious spirit that emerges from nature, insofar as it has been stripped of all or some of its defining characteristics. In other words, it is to underdetermine nature, in the same way that I underdetermine this book in front of me when I think of it merely as something, rather than as Hegel's philosophy of nature. The difference is that in ordinary life we are not led by the bare fact that something is something to any deeper understanding of the object in question, whereas in philosophy we are led by the bare fact that being is pure and simple being to the deeper insight that being is in fact nature. Philosophy, in other words, understands how pure, abstract being determines itself logically to be nothing but nature. The other thing that becomes apparent from Hegel's circuitous logical derivation of nature is that nature is essentially rational. This is necessarily the case because nature is simply the immediate existence of the self-determining reason or idea that being proves to be. The claim that nature is rational is thus not one that is asserted arbitrarily by Hegel, but one that he can claim to have proven at the close of the logic. Hegel emphasizes, however, that nature is by no means purely rational. This is because nature is reason insofar as the latter is not explicitly self-determining reason as such, but immediate being and existence. This is no doubt a somewhat paradoxical idea, but it is an important one to grasp if we are to understand why Hegel conceives of nature in the way he does. To learn more about why nature is not fully rational, and, indeed, what it means for nature not to be fully rational, we must look more closely at the logic. Nature, the idea as the negative of itself. In the logic, as we know, Hegel argues that pure being proves logically to be self-determining reason or the idea. He also insists, however, that the process of being's logical development is not merely a means to an end which is then forgotten when the end is achieved. On the contrary, this process is itself an integral aspect of what being finally proves to be. For Hegel, therefore, the process whereby being becomes self-determining reason itself forms part of what is for being to be self-determining reason. This is why in the Encyclopedia Logic Hegel identifies the content of the idea or being as self-determining reason with the entire system, the development of which we have been considering so far. 11. Being is the idea, for Hegel, not just insofar as it is self-determining reason as opposed to mere quality, quantity, or substance, but insofar as it is the whole logical process that culminates in self-determining reason or the idea itself. Being is the idea, in other words, insofar as it is the progressive unfolding and systematic interconnectedness of all the logical determinations that are immanent in being. Consider now what occurs when being as reason or the idea proves to be nature. Being as reason determines itself to be nature, Hegel writes, because it contracts itself into the immediacy of being, and it contracts itself in this way because it proves to be the totality of being, to relate only to itself and so to constitute a realm of immediate self-relation. In this logical move, however, being as reason loses the very character that defines it as self-determining reason, for it ceases being the dynamic process of determining and developing itself and gives itself the form of simple, static being that is purely what it is. In determining itself to be nature, therefore, being as reason determines itself to be being that is not in fact fully and explicitly rational. As Hegel puts it, in proving to be nature reason necessarily proves to be the negative of itself, das Negativere selbst. 12. This is clearly not an easy thought to get one's mind around. Being proves logically to be self-determining reason, but such reason in turn proves logically to be being that is not itself fully and explicitly rational. There must be nature, therefore, because, paradoxically, the idea or being as self-determining reason can in fact never be anything less than the sheer negation of itself. This, I believe, is why Hegel describes nature as the idea in the form of otherness. L13. Hegel's claim is not that nature is something quite separate from reason, and that reason, correspondingly, is something separate from and independent of nature, but that nature is simply absolute reason itself existing in a form that is other than that of explicitly self-determining rationality. Hegel claims further that it is only as this imperfect embodiment of itself, as nature, that absolute reason actually exists, until, that is, nature itself gives rise to explicitly rational human consciousness. If we continue to pursue this theme, we can answer the question that I raised earlier but have so far failed to address. Granted that being proves to be reason and that reason contracts itself into the immediacy of being, why must we think of such immediate being as nature? Couldn't it be that absolute reason determines itself to have an immediate existence as God, and might not this prove that there must exist a deity or Logos that is quite separate from nature? Hegel does, indeed, equate the idea and God insofar as he maintains that religion pictures as God what philosophy knows to be the idea. 14 He insists, however, in a way that brings him close to Spinoza, that God is not something separate from nature and the world, but actually exists as nature itself. But why does Hegel claim this? His argument is as follows: in contracting itself into the immediacy of being, reason necessarily proves to be the negative of itself. Reason qua reason consists in the immanent interconnectedness of the logical determinations of being, the direct negation of reason that reason itself proves to be must, therefore, consist in being whose determinations are not immanently interconnected, but utterly external and indifferent to one another. The immediate being into which reason logically contracts itself must thus be a realm of sheer, static externality, and so, as Hegel puts it, be the idea, in the form of externality. 15 Such sheer externality is known to us through our experience as space, the minimal form of nature. Being as reason must, therefore, take the form of nature because it cannot be anything other than the negation of its own dynamic dialectical fluidity, and so cannot be anything other than the sheer externality we know to be space. In this chapter I have argued that the emergence of nature is logically necessary. In the Encyclopedia Logic, however, Hegel states, apparently to the contrary, that nature is the product of the idea's freedom. The absolute freedom of the idea is that it resolves to release out of itself into freedom the moment of its particularity, or itself as nature. Similar wording is also to be found in the science of logic. The idea freely releases itself, and by reason of this freedom, the form of its determinateness is also utterly free, the externality of space and time existing absolutely on its own account. Absolute for sich selbst, seeing without the moment of subjectivity. 16 How exactly are these lines to be reconciled with the interpretation that I have been putting forward? Taken at face value, the claim that the idea resolves, or decides sich inchlius to release itself as nature cannot be reconciled with my interpretation, since I argue that the idea is not self-conscious spirit endowed with free will, but merely self-determining being as such, and so is not capable of making any resolutions or decisions in the ordinary sense of these words at all. In my view, therefore, Hegel's talk of free resolve in this context should be regarded as metaphorical. The move to nature is in fact the impersonal, logical process whereby the idea determines itself to be nature. Resolution and decision in the ordinary senses of the words will be the prerogative of conscious human beings alone, whose reason does not ground nature but emerges out of nature itself. This move to nature can, however, be regarded as an expression of the idea's freedom. In a different, more Spinozan sense, for what makes nature necessary is precisely the logical process whereby the idea autonomously determines itself to be nature. The idea cannot but so determine itself, in the sense nature is necessary, and yet the idea determines itself to be nature through its own, autonomous, immanent logic, and so in this sense nature is the result of the idea's freedom. Reason is nothing but self determination, and, accordingly, it determines itself without any external constraint, to be the simple being that is nature. Reason's grounding of nature is thus both necessary and free, in the sense of autonomous, at one and the same time. Yet Hegel not only claims that the idea's release of itself as nature is free, he also maintains that the very externality of space and nature itself is utterly free. It has to be admitted that the precise connection here between freedom and externality is by no means as clear as it should be. It becomes clearer, however, if we understand Hegel along the lines I have been suggesting, but do not in this case understand freedom to mean autonomy. On my reading, the idea mutates logically into the externality of space because it releases itself in a form that is free from, by virtue of being the negation of, that of the idea itself. There must be space and nature, therefore, because the idea or freely self-determining reason can never be anything less than the sheer negation of itself. Hegel's account of the transition from the logic to the philosophy of nature is abstract, condensed and highly paradoxical, and I do not pretend to have answered all the relevant questions about it. I hope, however, that my remarks may give readers at least an idea of why Hegel thinks nature is logically necessary. I hope also that they will enable readers to understand why Hegel considers nature to be so profoundly contradictory. Reason and nature's system of stages. Nature is the imperfect embodiment of reason, but it is nonetheless reason incarnate. The task of the philosophy of nature, in Hegel's view, is to reveal precisely how reason manifests itself in nature. In order to carry out this task, philosophy must seek to discern the rationality that is immanent in nature, in particular, the distinctive logic of nature, rather than that immanent in history or some other area of human life, such as art. This immanent rationality can only be discerned by focusing on what follows logically from nature at its most minimal, namely from the very externality of space itself. The philosophy of nature will not, therefore, simply try to fit the phenomena of nature into patterns of pure reason taken over directly from the logic, as some commentators have suggested, but will endeavor to unfold what is made necessary by the externality of space in particular. On the surface this would not appear to be a very promising way to proceed. Space, as understood by Hegel, is being whose parts are completely external and indifferent to one another and which is thus utterly lifeless. 17 Can such static externality harbor any immanent rationality of its own and make anything logically necessary? Hegel's answer is yes. The lifeless externality of space will itself prove to be rationally self-determining, and will give rise logically to a host of different aspects of nature. In Hegel's view, therefore, nature is profoundly contradictory because it is structured by the rationality that is immanent in the very unreason of externality, Unvernunft der Äußerlichkeit itself. 18. As we learn in the course of the philosophy of nature, what is made necessary by the sheer externality of space includes time, motion, matter, gravitation, light, physical bodies, with cohesion and degrees of warmth, magnetism, electricity, chemical processes, geological formations, vegetable and animal life, and, finally, human consciousness. From the philosophical perspective, therefore, these phenomena cannot be regarded as merely contingent, because they are made necessary by nature itself, that is, by the reason or idea inherent in the very fabric of space. The necessity described by Hegel is a strictly logical necessity. Furthermore, it is timeless in the sense that it does not operate at one time rather than another, but is at work at all times, making the various aspects of nature discussed in the philosophy of nature necessary. As Hegel puts it, the idea develops itself eternally, timelessly. 19. It is always logically necessary, therefore, that there be time, motion, matter, and light in nature. But why is this the case? What is the precise character of this necessity? It lies in the fact that each aspect or stage, stuve, of nature, beginning with space, has implicit within its logical structure a further, more complex logical structure. Each aspect thus points logically beyond itself to a further aspect of nature in which what is implicit in the first becomes explicit. Each further aspect of nature is made necessary by the preceding one, therefore, because it embodies the truth contained in its predecessor. The logical necessity that Hegel articulates in the philosophy of nature is thus nothing particularly mysterious. It is simply the process whereby one aspect of nature, in order to be fully what it is and to manifest all that is implicit within it, leads logically to the emergence of a new and more complex aspect of nature. The necessity of the idea, in other words, consists in nothing more than the completion, Ergänzung, of one stage by passing into another. 20. In this process, Hegel maintains, nature comes to be more explicitly what it is. Implicitly, the movement of nature is then to posit itself as that which it is in itself. /. Sich. 21. What the sheer externality of nature is implicitly, of course, is self-determining reason or idea. The process whereby nature logically generates new levels of itself is thus at the same time the process whereby nature becomes more explicitly rational, self-determining and free. That is to say, the logical development of nature described by Hegel is the process in which the sheer externality of space progressively negates itself and transforms itself into the more integrated, unified, and self-determining shape of life. 22. The ultimate goal of nature is, indeed, to progress beyond life itself and to give rise to the conscious self-determination and freedom found in human life in particular. Nature is thus not just a realm of lifeless externality, but space, time, and matter whose intrinsic rationality or idea make the emergence of both life and human freedom necessary. One must take care, however, to understand precisely what Hegel is and is not claiming. His claim is that each stage of nature makes the next one logically necessary and that stages are differentiated from one another by their relative logical complexity. He is not arguing that each stage necessarily generates, and so precedes, its successor in time. Nature is to be regarded as a system of stages, one arising necessarily from the other and being the proximate truth. Nax ain't worried of the stage from which it results, but it is not generated naturally out of the other but only in the inner idea which constitutes the ground of nature. 23. Hegel's claim is thus not that space necessarily, and absurdly, comes before time in time, and that similarly time comes before motion, motion before matter, matter before light, and so on. He argues, instead, that space is logically the least that nature can be, and thus, in its sheer externality, is more abstract than the phenomena to which, logically, it gives rise. As we shall see, some of the stages Hegel discusses can be separated in time, even though Hegel is interested only in their logical, not their temporal, relation to one another. Many of the stages, however, cannot be separated in time at all. For example, there cannot actually be any space that is not space-time, and there cannot be any matter that is not physical, chemical, or organic. The first section of the philosophy of nature, mechanics, considers matter insofar as it is characterized by different forms of motion that can be described mathematically, but Hegel acknowledges that there is in fact no matter that is purely mechanical, even the mechanical body must be a physical body. 24. Mechanics, therefore, does not consider anything that can exist apart from or prior to physical matter, but considers physical matter itself in abstraction from its specifically physical characteristics. The fact that the stages analyzed by Hegel form a logical rather than temporal sequence does not, however, mean that the logical necessity he describes is not real. On the contrary, Hegel believes that logical necessity, the idea or God one, is at work in nature at all times, pressing, as it were, for the emergence of various natural phenomena. Evidence for the reality of this necessity is to be found in the fact that the phenomena necessitated and predicted by the logic of nature do actually occur. Some of the stages of nature are, of course, distinguished by their position in time as well as by their logical relation to one another. There was a time when there was no earth, with its meteorological processes, and there was also a time when there was no life on earth. In such cases, however, Hegel's philosophy of nature does not seek to give an account of the natural processes that produced the earth or that gave rise to life. The philosophy of nature shows only why life and planets such as the earth are logically necessary, and it leaves it to science to explain the chemical processes that generated life and the cosmological processes that created the planets. Indeed, the philosophy of nature does not seek at all to compete with science by providing alternative natural explanations for natural phenomena. Rather, it supplements the work of science by demonstrating that each of these phenomena not only has its specific natural causes but also its own intrinsic rationality. Note that the logic of nature does not suffice by itself to account fully for the actual occurrence of natural phenomena. It works through the natural processes described by science, just as reason in history works through the passions and actions of historical individuals and states. Natural science, in Hegel's view, is incapable of discerning this logic, since it does not focus specifically on the logical structure of space and the subsequent stages of nature that are made necessary by it. It falls to philosophy, therefore, to demonstrate, in a manner that is alien to science itself, that there is, indeed, a logic of nature or divine idea working through natural processes and pushing nature towards the production of various natural phenomena in which it achieves the ends of reason. Philosophy and science are thus not in competition with one another but have quite different aims. Philosophy restricts itself to showing the rational necessity of phenomena, the fact that they accord with the demands of reason, while science explores the details of how and why such phenomena actually arise in nature. Contingency and the limits of philosophy. Hegel's philosophy of nature is much more limited in what it can tell us about the world than is sometimes believed. It can demonstrate that a particular phenomenon is made necessary logically by another, but it cannot by itself reconstruct the empirical natural history of any such phenomenon. Philosophy must, therefore, leave it to science to study the natural processes that actually give rise to phenomena such as planetary systems and life. Hegel points out that philosophy is also limited in another respect, because the phenomena whose logical necessity it demonstrates are in every case beset by irreducible contingencies that the logic of nature alone cannot account for. The existence of such contingencies is itself made necessary by the fact that nature is not simply the embodiment of reason, but is reason as the negative of itself, that is, reason in the form of the unreason of externality. We noted earlier that nature is contradictory, for Hegel, because the utterly lifeless and barren externality of space itself proves to be rationally self-determining and to contain the logical seeds of time, motion, and matter. What now needs to be recognized is that nature is in fact contradictory in a further sense, for it is the embodiment of reason that is at the same time not purely or fully rational but shot through with illogical contingencies. The essential contradiction in nature is thus that on the one hand there is the necessity of its forms which is generated by the concept begriff, and their rational determination in the organic totality, while on the other hand, there is their indifferent contingency and interminable irregularity. It is important to remember that such contingency is not just an accidental feature of nature but is itself made necessary by the fact that in nature reason manifests itself as the negation of itself, as reason that is not just reason alone. In nature, therefore, contingency and determination from without has its right and must be acknowledged by philosophy. 26. Contingencies in nature will not necessarily lack all explanation and may prove on further reflection to have definite, identifiable causes and so, from a scientific point of view, to be law-governed and necessary. They are deemed to be contingent by philosophy, however, because they are not made necessary by the inherent logic of nature. 27. From the perspective of philosophy, therefore, contingencies in nature constitute certain givens that ultimately have no rational foundation. The logic of nature may well make it logically necessary that there be organic life, that such life take the form of animals as well as plants, and, perhaps, that such life take to the air. It cannot, however, explain why in Hegel's day there were apparently over 60 species of parrot. 28. This and a whole host of other contingencies can only be explained, if they can be explained at all, by empirical science. They bear witness, therefore, to what Hegel calls the impotence of nature, die Ohnmacht der Natur, nature's inability to shape itself purely in accordance with the determinations of its own inherent logic and its consequent need to leave their detailed specification to external determination. 29. This does not mean that philosophy itself turns out to be utterly impotent in the face of nature's boundless and bewildering diversity. It does mean, however, that philosophy must restrict itself to determining what is made logically necessary by the sheer externality of space and must not aspire to explain every detail in nature. Hegel insists that this impotence of nature sets limits to philosophy and that it is quite improper to expect the concept to comprehend, or as it is said, construe or deduce these contingent products of nature. 30. As Gerd Buchdahl points out, Hegel's philosophy of nature is thus an enterprise that displays much more intellectual sanity than has often been attributed to it. 31. It does not endeavor, in an act of monumental philosophical hubris, to deduce every aspect of nature from the idea, but seeks to deduce only what the logic of nature demonstrably makes necessary. Hegel well understands that a great deal of what there is in nature remains beyond the understanding of philosophy, but he wishes to show that, amidst the vast array of contingencies it contains, nature is nonetheless to a degree rational. Philosophy has to start from the concept, and even if it does not assert much, we must be content with this. The philosophy of nature is in error when it wants to account for every phenomenon. But what is known through the concept is clear by itself and stands firm, and philosophy need not feel any disquiet unruhi about this, even if all phenomena are not yet explained. There is plenty that cannot be comprehended yet. This is something we must grant in the philosophy of nature. 32. Hegel's aim, therefore, is a modest one. Yet it may still not be modest enough for some of his critics, for, although he clearly has no ambitions to explain the totality of the universe philosophically, he does aim to provide a definitive, absolute, a priori account of what follows from the idea in the form of externality. Indeed, Hegel's modesty would make no sense without this ambition, for it is only by determining what follows necessarily from the logic of nature that one can know what counts, from a philosophical perspective, as contingent. As Hegel remarks in his 1823 lectures, the concept is the judge that decides what is the true. 53. To conclude this section, I will briefly consider one of the most famous charges to be leveled at Hegel, namely that he attempted to prove by pure reason alone, in an act of egregious immodesty, that there can be at most 7 planets and that no planet can be situated between Mars and Jupiter. This charge was made by Popper in the Open Society and its enemies and was repeated in Jacob Bronowski's The Ascent of Man, a book based on a television series that was seen by millions in the 1970s. Since many people may have been misled by Popper and Bronowski into thinking that Hegel was considerably more arrogant and foolish than I have been prepared to admit, it is important to set the record straight. 34. In his 1801 dissertation, on the orbits of the planets, Hegel did try to explain why there were, as he thought, only 7 planets, but as Olivier de Pierrepont has convincingly argued, he is in that work not by any means as guilty of mindless aphorism as has often been claimed. Towards the end of the 18th century, a group of scientists, guided by an arithmetical series of numbers known as the TTS Audiobook law, committed themselves to looking for a planet between the orbits of Mars and Jupiter. Hegel regarded this law as non-rational and inexact, and suggested that an alternative exponential series, inspired by Plato's Timaeus, would be much more rational and would account for the gap between Mars and Jupiter. Although Hegel would probably have heard reports that a minor planet had, indeed, been discovered precisely where he thought there was and should be a gap, he would not have had any reason at the time he was writing to regard the existence of this minor planet as anything more than conjecture. His motivation for preferring the exponential series was thus not only that it was more rational, but also that it corresponded more closely to what he took to be the currently known empirical facts. Indeed, from Hegel's point of view, it was actually the scientists looking for a planet between Mars and Jupiter on the basis of an arithmetical series alone who were guilty of uncritical a priorism. Moreover, as de Pierre points out, although Hegel was wrong not to take the reports of the discovery of the asteroid series more seriously, he was actually right not to place uncritical trust in the Titius Bode law, as the discovery in 1846 of Neptune, whose distance from the Sun does not correspond precisely to that law, would later demonstrate. 35. In his later lectures on the philosophy of nature, by which time he has accepted the existence of asteroids between the orbits or Mars and Jupiter, Hegel no longer maintains that he can account fully for the distances of the planets from the Sun. In his 1821 lectures he does consider a law that might govern those distances, but he concludes that it fits only approximately 36. In 1823 he is even more cautious. He admits that it is a necessary demand that we also know this law governing the distances of the planets, but he states, perhaps echoing Newton's famous declaration, "One do not feign hypotheses," that he will not venture here to set up any hypotheses about such a law. 37. It is apparent from these passages, therefore, that Hegel is very far from being hypnotized by his own inspiring jargon and does not set out to deceive and bewitch others with his mystery method of dialectical logic, as Popper alleges. 38. On the contrary, Hegel shows himself in his philosophy of nature to be capable of treating scientific issues with considerable circumspection and sanity. It is unfortunate that Popper and Bronowski were not similarly circumspect in the judgments they passed on Hegel. Philosophy and natural science. The principal purpose of Hegel's philosophy of nature is not to reflect on the method and validity of the natural sciences, but to deepen our understanding of nature itself, to reveal what space, time, and matter logically must be. Nonetheless, Hegel does include in his philosophy of nature some brief remarks about the differences and relation between natural science and the philosophy of nature. The most obvious difference between the two, he notes, is that natural science, or physics, as he sometimes calls it, proceeds from and is ultimately justified by empirical experience, whereas this is not the case with the philosophy of nature. A scientific theory is deemed to be true only if it is confirmed by observation or experiment. By contrast, a proposition in the speculative philosophy of nature is held to be true if it is derived logically, by pure a priori reason, from the very nature of nature itself, and, ultimately, from pure indeterminate being. 39. Hegel points out that science does not consist solely in gathering empirical information, but also employs thought and understanding to classify objects, identify the causes of events and formulate universal laws of nature. In particular, he notes, science interprets the world around us in terms of certain, non-empirical, concepts, such as force and cause, and certain logical and mathematical principles which together constitute what he calls the metaphysics at the heart of science, the diamond net into which everything is brought and thereby first made intelligible. 40. Nevertheless, science draws on such concepts and principles in order to make sense of observed phenomena. The scientist's aim is thus to discover the laws that best fit and explain the phenomena as they are currently known. In this sense, even though science is not a purely empirical and observational activity, it considers empirical observation to provide the ultimate warrant for its claims. The relation between the philosophy of nature and empirical experience is somewhat more complicated. On the one hand, Hegel contends that the philosophy of nature does not need experience because it derives the fundamental structures of nature a priori from the sheer externality of space. On the other hand, however, Hegel insists that philosophy's account of nature must be in agreement with our empirical experience of nature and, indeed, that the origin and formation of the philosophy of nature presupposes and is conditioned by empirical physics. 41. These two claims would appear to be incompatible. Let us consider how they might be reconciled. Hegel recognizes that the philosophy of nature as such is an older discipline than natural science in the modern, post-Reformation sense, since it reaches as far back as Aristotle. Yet he maintains that modern science is the historical precondition of his own speculative philosophy of nature. As we saw in chapters 1 and 2, Hegel's philosophy as a whole is the distinctive product of the modern world, especially of the modern claim to freedom that finds expression in Kant's moral philosophy, the French Revolution and the modern constitutional state. One of the other developments that made the modern world possible is the emergence in the 16th and 17th centuries of modem experimental science. As Hegel puts it, human beings became free through knowledge of nature. 42 Such science thus represents an essential historical presupposition of the development of Hegel's freely self-determining speculative philosophy, including the philosophy of nature. Hegel acknowledges, therefore, that his philosophy of nature is historically indebted to the great scientists of the past, such as Galileo, Kepler, and Newton, for it is their empirical discovery of the rationality in nature that paved the way for that philosophy to arise. At the same time, however, Hegel insists that the philosophy of nature itself is a speculative discipline that derives the basic structure of nature wholly a priori, and independently of science, from the simple externality of space. Indeed, he maintains, philosophy is able to derive a priori some of the very laws of nature that science discovered empirically before the speculative philosophy of nature was conceived, including, for example, Galileo's law of free fall and Kepler's 3 laws of planetary motion. 43 In this way philosophy demonstrates its agreement with modern scientific experience. Philosophy secures this agreement, however, not by basing its insights on scientific experience but by proving a priori that laws formulated by empirical science are truly objective, that is, by establishing the logical necessity of laws that science discovers empirically. The philosophy of nature has as its object the same universal as science, but it considers this universal in its own immanent necessity in accordance with the self-determination of the concept. 44. Philosophy's historical indebtedness to empirical science does not mean, therefore, that science and empirical experience constitute the structural foundation of philosophy. On the contrary, science makes it possible for a philosophy of nature to emerge that demonstrates its agreement with such science through pure reason alone. In this way, the apparent contradiction noted earlier is resolved. The philosophy of nature is historically dependent on, but structurally and logically independent of, empirical science at one and the same time. The origin and formation of the philosophy of nature presupposes and is conditioned by empirical physics. However, the course of a science's, i.e. philosophy's origin and the preliminaries of its construction are one thing, while the science itself is another. In the latter, the former can no longer appear as the foundation of the science. Here the foundation must be the necessity of the concept. 45. There is also a further sense in which the philosophy of nature is, or may be, historically dependent upon the development of science. The fact that one aspect of nature is made logically necessary by another does not mean that this will be immediately apparent to the philosopher. It may take a long time for the philosopher to see the logical connection between the two, and it may even be the case, in certain circumstances, that the philosopher would not be able to see the logical connection at all were it not for developments in empirical science. In this latter case, the logical connection between the aspects of nature in question would not itself depend upon the scientific discovery but would be wholly a priori the ability of the philosopher to recognize that a priori connection would, however, depend on the disclosures of science. Hegel's ability to derive time, motion, matter, mass, free fall, and solar systems logically from space does not, I think, depend on any specific scientific discoveries. In my judgment, however, he would not have been able to provide an a priori proof of Galileo's law of free fall and of Kepler's laws of planetary motion if those laws had not already been discovered by empirical science. In this respect, I agree with Buchdahl that Hegel did not claim that he could have discovered these laws by himself, in the way that he was able to deduce that time and motion are intrinsic to space. 46. Hegel demonstrates a priori that such laws follow logically from the character of space, time, motion, and matter, but he is able to do so only because they were first discovered empirically by induction. 47. Once again, therefore, we see that there is no contradiction in the idea that an a priori philosophy of nature is historically dependent on the deliverances of science. Indeed, it is not beyond the bounds of possibility that such dependence may extend into the future. Further developments in empirical science could, perhaps, alert the philosopher to hitherto unseen problems in his articulation of the logic of nature and require him to revise his account of that a priori logic, unless, of course, it is proven definitively that logic is properly articulated already. Even if this were to occur, however, it would not mean that the logical structure of the philosophy of nature is itself founded on and determined by the current state of empirical evidence. That logical structure would still be determined by the immanent logic of nature, now correctly articulated. Science would simply have helped the philosopher to see more clearly precisely how that immanent a priori logic should unfold. What has been said so far, however, is not quite the whole story, for there is a sense in which the philosophy of nature is dependent not only historically, but also structurally on empirical science. Hegel makes it clear that, strictly speaking, the philosophy of nature does not derive a priori the empirical phenomena of nature themselves. What philosophy unfolds is a series of logical determinations or Begriffsbestimmungen gen. Such determinations incorporate, but are not reducible to, the categories and concepts articulated in the logic because they are the specific logical structures immanent in the externality of nature, rather than the sheer immediacy of being as such. To complete its account of nature, philosophy must then match these determinations, which have been generated by the distinctive logic of nature, with phenomena known through representation, Vorstellung, intuition, or scientific experience. Once this matching has taken place, philosophy can be said to have proven the logical necessity, albeit indirectly, of the empirical phenomena concerned. Hegel summarizes his philosophical procedure as follows: in the progress of philosophical knowledge, we must not only give an account of the object according to its conceptual determination nach seiner Begriffsbestimmung, but we must also name the empirical appearance corresponding to it, and we must show that the appearance does, in fact, correspond to its concept. 4. Registered. Hegel claims, further, that if we were to make an error in identifying the empirical phenomenon that corresponds to a specific logical determination, this would not undermine the truth or validity of the logical determination itself. That determination would have been shown to belong necessarily to nature itself, and it would fall to us to look for the phenomenon that does actually correspond to it. Our procedure consists in first fixing the thought demanded by the necessity of the concept, and then in asking how this thought appears in our ordinary ideas Vorstellung. The further requirement is that, in intuition, space for example shall correspond to the thought of pure self externally. Even if we were mistaken in this, it would not affect the truth of our thought. 49. This suggests that new scientific discoveries cannot invalidate a natural logical determination that has clearly been properly derived. If, therefore, an empirical phenomenon is initially judged to correspond with a specific logical determination, but science later reveals that it does not actually do so, the thing to do, in Hegel's view, is not automatically to conceive the logical determination in a new way, but rather to associate the empirical phenomenon with a different determination, or consign it to contingency. 50. This appears to be what happened to Galvanism in Hegel's philosophy of nature between 1817 and 1819. Hegel's conception of the logical structure of electrical and chemical relations does not alter significantly, but Galvanism itself comes to be regarded as a chemical, rather than electrical phenomenon. 51. Further advances in science could, of course, require other, similar changes to be made to the philosophy of nature. In this respect, Hegel's a priori philosophy of nature proves to be open to new discoveries that science might make. It has now become apparent that philosophy's derivation of actual phenomena in nature, such as time, light, and electricity, as opposed to its derivation of the natural logical determinations to which those phenomena correspond, is not purely a priori, but requires the support of empirical science and experience. To the extent that a given phenomenon as described by science is correctly matched with a logical determination, then that phenomenon can, indeed, be said to have been shown a priori to be logically necessary. The logical derivation of such a phenomenon is, however, indirect and requires the assistance of science. For Hegel, the philosophy of nature and empirical science are two distinct enterprises, with different aims, and they should not be confused with one another. Philosophy's aim is to set out what is made logically necessary by the externality of nature itself. Its task is not to explain everything in nature, but to shed light on that limited range of natural phenomena that have their ground in nature's own inherent logic rather than contingency. Science, by contrast, seeks to discover as much as it can about all aspects of nature and its fundamental laws through a combination of mathematical reasoning and empirical investigation. Philosophy and science do, however, complement one another in the following ways. 1. Philosophy complements science by demonstrating that certain phenomena described by science, and laws discovered by science, are not mere contingent givens, but are made necessary logically by the very nature of nature itself, provided, of course, that the correct phenomena have been associated with each logical determination. 2. Science complements philosophy by a. refining our empirical knowledge of the natural phenomena that philosophy associates with its logical determinations, b. investigating the natural processes that produce such phenomena, processes that philosophy itself is not able fully to explain, c. increasing our understanding of those phenomena that philosophy regards as contingencies falling outside the scope of its comprehension, and d. preparing the way historically for the philosophy of nature in two significant ways, I. through contributing to the modern consciousness of freedom, out of which self-determining, speculative philosophy grows, and 2. through discovering certain laws of nature, such as Galileo's law of free fall, whose logical necessity the philosopher then seeks to demonstrate. As I noted above, the future progress of science could also alert philosophy to problems in its articulation of the logic of nature, though only if the philosopher has not been completely rigorous in the articulation of that logic in the first place. Philosophy and science are thus not regarded by Hegel as competing or mutually hostile disciplines. He does not consider modern empirical science to be incompatible with a priori philosophy of nature, and so does not accept that the former has rendered the latter outdated. Nor does he harbor any insidious, or foolish, intention of his own to replace empirical science altogether with a purely rational philosophy of nature. On the contrary, he recognizes that the philosophy of nature needs to cooperate with the empirical sciences, and he firmly rejects that humbug in natural philosophy which consists in philosophizing without wide knowledge. 52. Evidence of Hegel's own commitment to such cooperation can be found in the long list of scientists on whose work he himself draws in the philosophy of nature, a list that includes among others Galileo, Kepler, Newton, Lagrange, Laplace, Herschel, Berthollet, and Cuvier. Hegel's openness to changes and developments in science does not, however, mean that he regards science as being altogether beyond criticism. As we have seen, the Philosophy of nature demonstrates, albeit indirectly, the logical necessity of certain phenomena, and it also determines the true logical structure of those phenomena. If scientists put forward a conception of those phenomena that is utterly incompatible with the insights of the speculative philosophy of nature, then philosophy is entitled to ask those scientists to look again at their observations and at the interpretations they put upon them, assuming, of course, that philosophy itself has not made an error in its logical derivation. In Hegel's view, therefore, the philosophy of nature does not have to accept without criticism whatever science claims about nature, but it is able to discriminate between different scientific conceptions of the world and, if necessary, can even act, as Manfred Gies puts it, as a corrective for natural sciences. 53 Philosophy assumes this role because, for it, the concept is the judge that decides what is the true. 54 As we have seen, however, there are clear limits to what the concept shows to be logically necessary. There are thus also clear limits to the extent to which philosophy is entitled to correct science. The idea that science might, under certain circumstances, be subject to such critical scrutiny or correction by the philosophy of nature is bound to make scientists uncomfortable. Yet this right of philosophy follows from the fact that philosophy and science both describe the same world. If the philosophy of nature has to agree with what empirical science shows us about the world, it can expect such science in turn to acknowledge and accept what philosophy demonstrates to be true. One of the tasks facing students of Hegel in the 21st century will thus be to determine whether post-Hegelian science, in particular, relativity theory and quantum mechanics, is able to meet this expectation or whether it requires correction in some way by the philosophy of nature. Conversely, of course, scientists interested in Hegel will want to know to what extent his philosophy of nature can itself accommodate the insights provided by these two powerful theories. Such an investigation, however, lies beyond the scope of this study, though there are brief remarks on the relation between Hegel and Einstein in the next chapter. In my view, the most significant criticism leveled at science by the philosophy of nature is that science sometimes employs categories that are appropriate for one set of phenomena to understand other phenomena that call for more complex categories. Consider, for example, the relation between chemistry and life. Although science may show that chemical processes produce life, philosophy makes it clear that life has a formal structure that is not reducible to that of mere chemical relations, and that, similarly, the structure of chemical relations cannot be articulated in purely physical or mechanical terms. Philosophy, indeed, teaches us that each stage of nature has its own proper category, the eigentumlich category, which is not also a category of a higher stage and is not to be carried over into the category of another stage. 55 In so doing, philosophy serves to remind science that it should not be reductive and conclude that, because life emerges out of chemical activity, it thereby consists in nothing more than such chemical activity. From the philosophical point of view, therefore, one of the tasks of natural science must be to explain how natural processes can produce a new phenomenon with a distinctive character of its own that is not itself intelligible purely in terms of the processes that gave rise to it. Hegel notes, however, that science has a tendency precisely to try to reduce one phenomenon to another in the search for a single universal explanation for things. He remarks that physics looks on these universals as its triumph. One can say even that, unfortunately, it goes too far in its generalizations. Present-day philosophy is called the philosophy of identity. This name can be much more appropriately given to that physics which simply ignores specific differences best emphaten, as occurs, for example, in the current theory of electrochemistry in which magnetism, electricity, and chemistry are regarded as one and the same. It is the weakness of physics that it is too much dominated by the category of identity, for identity is the fundamental category of the understanding de Vertans. 56. One should not, by the way, conclude from this passage that Hegel altogether denies the intimate connection between electricity and magnetism revealed during his lifetime, or that he would necessarily have rejected the later insights of Faraday and Maxwell into the phenomenon of electromagnetism. Hegel knew of Ørsted's discovery in 1820 that there is a magnetic effect associated with an electric current, and he appreciated its groundbreaking importance. 57. He believed, however, that it is vital to keep in mind the distinctive differences between such phenomena, differences that science, in its search for the universal principle underlying nature, sometimes risks obscuring, and he considered it to be the role of philosophy to remind us of precisely these differences. Hegel sets out his views on electromagnetism in the remark to 313 of the Philosophy of Nature, and in the process clarifies what he sees as the different but complementary interests of science and philosophy. Here we must say a word regarding the identity of magnetism, electricity, and chemistry, an identity nowadays widely recognized and in physics even regarded as fundamental. It is, to be looked on as an important advance in empirical science that the identity of these phenomena has been recognized in common thought, and goes by the name of electrochemistry or possibly of magneto-electrochemistry or something similar. It is just as important, however, to distinguish from each other the particular forms in which the universal exists and their particular manifestations. Formerly, magnetism, electricity, and chemism were treated as wholly separate and uncorrelated, each being regarded as an independent force. Philosophy has grasped the idea of their identity, but with the express proviso that they also are different. Recent ideas in physics seem to have jumped to the other extreme and to emphasize only the identity of these phenomena, so that the need now is to assert the fact and manner of their distinctiveness. Note that in neither of the cases I leave touched on here does Hegel dismiss out of hand science's attempt to unify phenomena. He accepts both that life is a complex form of chemical activity and that electricity and magnetism are manifestations of the same Natural process. His point is simply to remind us not to overemphasize the identity of such phenomena at the expense of their differences. For philosophy, life is chemical activity that has actually transformed itself into something more complex than mere chemical activity, and electricity and magnetism are two very different manifestations of electromagnetic activity. As in the phenomenology and elsewhere in his system, therefore, Hegel is concerned, above all in the philosophy of nature, not to reduce phenomena to mere expressions of a single, universal principle, but to understand the unique specificity of each phenomenon in turn, as well as the distinctive logic immanent in that specificity that makes further specificities necessary. 58 In other words, and pace critics, such as Deleuze, Hegel endeavors throughout his mature work on nature and on the human spirit to develop a fully articulated philosophy of difference. In the next chapter we look more closely at Hegel's account of the different natural phenomena that make up the realm of mechanics in particular. 6. Space, gravity, and the freeing of matter. Space and its dimensions. This chapter considers Hegel's actual derivation of the necessary aspects of nature. It concentrates on the first section of the philosophy of nature, mechanics, for 3 reasons. First, this section is where most readers of Hegel's text will begin. Second, it shows that Hegel is not a romantic fantasist but a thinker who engages intelligently with major scientific figures, such as Galileo, Kepler, and Newton. Third, it reveals how supposedly dead space and matter begin to determine themselves freely and so take the first steps in the direction of life. Life itself is considered in chapter 7. Where, then, should we begin? Like the rest of Hegel's philosophy, the philosophy of nature is meant to be a fully self-critical study of its subject matter. We cannot, therefore, start by presupposing any determinate conception of nature inherited from natural science, pre-Hegelian philosophy, or common experience. On the contrary, we must simply begin where the presuppositionless science of logic ended, with the recognition that being, or the idea, necessarily takes the form of sheer externality to which corresponds the empirical phenomenon of space. The task of philosophy is thus to forget everything that was said about nature up till now and to focus on what, if anything, is logically entailed by such externality. 1. The important thing to note about externality, as Hegel understands it, is that it is a kind of difference. Specifically, it is difference in which the differentiated moments are not opposed to one another, like the poles of a magnet, but are utterly other than and indifferent to one another. When two things are opposed, they are not only different but also bound internally to one another. This is because the very identity of each is constituted by excluding the other from itself. Hot is in itself not cold, and the positive is intrinsically not negative. 1 2 When two things are external to one another, however, they lack this internal connection, they simply coexist as two separate things. To think of space as sheer externality is thus to think of it as differentiated into moments that are quite indifferent to one another. The different moments of space are, of course, the infinitely many heraes that are contained within it. Space, therefore, is a multiplicity, Vielheit, or, as Kant calls it, a manifold, of different heraes, which all have a place next to one another and do nothing to one another. 3. Yet there is more to space than simple externality. Each here is an instance of the same universal space, so the difference between one here and another here is simply the difference between space and more space. Insofar as it is differentiated into many heraes, therefore, space actually differs from itself and falls outside itself. This in turn means that it extends beyond itself. The logical structure of space is thus not just that of externality, but that of self-externally, außer sich sein, or being external to itself, sich außerlich sein. 4. This feat that the differences in space are differences of space from itself means that there is in feet no clear and determinate difference between one here and another. 1 here falls outside another here, but they are nonetheless all the same or equal. Gleich. The difference between them, therefore, is actually indistinguishable, wholly abstract and empty. Furthermore, not only are all heraes equal, and so only indeterminately different, but there is no definite boundary demarcating one from another. Each here extends beyond itself into the others that are external to it. Taken together, the equality of the parts of space and the uninterrupted quality of space as a whole make space continuous. This means that there are no gaps in space, no absence of space between spaces. Between points of space there is no non-spatiality. Unräumlichkeit spaces, rather, uniform and unbroken, the seamless continuity of heraes that are not clearly differentiated from one another and have no boundaries between them. 6. As Hegel acknowledges, space understood as external to itself is in fact profoundly contradictory, for it is both differentiated from itself and continuous with itself at one and the same time. It is divided into heraes that are not determinately different and so is continuous in its very discreteness. We saw in chapter 5 that nature is made necessary by the fact that being as idea proves to be the negative of itself, that is, externality, rather than the intrinsic interconnectedness of its moments. We have now seen that such externality or self-externally, space, is itself abstractly the negative of itself, since its own logical structure is contradictory. 7. Hegel goes on to claim that space proves to be even more self-negating than we have suggested so far. Space, we recall, is self-determining reason existing in the form of externality. Space is thus not sheer externality, or self-externally, alone, but the field of externality is itself concept, totality, idea. 8. As a consequence, Hegel points out, spatial externality must contain within itself the differences of the concept or the idea. The precise form That such differences will take in space cannot be predicted in advance but must emerge imminently from the minimal character of spatial difference as such. All we know at the start is that, as the embodiment of reason, space must minimally exhibit determinate qualitative difference 9. Yet space, as we have seen, is essentially continuous and undifferentiated in its multiplicity. The determinate difference that space must contain will therefore be at odds with the seamless uniformity of space itself. In Hegel's own words, such spatial difference will be the negation of space, because space is immediate differenceless. Self-externally 10 at first this negation will itself be immediate and absolute. The determinate moments into which space is differentiated will thus be neither extended nor continuous, and so will be not just herace but unextended points. Hegel goes on, however, to argue that the point in space never actually exists as pure point but immediately negates itself. In the process, he maintains, the point makes necessary the three-dimensionality of space. Hegel first demonstrates that the point gives rise logically to the line, or what he also calls simple spatial direction, and he proves thereby that space must have at least one dimension. 11 His argument goes like this. A point is the negation of space. It is thus an unextended unity that is completely closed in on itself or for itself. 12 Yet a point cannot be purely the negation of space, precisely because it is itself located in space. And so is a point of space. Every point is thus itself something spatial. This means, however, that it must actually be extended and so cannot be a pure, unextended point. After all, the point, therefore, is logically self-negating or self-sublating, simply by virtue of being a point in space, it ceases being a mere point and necessarily extends itself into a line. In the determination of the point lies spatiality, it is only the negation of space in so. For as it is posited in space, it is, however, posited in space, it is spatial and is itself space, in so far as it is this, it ceases being a point and becomes something extended. The line. Thus there arises spatial limitation that is no longer the point. 13. This is not to say that there is no such thing as a point at all, there must be points in space because space must be definitively differentiated in itself. There is, however, no point that does not initiate a line in space. A pure point is thus simply a limit that ought to be but that does not actually exist as such. 14. The line, it should be noted, is not something separate from or other than the point, but is simply the spatially extended point. The point, however, is the place at which the continuity of space is interrupted and so, as we have seen, is the negation of space. The line must, therefore, itself be the spatially extended negation of space, see Rumlich. Negation. The line interrupts space not just by constituting a pure point of rupture but by actually stretching out and dividing space in two. It is thus, as Hegel puts it, the first real limit or boundary of space. 15. According to Hegel, then, the line is both positive and negative. It is positive in that it is irreducibly extended space. Indeed, it is the minimal determinate form that spatial extension can take. Space cannot be purely punctiform and unextended, but nor can it merely be indeterminately continuous. It must minimally extend out along a line and so be continuous in a definite direction. Accordingly, space must have at least one dimension. At the same time, the line is negative in that it forms a boundary that breaks the continuity of space. Reason requires that space be differentiated into points that initiate lines. Through its intrinsic linearity, however, space both gives direction to and interrupts its own seamless continuity. The line and the point are logically identical, since both constitute the simple negation of space. Yet the line and the point are different, since the line is positively extended, whereas the point, which, we recall, does not actually exist in its pure form, is not. By virtue of this difference, Hegel argues, the line is implicitly the negation of the simple negation of space that is represented by the point. In the terms used in the logic, whereas the point is the first negation of space, the line is implicitly the second negation, the negation of the negation. 16 In Hegel's view, however, this means that, logically, the line actually points beyond itself to that which is no longer merely a line. Why should this be? Logically, the negation of negation is negation that, as it were, doubles back on itself and relates itself to itself. 17 Insofar as the line is a mere line, however, it does not exhibit the structure of double negation found in self-relation explicitly. Despite being positively extended, the line remains the simple negation of space because it does no more than introduce a limit or break into the continuity of space. If the line is to be the explicit negation of negation, therefore, it must become more than a mere one-dimensional line. Logically, it must be a line that negates its own linearity, becomes something other than a mere line, and in so doing relates itself to, or connects with, itself. The line that does this, Hegel maintains, forms an enclosed, bounded space or a plane, flash. If the continuity of space is to exhibit explicitly all that is implicit in it, it must thus be differentiated into points that initiate lines that in turn enclose planes. Space cannot, therefore, simply be extended in one direction but must have at least two dimensions. The plane has two dimensions, the line is one direction, because it contains two determinations within itself. The line is the first negative, and the negative of this negative is the plane. 18 Hegel's claim, it should be noted, is not that space starts out in time as one-dimensional and then changes over time into two-dimensional space. His point is a logical one, space must be planar because only in this way is it explicitly the self-relating negation that linear space is implicitly. The line, considered by itself, is positive, extended space. At the same time it is primarily negative, since it constitutes no more than a boundary in space. A plane also limits and so negates the continuity of space insofar as it is a bounded space. Yet it does not just interrupt or negate space, since it is the explicit negation of the mere negation of space. Accordingly, in contrast to the one-dimensional line, the two-dimensional plane constitutes an affirmative space enclosed within determinate limits. 19 Hegel notes, however, that the plane is not completely affirmative, because its principal characteristic is that it is different from, and so the negation of, the line. The plane, he says, is a determinateness opposed to line and point 20. It has to be said that Hegel does not explain himself here as fully as he should. As I understand it, however, his point is this: the line extends in a single direction and is space in the form of a mere boundary. The plane, by contrast, encloses space within a boundary. The plane, therefore, is not just a further extension of the line, a figure generated by simply adding more lines to the line, but is a different kind of space. Altogether, an affirmative, self-relating, enclosed space, rather than merely negative, interruptive space. Logically, therefore, the plane is contradictory, for it is affirmative space that consists in being the explicit negation of the line, that is, the explicit negation of the negation of space. In this sense, the plane is not completely affirmative. After all. Yet this is not all there is to say about the plane, for precisely by being the negation of space, the plane is implicitly space that is not primarily negative at all, but genuinely and completely affirmative. Insofar as the plane is a mere plane. However, it does not explicitly exhibit this wholly affirmative character, as we have just seen. If space is to render explicit what is implicit in the plane, therefore, the plane itself must cease being a mere plane. In the process, it will cease being space that is merely nonlinear and become truly affirmative space. Note that the logical transformation of the plane into truly affirmative space requires a third negation. The plane must mutate logically into space that is not just the negation of space, but is not just the negation of space, either. By virtue of being constituted by this third negation, Hegel concludes, truly affirmative space must be three-dimensional. As such, space must give itself the form not just of the point, line, or plane, but of what Hegel calls the geometrical body, the enclosing surface, Oberfläche, which separates off a single whole space. This body is a unit, but not the abstract unit of the point, but one that at the same time contains the three dimensions within itself. 21. A complete statement of the nature of space is thus as follows: space is continuous self externally that must be differentiated into points that initiate lines that connect up to form planes that in turn constitute three-dimensional bodies. Like the plane, the geometrical body constitutes bounded space and so in that sense negates the continuity of space. Indeed, it is the total bounding of space. 22. Yet it is the negation of space through which, from a logical point of view, space is restored to being fully affirmative. Logically, space starts out as essentially affirmative, self-external being, but, as the embodiment of reason, it must be determinately differentiated within itself. This means, as we have seen, that space must take the form of the point, line and plane. In each case, however, space takes a form that is primarily negative. In so far as it is merely punctiform, linear, or planar, therefore, space falls short of what it intrinsically is, namely, truly affirmative space. Space is, however, restored to its true affirmativity when it gives itself a form that is no longer primarily that of negation. Logically, this must be a form that is not just that of the nonlinear, two-dimensional plane. Such a form can thus only be that of an enclosed space that is raised out of its two-dimensional flatness into a further, third dimension, the geometrical body. This body is the restoration of the spatial totality and of truly affirmative space, since it is no longer the mere negation of linear space. 23. The affirmative being that is now restored to space is not, however, reducible to the simple continuity of indifferent hierarchy that defined space at the start. It is a new and richer, three-dimensional affirmative being that has emerged logically from the fact that space must be determinately differentiated, and so explicitly negative, in itself. 24. Yet why should we stop at the idea that space has just three dimensions? Is not the geometrical body logically in just as much need of further negation as the plane? Is it not itself the negation of the negation of the negation of space, and does it not, therefore, require a fourth negation to turn it into affirmative space? Indeed, will not this fourth negation itself require a further, fifth negation, and so on ad infinitum? Does not Hegel's dialectical logic make it necessary that space be differentiated into an endless infinity of dimensions? No, it does not, because the third negation that logically generates the three-dimensional geometrical body is not simply a repetition of the second negation that defines the plane, and so it does not automatically call forth a further negation. The plane, as I have suggested, is qualitatively different from the line, since it is not merely a boundary in space but a bounded affirmative space. Due to this qualitative difference between the two, the plane cannot be conceived simply as the product of more than one line, but must be understood as the definite negation of the line as such. The logical move from the plane to the three-dimensional geometrical body is different from this. It does not introduce an altogether new kind of space that is qualitatively distinct from that of the plane, but simply gives the self-enclosed, affirmative space found in the plane a form that is no longer restricted to that of the plane as such, that is, a form no longer characterized principally by being the negation of the line. The third negation of space does not, therefore, result in a space that is itself the explicit negation of the plane. Rather, it produces self-relating space that has lost its primarily negative Character and so, logically, is genuinely affirmative. As Hegel puts it, the three-dimensional geometrical body is the sublated negation, aufgehoben negation, of space. 25 This means that, logically, it is negation that is no longer overtly negative at all and so, necessarily, is affirmative. Three-dimensional space is ser. T. Tainly space that is not just the negation of space. This third negation, however, is not just a repetition of the second, and so produces a space that is truly affirmative rather than one that is explicitly negative once again. For this reason, the third negation does not require further similar negations and so does not make necessary an infinity of spatial dimensions. R. Three-dimensional space is thus, logically, all there is to space. It is space as totality. 26 Logically, space must be, 1. The simple negation of itself, i.e. the non-dimensional point and one-dimensional line that do no more than interrupt the continuity of space. 2. The explicit negation of that simple negation, i.e. the two-dimensional plane that does not just interrupt space but constitutes bounded, affirmative space, and 3. The sublation of negation altogether, i.e. the three-dimensional geometrical body that is no longer primarily negative but truly affirmative. Beyond these three negations and their corresponding dimensions there is nothing, logically, that space is required to be. Hegel asserts that geometry, by which he means Euclidean geometry, cannot prove that space must have three dimensions, but simply has to assume this to be the case. He believes, however, that philosophy can provide such a proof by demonstrating a priori that space must differentiate itself, through negation and self-negation, into points, lines, planes, and geometrical bodies. Several things need to be noted about Hegel's philosophical account of space. First, Hegel is not trying to prove the independent physical existence of geometrical figures. He is not arguing that, if we were to travel through empty space, we would actually see lines drawn across the vacuum or bump into geometrical bodies with tangible boundaries. He is arguing that the fabric of space itself is necessarily geometrical in structure and, for this reason, must be three-dimensional. Second, Hegel argues that space must differentiate itself into lines, planes, and total bodies, all of which introduce ideal boundaries into the continuity of space, but he does not deny that space continues beyond any ideal boundaries that it may contain. In this sense, space is unbounded. He insists, however, that beyond any such boundaries, space remains geometrically structured and so contains further ideal boundaries beyond which, of course, it continues uninterrupted. This is the fundamental contradiction or antinomy at the heart of space. Limits can be set anywhere in space but beyond its limit, space is still in community with itself, and this unity in asunderness is continuity. 27. Third, the geometrical figures into which space differentiates itself are generated in a logical sequence, one from the other. This does not mean, however, that lines consist of points or that planes consist of lines. Hegel's argument, rather, is that lines are what points prove in truth to be and that planes are lines that are explicitly self-relating. Indeed, once space has shown itself to be three-dimensional, it becomes apparent that geometrical points, lines, and planes are in fact simply abstractions from the totality of space, rather than space's fundamental constituents. All physical points, lines and planes, drawn, for example, on paper, will, of course, be three-dimensional. Fourth, Hegel's philosophical demonstration that space must have three dimensions obviously accords well with our ordinary experience. It does not, however, accord with all sides of modern scientific thinking about space. The proponents of string theory, for example, argue that for string theory to make sense, the universe should have 9 space dimensions and 1 time dimension, for a total of 10 dimensions. 28. Does this mean that Hegel's philosophy of nature is incompatible with string theory? Not necessarily, for, whatever Hegel himself may have thought, he does not prove definitively that space tout court can have only 3 dimensions. All he proves is that space must be three-dimensional to the extent that it is determined by its own inherent logic and so is rational. This certainly rules out the possibility of purely two-dimensional space, but it leaves open the possibility that, as a matter of contingent fact, space might have more than the 3 dimensions its inherent logic requires it to have. It is beyond my competence to assess the plausibility of string theory. It seems to me, however, that, if space were indeed to be shown to have 9 dimensions, or more, this would not automatically leave Hegel's philosophy of nature dead in the water. In that case, the Hegelian could argue that only 3 dimensions can be derived logically from the very nature of space, and that no philosophical explanation can be given for any dimension space is found to have beyond the 3 with which we are familiar. Time. The 3 dimensions of space are generated by the fact that space is necessarily the negation of its own uninterrupted continuity, and thus divided into points and lines. But also the negation of that very negation, and thus planar and total or 3-dimensional. Space differentiates itself into 3 dimensions, therefore, by logically negating itself in Hegel's own words, negativity constitutes the dimensions of space. 29. Yet in giving itself 3 dimensions space negates itself in a relatively mild way, for in so doing it preserves its character as space, its dimensions exist outside one another, and so do not alter the fact that space is self-external being. Hegel points out, however, that this renders space deeply contradictory. Since each spatial dimension is a negation of space, or negation of that negation, the negations that space introduces into itself actually take a positive form and subsist as real directions in space. As Hegel puts it, in space all negativity appears as something that is als ein scenes. 30. For this reason, he maintains, the negative in space does not yet receive its direct, but is parleyed or lamed and so falls apart into indifferent subsistence. 31. This, however, cannot be the whole story, for space is self-negating and so, logically, must negate its very spatiality as such. That is, space must negate itself in a manner that does not just leave it subsisting as self-external being, but that causes it actually to disappear into nothingness. In this way, space will prove to be genuinely negative. Since space qua space does not negate itself in this way, however, it must mutate logically into a new form of being that is no longer simply spatial but is thoroughly self-negating. Such being, Hegel maintains, is time. Time is thus not something independent of space, but simply what space itself logically proves to be, space that has become explicitly what it was implicitly. Space necessarily temporalizes itself through its own immanent logic. Since it is self-negating, it cannot remain primarily affirmative being or indifferent subsistence but must negate itself into being that is truly self-negating. According to Hegel, space is thus the pure negativity of itself or the transition into time. 32. Ordinary consciousness, Hegel claims, tends to separate space and time from one another. We have space and also time. Philosophy, by contrast, fights against this also and understands time to be nothing but the passing away of space itself. 33. Space, for Hegel, is the very least that nature can be, and time is the process of self-negation or vanishing that space itself proves to be. Time is thus nothing but the negative in nature or nature as sheer negativity. 34. Indeed, it is negative and self-negating to such a degree that it is not even just the vanishing of being, but is equally the emergence or coming to be of the very being that vanishes. Since it is just as much the emerging as the vanishing of being, time is necessarily continuous and unending. 35. Time thus has an even more contradictory structure than space, for it is neither purely affirmative being, nor nothing at all, but being that passes over into nothing just as it arises out of nothing. In Hegel's own words, time is being which, inasmuch as it is not, and inasmuch as it is not, is / as such. Time has the same logical structure as the pure becoming discussed in the logic, cp 33 above. Yet it is not sheer becoming by itself, but the becoming that space, the self-externality of nature, proves to be. It is, as Hegel puts it, intuited becoming, das Angestgott werden, becoming that can, as it were, actually be seen to exist. 36. As the continuous vanishing of being, time differentiates itself into three dimensions: past, present, and future. Each dimension is made necessary by the contradictory logical structure of time itself. If we begin from positive being, Hegel states, this changes into non-being, and this changed being is the past. On the other hand, the nothing that is destined to change into being is the future. 37. The present or the now is being that both turns the future into a reality and immediately vanishes into the past. The whole process of time consists, therefore, in the presence becoming the past and the futures becoming the new present, that immediately becomes the past. Note that the dimensions or divisions of time do not exist next to or outside one another like the dimensions of space. The past and future cannot coexist with the present because they do not exist at all, but are, respectively, the non-being into which being vanishes and the non-being which has yet to come into being at all. Past and future can, perhaps, be said to exist in remembrance and fear or hope / but they have no independent existence in nature. In nature, Hegel insists, there is only the now or the present. 38. Unlike space, therefore, time does not give each of its dimensions a positive reality of its own and thereby expand into rounded, three-dimensional being. On the contrary, it restricts itself to an exclusively one-dimensional existence. All time is the present that continuously vanishes and comes into being. Neither the past is, nor the future, but only the present one. 39. Thus, even though time is what space proves to be, time is utterly unlike space in its logical structure. It is the restless self-negating of being, as opposed to the expansive, indifferent unfolding of itself one that is space. 40. Hegel goes on to argue, however, that, just as space mutates logically into time, so time itself mutates logically back into space. This logical transition is made necessary by the fact that the present is actually to be understood in two different ways. On the one hand, the present is the individual now one that vanishes as soon as it arises. Since each such now one immediately gives way to a new one, time is the unending, continuous succession of vanishing moments, each of which is the result of the past and is pregnant with the future one, and so is not merely a separate, atomic one now. 41. On the other hand, the present is also the universal now one that continues uninterrupted throughout the succession of vanishing moments. This now one does not itself vanish, but endures. Indeed, it endures eternally and in so doing constitutes all that Hegel understands by eternity. 7. Eternity, for Hegel, does not precede time or come after the end of time, but is simply irreducible, ongoing presence itself. Eternity will not come to be, nor was it, but it is one. 42. Note that this irreducible presence is constituted by, and inseparable from, the ceaseless vanishing of the individual now one. As one moment vanishes and yields to its successor, there is no gap 7 in time between the two. On the contrary, there is perfect continuity. Since the vanishing of one moment is the arising of the next. Even though each moment immediately disappears, therefore, presence as such never vanishes, nor, indeed, does it come to be. Presence itself is thus not being which, inasmuch as it is not, and Inasmuch as it is not, is / it is being that just is what it is and thereby constitutes simple. Affirmative subsistence 1, Bestahan J43. The passage of time thus proves to be inseparable from being that is itself indifferent to time, and in that sense timeless one. This is what Hegel means by saying that, logically, time is the immediate collapse into indifference. 144. In nature, however, sheer indifferent subsistence 1, or simple, affirmative being that is not temporally differentiated, is nothing other than space. 45. By giving rise to irreducible, timeless being, therefore, time in fact makes space necessary. Space had to mutate logically into time in order to be fully and explicitly self-negating. We have now seen time mutate logically back into the explicitly affirmative being of space. To repeat, time makes space necessary because, 1. The very process of vanishing in which time consists itself gives rise logically to being that does not vanish but simply is affirmatively what it is, and, 2. Such immediately affirmative being, which does not itself explicitly differentiate itself into past, fleeting, present and future, is nothing other than space. Note that, unlike Kant, Hegel is not claiming merely that we require intuitions in both space and time in order to have determinate knowledge of the world. He is arguing that time itself, as a fundamental feature of nature, requires that there be space. Time collapses into itself, and the being collapsed is space. 146. Place and motion. Space and time each turn out to make the other necessary. Hegel concludes from this that they cannot ultimately be held apart from one another but must form a single, indissoluble unity. This is not to say that there is no difference between them. The qualitative difference between their respective logical structures remains ineliminable. Neither, however, can stand alone, but each, in order to be what it is, requires the other. As thus completed verbal standing by one another, Hegel states, they are one. 47. Such a unity may, following Einstein, be called space-time, though to my knowledge, Hegel never uses this expression, since it consists in space that passes away in time, but thereby continues to subsist as three-dimensional self-external being. 4. Registered this space. Time is divided into three-dimensional, extended points or heres, each of which is also irreducibly temporal and is called a place, or for Hegel, therefore, a place is not just spatial but is a part of space existing in and enduring through time. It constantly vanishes into the past and yet, in so doing, persists as one and the same place. The here is at the same time and now, for it is the point of duration dower. This unity of here and now is place. 49. Yet the unity of space and time cannot only mean that space acquires the further fourth dimension of time and that every here thereby gains temporal duration. The unity must go deeper than this. If space and time are truly to constitute one reality in which neither is purely itself, then not only must each be inextricably bound to the other, but each must actually take on the logical characteristics of the other, while still retaining its own logical structure. In other words, with the help of space the dimensions of time must themselves come to subsist outside one another, and with the help of time space must itself become explicitly self-negating space. In this very intimate way, Hegel maintains, space is thus posited here as temporal, and time is posited here as spatial. 50. As we know, the past and the future do not exist as such, since only the present is. Each dimension of time gains a separate existence in space, however, when the present is here, the past is over there and the future is over there, that is, when there are three different places, the present place, the place about to be occupied, and the place which has just been vacated. Equally, space comes to be explicitly self-negating space when place no longer simply remains the same place through time but also ceases being that place and comes to be a different one. In this way, place is, as it were, animated by time, so that it changes itself into another place. Place is spatial, and it is this only as a spatial now, as time, so that place is immediately the negation of itself, and is another place. This process whereby one place negates itself into another place is logically quite complex. After all, place has been defined as a here that endures through time. In ceasing to be this place and becoming another place, a place must thus also remain the place that it is. How is this possible? It is possible if an enduring place uncouples itself from the place it occupies, from the place that it initially is, and transfers itself to a new place. In this way, one and the same enduring place ceases being here and finds itself there instead. This process in which an enduring place changes its location from here to there through time is, of course, the process of motion. Beweging something occupies its place, then changes it, another place arises, but, both before and after something occupies its place and does not leave it, that motion is what we have expounded is self-evident. This concept of it conforms to our intuition of it. 52. According to Hegel, therefore, the intimate unity of space and time, in which each takes on the logical characteristics of the other and in the sense becomes the other, makes motion necessary. Indeed, Hegel argues, space and time have no existence apart from motion. It is in motion that space and time first acquire actuality. 53. Philosophy begins by considering space alone. It has demonstrated, however, that nature is in fact nothing less than motion. This is not to deny that there can be such a thing as rest through time. Rest, however, is simply motion viewed from a different perspective. The difference between motion and rest is thus not absolute but relative, since all rest is itself in reality motion. 54. Hegel's account of motion may strike some readers as perverse, since he argues that motion can be understood without any reference to particular things that move. His Position is especially likely to upset followers of Aristotle who insisted that there is no such thing as motion over and above the things. 55. As we shall see, however, Hegel will go on to draw the same conclusion as Aristotle: there can, indeed, be no motion without bodies that move. In Hegel's view, this is because motion will prove logically not just to be purely itself but to be the motion of differentiated matter, just as space and time prove not just to be themselves in the abstract. Motion will therefore negate itself logically into matter and motion. Hegel cannot, however, start out from the Aristotelian position, since he must restrict himself to unfolding what is made necessary by the very nature of space, and what space initially determines to be necessary is not the motion of material bodies but motion as such. 56. This method of procedure allows Hegel to pinpoint, without making arbitrary assumptions, what it is that makes motion necessary and, indeed, what motion as such is. Through Hegel's account it becomes clear that motion is made necessary not by matter or by things in the world, or by a prime mover, but simply by the union of space and time. Why must there be motion? Why can't the world just stand still? Because, logically, space and time must constitute place that negates itself spatially as well as temporally, place that, while retaining its identity, ceases to be this place and becomes another place. Pace Spinoza, therefore, motion is not made immediately necessary by extension or space alone, but is generated by space-time. 57. Understood in this way, motion proves to be nothing but the changing of place. Ortsveränderung, in time, a logically derived conception that surely overlaps closely with our ordinary intuitions about motion. 58. In Hegel's view, therefore, although motion may not actually exist without matter, matter does not need to be invoked in order to comprehend what motion is. All one needs to understand is the nature of space, time and place. Accordingly, velocity, Geschwindigkeit, is simply space in relation to a specific time elapsed, for example, meters per second, m/s. 59. This conception of motion explains how it is, as we noted earlier, that the dimensions of time can come to subsist in space. In motion, as Richard Winfield puts it, the passage of time presents itself spatially as the move from one place to another. The past and the future thus become parleyed as the place that has been left behind and the place that lies ahead. In a sense, therefore, one can see the past and future by looking around oneself in space. 60. Matter and its gravity. Space and time, Hegel maintains, are sometimes thought of as empty containers, behalter, that exist prior to matter and are subsequently filled by the introduction of matter, as it were, from the outside. 61. For Hegel, by contrast, matter is not something distinct from space and time in this way, but is made necessary by space and time. This is because matter is precisely what space and time themselves, in their indissoluble unity, logically prove to be. Space and time, as we have seen, have shown themselves to be abstractions that have no existence by themselves but exist only in the form of motion. Hegel now demonstrates that motion is also an abstraction that turns out to be logically inseparable from matter. For Hegel, therefore, there is never anything less than matter, and in this sense the great German idealist one can actually be considered a materialist. Note, however, that, unlike many other self-proclaimed materialists, Hegel does not simply presuppose the existence of matter. He reaches the conclusion that matter is irreducible by demonstrating that pure, immaterial space, time, and motion undermine their own abstractness and make themselves into this reality which is matter. 62. In this way, Hegel proves that the presence of matter is not simply something Kantian and given, but is a logical necessity. Matter is made necessary by the distinctive logical structure of motion. The latter, as we know, is the process whereby a place ceases being the particular place that it is and becomes another place, and then another, and so on. Motion is thus the process in which a place changes from being here to being there and then there. In this process of change, the place itself is not destroyed but endures, it simply relocates itself in space over time. As Winfield puts it, therefore, in motion a determinate, re-identifiable space travels along the trajectory of motion. 63. This determinate space that retains its identity as it moves is what Hegel understands by matter. Since there is motion, something moves, but this something which persists is matter. For Hegel, therefore, there is no motion without matter. Equally, there is no matter without motion, since matter is simply enduring, self-identical space that moves. 64. Later in the philosophy of nature, matter will turn out to have distinctive physical and chemical qualities. It will have density, cohesion, produce sounds, give off heat and be metallic, acidic, or alkaline, and so on. The first thing that matter proves to be, however, and thus the very least that matter can be, is re-identifiable space in motion. In Hegel's view, the science of mechanics is distinguished from that of physics proper by the fact that it seeks to understand only the various kinds of motion, and the specific relations between space and time they involve, that are characteristic of matter in general, regardless of its physical or chemical composition. As we shall see, mechanics, in Hegel's view, also seeks to account for such motion without invoking the concept of force, and so coincides with kinematics. 65. From a mechanical or kinematical point of view, therefore, matter and motion are actually the same thing, understood once as a settled unity and once as process. This explains why an object can produce the same effect in another object through an increase in its mass, or weight, or in its velocity. 66. By virtue of the feat that it endures through the course of its motion, matter retains a distinct identity of its own. It remains one and the same self-relating space as it relocates itself from one place to another. By preserving its identity in this way, Hegel argues, matter necessarily excludes from the space it occupies any other self-identical moving space that it encounters. At its simplest, therefore, matter is place that is exclusive. To put this another way, matter necessarily repels any other matter that endeavors to move into its space. This is true of every material body and of every part of every material body. Each one resists the encroachment on its own spot by other bodies or parts of matter. Consequently, matter is impenetrable undurchdringlich. Where one matter is, there can be no other. 67 Impenetrability is thus not a contingent quality of matter, but is made necessary by the feat that matter preserves its identity as it moves. As impenetrable, matter constitutes what Hegel calls the first real limit in space. 68. Geometrical lines and planes also bound space, but they constitute ideal rather than real barriers. Matter, by contrast, definitively bars the progress of other matter through the space it occupies. By virtue of doing so, it fills space in a way that geometrical figures alone do not. Since space has proven to be nothing less than matter, it would thus appear at this point that there is nothing in nature but filled space, and Hegel does indeed maintain that there is no empty space. It becomes clear later, however, that even if space necessarily proves to be filled space or matter, matter itself differentiates itself into independent celestial bodies, planets, moons and their sun, that are separated by empty space. Matter itself will thus make some empty space necessary. 69. Hegel goes on to argue that matter consists not only in the mutual repulsion, but also in the mutual attraction of its parts. Through its activity of repulsion, matter distinguishes itself into many distinct parts or units. All remain, however, units of one and the same matter. Despite its differentiation into manifold material bodies and parts of bodies, therefore, matter actually forms a single, continuous unity and identity. All units of matter give expression to their essential unity through their mutual attraction for one another. There is one which posits itself as many, and those that are distinguished are one and the same. This is the determination of attraction which thus lies immediately in repulsion. Matter, for Hegel, is thus both the repelling of one unit of itself from another and the positing of the many as one in attraction. 70. Indeed, matter cannot be one without the other, for repulsion, as the holding apart of what is essentially one and the same, must entail the mutual attraction of what is held apart, and attraction, as the unifying of what holds itself apart, must entail the mutual repulsion of the units that draw together. Matter, in other words, is both one and many at the same time, and so is the concrete embodiment of unity in difference. Note that, in contrast to Kant, Hegel does not regard repulsion and attraction as forces within matter causing it to move in certain ways. 71. He considers them to be the processes or movements in which matter consists. No forces are needed to explain such motion, because matter itself proves logically to be the very movement of repelling and drawing together with other matter. According to Hegel, this unity of attraction and repulsion that matter proves to be is gravity. Sure. In his Principia, Newton understands gravity to be a centripetal force by which bodies are drawn or impelled toward some point as their center. For bodies on the Earth, this center is located in the center of the Earth itself, and for the planets it is in the center of the Sun. 72. Since centripetal forces draw or pull bodies down or in toward such a center, they are considered by Newton to be attraction. 73. Gravity, unlike magnetism, is the force of attraction that is found to be operative in all bodies and so is universal. Despite this, however, gravity, for Newton, is not essential to bodies. It is not a property without which matter could not be conceived to be what it is. 74. Gravity must, therefore, have a cause that is distinct from the simple nature of matter itself. Yet, Newton maintains that the cause of gravity remains unknown and that he will not frame hypotheses about its possible character. 75. Hegel's conception of gravity differs in significant respects from that of Newton. First, gravity, which is simply the unity of attraction and repulsion, is not a force within matter, in Hegel's view. It is nothing but the motion towards other matter, or the propensity so to move, that is characteristic of all matter. As Hegel puts it, matter is heavy, sure, and the appearance of gravity is motion. 76. Second, gravity is not a contingent property of matter without which matter would remain what it is. Gravity is, rather, the very essence or substance of matter itself. 77. It is the movement of uniting with other matter that is intrinsic to matter as such, as opposed to magnetism, which is the property of only certain kinds of matter. The statement that matter is heavy is thus for Hegel, though not for Newton or, famously, for Kant, an analytic or identical proposition. 78. Accordingly, gravity is not merely an unexplained force in nature. It is a phenomenon whose occurrence is explained by the logical development of space and time that makes matter itself necessary. Third, since gravity is matter's own movement towards other matter, it cannot be a force that acts upon bodies from the outside and pulls them towards their center. 79. 1 needs to exercise caution, therefore, when considering Hegel's diem that gravity is the unity of repulsion and attraction, because, unlike Newton, he does not understand gravity to be a force by which matter is passively attracted. True, he allows us to dollar with Newton, that matter is attracted by the center, but he makes it abundantly clear at several points that gravity is actually matter's own act of seeking or striving to unite with other matter. 80. Interestingly, Newton also talks at times, like Hegel, of bodies seeking a center. 81. He makes it clear at numerous points, however, that gravity is in fact an external force by which bodies are drawn or impelled towards a center. Fourth, even if we understand attraction as the active seeking of other matter, Hegel still insists that it is essential to distinguish gravity from mere attraction, because gravity is in feet the union of attraction and repulsion. 82. It is the movement in which matter seeks to unite with other matter that it simultaneously repels and excludes from the space it occupies. This moment of repulsion is an ineliminable feature of gravitating matter and, indeed, constitutes its distinctive impenetrability. Accordingly, it prevents matter from ever achieving its goal of complete unity with other matter. Newton, of course, also recognizes that matter is both attracted to other matter and impenetrable. For Hegel, however, the repulsion of matter is a constitutive moment of gravitational attraction itself. Perfect unity would only be attained, in Hegel's view, if different parts of matter were able to overcome their own impenetrability and their separation from one another, and occupy the same space. This, he maintains, would involve them collapsing into one point. If matter attained what it seeks in gravity, it would melt into a single point. It is impossible for matter to collapse into such a pure singularity, however, because repulsion, no less than attraction, is an essential moment of matter, and this necessarily keeps all parts of matter apart from one another, even if in some cases only to a minimal degree. Accordingly, matter forever seeks an intimate unity with other matter that it can never achieve. The unity of gravity is thus only an Otsalon, a longing, the most unhappy striving to which matter is eternally condemned. 83. The point in space at which matter seeks its impossibly intimate unity with other matter is called by Hegel, following Newton, a center, middle punct. Since the center lies absolutely beyond the reach of the matter that seeks it, it must not only be located outside such matter but also be a point that in principle cannot be occupied by matter at all. It must, therefore, be a wholly immaterial, unextended, ideal singularity, a purely geometrical point. 84. This ideal center will itself, however, be located within another material body. When a terrestrial body falls, therefore, it seeks its center or point of unity not in the empty space on the other side of the earth but within the earth itself. 85. Since gravity is thus matter's movement, or propensity to move, towards an immaterial, geometrical center within another material body, it is, in Hegel's view, the confession by matter of its essentially contradictory nature. 86. Mass, inertia, and weight. Matter, for Hegel, is enduring, self-identical space that excludes other such space. Consequently, he argues, matter cannot be a simple unity, but must differentiate itself into various bodies, each of which repels all others from the space that it occupies. These bodies will not be qualitatively distinct from one another, since they are all bits of the same matter. Any difference there may be between them, beyond the feat that they must occupy different places, will thus be purely quantitative. This means that each body will occupy a certain quantity of space and so have a volume that may or may not differ from that of other bodies. It also means, however, that each body will itself be made up of a certain quantity of matter that may or may not differ from that of other bodies. The quantity of matter that each body comprises is its mass. 07. The mass of a body is the number of homogeneous parts Gleichardtstelle that it contains, however densely or thinly they are distributed through the space occupied by the body. 00. To determine the difference in mass between two bodies, one does not, however, need to cut them open, identify parts that are of the same kind in both, and then count them. As Newton argues, mass can always be known from a body's weight. Yet, the mass of a body is not the same as its weight. The weight of a body can vary from place to place. The body's mass, by contrast, is the unvarying quantity of matter in the body that is, as Newton puts it, proportional to the weight. 89. Philosophy, for Hegel, proves that material bodies must have mass, but it cannot determine by itself what the mass of any given body will be. From the perspective of philosophy, the mass of a body is thus contingent. Each body just happens to have the mass that it has, and so each body is a wholly contingent one. 90. Hegel goes on to argue that finite, material bodies, as opposed to the celestial bodies we will consider later, are marked by contingency in another respect, too, for, although all matter is necessarily in some kind of motion, it is contingent how any finite mass moves in relation to other specified masses and, indeed, whether it is in motion or at rest in relation to them. Some finite bodies, such as animals, have the capacity to move themselves freely. In so far as finite bodies are considered to be mere masses of matter, however, they are, in Hegel's view, indifferent to motion and rest. That is because there is nothing in the simple fact that a finite body is this particular mass that requires it to move at any particular speed or in any particular direction. Each finite mass is capable of moving in a variety of different ways, but it does not itself determine, simply through being the particular mass that it is, how it will move in relation to other masses. Its state of motion or rest must, therefore, be determined by something outside itself, that is, by another mass that happens, contingently, to strike it or apply pressure to it. This quality of being open but indifferent to motion and rest is the inertness or inertia 1. Tragiet, of mass. 91. Being inert, for Hegel, does not mean being at rest as opposed to being in motion. It means that mass is indifferent to them both and is equally capable of motion or rest. Mass is inert, therefore, insofar as it is itself neither at rest nor in motion, but only passes from one state sustand to the other through an external impulse. Since its state of motion or rest, relative to other masses, is necessarily determined by one or more other masses, no inert mass can change its own state of motion or rest, and so accelerate or decelerate by itself, When at rest it remains in that state and does not spontaneously set itself in motion, and conversely, when in motion it remains in motion, and does not spontaneously pass over into a state of rest. 92. It thus necessarily preserves its state of motion until that state is changed again by further, contingent contact with another mass. The principle of inertia is the fundamental principle of modern mechanics, that is, mechanics from the 17th century onwards. According to the older Aristotelian physics, I.B. Cohen explains, if the motive force applied to a body were to cease acting, the body would then seek its natural place and there come to rest. 1. All motion thus needs to be sustained by the continuous operation of a mover. According to modern physics, by contrast, if an external force were to cease to act on a body, inertness would tend to maintain a body in whatever state it happened to be in, whether a state of resting or of moving uniformly straightforward. 93. Inertial motion thus does not need to be sustained by any motive force, but continues in its current state until that state is altered by an external force. This principle finds its most famous expression, and is thereby established as the foundation of modern physics in Newton's first law of motion in the Principia. Every body perseveres in its state of being at rest or of moving uniformly straightforward, except in so far as it is compelled to change its state by forces impressed. 94. This principle is one that Hegel allegedly failed to comprehend or deliberately rejected in favor of a pre-inertiate, Aristotelian conception of motion. William Marchais, for example, insists that Hegel never grasped this fundamental principle of mechanics, and maintained the traditional Aristotelian view that motion requires a mover, namely, that a moving body comes to rest as soon as the force that moves it ceases to be applied. 95. It is evident from what was said above, however, that this charge is false. Hegel argues that matter must take the form of inert mass, and he conceives of inertia in the same way as Newton. He recognizes that when in motion a finite mass does not spontaneously pass over into a state of rest and that its state can be changed only through an external impulse. In this respect, he clearly aligns himself with modern, rather than pre-modern, physics. For Hegel, the external mechanical, as opposed to, say, magnetic, cause of a change in a body's state of motion is always the impact of, or pressure applied by, another body. For Newton, that external cause can be percussion, pressure, or centripetal force. The latter may in turn be magnetic force or the force of gravity. 96. Gravity is thus, in Newton's view, an external cause of changes in a body's state of motion. As we saw above, Newton does not regard gravity as essential to bodies. He contends, none the less, that the force of gravity is directed universally by all bodies towards all other bodies. 97. All bodies, therefore, are attracted by, and have weight in relation to, one another. The motion of any finite body is thus compounded of both inertial motion and motion caused by gravitational attraction, as well as the effects of any intervening bodies. Projectiles, for example, persevere in their motions, except insofar as they are retarded by the resistance of the air and are impelled downward by the force of gravity. 98. Newton proves that the force of gravity, and thus the weight of a body in relation to another, is not constant but directly proportional to the product of the masses of the bodies concerned and inversely proportional to the square of the distance between them. This is the inverse square law taken over by Newton from Huygens and Book. 99. The mass of a heavy body, however, is invariant, and so its capacity for inertial motion, or persevering in its state of motion, remains in all circumstances undiminished. Hegel's position is similar to Newton's, except for one thing. For Hegel, gravity is not a force that acts on a body from the outside, pulling it, for example, down towards the earth. Gravity is, rather, a body's own inherent tendency to unite with other matter in an immaterial center. Bodies are thus not attracted by one another, but actively gravitate towards one another. Hegel accepts the inverse square law and so recognizes that weight decreases as the distance between the bodies concerned is squared. 100. He argues, however, that all matter is intrinsically, rather than contingently, weighted or heavy. Gravity is the predicate of matter and constitutes the substance of this subject. 101. Inert mass, for Hegel, is thus never purely inert, because all inert mass is itself inherently gravitating mass. 102. In Hegel's view, therefore, finite bodies are not deflected by an external force of gravity from the path of uniform rectilinear motion along which their inertia would otherwise take them. They deflect themselves from that path through their own gravity or weight. Such bodies are thus fundamentally at odds with themselves. On the one hand, they are inert and so preserve the state of motion that results from external determination. On the other hand, however, their very own gravity outweighs their inertia and causes them to seek unity with the largest mass in their vicinity, that is, the planet or moon to which they belong. In pre-inertial physics, bodies come to rest on the earth because a moving force has ceased to be applied to them. In Newton's physics, bodies moving under their own inertia can only be brought to rest by an external force. In Hegel's view, by contrast, finite bodies moving under their own inertia eventually come to rest on the Earth's surface due to their own gravity. All motion that has been communicated to us passes over into rest through gravity. 103. Since bodies resting on the Earth continue to seek their center within the Earth, they necessarily exert pressure on its surface and on any other bodies lying underneath them. Their state of rest is thus not one of pure rest, but is, in fact, attempted motion which makes itself felt in another mass. 104. Hegel not only argues that a body's gravity always works to overcome its inertia, he goes further and contends that gravitation directly contradicts the law of inertia. 105. His reason for claiming this is easy to see. Insofar as a body is inert, It perseveres in its state of motion and so may be said to preserve its identity, an identity that has been conferred on it by an external cause but has now become its own. This is why Hegel maintains that the principle of inertia rests on the principle of identity. Inertia is the endeavor bestreben to make this rest and this motion identical with itself. Through its inherent gravity, by contrast, matter strives to get a way out of itself to another. 106. Gravity is thus matter's intrinsic endeavor to lose its identity in a union with other matter. Popper derides Hegel's alleged proof that Newton's theories of inertia and of gravity contradict one another, pointing out that Hegel could not foresee that Einstein would show the identity of inert and gravitating mass. 107. But Popper misunderstands Hegel's position. As we have seen, Hegel does acknowledge the identity of inert and gravitating mass, though whether Hegel's conception of this identity exactly coincides with that of Einstein is for others to decide. All inert matter, for Hegel, has an inherent tendency to gravitate towards other matter. Precisely for this reason, however, inert matter is not purely inert. Inertness is merely one aspect, an abstract moment, of gravitating matter. 108. Furthermore, the inertness of matter is constantly negated by the very gravity from which it is inseparable. Indeed, as I have pointed out, a body's gravity eventually outweighs its inertia and brings it to rest on the earth. A body's inertness is thus identical with and at odds with its gravity at one and the same time. Note that gravity and inertness are not equal partners in the constitution of matter. The inertness of matter stems from the particular fact that matter takes the form of a finite mass whose state of motion is determined by other material bodies. Gravity, by contrast, is inherent in matter as such. It is the very substance of matter itself. This allows us to clarify further the difference between Hegel and Newton. For Newton, inertia is the only inherent force in matter. 109. That is to say, matter is most properly itself when it is moving under its own inertia. Its essence consists, therefore, in preserving the identity, the state of motion, that has been given to it by an external force. Accordingly, gravity is to be understood as causing matter to deviate from its proper path of uniform, rectilinear, inertial motion. For Hegel, by contrast, matter is most properly itself precisely when it is gravitating towards other matter. Its essence consists, therefore, not in trying to preserve its own identity, but in seeking to reach a point of absolute union with something else. Newton, of course, also understands matter to act on, and be acted on by, other matter. For Hegel, however, such interaction is not just an unexplained given fact about matter, matter is inherently relational and other directed within itself. Despite this difference, Hegel and Newton clearly offer similar accounts of the interactions between finite terrestrial bodies, and between similar bodies on other planets and moons. Both understand the motion of such bodies to be explicable through the combination of their own inertia and the effect of gravity. As the two thinkers continue, however, the differences between them become more marked. Newton claims that the motion of planets and satellites is also due to the combination of inertia and gravity. Hegel, by contrast, argues that the motion of celestial bodies, such as planets, is produced by matter's inherent gravity alone. The same is true, he contends, of the free fall of finite bodies, falling bodies and Galileo's law. Insofar as matter is inert, trage, it is simply the bearer, trigger, of states of motion that have been caused by external impact. 110. Insofar as matter inherently gravitates towards other matter, however, it is the source of its own motion. The first form of purely gravitational motion, Hegel maintains, is free fall. A body in free fall has not been given its speed and direction by the impact of another body, but simply falls of its own accord to the ground. It determines itself to fall through its inherent propensity to gravitate towards other matter. Its fall is free. Therefore, because it is the manifestation of the body's own gravity. Strictly speaking, as Hegel points out, free fall is only relatively free 7 or conditioned motion, because it is contingent upon a body's first being raised to a certain height and then dropped. The fall of a body is thus not wholly determined by gravity alone. Nevertheless, after the body has been lifted up from the ground, it does not need to be pushed into motion but, when released, sets itself in motion. Its fall as such is therefore quite free. 111. Since a body falls through its own gravity, however, its free fall is also necessary. It cannot but fall because of its inherent gravity. Hegel argues that two further aspects of free fall are also determined, and so made necessary, by gravity. 1. The fact that free fall is not simply inertial motion but uniformly accelerating motion, and 2. The fact that it obeys Galileo's law of fall, which states that the distance traveled is proportional to the square of the time elapsed. 112. According to Galileo's law, Hegel explains, if the body falls a little more than 15 Parisian feet in the first second, then in 2 seconds, the body falls, not twice but 4 times the distance, i.e. 60 feet, in 3 seconds it falls 9x 15 feet, and so on. This law, we are told, counts among the immortal discoveries of natural science that redound to the greatest honor of the analysis of the understanding. 113. Hegel contends, however, that the logical necessity of this law has never been properly demonstrated. This is not to say that no a priori proof of Galileo's law has ever been developed. Hegel recognizes that such a proof has been provided by mathematics. He considers such a proof, however, to fall short of what is demanded by philosophy. This is because the mathematical proof of Galileo's law rests on the presupposition that the velocity of a falling body is uniformly accelerated, but does not explain why this should be the case. Hegel also claims that mathematics derives Galileo's jaw from the phenomenon of uniformly accelerated motion via the Detour, Umweg, of equating the latter with purely uniform velocity 114. In this way it effaces the distinctive qualitative difference between free fall and uniform inertial motion that philosophy wishes to preserve. It is hard to tell from Hegel's own account precisely what it is about the mathematical proof of Galileo's law that prompts him to make this second claim. This is because he does not examine that proof in detail. A brief statement of the proof will, however, reveal what Hegel has in mind. Note that the proof establishes Galileo's law by considering the distance covered in a given time by an object accelerating uniformly from rest to a final velocity to be the same as the distance covered in that time by an object moving uniformly without acceleration at half that final velocity. The proof proceeds as follows. The distance, s, traveled in uniform motion is equal to the velocity, v, multiplied by the time, t. A body thus covers 10 meters by going 5m/s for 2 seconds, s equals v times t. To the final velocity, v, final, of a body accelerating uniformly from rest, such as a falling body, is equal to the rate of acceleration, a, multiplied by the time elapsed, f. A body accelerating at 5m/s per second for 4 seconds thus reaches a final velocity of 20m/s. V, final, equals a times t. 3. The average velocity, v, final, of a body accelerating uniformly from rest is half of its final velocity. A body accelerating uniformly from 0m/s to 20m/s will thus travel with an average velocity of 10m/s, where this average velocity is, of course, uniform. V, average, equals 1/2 v, final. For the distance, s, covered by traveling at this uniform average velocity is found by multiplying the velocity by the time elapsed, c1, above. So traveling at an average velocity of 10m/s for 4 seconds carries a body 40 meters. S equals v, average, times t. 5. Since the average velocity of a body accelerating uniformly from rest is equal to half of its final velocity, we can replace v, average, in the previous equation with L/2v, null. 2. Determine the distance covered by such a uniformly accelerating body. S equals 1/2 v, final, times t. 6. Since the final velocity of a body accelerating uniformly from rest is equal to the rate of acceleration, a, multiplied by the time elapsed, t, we can replace v, phi j in the previous equation with ax t. The distance covered by a body accelerating uniformly from rest is thus found by multiplying the rate of acceleration by the time elapsed, then multiplying by the time elapsed again, and then dividing by half. So a body accelerating at 5m/s per second for 4 seconds will cover a distance of 40 meters. S equals 1/2 a times t, or s equals 1/2 at 2. 7. Since the rate of acceleration of a uniformly accelerating body, such as a falling body, is by definition constant, the distance traveled by such a body is necessarily proportional to the square of the time elapsed, as Galileo's law states. A stone that falls with a rate of acceleration of 9.8 m/s per second increases its velocity from 0m/s to 9.8 m/s in the first second. It thus travels at an average velocity in that first second of 4.9 m/s and so covers 4.9 meters. However, in 2 seconds, twice the time, it moves 4 times the distance, or 19.6 meters, and in 3 seconds it moves 9 times as far, or 44 meters. 115. There are 2 things to note about this proof. First, it simply assumes that free fall is uniformly accelerated motion. Second, the distance traveled by a uniformly accelerating body is computed by finding the average velocity of that body and so equating it with a body that does not accelerate but moves uniformly. This involves precisely the detour of treating velocity as purely uniform velocity to which Hegel refers. A cursory glance at the text of Hegel's philosophy of nature can leave the impression that he wants to replace this indirect proof of Galileo's law of fall with a new mathematical proof of his own. Yet this impression is misleading. Hegel does not presume here to reform mathematics. It is true that he considers the mathematical manner of proving Galileo's law to be tortuous. He never states, however, that it is formally invalid. On the contrary, he acknowledges that the detours of mathematics are perhaps necessary and arise from the need to make what mathematics analyses more amenable to mathematical treatment, e.g. to reduce it to addition or subtraction or multiplication. 116. At one point Hegel does present, in a quasi-mathematical form, a simple, genuine proof of Galileo's law that dispenses with the above-mentioned detour. This proof, however, is not designed to be an alternative mathematical proof of Galileo's law. It is meant to establish the conceptual point that Galileo's law is built into the very definition of uniformly accelerated motion itself. 117. It aims to show that, if one starts from the assumption that free fall is uniformly accelerated motion, there is a much more direct route to Galileo's law than that provided by mathematics. Hegel's principal concern, however, is not with this simple, genuine proof. It is to present a different, properly philosophical proof of Galileo's law of fall. Such a proof must derive Galileo's law directly from the phenomenon of free fall itself. In the process it must demonstrate what both mathematics and Hegel's own simple, genuine proof take for granted, namely that free fall is, indeed, uniformly accelerated motion. In addition, of course, it must avoid equating such motion with uniform inertial motion. In the manner of mathematics, Hegel's philosophical proof will not supplant that provided by mathematics, but will, if successful, Complement it. To understand this philosophical proof of Galileo's law, we need to bear the following things in mind. The reason why matter must move at all is that, logically, it is exclusive space that endures throughout the changing of place. What makes it necessary for place to change is the fact that it is the unity of space and time. If space and time are to be truly united, the process whereby place negates itself temporally must be identical with the process of its spatial self-negation. This means that as place passes through time, it must also change into another place, and another, and so move through space. Space and time in turn must form such a unity because the nature of each renders it inseparable from the other. Ultimately, therefore, the ground of matter's motion is to be found in the nature of space and time themselves. Ordinary inertial motion has a further, more immediate cause, the initial impact of another body. Such motion is thus not generated by space and time alone. Free fall, however, is different. It is motion caused solely by gravity, that is, by matter's inherent propensity to move towards a center. Since matter and its gravity are themselves made necessary by the very nature of space and time, the same must be true of free fall. What makes bodies fall is ultimately the nature of space and time themselves. Now all motion involves a quantitative relation between space and time. A certain quantity of space is covered in a certain quantity of time. In ordinary, inertial motion, that relation is contingent. The body may move 5 meters in 1 second, 2 seconds or 3, depending, in part, on the velocity of the last object that happened to strike it. In free fall, in Hegel's view, that relation is not just contingent but necessary. Free fall is not caused by the impact of other bodies but is generated solely by gravity and, ultimately, by the very nature of space and time. According to Hegel, therefore, the quantitative relation between space and time in free fall must also be determined by the nature of space and time. As Hegel himself puts it, their quantitative determinations must conform to their conceptual determinations. This is not quite as obscure an idea as it may appear at first sight. Hegel's point is really quite simple. If we examine the logical structure or quality of space and time, we will find the key to the quantitative relation, in which they must stand in free fall, because the latter is itself grounded in the former. 118. One further point needs emphasis. Motion, matter, gravity, and free fall are made necessary by the unity of space and time, but that unity is itself made necessary by the different logical structures of space and time themselves. It is the difference between space and time, as much as their unity, therefore, that is ultimately responsible for the fact that bodies fall. This, I think, is what Hegel has in mind when he says that in the generation of free fall time and space become free in regard to each other. 119. Those different logical structures must thus also determine the quantitative relation between space and time in free fall. This means, in Hegel's view, that space and time in free fall cannot just be represented by a different quantum or number. Each one must be represented by a different kind of quantity that expresses its particular quality. We will now consider precisely what this means. 120. Time, we recall, is the pure negativity or passing away of space, and as such it differentiates itself into the three dimensions of past, present, and future. Only one of those dimensions, however, actually exists, the endlessly vanishing, yet enduring present. Time, therefore, is the negativity that constitutes the singularity and unity of the now. This logical quality of time determines the kind of quantity that will be associated with time in free fall. As Hegel writes, seeing that time is the moment of negation, of being for self, the principle of the one-eins, its magnitude, any empirical number, in relation to space is to be taken as the unit Einheit or denominator. Free fall will thus be motion in which a certain distance is traversed in a given unit of time, where this unit is an immediately given number, 1 second, 1 minute, and so on. From this point of view, therefore, free fall looks no different from inertial motion, and Hegel does not appear to be saying anything especially remarkable. Things get more interesting, however, when he turns to space. Space, Hegel reminds us, is sheer externality, außereinander sein. Indeed, it is self. Externality, being that expands beyond itself, but in so doing merely extends itself beyond itself. As is the case with time, this quality of space determines the kind of quantity that will be associated with space in free fall. That quantity must also be one that comes outside itself, is außer sich command. Hegel understands this to mean that such a quantity must increase itself by itself, that is, through its own agency and by an amount that is equal to itself. Such a quantity, he explains, cannot be a simple unit or number, but must be a square, quadrant. Note that Hegel does not consider the square of a number to be merely a different quantum from the number itself. He regards the square, and, indeed, every power, to be an altogether different kind or quality of quantity from a simple number. It is the particular kind of quantity that determines itself by itself. As such, it perfectly reflects the distinctive logical character of space. The form of the externality of space is the square, magnitude as coming out of itself, raising itself into a second dimension and thus expanding itself, but solely in accordance with its own determinateness. In free fall, therefore, a certain quantity of space, or distance, will be traveled in a given time. In contrast to what occurs in the case of inertial motion, however, that distance will necessarily be represented by the square of a given number. But what number is to be squared? This, Hegel claims, is determined not by the quality or logical Structure of time or space taken separately, but by the fact that free fall is the unity of space and time. In uniform inertial motion, as was noted above, space, or distance, and time are contingently related. Neither the magnitude of the distance covered nor the magnitude of the time involved is determined by the other. In free fall, by contrast, space and time stand in a logically determined, necessary relation to one another. Given the quantity of one, therefore, the other must have a corresponding quantity. Indeed, Hegel claims, the given quantity of the one itself dictates the corresponding quantity of the other, so that both together form a single determination. As we have seen, it is time whose quantity necessarily takes the form of a given unit in free fall. It is the magnitude of the time, therefore, which must dictate the magnitude of the distance that is traveled. Consequently, the distance or space traveled in a given time must be determined by squaring the time that has elapsed, s equals t2. If a body falls y meters l in 1 second, the distance it travels in 2 seconds is not yx2 but yx22 or 4y meters, and the distance covered in 3 seconds is yx32 or 9y meters. This, Hegel writes, is the proof of the law of descent of a falling body as derived from the concept of the matter. 121. Since the distance traveled in free fall necessarily increases in a regular manner from one unit of time to another, free fall must be uniformly accelerated motion. Hegel thus proves what mathematics took for granted. Indeed, by deriving the law governing free fall from the very quality of space and time themselves, he demonstrates that uniformly accelerated motion is the living motion of nature conforming to law, the form of motion that is inherent in freely gravitating matter itself. 122. In this way Hegel also shows that there is a clear qualitative difference between uniformly accelerated motion and uniform inertial motion, even though in the mathematical proof considered above they are treated as equivalent, for in the former, but not in the latter, the magnitudes of space and time stand in a necessary relation to one another. Note, however, that Hegel's argument does not establish the specific rate of acceleration of any falling body. That varies from one planet or satellite to another and, from the perspective of philosophy, is a wholly contingent, empirical relation between given quantities of distance and time. On Earth, for example, bodies fall with a rate of acceleration of 9.8 m/s per second, whereas on the Moon they fall with a rate of 1.6 m/s per second. 123. What Hegel's proof establishes is the general point that, regardless of the planet one inhabits, free fall must be uniformly accelerated motion in which the distance covered is proportional to the square of the time. Free fall is the form of motion that is generated by the gravity or propensity to move, inherent in matter itself. The fact that an object falls when released is thus due simply to its being a unit of gravitating matter, a weighted material object as such, not to its having an especially large mass or weight. Since all material objects are equally material, all gravitate or fall towards the Earth in the same way. This means that they all fail to Earth at the same rate of acceleration, regardless of their mass. Furthermore, their fall is in every case governed by the same law, since that law is determined by the distinctive qualities of space and time that are constituents of every material object. Hegel thus endorses Galileo's famous theory of falling bodies, where the motion is posited by the concept of matter. The quantitative difference between bodies has no significance. Bodies fall simply as matter, not as masses. In other words, bodies fall simply on account of their gravity, and in this respect a large body and a smaller one, i.e. one smaller in weight, are equally heavy sure. Or, rather, all bodies fall to Earth at the same rate in those cases where air resistance can be discounted, since some objects, such as feathers, are slowed down by the air as they fall. We are well aware that a feather does not fall like a lead bullet, but this is on account of the medium which has to give way. In a vacuum, however, bodies fall in the same manner auf gleichweise. 124. The velocity of a terrestrial body whose state of motion has been altered by the impact of another body depends in part on the strength of that impact and in part on the mass, or weight, of the body whose motion is altered. By contrast, the velocity of a body falling freely through its own gravity towards the Earth depends on the height from which it has been dropped and, discounting air resistance, is independent of the mass of the body. Free fall thus represents, as it were, the liberation of a material body from the contingencies of its own mass. Free fall, however, is not independent of mass altogether, for the mass of the planet or moon to which the falling bodies belong determines the direction of their fall. Hegel accepts the idea that all bodies gravitate towards all others and that bodies gravitate most strongly towards the largest mass in their vicinity, that is, the planet or moon that serves as their central body. The universal gravitation, which dependent bodies as matter have towards one another, is subordinate to that which they have towards their common central body. 125. Such a central body does not attract other bodies towards itself, but those bodies gravitate towards that central body of their own accord. Terrestrial bodies thus fall down towards the Earth, rather than up towards a passing asteroid, because they have an intrinsic tendency to move in the direction of the greatest mass. 126. Nevertheless, the direction in which bodies fell is not determined solely by the bodies themselves, but is dictated precisely by the large mass of their central body. This represents another sense, therefore, in which free fall is conditioned and so only relatively free. Hegel does not draw attention to the fact that, strictly speaking, the inverse square law that underlies Newton's theory of universal gravitation is at odds with Galileo's law of fall. The tension between the two stems from the fact that Galileo has the object fall with constant acceleration, that is, with a uniformly accelerated motion, whereas Newton has the body fall under the action of a variable force and a consequent variable acceleration. 127 Hegel would reject the idea that objects fall under the action of a force, since he takes them to fall freely. Nonetheless, he accepts the inverse square law and might be expected to notice the tension between it and Galileo's law. Newton's law, however, only conflicts with Galileo's law at some distance from the surface of a central body. Near the surface of such a central body, where the rate of acceleration is effectively constant, Galileo's law holds for all falling bodies, as Newton himself acknowledged. 128 This may well be why Hegel neglects to mention the tension between the two laws. For him, the law of Foyle applies only to what he calls finite bodies on or near the surface of a central body. It applies to bodies that actually belong to the central body itself, but are lifted from its surface and then released. Celestial bodies, such as planets and moons, do not, in his view, fall towards one another, at least, not in the sense of dropping freely towards another body from a position of rest relative to it. 129. Hegel states that his aim is to show how Galileo's law of fall is connected to Zusammenhang mit the determinations of the concept. This suggests to commentators such as Kallenberg and Buchdahl that Hegel's proof of that law presupposes that the law itself has already been discovered and provides a philosophical reconstruction of it. 131 am in broad agreement with these commentators, without Galileo's discovery Hegel would not, I think, have been able to deduce the law of fall purely by himself. Nonetheless, Hegel describes his proof as a deduction of this law and clearly regards it as a priori. L31 to my mind, therefore, Hegel's proof of Galileo's particular law, unlike his proofs that space is temporal, that matter entails gravity and that finite bodies fall freely towards a central body, must be regarded as an example of a strict, logical derivation whose presentation was actually made possible by an empirical discovery by science. Not all readers will be equally impressed by Hegel's proof. Some may find it elegant and persuasive, others will no doubt think it contrived. This proof, however, is a crucial part of Hegel's philosophical mechanics, or kinematics. Hegel's overall purpose in this mechanics is to show that matter is necessarily in motion without being governed by alleged forces, such as the force of gravity. The importance of the philosophical proof of Galileo's law of fall, for Hegel, is that it demonstrates that gravitational matter itself, and its constituents, space and time, makes one particular form of motion necessary, namely uniformly accelerated motion. Such motion, therefore, is not a mere accident of nature, but is rather nature's essential motion. 132. Hegel's proof also demonstrates that, in determining itself to move in this way, nature, or matter, gives itself its own law. Nature as space is sheer lifeless externality, but, in giving rise to the law of fall, a free law of nature, nature proves to be self-determining and autonomous. 133 The necessary logical transition from inertial motion to free fall thus represents the emergence of freedom in nature in two senses. Objects come to be understood as moving freely through their own gravity, but matter itself also becomes freely self-determining by determining through its own logical structure how it is to move. Such free self-determination is, of course, at the same time necessary self-determination. This is why I have devoted more space than one might have expected to Hegel's account of falling bodies. Hegel is well known as the philosopher of ethical life or the cunning of reason, but not many realize that he also sees tremendous importance in the phenomenon of free fall, and is a strong admirer of Galileo. This is because in the simple fall of a book from a ledge, we can see nature make its first humble move towards becoming free, self-determining spirit. 134. The solar system. We have seen that matter differentiates itself into finite bodies. These bodies gravitate towards, and so weigh down on, their central body, a planet or moon, in proportion to their mass. Such bodies also fall freely towards their central body at a uniform rate of acceleration that is independent of their mass or weight. They do this, however, only after they have been raised to a certain height and then released. In such a case, the body's fall is due to gravity alone, but the condition of that fall, namely, the body's distance from the center, is not posited by gravity. 135 Hegel now goes on to argue that matter must also set itself at a certain distance from itself through its very own gravity. In this way, he claims, matter will become absolutely free, because its motion towards others and its separation from others will both be determined wholly by matter's inherent nature. Yet why should gravity itself, which is the motion of matter towards other matter, put distance between matter and matter? Because, as we saw earlier, gravity is not mere attraction but the unity of attraction and repulsion. In Hegel's view, this means two different things. First, bodies gravitate towards and simultaneously repel other bodies that are already distinct from them, such as we see in the phenomena of weight and free fall. Second, however, matter's gravitational attraction towards other matter is itself what separates matter into different, mutually repelling bodies. But how is this latter possible? It is possible if, in the very process of moving towards its center, matter simultaneously sets itself apart from, and in that carrot sense, repels, other matter moving towards another center. This in turn, however, requires that center-oriented matter split itself into the manifold processes of gravitating towards different centers. Each such center will be surrounded by the matter that seeks it and so will constitute the core of a massive central body. Matter can only be the explicit unity of attraction and repulsion. Therefore, if it differentiates itself into many different central bodies, each of which is Separated from the others by empty space, this is real repulsion where the center repels itself, multiplies itself. These primary central bodies, which are made necessary by the nature of gravity itself, are the stars. 136. Hegel maintains, however, that stars do not manifest the unity of attraction and repulsion in its most explicit form. This is because stars do not exhibit, by virtue of their very nature, a fully explicit attraction for one another. Although each star contains within itself a center towards which matter gravitates and to which that matter is thus attracted, the host of stars is a formal world in which the one-sided determination of repulsion holds sway. The stars are thus dispersed throughout the heavens as an abstract multiplicity of separate, independent centers. 137. This is not to say that stars do not exhibit any attraction for one another at all. Hegel accepts Newton's principle of universal gravitation and, following Sir William Herschel, points out that stars cluster into groupings, figuration and, which may express essential relations. He notes in particular that the stars in the Milky Way are thought to form the shape of a lens. 5138. In his view, however, such groupings do not provide evidence of an inherent, fully explicit attraction between stars. A body is attracted to another when it seeks to unite with, and so to find its center in, that other body, and such attraction is fully explicit when the first body actually changes its position and moves in relation to the second. Hegel, however, does not believe that stars seek to unite with other stars in this explicit way, but he understands them to remain at rest in relation to one another. Imig calls Hegel's assumption that all stars are at rest relative to one another a weak point of his argumentation. 139. Especially problematic for Hegel's account is the phenomenon of binary stars which move in separate orbits around a common center of mass. 140. Such stars are not discussed by Hegel himself, but they were known during his lifetime and would appear to exhibit an explicit attraction for one another of precisely the kind Hegel denies to stars. In my view, however, Hegel would have considered such stars to be contingencies from the philosophical point of view. For Hegel, stars are made necessary by the fact that matter must repel itself from itself and coalesce around different gravitational centers. Logically, therefore, stars belong to the sphere of dead repulsion. 141. This means that, for philosophy at least, it is inherent in the nature of stars that they stand apart from one another as separate worlds, but not that they join together in an orbital dance of mutual attraction around a common center of mass. The fact that many stars are binaries engaged in just such a dance may well be the necessary result of circumstances in the natural history of galaxies and stars. It is not grounded, however, in the inherent, logical nature of stars themselves, and in this respect is contingent. This has one very important consequence. Since gravitational matter is the unity of repulsion and attraction, it must differentiate itself into central bodies whose inherent nature is both to repel and to be explicitly attracted to other such bodies. Stars fail to satisfy this logical requirement fully by themselves. Logically, therefore, there must exist, in addition to stars, other central bodies whose nature is precisely to seek to unite with a central body beyond themselves. These inherently attractive central bodies are planets. Planets are thus not an accident of nature, for Hegel, but a logical necessity. They are central bodies that keep their distance from one another but that also openly seek their center in another central body. If matter is to be a true unity of repulsion and attraction, however, stars and planets cannot exist in splendid isolation from one another but must themselves form a unity. The character of this unity follows from the respective characters of stars and planets. Stars are the primary central bodies or absolutely universal centrality. Planets, by contrast, are inherently secondary or relative central bodies. 142. Their unity must thus consist in planets relating to, and seeking their center in, a star. Planets, in other words, must belong to a star and, together with that star or sun, form a system of central bodies, or a solar system. For Hegel, therefore, stars and planets are logically inseparable. The center has no meaning without the periphery nor the periphery without the center. 5143. This is not to deny that, as a matter of contingency, stars could exist without planets. The nature of gravitational matter, however, demands that there be stars with their own planetary systems, since only in this way can matter be the true unity of repulsion and attraction. Solar systems, and Hegel recognizes that ours is not necessarily the only one, are thus more rational than isolated stars, or binary stars. Indeed, for Hegel, every solar system is simply the system of reason as a reality in the heavens. 144. Yet a fully rational solar system is not composed solely of a star, or sun, and its planets. Stars and planets both enclose centers of gravitational attraction and so are central bodies. A star is an absolutely central body, it has its center absolutely within itself, and so does not explicitly seek its center in another body. 145. It serves, instead, as a center of gravitational attraction for other bodies, namely the planets. This reflects the fact that the star embodies the logical moment of repulsion above all. Planets, by contrast, are relative central bodies, since they do explicitly seek their center in another body, namely in their star. This reflects the fact that they embody more overtly than do the stars the logical moment of attraction. Yet planets are also relative central bodies, and so have a center in themselves as well as in their star. As such, they embody the logical moment of repulsion just as much as that of attraction, and so can also serve as centers of gravitational attraction for other celestial bodies. But what other celestial bodies are made necessary by the logical structure of gravity except stars and planets? Hegel's answer is, bodies in which the logical moment of attraction outweighs that of repulsion, just as repulsion outweighs attraction in the stars. In such bodies, the logical moment of repulsion is suppressed but not eliminated altogether, so they remain independent, self-standing bodies, separated by empty space from both the planets and their sun. Day 146. As such, they serve as central bodies for the finite objects that belong to them, objects that weigh down upon them or fall towards them. They do not, however, serve as central bodies for other independent celestial bodies, and so do not have a center within themselves in the same sense as planets and stars. This is because they are defined primarily by their attraction for and relation to other bodies. Despite their apparently free existence, such bodies are thus thoroughly dependent celestial bodies, and their dependence is evident in the fact that they seek their center in the two kinds of central body that inhabit the solar system, the planets and the sun. 147. The dependent bodies that are gravitationally oriented towards the planets are satellites or moons, and those that are oriented towards the sun are comets. Hegel contends, therefore, that both moons and comets, as well as planets and a sun, are logically necessary if a solar system is to embody fully the unity of repulsion and attraction inherent in gravitating matter. First of all, we have the absolute, central body, then dependent bodies without a center in themselves, and lastly, relative central bodies. It is only with these three kinds of bodies that the system of gravity is completed into a totality. Or, as Hegel puts it a little later, in recognition of the fact that moons and comets constitute two different types of dependent celestial body, this quadruplicity virhit of the celestial bodies forms the complete system of rational corporeality. 148. Hegel began his philosophy of nature with the concept of sheer externality or space. He then demonstrated that space gives rise to time and that both together make motion and matter necessary. The substance of matter was then shown to be gravitational motion, the motion of seeking to unite with other matter that it simultaneously repels. This gravitational motion, or propensity to move, initially took the form of weight and free fall. Now we have seen that matter's inherent gravity requires that there be solar systems. This is because in the system of interrelated, independent celestial bodies, matter fully manifests both its gravitational attraction towards and repulsion of other matter. It is important to recognize, however, that Hegel is not telling a story here about the natural history of solar systems. He is not arguing that first stars are created in time, then planets, and then moons and comets. The connections established by Hegel between these celestial bodies are logical, not temporal. It is up to natural scientists to explore the role that gravity, and perhaps collisions between celestial bodies, may play in the actual genesis of our solar system. Hegel's philosophy shows only that, whatever natural causes produce solar systems, these systems also meet the demands of reason. In this sense, philosophy demonstrates that reason is, indeed, at work in nature, operating through the natural causes discerned by science. Kepler's laws of planetary motion. For Hegel, gravitating matter is matter in motion. The solar system, which is produced by gravity, is thus a system of moving bodies. From the perspective of philosophical mechanics, indeed, nothing else about celestial bodies needs to be taken into account. What makes the sun and the planets different kinds of gravitating body is not the physical fact that the sun is a source of light whereas the planets are not, but the simple mechanical fact that they move in different ways. In Hegel's view, the character of celestial motion and the laws governing it are determined by the inherent gravity of matter itself in much the same way as free fall and Galileo's law. Stars have their centers within themselves and do not, as a matter of logical necessity, explicitly seek their centers in another body. Accordingly, their essential nature is not to move, but to remain at rest, in relation to one another and to the planets. As material gravitational bodies, of course, they cannot be absolutely immobile. Their motion, for Hegel, is, however, restricted to rotation around their own axis. Planets, by contrast, are not so unambiguously self-contained. This finds expression in the fact that they seek their center outside themselves and so always leave their place and occupy another one. Planets, therefore, are necessarily in motion in relation to their sun. Day 149. Planets, however, not only actively seek their center within the sun, but also remain irreducibly independent of the sun. This finds expression in the fact that in their motion, they preserve their distance from the sun and do not fall towards it. Accordingly, Hegel argues, planets move in an endless orbit around the sun, for only in this way can they show that they are both bound to the sun and free, in altering their position at various distances from one another they describe a curve and return into themselves. For it is only in this way that they express their independence in regard to the central body, just as their unity with the central body finds expression in their motion round it in the same curve. 150. Similarly, comets must orbit the sun and moons must orbit their respective planets, because they, too, are independent bodies that explicitly seek to unite with a central body outside themselves. 151. The orbital motion of the planets is thus made necessary by the fact that they are attracted to yet also set themselves apart from, and so repel, their sun. Planets combine explicit attraction and repulsion in this way because they are the most perfect and concrete embodiment of gravitational motion. What causes planets to orbit their sun, therefore, is nothing but gravity itself. In Hegel's view, the characteristic motion of the planets does not arise due to the impact of other bodies or the pull of an external centripetal force. Rather, matter determines itself, through its inherent gravity, to move in a closed orbit around a central body. Planetary motion is thus not only necessary but Also absolutely free motion. It is the closed, curvilinear motion that is intrinsic to the planets themselves. 152. Hegel maintains that the laws governing planetary motion are also determined by the inherent gravity of matter. These laws were discovered by Johannes Kepler in the 17th century and, in Hegel's words, concern the shape of the orbit and the velocity of the motion. They are usually stated as follows. First law, each planet moves in its own elliptical orbit around the Sun, with the Sun at one of the two foci. Second law, an imaginary line joining the Sun to a planet moving in its orbit around the Sun sweeps out equal areas in equal times. Third law, the squares of the orbital periods of any two planets are proportional to the cubes of their distances from the Sun. 153. Hegel notes that Kepler discovered his laws empirically by induction, based on the investigations of Tycho Brahe, but he believes that they can also be derived a priori from the nature of gravitational matter. He admits, however, that the difficulty of the task is such that this has not yet been fully accomplished. 154. Hegel's proofs of Kepler's laws, like his proof of Galileo's law of fall, are, in my view, a priori proofs whose presentation is made possible by a prior empirical discovery. In this case, however, Hegel openly admits that he did not work out those proofs as fully as he would have liked to. Kepler's laws are to be derived from the very nature of gravitational matter. From the mechanical point of view, however, matter is essentially motion. Motion in turn is generated by the unity of space and time, that is, by place negating itself into another place and then another in time. To derive the laws of motion from the nature of gravitational matter is, therefore, to derive them from the nature of space and time that ultimately give rise to matter. More specifically, philosophy must show how the distinctive qualities of space and time determine the quantitative relations between space and time in planetary motion. 155. The derivation of Kepler's first law proceeds as follows. Planets move in a closed orbit around their Sun, so their motion is either circular or elliptical. When a body moves in a circular orbit, Hegel claims, it covers equal arcs of the orbit in equal times. The magnitude of the space, that is, the arc, traveled in a given time thus always remains the same and, in this sense, the body orbits with a uniform velocity. Hegel recognizes that a circular orbit could conceivably be produced by a body accelerating and decelerating over the course of its orbit, but he regards such a possibility as a superficial product of abstract imagination. 156. In Hegel's view, there is nothing about circular orbital motion as such that requires it to involve acceleration, and it is more rational to conceive it as motion generated by covering equal arcs in equal times. Whether one considers circular motion to be the product of uniform or accelerated motion, one thing is clear, regardless of their length, the arcs covered in equal times all have the same curvature and in that sense are all of the same kind. This is because they are all spanned between radii vectors of equal length. The radius vector is the straight line connecting the orbiting body to its central body, and a circular orbit is defined by the fact that the radius vector remains constant throughout the orbit. 157. Now planetary motion, for Hegel, is free motion, that is, motion determined by gravity. And, ultimately, by the nature of space and time alone. As we saw in the discussion of falling bodies, however, space and time play different roles in the generation of free gravitational motion, in the sense they remain free and independent of one another in their very unity. In Hegel's view, this qualitative difference between space and time must determine, and find expression in, their quantitative relation in planetary motion. In the motion which is free, space and time come to assert themselves as what they are. That is, as different, in determining the magnitude of the motion. 158. But what precisely does this mean? It means that the quantitative relation between space and time in planetary motion must itself be one in which the difference and independence of space from time is clearly evident. Space proves its independence from time by constantly changing the relation in which it stands to time in the course of the motion. A planet in orbit around the Sun must, therefore, cover unequal distances or arcs in equal times. Hegel claims that this inequality must be twofold. First, an orbiting planet must cover arcs of different lengths in equal times. This dictates that its velocity cannot be simply uniform, but must be uniformly accelerated. And, as returning into itself, in turn uniformly retarded. 159. Hegel assumes here that free motion will be uniformly, rather than erratically, accelerated or decelerated, because it is self-determining and so, largely, unaffected by contingent factors. He also assumes that this suffices to prove that planetary orbits cannot be circular. Yet by his own admission it is conceivable, if only by abstract imagination, that circular orbits can be generated by accelerating, and decelerating, bodies. Hegel argues, however, that if arcs covered in equal times are to be genuinely unequal and different from one another, they cannot differ in length alone but must also differ in their function. That is to say, they must play different roles in the constitution of the orbit. Arcs of the same orbit perform different functions when they have different curvature, and they have different curvature only when they span radii vectors of different lengths. It is this fact that proves definitively that the orbit followed by a planet covering unequal arcs in equal times cannot be circular, because the radii vectors in a circular orbit are all equal rather than different. If different arcs are traversed in the same time, then they must differ not only empirically but in regard to their function. The radius, the relation of the circumference to the center, belongs essentially to the function of an arc. If the arcs differ, then so must the radii too, and thus the concept of the circle is overcome. Aufgehoben. 160. Since planets move freely and continuously around the Sun, with uniform acceleration and deceleration rather than in an erratic manner, their radii vectors must themselves increase and decrease in a regular way. The orbit followed by any such planet must, therefore, be elliptical. The passage just quoted is taken from the addition to 270 of the Philosophy of Nature. In 270 itself Hegel presents his argument in a much more abstract form. As we have just seen, in free planetary motion the magnitudes of space and time are differentiated from one another not only because unequal spaces are covered in equal times but because those unequal spaces are themselves the product of two different determinations, namely the arc and the radius vector. In 270 Hegel condenses this idea into the following claim: time and space are distinct because time is simply a given magnitude, whereas the space covered in that time is the product of a difference within space itself. In free motion, where the determinations of space and time come together in diversity, in a qualitative relation, this relation necessarily emerges in the element of space itself, as a difference of it, which accordingly demands two determinations. It is this, Hegel maintains, that requires planets to move in elliptical orbits. It has to be admitted that, taken by itself, Hegel's condensed argument in the lines just quoted is barely intelligible. If we read those lines in conjunction with those from the addition, however, his overall point is clear. The spaces covered in equal times are unequal due to differences in the respective arcs that are connected to differences in the respective radii vectors. The fact that these two determinations together differentiate the spaces from one another, as arcs with different curvature, is what makes planets move in elliptical orbits. The elliptical orbit is thus the orbit that freely moving celestial bodies are required to follow by space and time themselves. Accordingly, it is inherent in the very nature of gravitating matter. This is not to say that planets can never follow circular orbits, but only that such orbits would be contingent from the philosophical point of view. Nor is it to say that planets will follow perfectly elliptical orbits. Hegel admits that observation shows that even the ellipse does not exactly correspond to the path of the planets, and so other perturbations must be assumed. The task of philosophy, however, is simply to show that an elliptical orbit is the rational one for planets to follow, the one that is made logically necessary by gravitating matter itself. Accordingly, Hegel declares, it will be for future astronomy to decide whether the path has not functions more profound than the ellipse, whether it is not perhaps an oval, etc. 161. In contrast to his proof of Galileo's law of fall, Hegel's proof of Kepler's first law does not make direct reference to the specific qualities of space and time, that is, to self-externally and negativity. It rests on the general idea that there is a qualitative difference between space and time, and on the claim that in free planetary motion their respective magnitudes must also be genuinely differentiated. For this reason, in planetary motion unequal spaces, or arcs, must be traversed in equal times. Hegel's proof of Kepler's second law does, however, make reference to the particular quality of space, albeit indirectly. This proof is founded on the idea that space in free motion must not only be differentiated from time but also united with time in a single determination. That is to say, space must be proportional to and determined by time. Hegel reminds us that this is also the case in free fall. In such motion, as we recall, the space traveled is proportional to and determined by the square of the time elapsed, so that a body falling y meters in 1 second will, in 2 seconds, fall 4 y meters rather than 2 y meters. Although the time has to be squared in free fall in order to calculate the distance traveled, it is actually the quality of space that requires there to be any squaring at all. Space is being that is external to itself and so constantly extends itself beyond itself, it thereby augments itself by itself if this is to be reflected in the magnitude of the space traveled. In free fall, that magnitude must also increase itself solely in accordance with its own determinateness and so be a square. 162. In the free motion of the planets the space that is proportional to the time must also be a square, and Hegel's reference back to the law of fall suggests that now, as then, this is due to the quality or logical structure of space. In the case of planetary motion, however, the space concerned will not be proportional to the square of the time elapsed but will be a squared space in its own right. That is to say, it will be a space that is itself a geometrical square. But what exactly does this mean? It does not mean that the space proportional to and determined by time will have the particular shape of a square as opposed to a triangle or pentagon. It means simply that such a space will be an area or a plane, measured in, for example, square kilometers, rather than a mere line. What area will this be? It will be the area that corresponds to the line, or arc, that is covered by the freely orbiting planet. We have already seen in the proof of Kepler's first law that the arcs traversed in free orbital motion span radii vectors of differing lengths. Indeed, the different curvature of each arc is determined by the different radii vectors that it connects. The arc is in this way essentially a function of the radius vector. Radius vector. Hegel points out that a given arc and its two principal radii vectors together constitute a whole, namely, the space that they enclose. This space is a space determination of two dimensions. The sector it is the sector, Hegel claims, that must be proportional to the time in free orbital motion. This is because such sectors constitute precisely the squared space that must be proportional to time, if space and time are to be united in free motion as qualitatively distinct. That the spatial determination should appear here, by means of time, as a two-dimensional determination, as a plane, is connected with what was said above, 267. About the exposition of the same determinateness in fall, as space in the square quadrant. Here, however, the quadraticity or squaredness das quadratisk of Space is, through the return of the line of motion into itself, confined to the sector. Since the sectors, as squared space, are directly proportional to the time elapsed, equal sectors are swept out in equal times as stated in Kepler's second law of motion. 163. It might seem that there is no more than a superficial verbal connection between the idea of a squared number and a squared space, and that Hegel's proof of Kepler's second law is thus spurious. In Hegel's view, however, there is a logical connection between the two ideas that goes beyond the fact that the same adjective is used in each case. What connects them is the fact that the specific quality of space requires the space that is proportional to time in free motion to have the following logical structure: it must become other than itself, but, in becoming another, be related solely to itself. 164. Now in free fall the space traversed is one-dimensional, it is the straight line of descent. That space is thus not itself, and cannot ever be, explicitly self-relating space. Since such space does not arise until the line connects up to itself and forms a two-dimensional plane, as we learn at the start of the philosophy of nature. Accordingly, the space in free fall cannot, simply through being the space that it is, satisfy the logical demand to become other than itself and thereby explicitly relate to itself in a given time. This logical demand can only be met if the space or distance covered increases by a quantum or number that becomes other than itself and in so doing relates solely to itself. Such a number that changes into another number purely by itself is, as we have seen, one that is squared. Thus, in the abstract motion of falling, the squares are only numerical determinations. The square is not to be taken in a spatial sense, because in falling what is traversed is only a straight line. It is this that constitutes the formal element in falling. 165. Precisely because space is not itself explicitly self-relating in free fall, however, it is not the numerical value of the space or distance traveled in a given time that is squared. Rather, it is the time that is squared, and the distance traveled is thus proportional to the square of the time. In free orbital motion, by contrast, the space traversed is not merely a straight line but an arc that, together with its radii vectors, encloses a whole sector of space. Such a sector is an explicitly self-relating space or plane, since it is the product of a line that connects to itself. In free orbital motion, therefore, the logical demand that is made of space is immediately satisfied by space itself, for the space that is proportional to time necessarily relates to itself in becoming other than itself simply by virtue of being a sector rather than a line. For this reason, the space traversed in a given time does not need to increase itself by a squared number, that space is itself already squared through being spatially or geometrically self-relating. And since this squared space does not increase from moment to moment, the sectors swept out in equal times are themselves equal. This argument is highly abstract and is unlikely to win over all readers. There is no denying, however, that it is logical in Hegel's distinctive sense and, indeed, that it is intelligible even to those who may not be persuaded by it. As Kallenberg notes, Hegel considers Kepler's third law to be the high point and consummation of mechanics. 166. Kepler's first law merely determines the shape of the orbit, and the second law merely determines the relation between time and individual sectors swept out by the radius vector connecting the planets to the Sun. The third law, by contrast, concerns the relation between time and the orbit as a whole. More specifically, it concerns the relation between time and the orbit insofar as it is determined by the distance of the planet from the Sun, which is to say, by the orbit's semi-major axis. The actual circumference of a planet's orbit is dependent both on its semi-major axis and on the degree of its eccentricity, the degree to which the orbit is squashed and elongated. 167. An orbit's eccentricity, however, is, from a philosophical point of view, a matter of contingency. Reason determines that such an orbit should be elliptical, but not how elliptical it should be. A purely rational law will thus relate the time of the orbit not to its actual circumference but to the orbit as determined by the planet's distance from the Sun, or the semi-major axis, alone. As Hegel puts it. Therefore, Kepler's third law establishes the relation of time, as period of revolution, to the magnitude of the path, or what is the same thing, to that of the distance from the center. 168. In its usual formulation, this law states that the squares of the periods of any two planets are proportional to the cubes of their distances from the Sun. The principal thing to remember here is that the motion of planets around their Sun is determined wholly by the gravity inherent in matter. Gravitating matter is itself generated by the nature of space and time. Solar systems arise, therefore, ultimately, because space and time freely determine themselves to take the form of such systems. As we have seen, the distinctive logical structures of space and time make it necessary both that planetary orbits are elliptical and that equal sectors are traversed in equal times. They also, however, determine the relation between time and space over the orbit as a whole. Indeed, it is in determining this relation that space and time complete the process of their own logical self-determination and so, at last, become fully self-determining. This is the key to Hegel's proof of Kepler's third law, for he argues that the quantitative relation between space and time in planetary motion must bear witness to the fact that such motion is the product of two fully self-determining phenomena. Yet how is this possible? It is possible if the quantitative relation between space and time in orbital motion is itself a relation between two fully self-determining magnitudes, rather than between two given magnitudes or between one given magnitude and a square. If this relation is to reflect the qualitative difference between space and time, however, the two magnitudes must determine themselves in different ways in accordance with the respective qualities of space and time. Time, for Hegel, is sheer negativity. It is the constant vanishing of the present into the past. In the course of this vanishing, however, the form of presence is itself preserved. This now vanishes, and this one, and this, but the very form of the now as such, endures. Time is thus the constant vanishing of space that also produces the formal unity of the present. In so doing, time determines itself to be a formal unity or continuity. Furthermore, as we have seen, time, as space-time, goes on to determine itself logically to be free orbital motion. If such orbital motion is to bear witness to the fact that it is the product of time self-determination, then this must be manifest in the magnitude of time in such motion. The magnitude of time must, therefore, also have a formal identity with itself or a formal relation to itself. This means that it cannot merely be a simple given magnitude, but must be a magnitude that relates to itself, determines itself and so produces itself. As Hegel argues, time that relates to itself and is determined by itself can only be time squared. 169. As we have seen, the magnitude of space also had to be a square in the law of fall and, in Kepler's second law, in the former it had to be a numerical square and in the latter, a geometrical square. Hegel now points out, however, that space, insofar as it is fully self-determined, is in fact not just a geometrical square but rather a geometrical cube. This is because it extends itself beyond itself in three different directions. If the magnitude of space in free orbital motion is to bear witness to the fact that such motion is the product of space's self-determination, as spacetime, then that magnitude must itself be a cube. It cannot itself, however, be a geometrical cube, since the planet in the course of its orbit remains in the same plane. That magnitude must, therefore, be a numerical cube, the cube of the planet's whole orbit or, what is the same thing, of its distance from the Sun. The unity of space and time in orbital motion is expressed by the fact that these two self-determining magnitudes are in necessary relation or proportion to one another. That is to say, the squares of the orbital periods of any two planets are proportional to the cubes of their distances from the Sun. In Hegel's view, Kepler's third law, his so-called harmonic law, is the most important of the three. This is because the quantitative relation between space and time that it describes gives fullest expression to the qualities of space and time themselves. It is thus the most rational of the three laws, the one that shows most clearly that planetary motion is determined by the inherent nature of space and time, and thereby of matter and gravity. As Hegel puts it, the greatness of this law is that it so simply and directly demonstrates the rationality of the matter. L7 degree. Hegel thought it very important to provide a persuasive philosophical proof of Kepler's laws. Yet it is hard to disagree with his judgment that, despite his own best efforts, the philosophical derivation of Kepler's laws has not yet been fully accomplished. His arguments are by no means unintelligible, but they remain underdeveloped. Nevertheless, those arguments do make Hegel's principal underlying claim clear. The laws of planetary motion are not just contingent but are grounded in the nature of space and time and so are made necessary by nature itself. These laws are differentiated from one another, and from the law of free fall, by the fact that space and time enter into different quantitative relations in such motion. Nonetheless, the quantitative relation between space and time laid down in such laws is in each case determined by the distinctive qualities of space and time alone, or at least, as in the first law, by the simple fact that space and time are qualitatively different. These laws are thus independent of the mass of the objects involved, whether the planets are large or small. It is rational for them to move in an ellipse around their sun and to obey Kepler's aerial and harmonic laws. They must do so because these laws are inherent in the very motion of matter as such. Kepler's laws are, indeed, matter's, nature's own laws of motion, the laws that nature freely and necessarily gives to itself. As such, Hegel concludes, these laws are among the most beautiful to be found in the natural sciences. 171. It should be clear from what has been said, therefore, that Hegel's reverence for Kepler has nothing to do with any nationalistic desire to vindicate the German way of philosophizing or to champion an astronomer who happened to study at the same university as Hegel himself. 172. It rests on the fact that Kepler first revealed the rational character of celestial motion. Furthermore, he described such motion purely in terms of the relation between space and time without, as Hegel believed, invoking the dubious, abstractly metaphysical concept of force. Newton, by contrast, took Kepler's sublime laws of celestial motion and converted them into the reflective form of a law concerning the force of gravity, namely the so-called inverse square law. 173. Hegel and Newton. As we have seen, Hegel rejects Newton's idea that gravity is an external force pulling bodies towards a central body. For him, gravity is matter's inherent propensity to move towards a center. Yet Hegel accepts Newton's idea that all matter gravitates towards all other matter. Indeed, he notes, it is this generalization of the law of gravity which is Newton's Merit-Verdienst. 74. In Hegel's view, however, Newton fails to distinguish properly between the different ways in which gravity operates in the heavens, on the one hand, and on Earth, or the other planets and moons, on the other. According to Hegel, when the state of motion of finite bodies on Earth is altered by the impact of other bodies, the bodies continue to move with the new velocity or in the new direction through their own inertia. At the same time, their inherent attraction for the Earth, their weight, deflects them from the direction in which their inertia carries them, and causes them to fall towards or press down on the Earth. The motion of the planets, by contrast, does not arise from such a combination of inertial movement and downward pressure. Their motion is completely free motion and is inherently curvilinear. Hegel thus retains the ancient distinction between celestial and terrestrial motion. He does so, however, because he thinks that this distinction is made necessary by the modern idea of universal gravitation. Properly understood, matter's inherent gravity itself makes the wholly free orbital motion of the planets necessary, as well as weight and free fall on Earth. In contrast to Hegel, Newton understands celestial motion to be essentially the same as terrestrial motion. Planets are just like terrestrial bodies insofar as they move around the sun only because they are deflected from the path along which they would otherwise be taken by their rectilinear inertial motion. Furthermore, they are drawn back from rectilinear motions and kept in curvilinear orbits not by their own gravitational attraction for the sun, but by the external force of gravity that is exerted upon them by the sun. 175. Hegel has been accused of misunderstanding Newton by attributing to him the view that orbital motion results from the action of two external forces on a planet, namely centripetal force, or gravity, and centrifugal force. 176. It is clear, however, that in his explanation of Newton's position Hegel, like Newton himself on rare occasions, uses the term centrifugal force to refer to the inertial tendency to fly off at a tangent. He thus recognizes that for Newton gravity and inertia are all that is needed to explain orbital motion. 177. Indeed, this is precisely what Hegel objects to in Newton's account. Hegel's fundamental critique of Newton is not, as Hegel's own critics appear to think, that Newton employs two external forces to explain orbital motion. It is that Newton generalizes the principle of inertia to cover all matter equally. For Hegel, only finite objects, whose state of motion has to be altered by external impact, have an inertial tendency, if left alone, to follow a rectilinear path, and even in their case this tendency is outweighed by matter's intrinsic propensity to gravitate towards a central body. The planets have no such inertial tendency and are thus not kept in orbit by being deflected from what would otherwise be their rectilinear tangential path. They are required by their intrinsic gravity to follow a path that is intrinsically curvilinear. For Newton, by contrast, all matter has the inertial tendency to move uniformly in a straight line, or to remain in a state of rest, unless its state is altered by an external cause. On this view, the curvilinear motion of the planets is not free and natural but rather a departure from their intrinsically rectilinear inertial motion. A departure that can be explained only by invoking the action of an external force of gravity. 178. Newton thus fails to understand that the planets move freely in an orbit around the sun, because he assumes that celestial and terrestrial motion are both governed in the same way by the principle of inertia. That is to say, in Newton's account, the determinations of inertia tragiate, thrust, pressure, falling, etc., which are proper to the sphere of ordinary mechanics, and so to finite motion, are improperly carried over into absolute mechanics in which, on the contrary, matter and motion exist in their free concept. 179. Yet Hegel is not hostile to every aspect of Newton's treatment of celestial motion. He acknowledges in particular Newton's groundbreaking contribution to the mathematical analysis of such motion. He argues, however, that the lines drawn by Newton to mark, for example, the tangent to the orbit and the radius vector should serve the purpose of mathematical calculation only and should not be taken to represent actual physical realities. 180. They should not mislead us into thinking that free orbital motion is actually the product of inertial motion and a separate centripetal gravitational force. As Hegel recognizes, Newton himself protests that he considers the force of gravity not from a physical but only from a mathematical point of view. Indeed, he explicitly warns readers of the Principia to beware of thinking that I am attributing forces in a true and physical sense to centers, which are mathematical points, if I happen to say that centers attract or that centers have forces. 181. In Hegel's view, however, Newton did not heed his own warning strictly enough, for Newton clearly assumes that bodies do exert gravitational force on one another, even if he refrains from explaining what causes them to do so. If Newton were seriously committed to a purely mathematical analysis of celestial motion, he would abandon talk of a force of gravity altogether. Another contribution of Newton's whose importance is acknowledged by Hegel is the English physicist's precise mathematical proof and formulation of the inverse square law, which, according to Hegel, states that motion is controlled by gravity, the force of which is inversely proportional to the squares of the distances between bodies. Hegel argues following Louis Benjamin Francoeur, that this law can be derived directly from, and so is implicit in, Kepler's third, harmonic law. He points out, however, that Newton's merit is that his form of the law possesses great advantages for mathematical treatment. 182. Yet Hegel, of course, must reject the idea that the inverse square law describes the working of an external force of gravity. That law should instead be understood to describe the way in which the inherent tendency of one body, such as a planet, to gravitate towards another body, such as the sun, diminishes in strength in proportion to the square of the distance between them. Finally, Hegel acknowledges that the really material addition made by Newton to Kepler's laws is the principle of perturbation. Each planet, in Hegel's view, gravitates towards all the others with a strength that depends on the mass of the particular planet towards which it moves, and, of course, on its distance from that planet. They all stand, therefore, in a gravitational relationship or relation of mass and verhaltness, with one another, through which disturbance, Störung, is produced in their orbital motion. 183. For this reason, they do not move in a perfect ellipse. Hegel's understanding of such perturbations is directly indebted to Newton, who writes that all the planets are heavy toward one another, and hence Jupiter and Saturn, near conjunction, by attracting each other, sensibly perturb each other's motions. The sun perturbs the lunar motions, and the sun and moon perturb our sea 184 The principal difference between Hegel and Newton, of course, is that, for Hegel, planetary orbits are perturbed not because planets are attracted by another planet but because they draw towards one another of their own accord. 185. A further difference between the two thinkers is that Hegel does not take up Newton's point that the sun is affected by perturbations, as well as the planets. Hegel recognizes, with Newton, that the planets jointly give themselves a particular center or center of mass, but he does not appear to see that, for Newton, the sun also shares a common center of mass with the planets and actually moves around that center. Newton, however, maintains that the sun never recedes far from the common center of gravity of all the planets. He also states that the actions of the planets upon one another are so very small that they can be ignored. For Newton, therefore, the perturbations produced by the mutual gravitational attraction between the bodies in the solar system do not seriously challenge Kepler's laws, though he does point out that the action of Jupiter upon Saturn is not to be ignored entirely. 186. Similarly, Hegel concludes that any disturbance of planetary orbits due to gravitational attraction is partly resolved again in the universal system, and partly, at least when such relation is permanent, in the mutual perturbations of Jupiter and Saturn, remains in subjection to it. 187 For Hegel, therefore, Newton's principle of perturbation may well be an important consequence of the theory of universal gravitation, but it does not alter the fact that the motions of the planets are essentially, if not exclusively, governed by Kepler's laws. JT should now be clear that Hegel is not as relentlessly anti-Newtonian as he is sometimes thought to be. Hegel prefers Kepler to Newton because he finds greater philosophical interest in the laws that Kepler discovered. He is not, however, recommending that science should in future be based more on Kepler's than on Newton's work. He recognizes that Newton laid the foundation of the analytic treatment of celestial motion and that there is no going back to pre-Newtonian mechanics, even if subsequent mathematical analysis, in Hegel's view, has gone beyond Newton in certain ways. 188 Furthermore, by pointing to the significance of perturbations, he implicitly acknowledges that Kepler's laws alone will not suffice to predict the precise motions of the planets, but that Newtonian calculations, based on the assumption of universal gravitation, must also be employed. 189. Hegel himself, however, is not trying to develop a comprehensive scientific theory that would enable accurate predictions to be made. He is developing a philosophical account of nature that discloses the forms of motion that are made logically necessary by, and so are inherent in, gravitating matter itself, namely free fall and the elliptical orbits of the planets around the sun. For Hegel, the fact that planets' orbits are not purely elliptical, but are perturbed by their attraction for one another, does not compromise the essential rationality of elliptical orbits. Kepler's laws, together with Galileo's law of fall, are of special interest to philosophy because they govern precisely the motions that philosophy has shown to be rational and necessary. Furthermore, they can themselves be shown to be grounded in the very nature of space and time. Newton's method of mathematical analysis certainly leads to more accurate scientific predictions than Kepler's laws alone. In Hegel's view, however, Kepler's laws, discovered empirically by induction 190, confirm the philosophical thesis that matter determines itself logically to move in certain ways and that reason is thus at work in nature. Hegel's philosophy is meant to complement the work of science, not to usurp its role. And his philosophical mechanics is, indeed, quite compatible with Newton's powerful mathematical analysis of celestial motion, if not with his conception of gravity. Hegel challenges neither the empirical observations nor the mathematical calculations upon which Newtonian natural science rests. He offers an alternative metaphysics in the light of which such science can do its work. This metaphysics is one in which there is no force of gravity, but gravity is simply the inherent propensity of matter to move towards other matter. Such a metaphysics, in other words, is one in which matter is not pulled towards other matter externally but gravitates towards other matter of its own accord and so exhibits a certain freedom of its own. Hegel's mechanics thus shows both that apparently dead matter is in fact self-determining and self-moving, and also that Hegel himself has a much more intelligent conception of the relation between philosophy and science than many of his critics have thought. Hegel and relativity. Since Hegel's death there have been further, revolutionary, developments in science. And it is appropriate to ask whether Hegel's philosophy of nature is compatible with such developments. This is not a question that can be answered fully here, but to end this chapter I offer a few thoughts on the relation between Hegel's philosophy of nature and Einstein's theories of relativity. Dieter von Schneider argues, in my view, convincingly, that Hegel accepts Galileo's principle of relativity. According to this principle, one cannot tell purely from the behavior of physical objects within a closed space whether that space is in a state of rest or uniform motion. Which state an object is in can only be determined by comparison with other objects that serve as a frame of reference. Uniform motion is, therefore, always relative to other objects. 191 Hegel also explicitly acknowledges that light has absolute velocity, I absolute Geschwindigkeit, 92 since the principle of relativity, in a more generalized form, and the constancy of the speed of light are the two postulates on which Einstein's special theory of relativity is founded. Hegel's philosophy of nature would thus appear prima facie to be compatible with that ground breaking theory, even though Hegel clearly had no inkling himself that such a theory could ever be developed. 193 One can also point out that Hegel endorses another idea central to the special and general theory of relativity, namely the idea that space and time form a single unity, space-time. Yet what about the startling effects predicted by Einstein's theory, time dilation and Length contraction. The special theory of relativity states that time elapses more slowly for an individual in motion than it does for a stationary individual, and that observers perceive a moving object as being shortened along the direction of its motion. 194. Could Hegel really countenance such revolutionary propositions? Perhaps. Hegel maintains that space and time are universal in the sense that all matter is extended in three directions and is constantly vanishing into the past. By itself, however, this does not commit him to the view that time always and everywhere passes at the same rate, or that the length of an object will always be the same, regardless of the frame of reference within which it is measured. Furthermore, Hegel denies that space and time themselves provide an independent, universal frame of reference for the measurement of distance or the passage of time. He states explicitly that space and time are not pre-existing containers, behalter, within which matter is located, but prove logically to be the extendedness and vanishing of matter itself. 195. This means that, for Hegel, motion is never motion in relation to absolute space and time, but always only motion in relation to other matter. Motion as such has meaning and existence simply and solely in a system of several bodies that stand in relation to each other. 196. This is not to say that Hegel in some way anticipates special relativity 80 years before Einstein. Such a claim would be wholly inappropriate. Hegel's rejection of the idea that there is an independent, universal spatio-temporal frame of reference does, however, leave room for the idea that the rate of aging and the length of an object may depend on the velocity at which that object moves in relation to other objects. In this sense, his philosophy of nature is compatible with special relativity. Einstein's general theory of relativity is a theory about gravity. It states that a body, such as the sun, warps or curves the space around it, and that the greater the mass of the body concerned, the greater the curvature it produces. 197. Other bodies moving without external buffeting through the space around a massive body like the sun will follow the nearest thing to a straight path in such curved space. Such a path, which is the path of minimum distance between 2 points but is itself curved, is called a geodesic. 198. Due to the warping of space, bodies, or light beams, traveling straight ahead in the vicinity of the sun will thus actually follow a curved trajectory rather than move in a straight line. This explains the phenomenon of gravity. The gravitating of a body towards the sun is simply the motion that is produced by the curvature of the space through which that first body travels. If the curvature of that space is strong enough, and the body's speed and direction of travel are right, the body will be guided into an orbit around the sun. According to the general theory of relativity, therefore, a planet orbits the sun in an elliptical orbit not because of a gravitational force of attraction exerted on the planet by the sun, as Newton affirmed, but because the mass of the sun warps the space around it, altering its geometry, and the motion of the planet is determined by the shape of that warp. For Einstein, there is thus no such thing as a force of gravity. Gravitational motion is motion due to the distorted geometry of space. 199. Einstein also made the suggestion that space might be not only locally warped by matter, but positively curved or dosed as a whole in such a way that light traveling in a constant direction away from its source would eventually return to its point of origin. Such space would be unbounded in that it would have no discoverable limit or edge. But the fact that light would ultimately return to its point of departure, rather than continue to move away from its source indefinitely, means that this space would be finite. The general theory of relativity, however, does not itself fully determine the global shape of the universe. It predicts only that the fabric of space will be locally warped by the presence of matter, and there is currently no definitive proof that space overall is positively curved. 200. Is Hegel's philosophy of nature compatible with general relativity? Two things suggest that the answer might be yes. First, as we saw earlier, Hegel insists on the identity of inertial and gravitational mass, and P. M. Klug argues that this brings him close to Einstein, for whom the equivalence of the two types of mass is the starting point for the general theory of relativity. 201. Second, Hegel agrees with Einstein, against Newton, that gravity is not a force exerted by one body on another. For Hegel, gravitational motion is grounded in the inherent nature of matter and, ultimately, in the very nature of space and time themselves. In this sense, one could say of Hegel, as Brian Greene says of Einstein, that he wove gravity into the basic fabric of the universe. 202. There are two things, however, that suggest Hegel's philosophy of nature might not be compatible with general relativity after all. The first is this. According to general relativity, figures constructed out of light rays do not satisfy Euclidean geometry if the light rays propagate in the presence of gravitating matter because, in taking the shortest path between 2 points, those rays follow a curved rather than a straight line. In Einstein's own words, therefore, the space-time continuum cannot be regarded as a Euclidean one. 203. Hegel, by contrast, clearly assumes that space is Euclidean. The proposition that the straight line is the shortest between 2 points is said by him to be the most correct definition. Moreover, he argues that Pythagoras' theorem, with which Book 1 of Euclid's Elements concludes, can be derived directly from the concept and so be proven a priori to be true. 204. Yet does Hegel's commitment to Euclid inevitably pit his philosophy against general relativity? I think not. Brian Greene notes that in the absence of any matter or energy, Einstein envisioned that space would be fluff, light would thus propagate in straight lines that behave in accordance with the axioms of Euclid. 205. Einstein could also be said, therefore, to hold that space in itself is Euclidean. He argues, however, that the presence of matter warps space and thereby renders it locally, and maybe even globally, non-Euclidean. The question to consider is thus whether Hegel could also accept that matter might distort space that is otherwise intrinsically Euclidean. For Hegel, there is no space prior to matter, because space-time itself proves logically to be nothing but matter in motion. In particular, it takes the form of independent central bodies, stars and planets, that are separated by the vastness of empty space. Hegel clearly assumes that not only the space far removed from matter but also that in the vicinity of matter will be Euclidean. As far as one can tell, however, there is nothing in Hegel's conception of matter that logically precludes the possibility of matters distorting the surrounding space. Any such distortion would have to be considered contingent from the philosophical point of view, since nothing makes it logically necessary, but it does not appear to be definitively ruled out. In this sense, Hegel's understanding of space as inherently Euclidean is not irreconcilably at odds with general relativity. Nor does the idea that space might be positively curved globally, and so finite, conflict with Hegel's claim that space must be continuous and unbounded. According to Hegel, one can travel as far as one likes, but one will always be able to go further and will never reach a definitive limit or edge to space, however remotely I place a star, I can go beyond it, for the universe is nowhere nailed up with boards. 206 This conception of space as continuous and unbounded is, however, compatible with either the infinity of globally flat, but locally curved, space or the finitude of space that is overall positively curved. After all, even in a positively curved, finite universe, one could still travel forever in a uniform direction without reaching an edge to space, one would just return at some point in time to one's place of departure. The fact that space is necessarily continuous and unbounded does not, therefore, determine by itself whether space is infinite or finite. It is thus a matter of contingency, from the philosophical point of view, which is the case, or indeed whether space is negatively curved, like a saddle, and it is up to natural science to determine the true state of affairs. 207. There is, however, a second problem. In Hegel's view, the fall or orbital motion of a body is due not to the action of an external force upon it but to the inherent tendency of matter to seek unity with other matter. Matter thus gravitates freely, of its own accord, towards or around other matter. According to general relativity, by contrast, bodies such as planets do not gravitate of their own accord around their sun. Their motion is determined by the curvature of the space through which they pass. In this sense, from the Hegelian point of view, Einstein's account of gravity closely resembles Newton's, for in neither account do bodies actively move or gravitate towards or around another body. In both accounts, bodies fall towards or orbit around another body because they are caused to do so by something outside themselves, either by a force exerted upon them or by the warping of the surrounding space. There is thus a clear tension between Hegel's conception of gravitational motion and Einstein's. This tension is, of course, of no concern to the physicist, but it is a serious problem for the philosopher who claims that philosophy and science study the same realm of nature and that agreement with actuality and experience is essential to philosophy. 208. So is it possible to dissolve this tension between the philosophy of nature and general relativity? Well, we could conclude that Hegel's derivation of gravity from the nature of space and time is misconceived. We would, however, have to show precisely where that derivation goes astray and how it can be amended. On the other hand, we could choose to reject the general theory of relativity. This would, however, be unwise, since no deviations from the predictions of general relativity have been found in experiments performed with our present level of technology. 209 The third option is to suggest that perhaps both the philosophy of nature and general relativity capture something of the truth. Perhaps planets move in orbits around their sun both because the space through which they travel is warped by the mass of the sun and because they have an inherent tendency to gravitate around that sun, a tendency rooted in the fact that they form part of a unified system of celestial bodies into which intrinsically gravitational matter has organized itself. 210 If this third option has merit, Hegel's philosophy of nature would, after all, be compatible with general relativity. These remarks are certainly not meant to be the last word on the relation between Hegel and Einstein. They are meant to do no more than prompt those better qualified than I to examine that relation in detail. In my judgment, Hegel's philosophy of nature is intended not just to systematize the scientific knowledge of Hegel's own day but to determine what is made logically necessary by nature itself. If it is successful in this task, there will still remain a huge amount of work for science to undertake, but no future scientific discovery will be fundamentally incompatible with the insights of philosophy. If discoveries incompatible with philosophy are made, however, then a philosopher will clearly have to think again. For this reason, although physicists may well be able to ignore Hegel, students of Hegel's philosophy of nature cannot, in my view, afford to ignore modern physics. This concludes my examination of Hegel's mechanics. I have discussed this section of the philosophy of nature in some detail in order to help readers to follow the twists and turns of Hegel's logical analysis and see for themselves the subtle way in which Hegel relates his analysis to the findings of science. I also wish to explain as clearly as I could how it is that Hegel finds the seeds of freedom and spirit in the most unlikely of places, namely in the barrenness of space itself. Not all readers will be convinced that Hegel's philosophy of nature rewards intensive study, but I hope that some might be tempted to press on and examine the further dialectical development of nature. Following his account of celestial mechanics, Hegel goes on to argue that matter must take the form of light, physical objects, with density, cohesion, and heat, and chemicals. In the process matter proves to be held together not just by gravity but also by magnetism, electricity, and chemical bonds. Matter also proves to be more and more explicitly self-determining and self-moving. The philosophy of nature culminates in an account of the most explicitly self-determining matter that nature produces, namely life. In the next chapter we consider Hegel's analysis of life and then briefly trace the logical process whereby life mutates into freely self-determining, embodied spirit. 7. Life and embodied spirit. The ideal structure of life. In the introduction to the philosophy of nature, Hegel writes that nature exhibits no freedom in its existence, but only necessity and contingency. This statement, however, requires further qualification, for, although not human nature certainly lacks the self-conscious freedom enjoyed by human beings, finite natural objects fall freely towards their respective planets and those planets themselves orbit freely around their sun. Hegel goes on to argue that the highest degree of freedom to be found in nature is exhibited by life. 2. Life is free not simply because it is unhindered in its movement, like a body in free fall, but because it generates by itself, quite spontaneously and independently, all the processes and changes it undergoes. Life, for Hegel, is autonomously self-producing and self-renewing, and it is only through such self-renewal that it preserves itself and keeps itself alive. A living organism continuously produces and renews both itself as a whole and its constituent parts. Indeed, the two processes are one and the same. The organism renews and preserves its whole self precisely through renewing its parts. A crystal is an organized structure that both grows and retains its fundamental form. It is not alive, however, because its parts are static rather than dynamic. 3. They do not regenerate themselves and thereby renew the whole structure of the crystal itself. Life, by contrast, is essentially the process of producing and reproducing itself. As Hegel puts it, it is only as the self-reproductive being als dies a sich reproducierend, not as a mere being, that the living creature is and preserves itself. It only is, in making itself what it is. Indeed, in his discussion of higher animal life he points out that nothing in the organism endures, but everything is reproduced, not excepting the bones _______. It is said that after 5, 10, or 20 years the organism no longer contains its former substance. Everything material has been consumed, and only the substantial form persists. 4. The parts of the organism, for Hegel, are thus fluid and transitory. They are processes rather than mere things. Furthermore, their basic character is determined by the fact that they serve specifically to preserve the whole of which they are part. They are not like pebbles or stones that have an independent character of their own but can be put together to form various aggregates. They are, rather, integral moments of the organism itself, moments whose very identity is determined by the function they perform within the organism. To put it another way, the parts of the organism have a specific purpose to fulfill, namely to contribute in their distinctive way to the preservation and renewal of the whole individual. Note that, for Hegel, the organism as a whole is nothing beyond the parts that constitute it. It is simply the organized unity or community of parts whose shared purpose is to preserve that community and their particular function within it. That is to say, the organism is nothing but the organized functioning and purposive activity of its constituent organs. Since this is the case, the organism as a whole necessarily pursues the purpose of preserving itself. Hegel follows Kant, therefore, in understanding an organism to be its own purpose or a purpose for itself. Zwik für sich selbst. It is a being that does not just subsist, like a rock, but aims at its own survival. 6. Unlike Kant, however, Hegel maintains not just that we must think of organisms in this way, but that they are themselves ontologically oriented towards their own self-preservation. 7. The parts of the organism not only sustain and renew the organism as a whole, they are, in turn, sustained by the whole, since they can only function properly within it, or, as we now know in the age of organ transplants, within a similarly structured organism. Such parts or organs of the body are characterized by Hegel as ideal. 8. This does not mean that they are immaterial, or mere constructs of the mind, or especially beautiful. It means that they are irreducibly material but belong completely to the organism. They are dependent moments of the organism and have a specific function within it. Hegel similarly describes the whole organism as an idea. With life, he writes, the idea has entered into existence. 9. Once again, this does not mean that organisms are anything less than fully material entities. It means that they are, 1. Organized unities of ideal moments, and, 2. Self-generating, self-determining entities. As we saw in chapters 2 and 5, Hegel argues in the logic that being, when fully understood, turns out to be self-determining reason or the idea. He then contends in the philosophy of nature that such self-determining reason first exists in the form of sheer externality, as space. Paradoxically, therefore, self-determining reason or the idea is initially neither self-determining nor rational, but static and barren. Hegel proceeds to demonstrate, however, that spatio-temporal matter actually determines itself to move in certain ways. In the elliptical motion of the planets around the sun, matter thus shows that it is after all self-determining, rational, and ideal. With the emergence of life, matter shows itself to be even more explicitly self-determining and ideal. Life, for Hegel, is an irreducibly material process. It is not something ethereal or supernatural. It is, however, the material process that most clearly embodies free self-determination, the process in which the idea is rendered incarnate. We are now in a position to understand two of Hegel's more eye-catching statements about life. He says of the animal organism that in it the whole of inorganic nature is idealized, ideally $, and he also remarks that the perpetual action of life is absolute idealism. 10. It is not hard to imagine an unwary reader being misled by these Statements into thinking that life, for Hegel, is, indeed, some kind of immaterial vapor, animating certain objects. Hegel recognizes perfectly well, however, that living organisms are made up of physical and chemical constituents just like other objects in nature. What distinguishes living organisms from inorganic things, in Hegel's view, is not that organisms consist of something radically different from other things but that the matter in them has the form or structure of ideality. A living organism is a material entity whose parts are not independent of one another but interdependent, and thus ideal moments. Furthermore, it constitutes a whole that is self-determining and thus ideal. Hegel's language may seem to some to be misleadingly abstract, but his point is actually quite straightforward. He agrees with the modern-day physicist Paul Davies that what makes life so remarkable, what distinguishes the living from the non-living, is not what organisms are made of but how they are put together and function as wholes. 11. Life not only idealizes matter into the organs of the body, it also idealizes objects and materials outside the body by assimilating them into itself. If life were a realist Hegel remarks, it would have respect for the outer world. In fact, however, it always inhibits the reality of the other and transforms it into its own self. 12. Life, for Hegel, is thus not only the process of preserving itself through renewing itself, it is also the process of taking into itself and making use of whatever it needs from the environment around it. Life, in other words, involves nutrition and metabolism, as well as self-regeneration and self-renewal. Hegel refers to organic self-renewal as reproduction. He understands reproduction, therefore, to be the process whereby an organism continuously produces and preserves itself as the singular organism it is, the process of self-producing. Sic producieren. 13. He recognizes, however, that organisms also reproduce themselves by making copies of themselves in the form of offspring. Such self-reproduction through the production of new individuals can be asexual or sexual. An organism may simply divide or fragment into different individuals, or send out spores, or it may unite with another organism to create offspring. 14. The important thing to note, in each case, in Hegel's view, is that the production of new individuals, which are identical or similar to their parent, sustains the genus or species, Gattung, to which the individual belongs. Life, for Hegel, is thus not merely the process in which individuals seek their own survival, it is at the same time necessarily the production and the preservation of the species. 15. When the preservation and promotion of the species becomes the conscious, rather than unintended, consequence of the actions of individual organisms, we enter the realm of human beings or spirit, chemistry and life. For Hegel, life is not a mere accident of nature but is logically necessary. It is made necessary, specifically, by chemistry. Hegel notes that acids and alkalis combine to form neutral salts in a process that does not continue indefinitely but eventually comes to an end. Similarly, Hegel points out, the process of galvanism ends with oxidation. Chemical processes are thus finite processes that cease at some point in time. 16. The product of one process can certainly be made to enter into a new process. Two neutral salts, for example, can be combined in a solution of water and exchange their radicals, producing two quite different salts. 17. The conclusion of one process, however, does not immediately and automatically initiate the next process. Processes involving chemicals, such as acids and alkalis, are thus not living processes because they are not self-renewing and self-sustaining. Yet Hegel remarks that the product of one process constitutes the condition for another process and that the conditions of any chemical process are themselves products of previous processes. Chemicals, therefore, are not just independent, given objects, but are both the results and the conditions of processes. Their nature is thus essentially relational, each one owes its existence to other chemicals and is itself a set of ways of relating to and reacting with other chemicals. 18. Taken together, therefore, the basic chemical processes, such as galvanism, the production of acids and alkalis, the combining of acids and alkalis, and elective affinity, can be thought of as stages of one overall chemical process in which the conditions of one stage are the products of a previous stage. Such a process in Hegel's view, is implicitly, though not explicitly, a circular, self-producing, self-sustaining process, the infinite process which spontaneously kindles and sustains itself. 19. In the living organism, such a self-producing and self-sustaining process becomes an explicit reality. Life is thus made logically necessary by chemistry, in Hegel's distinctive sense of logical necessity, because it, and it alone, renders explicit what is implicit in chemical processes taken as a systematic whole. Life, in other words, fulfills the promise of chemistry that purely chemical processes themselves do not fulfill. Hegel states that if the products of the chemical process spontaneously renewed their activity, they would be life. Accordingly, life is simply a chemical process made perpetual. 20. Hegel insists that life is qualitatively different from mere chemistry and irreducible to it. Animal and vegetable substances belong to a quite different order. Their nature, far from being understood from the chemical process, is rather destroyed in it. What we grasp therefrom is only the way of their death. 21. Equally, however, he acknowledges that life is nothing but chemical activity so organized as to constitute an organic, self-preserving, self-renewing and self-replicating whole. Digestion, for example, can be understood as the chemical process of neutralizing one acids and alkalis, but digestive processes are not purely chemical precisely because they are moments of, and serve to sustain, the whole system of an organism. Hegel states that one can, indeed, analyze the Individual parts of the living being chemically chemisch zur legend / yet processes within the living organism should not be regarded as simply chemical, for chemistry applies only to what is lifeless, and animal processes always sublate auf eben the nature of what is chemical. 22 Hegel notes that only at death or in disease is the chemical process able to prevail. 23 Indeed, death occurs precisely when the whole organism stops sustaining and renewing itself and breaks up into different, finite chemical processes. Hegel's account of the relation between chemistry and life is in striking accord with more recent biological thinking. Paul Davies, for example, unwittingly echoes Hegel when he writes as follows: life works its magic not by bowing to the directionality of chemistry, but by circumventing what is chemically and thermodynamically natural. Life succeeds precisely because it evades chemical imperatives. 24 Hegel, of course, knew nothing of DNA, which Davies describes as a recipe for making an organism, or of the genetic code. I see no reason, however, why Hegel should not have welcomed their discovery. For what DNA, RNA, and the genetic code provide is a chemical means to free life from the shackles of non-random chemical bonding. 25. They thus explain how chemical activity organizes and orders itself into living, self-replicating organisms. How DNA and RNA themselves first emerged is still not fully understood. The ultimate origin of life thus remains enigmatic. What is clear, however, is that Hegel is right to see life as a product of nature, rather than miraculous supernatural intervention, and right to understand life as inseparable from but irreducible to chemical processes. Hegel is a speculative philosopher, not a biologist. He does not see it as his task, therefore, to shed light on the natural processes that first gave birth to life. His concern is solely to prove that life is made logically necessary by chemistry and to uncover the fundamental structure of life. His proof of the logical necessity of life demonstrates, however, that there is, in Kallenberg's words, a clear tendency towards life in nature. In Hegel's view, therefore, we live in what Davies calls a bio-friendly universe. 26. Such a universe is not necessarily teeming with life, but it is one in which life is the unconscious telos of nature and should be expected to emerge wherever the conditions are right. It is the task of natural scientists to determine exactly what those conditions are and how frequently they arise and have arisen in the past. 27. Plants and animals. Hegel's concept is life is a priori. It is arrived at by considering what is logically implicit in chemical processes, not by trying to find an empirical description that fits everything we happen to call life. It thus provides a rational criterion by which to judge whether an object is, indeed, alive or not. It also allows Hegel to rank phenomena in nature according to the degree to which they exhibit or fall short of the concept of life. Hegel identifies two basic forms of life, plants and animals. He also maintains, however, that certain primitive organisms do not fall neatly into either category. Everywhere, he claims, the earth covers itself with green vegetation, indeterminate formations which can equally be classed with animal life. Some of these organisms, we are told, are not even unequivocally organic but are inorganic organic forms. Hegel believes that some lower animals only get as far as a momentarily existing slime. Gellert / though he adds, perhaps in pointed contrast to Kant, that he values such slime more highly than the starry host above, since the former is at least organic. Other microorganisms, he thinks, emerge from the sea spontaneously and then die. These are organisms without parents and without offspring, organisms which originate immediately and do not procreate further. 28. Hegel's judgments about primitive organisms are sometimes bizarre. They are, however, invariably based on the scientific literature of the day, rather than on his own idle musings. 29. Furthermore, they bear witness to one of Hegel's most important insights: although philosophy unfolds the a priori concept of life, nature in its manifestations does not hold fast to the concept but produces all manner of organisms that are indefinite intermediate beings, neither fish nor flesh. 30. Primitive life thus provides more evidence of what Hegel calls the impotence of nature, its failure to be fully rational. 31. Nature, however, is not utterly impotent and produces a host of organisms that are unequivocally organic and clearly plants or animals. Plants are self-preserving organic unities that grow, take in nutrition and produce offspring. In Hegel's view, however, their unity is less than fully organic, since many of their constituent parts have the capacity to become separate, independent plants in their own right. Depending on the plant, shoots, leaves or roots can be cut from the parent and grow into new individuals. In some cases, shoots that bend over and touch the ground can also give rise to new plants. 32. This is not just an accidental feature of plants, for Hegel, but is a fundamental consequence of the way they are organized. There is in the plant no clear distinction between the growth of the individual and the generation of new individuals. Plants grow and renew themselves precisely by producing buds that are able to develop into separate plants. In the plant world, Hegel states, the plant produces itself by coming out of itself. What it produces is another, the bud knisp. 3. Plants can also reproduce sexually, but Hegel regards such reproduction in plants as a play, a luxury, something superfluous for propagation. 34. The essential characteristic of plants is that they produce new individuals directly from themselves. To put it simply, plants are organisms from which it is possible to take cuttings. Hegel notes that certain animals can also reproduce asexually or vegetatively, but he considers such animals to be undeveloped or incomplete, unvollständig, and so not animals in the full sense. 35. Since their parts are not wholly dependent, ideal moments of the organism, plants lack true organic unity, or what Hegel calls genuine Wahrhaft subjectivity. As a result, they do not relate to the world around them as wholly autonomous beings. They have no capacity for independent locomotion, and they do not interrupt the process of their own nutrition. 36. Furthermore, they have no sense or feeling of their own unity and individuality. The individual does not as such return into itself, and therefore has no self-feeling Selbstgefühl. 37. The plant's lack of autonomy is evident, in Hegel's view, in the fact that it always turns in the direction of the light from which it derives its energy. Light is thus the supreme power over the plant. It is, as it were, the plant's true self. Schilling therefore says that, if the plant had consciousness, it would worship light as its god. 38. In contrast to plants, animals are defined by Hegel as fully organic unities whose parts cannot form separate organisms in their own right. True animals, therefore, are organisms from which one cannot take cuttings, as Hegel points out, echoing Aristotle. If a finger is cut off, it is no longer a finger, but a process of chemical decomposition sets in. 39. On this view, reproduction among true animals must thus be sexual rather than vegetative. Hegel, of course, could not foresee the advent of animal cloning, but he would, I think, have to regard it as violating the distinctive organic integrity and independence of animals. Since animals possess the genuine subjectivity that plants lack, they are capable of both independent locomotion and interrupted or periodical nutrition. Higher animals are also capable of giving voice to their subjectivity. The inorganic does not show its specific quality until it is stimulated from outside, gets struck, but the animal sounds of its own accord. 40. Hegel ranks animals from the most primitive, some of which are mere slime, some of which are plant-like in their structure or manner of reproduction, and some of which are merely an intestinal canal, to the most complex, namely mammals, which have breasts, 4 articulated extremities, and all their organs develop. 41. He picks out the human organism in particular as the perfect animal. 42. It is important to note, however, that Hegel's account of the animal organism does not rest on an uncritical anthropocentrism. He does not just assume that the human body is superior to all others, and so set it up as the model against which all others are to be judged. As we have seen, Hegel derives the concept of life immanently from chemistry. Mammals and human beings, rather than primitive organisms, are privileged in his discussion for the simple reason that they fully realize the concept of life that has emerged. They are, for Hegel, the most properly organic organisms there are. It is also important to note that Hegel's focus in the philosophy of nature is not on what distinguishes human beings as such from the rest of nature. This will be explored in the philosophy of spirit, in which Hegel analyses consciousness, thought and freedom. Hegel is interested in the philosophy of nature in clarifying what distinguishes the animal organism from plants and intermediate life forms. To carry out his study, Hegel looks primarily, though not exclusively, at animals in their most developed form. Human organisms are considered, therefore, because they are advanced animal organisms. Hegel abstracts from the fact that they can think, speak, and lay claim to rights, and examines only what they have in common with other animals. Humans are thus regarded not as being set apart from nature, but, like all other life forms, as integral parts of nature itself. Sensation in animals. The most important and distinctive characteristic of animals, for Hegel, as for Aristotle, is sensation, Empfindung. 43. Sensation is the lowest form of awareness or inner mental activity, and is understood by Hegel to be common to both human and non-human animals. 44. Hegel recognizes, however, that sensation is present to a greater or lesser degree, depending on the nature of the animal concerned. In the lowest animals, microorganisms that, in Hegel's view, are barely animals at all, sensation is so rudimentary that it is in fact indistinguishable from simple irritability or the propensity to react defensively to an external stimulus. 45. More complex animals, by contrast, insects, fish, amphibians, reptiles, birds, and mammals, are capable of more developed sensation in some or all of its familiar forms: touch, hearing, smell, taste, and vision. According to Hegel, sensation has 2 principal moments to it. On the one hand, it entails the feeling of being a unified self. As organic unities, all living things have an integrity, unity, or selfhood that they seek to preserve. In animals, however, the self is for the self, as Hegel puts it. Animals find themselves within themselves and so have a certain awareness or sense of themselves. Their selfhood is not merely an objective fact about them, it is a selfhood that doubles back on itself and relates to itself. The animal is thus the subject as self, selbst, as self-feeling. 46. On the other hand, sensation does not consist only in the general feeling of being a self. It entails the particular feeling of being affected in some way by another thing. The animal in sentience does not merely sense itself, but itself as determined in a particular way. It senses a particularized form of itself. 47. Sensation is thus equally the awareness of something else in so far as it affects the self. Sensations, for Hegel, are always individual. They are the feeling of being affected by this other in this specific manner. They are, however, related by the animal to the unity of itself as a whole. An animal does not just feel its nose or eye or ear to be affected by the thing it encounters. It feels itself, its very identity, to be affected in this or that particular way. In sensation, such content is a determination of my whole, albeit dull, being for self. 4. In tactile sensation, for example, the sensation is felt wherever the skin is touched, but at the same time the animal feels that its whole being has been touched there. Each sensation thus engages the whole organism directly. When an animal sees or hears or smells something, Therefore, it does not just neutrally register the presence of the object. The object is felt to be a source of pleasure or pain, comfort or danger to the animal's very self. Non-human animals, for Hegel, are immersed in and restricted to a world of sensations. Their whole lives are spent feeling affected by things in manifold different ways. Often, they derive pleasure and satisfaction from the things they encounter, but equally, and especially in the wild, their feeling can be an insecure, anxious, and unhappy one. 49. Human beings, by contrast, can distance themselves from their sensations and the things they see and hear around them, consider rationally what affects them, and modify their behavior accordingly. This capacity stems, however, from being free, spiritual beings, not from being animal organisms as such. The animal as such is capable of nothing but sensations, and the associations they establish within the animal's mind. 50. Hegel states that the animal is not aware of itself in thought, but only in feeling and intuition. 51. It feels itself to be a self and feels itself to be affected by other things, but it does not have a dear conception of itself as a particular individual or as an I distinct from other individuals and objects in the world. It senses that it has a self to preserve, but does not think to itself, T am a dog or T am rover. Nor does the animal have a dear conception of the objects to which it relates. It does not identify them as trees or flowers within an objective public space, but simply feels them to be pleasant, painful, nutritive, or threatening to itself. Animals, in Hegel's view, thus draw only a dull, dump distinction between themselves and the things they encounter. 52. They have no clear objective consciousness, no knowledge of the world as a world actually projected out of myself. L. 53. The animal's sense of self suffices, however, to allow it to feel needs and also to feel that those needs are met. Unlike the plant, therefore, the animal can interrupt its intake of nutrition and simply enjoy feeling satisfied within its 54. Hegel's account of the animal organism is extraordinarily rich and nuanced and draws widely on the work of contemporary scientists, such as Treviranus, Lamarck and Cuvier. My aim here, however, is not to examine Hegel's account of animal life in detail. It is to emphasize one simple but very important point, that animals, in Hegel's view, are capable of self-feeling, and thus of sensory awareness, because of the way their bodies are organized. Animals are units of matter, subject to gravity like other finite masses. At the same time, they are organic unities whose material parts are moments that sustain and renew, and are in turn sustained by the whole organism. The distinctive self-renewing unity of the animal constitutes its particular identity or self, the self it seeks to preserve. The animal self is thus simply the organic unity of its material body. That very organic unity or self, however, also has an immaterial relation to itself, it is toward itself and so senses and feels itself. Such self-feeling constitutes the soul, seal, of the animal. 55. Note that the soul is not something separate from the body, nor is it inserted into the body from the outside. The soul is the immaterial self-relation, or felt awareness of oneself, that is generated and enjoyed by the material body that constitutes the organism. The soul is thus what Murray Green calls the simple ideality of its body. Or, in Hegel's own phrase, the immateriality of nature itself. 56. Plants do not have self-feeling because they are not fully organic unities but unities whose parts can become separate individuals in their own right. Animals, by contrast, do have self-feeling, and it is clear that, for Hegel, this is because they are fully organic unities. It is thus their material structure and mode of organization that renders their immaterial self-relation and inner life possible. Indeed, Hegel thinks that this material structure makes such an immaterial self-relation necessary. Animal bodies, especially in higher animals, are so well integrated that they cannot not have a sense of their own unity and of the way other things affect them. No true animal, therefore, can lack sensation and be a purely material object. Equally, no sensory awareness can be disembodied, since the sensory, feeling soul is simply the immaterial self-relation of the material organic body itself. 3 different features of the animal body enable it to have sensations. The first, which we have already mentioned, is the organic unity of the body as a whole. The second is the presence of the brain and nerves. Even though sensation, as a form of awareness, is itself an immaterial process, Hegel recognizes that it is dependent upon the workings of the nervous system. He states explicitly that the nerve is the condition for sensation, where the body is touched, and he goes on to note that in self-conscious human beings, it is also a condition of the will, and generally of any self-determining end. 57. The third feature of the body that makes sensation possible is, of course, the presence of the organs of sense, the eyes, ears, nose, tongue, and skin that are affected by things outside the body. 58. Unfortunately, Hegel does not explain in detail precisely how the body generates sensory awareness. He admits in particular that we still know very little about the organization of the brain. 59. What he does provide, however, is a distinctive philosophical conception of the relation between the sensory soul and the body. As we have seen, the sensory soul, for Hegel, is not separate from the body. Animal self feeling and sensation arise because the body itself has become immaterially self-relating, it has become a self-feeling, sensitive body. Such sensation is made possible and necessary by the organization of the whole body. No particular parts of the body, such as eyes, ears, and brain, should, therefore, be regarded by themselves as the ultimate foundation or underlying cause of the animal's mental activity. These organs are certainly the necessary conditions of such mental activity, but they are mere moments of the body as a whole. They can thus carry out their particular function only within the context of the whole body. From a Hegelian perspective, therefore, animals do not have certain sensations solely because of electrochemical activity in the brain and in the nerves leading to it from the eyes or ears. Rather, such electrochemical activity is itself but an indispensable moment of the self-feeling, sensitive organism as a whole. If Hegel is right, machines are incapable of feeling or sensation. Sensation is the prerogative of the animal organism. Sensory awareness is itself immaterial, but it is generated by the material body of the living being. Moreover, it is generated by the organism as a whole, not just by specific parts of the body working in isolation. The task of natural science is to understand precisely how the various processes within the organism cooperate to generate sensation and feeling. Hegel is also interested in the ways in which sensation and feeling can themselves produce particular bodily effects. He reminds us, for example, that cheerfulness preserves health, anxiety undermines it. Accordingly, in the philosophy of spirit he suggests that a special science of psychic physiology should be developed to study why human beings laugh or cry in certain emotional states and why anger and courage are felt in the breast. 60. Sensation and self-feeling are distinctive features of animal life. They constitute what Hegel regards as the lowest level of awareness. At the same time, they represent the initial stirrings of mental activity which in human beings also takes the further developed forms of consciousness and thought. For Hegel, the self that feels itself in sensibility is the very one that in humans produces an abstract conception of itself. The sentient self is its that which in spirit is the I, was I'm Geist das ist, 61. This means that, since sensation is necessarily embodied, human consciousness, thought, and spirit, in their very freedom and autonomy, must also be embodied. The human capacity to abstract in thought from its body and its immediate sensations and let itself be guided by reason must itself be rooted in and made possible by our organic, animal body. Schopenhauer and Nietzsche are the German philosophers who are usually credited with emphasizing the irreducibly embodied character of consciousness and thought. It is clear, however, that Hegel also lays great stress on such embodiment. The embodied character of consciousness explains, for example, why human beings have to sleep and why we are subject to certain natural drives and inclinations. Even thinking, Hegel insists, has a corporeal manifestation, is felt and especially in the head, in the brain, in general in the system of sensibility. This is the reason, he maintains, why want of habit and too long continued thinking cause headache. 62. Unlike Nietzsche, Hegel does not deny that thought is freely self-determining, but he acknowledges that our organic, sensitive body is the necessary, enabling condition of such free, self-determining thought. At first sight Hegel's insistence on the embodied character of spirit might appear to be at odds with his equally strong commitment to Christianity. Does not Christianity preach resurrection and life after death, and do not these ideas imply, as Plato also held, 63, that the soul or spirit can be separated from the body and continue after death on its own? As we shall see in chapter 10, Hegel does not share this Platonic, and Nietzschean, understanding of Christian belief. For Hegel, as for the theologian Eberhard Jatingel, Christian life after death does not lie beyond the grave. It is to be found in this world of nature and history. The life after death promised by Christianity is precisely our present, embodied life insofar as it has been renewed and suffused with love through the anticipatory acceptance of our own death. 64. Whether such an interpretation accords with Orthodox Christianity is for others to decide. My own view is that it does. My principal concern here is simply to point out that Hegel's conception of embodied spirit is not at odds with Christian faith as he himself understood it. Life, death, and spirit. There is a further difficulty to be considered. The problem is that at the end of the philosophy of nature Hegel understands the emergence of free spirit to require the death of the individual animal. Death is the sublating of the individual and therewith the procession of spirit. 65. This makes it look as if Hegel is, indeed, part of an ascetic tradition, stretching back to Plato, for which spirit, consciousness, and thought are the negation of life and the body, abstract forms of mental activity that achieve greater and greater maturity and freedom the closer the body comes to death. 66. Yet if Hegel is an ascetic thinker who sees death as the gateway to full spiritual freedom, how can he argue and embrace the idea that spirit is essentially embodied and alive? The difficulty can be resolved if we recall that the transition Hegel describes from nature to spirit at the end of the philosophy of nature is a purely logical or conceptual 1. Hegel is not claiming that we achieve full spiritual freedom only when we actually perish. He insists that spirit is inseparable from life. Indeed, he explicitly declares to be completely the opinion of those ascetics who fancy that, strictly speaking, man should not have an organic body because this diverts him from his purely spiritual life and prevents him from enjoying true freedom. 67. He contends, however, that spirit and consciousness are made logically necessary by the fact that they render explicit what is implicit in the death of the animal. Throughout the philosophy of nature Hegel displays little interest in the way phenomena actually emerge in time. He focuses solely on the way in which one phenomenon makes another logically necessary. This remains his focus at the close of the philosophy of nature, when it was said that the death of the merely immediate, individual form of life is the procession of spirit Geist. This procession is not to be understood as a natural procession but as a development of the concept Begriff. 6. This logical emergence of spirit from death is, in my view, perfectly compatible with the idea that spirit itself is actually, and necessarily, embodied and alive. To understand why the death of the animal leads logically to the emergence of spirit, we must first recall that animals are not just separate individuals but members of a genus or species. Gattung, the species to which an animal belongs, constitutes the substance of that individual. It defines the kind of creature the animal is. 69. The species, however, is not limited to one individual, unless, of course, the animal is on the brink of extinction. It extends across several individuals, and so is something universal. Animal life, in Hegel's view, is the process in which a given species or genus shows itself to be explicitly universal. Animals have no articulated, conceptual consciousness of the fact that they are members of the same species. They do not think of themselves as, or know themselves to be, cats or dogs. They bear witness to a feeling of belonging to one species, however, in mating. The animal's instinct, for Hegel, is always to reinforce its feeling of being itself, to produce itself as a self-feeling, as totality, in joining with another in copulation. However, the animal continues itself in this other, and in this other feels its own self. Copulation thus affords animals something of what mutual recognition grants to conscious human beings, namely having their self-feeling only in the other. 70. Sexual relations and mutual recognition are, of course, brought together for human beings in the institution of marriage. This feeling of being oneself with another is not merely a luxury or optional extra in an animal's life. Animals are driven to copulate by a strong need for one another, and this very sense of need for and dependence on another harbors, in Hegel's view, a feeling of being the same kind of animal, and of belonging to the same species or universal, as the other. Hegel believes that this feeling of universality in the sexual relation between two individuals is the highest to which the animal can attain. 71. He also notes that mammals attain to the feeling of the unity of the one individual with the other, to the feeling of the genus or species in the suckling and rearing of their young. 72. In neither mating nor suckling do animals attain a consciousness of their species as something universal. They do not form a concept of the species of which they are members. Nonetheless, in Hegel's view, they feel that they belong to a single species, and this feeling manifests itself in the strong bond they sense between themselves and other individuals. In such feelings, the species of which the individual animals are members acquires a certain degree of explicitness. That species proves to be genuinely universal, however, only when it shows itself not to be tied to, and dependent on, any particular individuals and their feelings of belonging to it, but to continue in other individuals, and others, and others. According to Hegel, this means that an animal species shows itself to be truly universal only when an individual dies, but the species itself lives on. The genus or species preserves itself only through the destruction Untergang of the individuals. 75. Animals, for Hegel, are thus destined to die not only because they are finite organisms, but also because it is through their death alone that they preserve and promote their species as something truly universal. Some animals, Hegel notes, die immediately after mating. Higher animals, by contrast, survive the generative act since they possess a higher kind of independence, and their death is the culmination of the process in their structure. In all cases, however, animals, including human animals, carry the inborn germ of death within them, and, indeed, an inherent propensity to sickness and disease. The very nature of the animal is to live and then die. 74. Plants, of course, also die. Their death, however, is not essential to the process whereby species prove to be universal. This is because an individual plant can differentiate itself into the new individuals in which the species continues. These new individuals are identical in every respect to their parent. They thus do not replace their parent with something different and original, but simply duplicate it. They are the same plant once again. 75. In animals, by contrast, reproduction is essentially sexual, requiring the union of two different parents. The offspring produced in this way resemble the parents to a considerable degree, but they are not mere clones of either one, because, as we now know, they take different individual characteristics from each parent. 76. They are quite distinct individuals that take the place of their parents rather than duplicate them. Through sexual reproduction, animals thus set in train the process of their own supersession. This process culminates in their death, at which point their offspring finally come into their own as truly distinct individuals. Among animals, therefore, the production of new individuals is completed only with the death of the parents. Accordingly, it is only with that death that the species to which the animals belong proves to be explicitly universal. From a purely biological point of view, plants and animals are equally at risk of death. 77. There is, however, a higher, logical necessity to the death of the animal that is lacking in the case of plants. To recapitulate, the species to which an organism belongs proves to be truly universal only when it continues in new individuals. Through sexual reproduction, animals produce new individuals that are different from their parents. These offspring prove to be definitively different from their parents only by outliving them. An animal species proves to be explicitly universal, therefore, only by continuing after the death of individuals that belong to it. In animals, the species or genus is thus the negative power over the individual, since it is realized through the sacrifice of this individual which it replaces by another. 78. Hegel celebrates life as the culmination of nature, but he understands that the death of individual animals is what gives their species an identity and continuity of its own. He reminds us, however, that an animal species in nature is never able to detach itself from individuals altogether and exist in and for itself, because such a species only exists in a continuing series of individuals, each of which must succumb to death in turn. 79. In proving to be continuous and universal, therefore, the species in fact becomes only partly independent. Yet this is not the end of the story, for Hegel sees in the death of the animal the promise of something more. He thinks that the absolute negation of the individual that occurs in death points logically towards a universal that is wholly free and independent, a universal or species that is AC unity for itself. 80 Such a universal is not immediately generated by the death of the animal, but it is logically implicit in that death. The individual animal that is for itself has a sense or felt awareness of its own individual unity. The universal or species that is for itself is similarly aware of itself. It is explicitly aware of itself as something universal. Such a universal that is for itself, Hegel maintains, is thought or spirit, rather than mere feeling, since the death of the individual animal points logically to a universal that is wholly independent and for itself, it thus points logically to spirit. In this sense, such a death makes spirit logically, but not empirically, necessary. In different circumstances spirit, thought and consciousness may never have emerged on the earth, but the death of animals would always have implied that they should. This, briefly, is the logical transition from nature to spirit. With this, Hegel states, organic nature ends, for with the death of the individual the genus or species comes to its own self and thus becomes its own object. This is the procession of spirit. 82 Since this transition is logical, not empirical, spirit itself does not have to be something dead. Indeed, as I suggested above, Hegel understands spirit and thought to be essentially alive and embodied. We must, therefore, take great care when interpreting the end of the philosophy of nature. Hegel maintains in the addition to the final paragraph that thought and spirit are simply the universal that is for itself. For Hegel, however, there can be no purely disembodied spirit. The universal, the species to which we belong, and ultimately reason or the idea itself, must thus come to be for themselves, and so become conscious of themselves, in individual living beings. As Hegel puts it, the idea exists in the self-subsistent subject, for which, as organ of the concept, everything is ideal and fluid. 83 The non-human animal is restricted to sensation and feeling. The individual subject in which the universal comes to consciousness as something universal must, therefore, be the human being. The human being is thus the sole living incarnation of spirit on earth. Human beings, for Hegel, are no less alive and no less embodied than other animals. What distinguishes human from non-human animals is simply the fact that, in life, man raises himself above the singleness of sensation to the universality of thought, to self-knowledge, to the grasp of his subjectivity, of his I. 84. Human self-consciousness, spirit, is made logically necessary by the death of the animal, but life, both animal and plant, is itself made logically necessary by chemistry, and chemistry in turn is made necessary by the nature of matter and ultimately by space and time. What requires there to be spirit and consciousness, therefore, is in fact nature as a whole understood as a series of stages, each of which renders explicit what is logically implicit in its predecessor. The logical, dialectical rationality leading from one stage of nature to another is the concept or idea that is immanent in nature itself. 85 Hegel's philosophy of nature shows, therefore, that nature's own inherent rationality makes spirit necessary. Contingent circumstances play a role in determining where and when spirit actually comes into existence, but Hegel proves that it is rational, given the nature of nature, that it should arise somewhere and at some point in time. In this sense, spirit is the product of nature. The rationality or idea at work in nature can, however, itself be regarded as potentially or implicitly spirit. It is reason that has the capacity to become, but has not yet actually become, self-conscious. From this perspective, spirit is thus actually made necessary by its own possibility, by its own implicit presence in nature itself. As Hegel puts it, spirit which exists in and for itself is not the mere result of nature, but is in truth its own result. The transition from nature to spirit is not a transition to an out-and-out other, but is only a coming to itself of spirit out of itself externally in nature. 86 This is not to say, however, that there are two processes going on in the logical move from nature to spirit. There is only one process, the process whereby spirit is made necessary by a nature that harbors reason, and thus the potential for self-conscious spirit, within its own apparently barren and lifeless externality. Evolution. Hegel has a profound interest in the way in which human consciousness develops through history. In his philosophy of nature, however, his focus on the logical connection between stages in nature goes hand in hand with a lack of interest in attempts to explain how natural phenomena emerge in time. As I argued in Chapter 5, he leaves it to natural science to shed light on the natural history of the solar system or on the origin of life. In one case, though, he is not just indifferent but actively hostile to the idea that there is a natural history to be uncovered. To the discomfort of many who are otherwise persuaded by his philosophy, Hegel rejects outright the doctrine of the evolution of species. I do not propose here to provide a detailed study of Hegel's views on evolution or of the compatibility between his philosophy of nature and Darwin's theory of evolution through natural selection. A few words on these two topics are, however, necessary. Hegel, of course, knew nothing of Darwin's theory. He died 28 years before The Origin of Species was published in 1859. He would have been familiar, however, with the evolutionary theory of Lamarck, who assumed that lower organisms were generated spontaneously and that higher organisms then gradually developed from them through, for example, the transmission of acquired characteristics. 87 Hegel makes his hostility to evolutionary theory clear at the beginning and towards the end of the philosophy of nature. In the introduction, for example, he states that it is a completely Empty thought to represent species as developing successively, one after the other, in time the land animal did not develop naturally out of the aquatic animal, nor did it fly into the air on leaving the water. 88 In his discussion of geology in the section on organics he admits that the earth has a history during which life itself emerged, but he repeats his rejection of the idea that living species evolve into one another, even if the earth was once in a state where it had no living things but only the chemical process, and so on, yet the moment the lightning of life strikes into matter, at once there is present a determinate, complete creature, as Minerva fully armed springs forth from the head of Jupiter, man has not developed himself out of the animal, nor the animal out of the plant, each is at a single stroke what it is. 89. Hegel's anti-evolutionary stance obviously has its source in his philosophical interest in the logical rather than temporal relations between phenomena in nature. What he seeks to understand is not the historical process whereby phenomena in nature have come to be the way they are, but the logic that requires nature to have the structure that it now has. The point of interest is not to determine how things were millions of years ago. The interest is confined to what is there before us and to recognize in the present character of nature the characteristics of the concept. 90 Hegel's philosophical interest in the logical relations between natural phenomena leads him to place a special value on the science of comparative anatomy whose great founder was Cuvier. 91 Unlike evolutionary theory, in Hegel's view, Cuvier science works towards the same systematic comprehension of nature as speculative philosophy, because it provides the empirical information that enables thought to discern rational, structural distinctions between animal species that now exist. Given Hegel's commitment to a synchronic rather than diachronic understanding of nature and life, it is clear that he would have had no greater interest in the Darwinian theory of evolution than in the Lamarckian theory. Pace Findlay, Hegel in the philosophy of nature is not a philosopher of evolution. 92 There is a difference, however, between a lack of interest in something and outright hostility to it, and I see nothing in the very idea of speculative philosophy that justifies Hegel in rejecting, rather than simply being indifferent to, the idea of the evolution of species. It is quite possible to focus one's own philosophical attention on the logical, structural differences between species, but also to allow other scientists to study the process whereby such species emerged in time, just as it is possible to let scientists study the origins of the solar system and of life. In my view, therefore, Hegel's philosophy of nature is not in principle incompatible with either the general idea of the evolution of species or Darwin's particular theory of evolution by natural selection. There is one aspect of Darwinian theory, however, that might appear to set it at odds with Hegel's speculative philosophy, the emphasis placed by Darwinians on chance and contingency. According to modern Darwinian theory, accidental or random mutations occur in organisms, due to errors in DNA replication, that can enable them to adapt to a changing environment better than other organisms. The organisms with advantageous mutations then survive and reproduce more successively than others, leading to the emergence of new varieties and eventually new species. 93 For the modern Darwinian, the emergence of higher forms of life, including human beings, is thus to a considerable degree, if not completely, a matter of chance. 94 As Vittorio Hosler reminds us, however, Hegel himself accords contingency a significant role in nature. 95 For Hegel, there is a rational tendency towards life and consciousness in nature, but where and when they will emerge depends on circumstances that, from a philosophical point of view, are contingent. Furthermore, Hegel accepts that contingency plays a role in determining the different animal species that exist on Earth. Reason requires that life take the form not just of plant life but also of animal life, since only animal life is truly organic. There are also rational, structural differences between different kinds of animal, such as insects, fish, birds, and mammals. Hegel acknowledges, however, that the element in or over which the animal moves, water, air, or land, as well as the local geography co-determine the character of different animal species. Animals are always suited to a specific environment. He also notes that the species of animals are exposed to contingency, hence the myriad of transitional forms that one finds in the animal world, such as mammals that fly and birds that don't. 96 For Hegel, therefore, reason, geography and contingency work together to create the species that populate the Earth. Hegel believes, contra Darwin, that species emerge fully formed and fixed. In my view, however, Hegel's systematic philosophical interest in rational distinctions between animal species, and in comparative anatomy, does not justify this anti-evolutionary position, but is in fact quite compatible with the idea that species evolved from one another. Furthermore, Hegel's recognition of the fact that contingency has a necessary place in nature suggests that his philosophy of nature may, indeed, be able to coexist with the Darwinian theory of evolution through natural selection. It is possible, of course, that contingency does not mean exactly the same thing to Hegel and to Darwinians. In that case, much more work would need to be done to establish whether their respective views are compatible. Further exploration of the relation between Hegel's speculative philosophy of nature and Darwinian evolutionary theory must, however, await another occasion. 97. Embodied spirit. The non-human animal feels itself to be a unified self and also senses individual things in the world around it. The human spirit, by contrast, is the clear consciousness and thought of what is universal as something universal. It is explicitly aware of itself as an T, and as a person, and it conceives of the things around it in terms of universal concepts, such as thing, plant one and animal. Spirit is, however, embodied awareness. This is not to deny that humans are capable of free and rational self-determination, but Such self-determination, for Hegel, is made possible by the organic structure of the human body. The fact that human spirit is necessarily embodied means that it is inseparable from other aspects of our mental life that are determined by the body and by the natural environment with which our bodies are intimately connected. Hegel examines what he calls our natural soul in his Anthropology, the first subsection of the philosophy of spirit. He notes, for example, that the human spirit is subject to dull moods, trub, Stimmungen, that change with the climate, the seasons of the year and the time of day. Like other animals, we thus live in a certain sympathy with the rhythms of nature. These moods are, however, subordinate moments of our mental and spiritual life and do not get in the way of free, rational thought. Furthermore, their effect on us gets weaker. In Hegel's view, as we become more educated. 98. The geographical region we inhabit gives rise to further aspects of our natural soul, namely to racial and national differences between human beings. Hegel believes that racial and national character sets limits to what certain peoples may achieve in history through their own efforts. It thus explains why political and religious freedom develops further in Europe than in Asia or Africa. He insists, however, that such naturally determined character does not prevent individuals or whole peoples being educated into the ways of freedom. He maintains, for example, notoriously, that Africans do not show an inherent striving for culture. Yet he emphasizes at the same time that they cannot be denied a capacity for education, and to prove the point he notes that they have adopted Christianity with the greatest gratitude and spoken movingly of the freedom they have acquired through Christianity after a long spiritual servitude. 99. This is not the place to consider the merits or inadequacies of Hegel's remarks on racial and national character. Readers must judge for themselves whether those remarks are largely fair and persuasive or, as some argue, patronizing and crudely stereotypical. 101 Wish only to highlight two things. On the one hand, Hegel believes that racial and national characteristics are not mere social constructs but real products of the geography we inhabit. On the other hand, he thinks that, like the climate-related moods to which we are subject, they are no more than subordinate moments of our overall spirit and do not ultimately impair our capacity for free, rational thought. They provide no warrant, therefore, for the denial of basic rights and freedoms to individuals or peoples. Hegel is aware that some of his contemporaries have sought to prove that human beings are by nature so differently endowed with mental or spiritual capacities that some can be dominated like animals. He makes it clear, however, that he rejects as a matter of principle any who would seek to enslave or deny rights to other human beings on racial or nationalist grounds. Man is implicitly rational, he reminds us. Herein lies the possibility of equal justice for all men aller Menschen and the nullity Nichtigkeit of a rigid distinction between races which have rights and those which have none. 1101. Hegel goes on to note that one's personal temperament is also determined by nature and that one's age and one's gender affect how one feels and thinks about things, as well. 102 Once again, however, he contends that such factors do not prevent us from being free and rational. Nor, he states, do they put insuperable barriers in the way of our becoming virtuous. Virtue, he maintains, is something universal, to be required of all men. It is not innate but is to be produced in the individual by his own efforts. Virtue certainly has social and political conditions. It is hard to be virtuous other than in a state with good laws. In Hegel's view, however, differences in natural dispositions are of no importance whatever for ethics. 103 This is because they are nothing more than dispositions to feel, think, or act in a certain way, dispositions which do not govern our lives but can themselves be mastered and integrated into a life of free self-determination. As I have just noted, one of the factors disposing us to think and feel in a certain way is age. Below a certain age, however, our bodies do not allow us to think properly at all. As Hegel puts it, understanding does not come before its time. 104 Equally, when we are asleep or when we are ill or when the body dies, thought is suspended, impaired or destroyed altogether. Apart from these cases, however, spirit's necessary embodiment does not prevent it from being free and rational. Indeed, the healthy organic human body is precisely what makes free spirit possible. If I behave in accordance with the laws of my physical organism, Hegel remarks, my soul is free in its body. 105. The human spirit's necessary embodiment means that it must be aware of itself and the world around it through feeling and sensation, like non-human animals, and not just through thought. It must also give involuntary bodily expression to its feelings, for example in laughter and crying. Spirit proves its freedom, however, by also giving voluntary bodily expression to its feelings and thoughts through hand gestures and facial expressions. 106 Furthermore, spirit can train the body to adopt certain habits. Habit formation is thus, in John Macomber's words, an emancipatory phenomenon, for it shows the spirit gaining freedom and control over the very body that is its own enabling condition. 107. Spirit further proves its freedom by distinguishing itself from its body and turning itself into a completely indeterminate ideality and purely self-relating universal, that is, into an I-ich. In so doing, spirit also draws a sharp distinction between itself and what it sees, hears, and feels, and it understands the latter to form a separate realm of objects. In this way, spirit changes from a natural, feeling soul into the clear consciousness of things. Spirit becomes conscious of a world over against it only because it has come to conceive itself as having an abstract, ideal identity of its own. Only when I come to apprehend myself as I, does the other become objective to me, confront me. 108 It should not be forgotten, however, that what comes to this distinct consciousness of itself is nothing but the soul or the immateriality of the body. Hegel's account of consciousness is set out in a section entitled Phenomenology of Spirit. This phenomenology, however, is not the same as the pure phenomenology that precedes speculative philosophy and was examined in chapters 3 and 4. It is, rather, a philosophical phenomenology that itself presupposes the science of logic and the philosophy of nature. 109. The difference between the two phenomenologies is subtle but significant. Whereas pure phenomenology traces the experience that consciousness itself logically generates, its philosophical counterpart uncovers what is logically implicit for the speculative philosopher in the ontological structure of consciousness. This latter discipline is nonetheless called phenomenology because it studies the appearance, Erscheinung, of spirit, consciousness, rather than spirit proper. 110. Philosophical phenomenology begins in the same way as pure phenomenology by considering first sense certainty and then perception, understanding, desire and recognition. It does not, however, go on to consider stoical, sceptical, and unhappy consciousness but moves straight to reason, via a phenomenon that Hegel calls universal self-consciousness. Hegel then makes the logical transition to spirit proper. Der Geist, since we are examining forms of subjective spirit, however, spirit is considered here not insofar as it constitutes an objective social world, such as the world of Sophocles' Antigone, but insofar as it takes the form of individual subjectivity. Phenomenology thus gives way to psychology, the study of the human mind, or spirit in its free theoretical and practical activity, intelligence and its signs. Consciousness, Hegel states, understands its object to be something immediately given and distinct from itself. Consciousness thus does not yet know that the object is in itself identical with spirit. 111. This identity consists in the fact that both consciousness and its object, nature, have the same rational structure. The final mode of consciousness, reason, Vernunft, begins to discern this identity between itself and its object and so to possess the confidence that it will find itself in the world. Only spirit proper, or thought, Denken, however, is fully aware that the structure of its own categories and concepts is the structure of things themselves. Thought knows that what is thought, is, and that what is, only is insofar as it is thought. It thus recognizes in its own concepts the simple identity of the subjective and the objective. 112. Such thought is not merely something given. It is the result of the free, self-determining activity of theoretical spirit or intelligence, intelligence. Such intelligence at its simplest is the immediate sensuous intuition, Anschauung, of a world that does not just stand over against us, as the external object of consciousness, but surrounds us as an objective totality. 113. Intuitive intelligence freely transforms itself, however, into thought. It actively produces its own conceptual understanding of itself and its world. 114. Intelligence transforms itself into thought by freeing itself from determination by its body and external nature. At the same time it remains irreducibly and definitively embodied. 115. It cannot, therefore, simply cut itself loose from its body, but must use that body to give expression to its spiritual freedom. Hegel's philosophical psychology is a veritable treasure chest of insights that deserve extended and detailed discussion. My account here, however, will give only the barest outline of Hegel's argument. Human intuition, for Hegel, is not purely passive cognition, since it involves active attention to what surrounds us. The content of intuition, however, is given by sensation and so is determined by the external things that affect the sense organs of the body. 116. If intelligence is to become freely self-determining, in Hegel's view, it must learn to assert its own power and control over such intuitions. Intuitions themselves will always remain externally determined, but intelligence can learn to use them for its own ends. Intelligence takes the first step towards such control by internalizing its intuitions and turning them into images, builder, within the mind. These images are at first fleeting and so sink into what Hegel calls the nocturnal pit of the unconscious. They can, however, be revived by the chance encounter, through one's eyes, ears, tongue, nose, or skin, with objects. Intelligence, for Hegel, is thus necessarily subject to the involuntary recollection of images buried deep in the obscure recesses of the mind. Repeated involuntary recollection fixes an image in the mind and renders intelligence capable of recalling it voluntarily. 117. Intelligence demonstrates its power over images not only by recalling them at will but also by freely associating them with one another and abstracting out their common features to form general representations, allgemeine Vorstellungen. As this free activity of recollecting, associating, and abstracting, intelligence is reproductive. Imagination, reproductive Einbildungskraft. 118. Note that by internalizing intuitions and producing general representations from the resultant images, intelligence gives differentiated content to its own inner world. The general representations it forms acquire significance for it and so constitute its own inner realm of meaning, Bedeutung, or sin. 119. Intelligence then extends its power and freedom over the concrete images in its mind by employing them to picture or symbolize these meaningful, general representations. In this way, Hegel maintains, intelligence mutates into fantasy. Fantasy, symbolizing, allegorizing or poetic imagination or what Hegel also calls productive imagination. 120. As De Vries notes, symbolic fantasy is an important turning point in mind's growth to free self-determination. This is because such imagination does not just focus its attention on the images themselves but freely appropriates them for its own expressive purpose. It thereby deprives the images of their independence. 121a much more radical. Freedom is exhibited by imagination, however, when it gives expression to its own representations in signs, Zeichen, rather than symbols. Symbols can be internal images in the mind that we connect with a certain meaning, whereas signs are external, visible, or audible expressions of meaning, such as colors or sounds. 122 More importantly, whereas a symbol is chosen because of some similarity between it and its meaning, the connection between a sign and its meaning is wholly arbitrary. The image of the eagle symbolizes the strength of Jupiter because of the animal's own strength and power. The sounds Jupiter, by contrast, have no intrinsic connection with the god they stand for. And so are signs rather than symbols. The use of signs is normally governed by social and historical conventions, as in language, and so is not completely up to the individual. Nonetheless, the very production and use of the sign as such, whose connection with meaning is arbitrary and so has to be learned, manifests a clear freedom of intelligence, as signifying Hegel states, intelligence demonstrates a much freer caprice Wilker and mastery in the use of intuition than as symbolizing. 123 Kathleen Dow Magnus points out, however, that the intelligence's ability to create the sign arises out of its intuition, recollection, and imagination, elements of its experience that are intrinsically linked to the sensuous. 124. That is to say, intelligence uses signs only because it is embodied spirit. Hegel argues, indeed, that the most perfect sign is generated by the human body itself. When an intuited object is made into a sign, the sign-making fantasy or productive memory, productive disregards, and thus negates, the visible or audible materiality of the object and turns it into a transparent, empty housing or shell, Gehaus, for meaning 125 in Hegel's view, the material object that is most suited to being a sign is thus one that actually negates itself and vanishes as soon as it arises and thereby, as it were, sets itself aside in favor of its assigned meaning. The best example of such an object, Hegel tells us, is the fleeting sound. Sounds that are deliberately emitted through the mouth as arbitrary signs of inner meaning, rather than just involuntary cries of pain or joy, are words. For Hegel, therefore, spoken words, which die away as they are uttered and thus negate themselves straight away, are the most appropriate form of the sign. 126 A system of such deliberately produced spoken signs, with agreed conventions and grammatical rules, constitutes a language. Intelligence must, therefore, give linguistic expression to its representations. This is because it is freely self-determining, embodied spirit and so must produce material signs of its immaterial inner life. In his Anthropology Hegel notes that a bodily gesture, such as a movement of the hand, can also serve as a one sign of inner feeling to others. 127 Such a gesture, however, is in fact more likely to be a symbol, or, indeed, the actual physical incarnation, of feeling, than a true, wholly arbitrary sign thereof. Furthermore, such gestures lack the airy, quasi-immaterial quality that makes words the most perfect material carriers of ideal meaning. A language made up of true signs will thus be a system of speech, for Hegel, rather than a gesture-based sign language. Hegel has much of interest to say not only about spoken language but also about the role played by writing in stabilizing patterns of speech, ideas that have drawn the close attention of, among others, Derrida. 128 Here, however, there is space to give only a very brief sketch of the logical path from words to thought. Words are fleeting, immediately disappearing signs that bring ideal meanings to mind. They are preserved and turned into enduring names for things and ideas by name-retaining memory, das Namen behalten Gedächtnis. Reproductive memory then learns to understand these names without the explicit presence of any accompanying representation or image. Such memory thus affords us a profound freedom not just over, but also from, the givens of the sensuous intuition and the image, because it fills the mind with nothing but arbitrary signs or names that we understand immediately. As De Vries puts it, through our use of words we have eliminated the need for intuitions and images of the things we represent. The things we represent exist for us in the names themselves. 129. The last form of memory discussed by Hegel is mechanical memory. Such memory holds together signs that have lost their meaning altogether. Intelligence itself is not thereby lost, however, on the contrary, in memorizing strings of meaningless words. Intelligence comes to conceive of itself as the wholly abstract power and activity of connecting as such, that is, as wholly abstract subjectivity 13 degrees when intelligence discerns the different determinations or categories that are immanent in such pure abstract subjectivity, it begins to think. Thought is an activity of the same self that feels its own unity and is conscious of itself as in T over against a world of objects. Thought, however, is aware of a profound identity between itself and objects because it understands the true nature of those objects to be disclosed within its own concepts and categories. 131 Thought also understands itself to be fully free and self-determining. It knows that its fundamental logical categories are generated spontaneously by itself, and not abstracted from sensuous experience, and it knows that the way to discover the truth about things in the world is not through observation alone but through its own autonomous rational activity. In its most sophisticated form, however, thought is also aware that, even when it is silent and inward, its consummate freedom is dependent upon names and thus, ultimately, on the ability to use spoken signs. It knows that we think in names. 132 Such thought understands, therefore, that it is fully free, self-determining, embodied thought. Consequently, it realizes that its concepts serve to clarify and render comprehensible what is given in sensation and intuition, that its free rational activity thus requires the aid of imagination and memory, and, indeed, that such activity is made possible by the organic structure of the human body. This concludes our account of Hegel's philosophy of life and subjective spirit. Let us briefly review his principal theses. Matter, for Hegel, organizes itself into living beings, some of which exhibit an immaterial self-relation or self-feeling. Feeling and sensation are thus not attributes of a wholly independent soul that is somehow inserted into the body. Rather, matter mutates into sensitive organic life by immaterializing or idealizing itself. In human beings, the immaterial animal self becomes conscious of itself and, indeed, becomes freely self-determining intelligence. Such intelligence gives expression to its representations through signs. Having idealized itself into sensitive organic life, therefore, matter is even more radically idealized by free intelligence by being reduced to the transparent carrier or sign of ideal meanings. By means of such idealized material signs, intelligence comes to conceive of itself as pure, abstract, but also fully free and self-determining subjectivity. As such, it is thought. Hegel ends his psychology by noting that thought does not merely seek to understand the world around it through its own free reason. It also recognizes that it has the freedom and power to remake that world in accordance with purposes of its own choosing. In so doing, it becomes practical spirit or will. As Hegel points out, not all of the will's purposes are themselves explicitly rational, many are governed by contingent needs and interests. Nonetheless, the will is grounded in thought, rather than mere feeling or imagination, because it conceives of itself as fully free and self-determining. Thanks to the self-conception alone is the will able to give itself its own content in the form of self-chosen purposes and, through the pursuit of those purposes, put its own stamp on the world. As Hegel states, therefore, thought determines itself into will and remains the substance of the latter, so that without thought there can be no will. 133. In the next chapter we consider the rights that such free will claims for itself and the objective social and political institutions that are needed in order to secure those rights. 8. Freedom, rights, and civility. From Hegel to Hitler. Hegel's philosophy of right is one of the greatest works of social and political philosophy ever written, equal in philosophical and historical importance to Plato's Republic, Aristotle's Politics, Hobbes's Leviathan, and Rousseau's Social Contract. Indeed, exceeding them in the extraordinary range of topics with which it deals. In the philosophy of right, Hegel draws on Rousseau, Montesquieu, Adam Smith, Kant and Schiller, as well as on political, legal, economic, and social conditions in France, Britain and Germany, in order to develop his conception of political and social life. He offers a powerful analysis of the sources of industrial alienation and poverty that anticipates the thought of Marx, and he provides subtle analyses, among other things, of Roman law, Kantian ethics, the family, fashion, civil society, the jury system and the political constitution. What binds all these topics together and to my mind makes Hegel the most important political philosopher of the modern, post-French revolutionary era, is the fact that he integrates his social and political analyses into an all-embracing theory of freedom. I have suggested in previous chapters that the concept of freedom lies at the heart of Hegel's philosophy. In Chapter 1, we saw how he interprets history as the development of the consciousness of freedom, and in Chapter 2, we saw what it means to develop a speculative logic that is fully self-determining and free. In Chapters 6 and 7 we learned that Hegel even understands there to be degrees of freedom in nature. In this chapter, I propose to pursue Hegel's understanding of freedom further by considering his account of what it means to be free in the sphere of objective Geist, the sphere of abstract right, morality, civil society, and the state. Richard Winfield is one of a growing group of modern commentators who recognize that Hegel is concerned to develop a conception of social and political freedom which gives due respect to the individual structure of the will. However, there is a strong tradition of Hegel criticism, running from Hegel's contemporary, Schopenhauer, through Rudolf Heim and Nietzsche, to Bertrand Russell and Karl Popper, which sees in Hegel little more than an apologist for the conservative, Prussian, status quo and an advocate of the subordination of the individual to the state. For some critics, indeed, Hegel's political philosophy is a direct precursor of corporate fascism and National Socialism, and is as hostile to the cause of freedom and tolerance as it is possible to be. In the minds of many people, then, Hegel is associated more with the veneration of the Prussian state, with proto-Hitlerian German nationalism, and with recommending pound war as an acceptable policy for vigorous nations than with liberalism or democracy. 2. A contributor to the Journal of the Hegel Society of America even reported the discovery of a book entitled From Hegel to Gaddafi at Tripoli Airport in Libya, a title which would surely confirm all the worst fears of free-thinking Western Democrats if it were ever to become widely known. 3. How is it possible for Hegel's political philosophy to have been interpreted in such conflicting ways? Part of the answer is that the severest critics of Hegel have frequently reacted to what they have perceived to be the deleterious effects of Hegelianism and have not actually read much of Hegel himself. However, even some commentators who have read Hegel relatively closely have found his philosophy to be inimical to the cause of freedom and therefore unpalatable. This can only be due, I think, to a failure to comprehend Hegel's philosophical method, and to a consequent inability to read and understand his texts properly. As we shall see, Hegel is critical of the traditional liberal insistence that individuals are free to the extent that their activity is not restricted by society or the state, and he considers political patriotism and respect for the state to be essential to a healthy political community. However, in my view, Hegel's commentators would not be led to the conclusion that he is simply subordinating the interests of the individual to those of the state, or indeed advocating the suppression of individual freedom by the state, if they fully understood how his philosophy proceeds. In the philosophy of right, Hegel reminds us that speculative philosophy does not proceed by setting up definitions or propositions and defending them through argument or supporting evidence, but that it seeks to understand and articulate the imminent development of the concepts which it considers. The task of a speculative philosophy of political and social freedom is thus not to argue for or against certain given conceptions of freedom, or to criticize an individualistic conception of freedom from an external perspective, such as that of the state, but simply to develop the idea of freedom or, as Hegel puts it, to look on at the proper imminent development of the matter sach itself. For, in the course of this development, speculative philosophy will recognize that when freedom is conceived in certain ways it turns out to be contradictory or inadequate on its own terms. At the same time, however, speculative philosophy will discern within those conceptions of freedom further, more complex, but as yet implicit, conceptions of freedom which, when rendered explicit, enable the previous contradictions or inadequacies to be overcome. What many of Hegel's critics fail to recognize is that his criticisms of individualistic conceptions of freedom are not due to any prejudice in favor of state authority on his part, but arise during the course of a prolonged meditation on and determination of the proper meaning of freedom itself. If we are indeed taken beyond a merely individualistic conception of freedom by Hegel's analysis, this is simply because the very meaning or concept of freedom itself requires us to recognize that freedom is not just to be found in unrestricted individual choice or in the unregulated pursuit of self-satisfaction, but in living in accordance with law within a just political constitution. The limits of choice. The concept of human freedom emerges necessarily in Hegel's system. The science of logic considers what it means to be and reveals that to be means to be rationally self-determining or idea. Furthermore, it reveals that rationally self-determining existence is to be understood initially as nature. Hegel's philosophy of nature develops the concepts of space, time, matter, gravity, light, and so on, and shows that the rational outcome of nature is the emergence of human consciousness. The philosophy of Geist then develops the concept of consciousness to the point at which it has become fully free and self-determining in the form of thought and free will. It is at this point that the philosophy of right begins. The particular conception of human freedom that Hegel considers first is what Peter Singer calls the classical liberal conception of freedom. I am free, on this account, when I can do as I please and others do not force me to do what I do not want to do. Not all liberals, of course, are complete libertarians. Liberals may well acknowledge that limits and restrictions need to be placed on freedom of choice in order that society may function properly. They may also recognize that choices are made for communal, not just personal reasons, and so need not be driven by wholly egoistic motives. Nevertheless, the core of the liberal position is that the society which maximizes freedom maximizes individual choice, and that any limits or restrictions which might be placed on our freedom to choose, however necessary they may be, are always experienced as restrictions. This common, liberal conception of freedom has three moments or sides to it in Hegel's view. First of all, it involves what he calls the pure indeterminacy of the self. The absolute possibility of abstracting from every determinate state of mind in which I may find myself or which I may have set up in myself, my flight from every content as from a restriction. 6. This is what Hegel terms negative freedom, and it is, in his eyes, the most primitive conception of freedom, of free will, that we can have. It involves not being tied down to any particular state of mind or interest, but rather having the ability to cut oneself loose from any particular engagement and remain free from the constraints and limitations of particular activities. But freedom as commonly conceived does not simply mean not being tied down or restricted, it also entails the positive ability to engage in particular activities if one wishes. The second moment of liberal freedom is thus the ability to enter into a specific state of mind or activity and to concern oneself with something particular. However, in exercising my freedom to engage in specific pursuits, I must still preserve my freedom to withdraw from them, if I am to remain free in the initial, negative sense. The third moment of liberal freedom for Hegel must thus be the unity of the first two moments, the freedom to engage in, to choose, some specific pursuit, but in so doing to preserve the sense that one is not irrevocably committed to that pursuit, because one has chosen it oneself and so could withdraw from it and engage in some other pursuit if one so wished. Construed in this way, freedom entails the ability to make commitments, but at the same time to keep one's options open. This, Hegel tells us, is the conception most people have of freedom, freedom as the safeguarding of one's possibilities and capacities in the face of whatever commitments one may make. Freedom as the ability to choose, and do, as one pleases. 7. As many commentators have pointed out, Hegel is strongly critical of this conception of freedom. However, he does not pass judgment on it from some presupposed conception of the good or of what constitutes a just, ethical or responsible life. Rather, he thinks through what this conception of freedom entails and discerns a contradiction within it. The mode of freedom which we have been considering lies, as Hegel puts it, in not being tied to this or that content, in not being required to choose or do anything. 8. Individuals may be confronted by seemingly unavoidable needs, such as the need to eat or work for a living, but they will think of themselves as free if they are not actually forced into any particular course of action, but could, for example, refuse to work or eat. From the perspective of this conception of freedom, therefore, the fact that I am free is not understood to bring with it any necessary commitments of its own. I must certainly choose something if my freedom is to be a real freedom to choose, but I do not consider that I am committed to any specific course of action simply by virtue of the fact that I am free, because I consider my freedom to be nothing other than the ability to disengage myself and withdraw from any particular commitment which I may have made. I can thus only preserve my freedom of choice if I consider the options which one am able to choose, or reject, to be separate from me, external to me, that is, to be activities or interests which do not follow from my freedom itself. But this, in Hegel's understanding, is where the intrinsic contradiction in this conception of freedom becomes evident. For if one wished to preserve the sense that my freedom lies in facing a set of options to which, as a free individual, I am not necessarily committed, then the following question arises: what determines the options among which I have to choose, if it is not my freedom itself? The only possibility is that those options are determined by factors other than my free will, such as circumstance, chance, or nature, and that they are given to me to choose between or reject. But if this is the case, then my freedom of choice is dependent upon what is available to be chosen. Moreover, by insisting that freedom resides in being able to choose whatever I want, I limit myself to, and make myself dependent on, whatever I happen to want or wish for at the moment, that is, whatever my particular desires happen to be or whatever my circumstances, or indeed, the pressures of the market or of advertising, lead me to desire. It is clear, therefore, that, when I lay claim to unrestricted freedom of choice, I am not actually as free as I think I am, since my commitments are not derived from my free will itself, and so are not determined by my own free will. The ordinary man in the street believes himself to be free, when he is allowed to act as he wants to willkürlich, but this very arbitrariness entails that he is not free one, because the content of his will, what it is that he wills, is not intrinsic to self-determining activity itself. Such freedom is thus, in fact, dependence on a content and material given either from within or without none. This contradiction can only be resolved when the will is no longer dependent on something given to it, and the will only frees itself from such dependence, in Hegel's view, when what it wills is determined, not by external or internal contingencies, but by itself. But what content is determined by the free will itself? What am I committed to? Simply by virtue of the fact that I am, and know myself to be, a free will? The answer becomes clear if we think about what the will is trying to preserve and actualize in exercising freedom of choice. When we choose a particular course of action, we clearly will whatever it is that we choose. However, by insisting that we are not irrevocably committed to it, we demonstrate that we are interested not just in this particular option, but more importantly in preserving our freedom to choose whatever specific commitments we make. Therefore, our primary concern, insofar as we seek to preserve the possibility of other, different choices, is to safeguard and exercise our freedom itself. The content or object which any free will simply by virtue of being free is thus nothing other than its own freedom. When the free will wills its own freedom as its explicit object, it is a truly free will, since it wills a content which is intrinsic to self-determining activity itself and so is not dependent on a set of contents which are given to it to choose between. The absolute goal, or, if you like, the absolute impulse, of free mind, is to make freedom its object, Hegel tells us. True freedom thus lies not merely in doing or choosing what one wishes, but in being a free will which wills the free will 10. Like Rousseau and Kant, Hegel understands the truly free will to be the will that explicitly wills itself and its own freedom. He derives this conception of true freedom from what he understands to be implicit in the structure of freedom of choice, but it is clear that with this conception his analysis has moved us on from choice to a new conception of freedom. The will that wishes to be able to choose whatever it wants must look to preserve its own freedom to choose, even though it conceives of its freedom as the absence of necessity or constraint. However, the will that is explicitly and self-consciously free acknowledges that freedom is something that it must will simply by virtue of the fact that it is free, and so no longer insists on the priority of its own freedom to choose. Such a will is no longer dependent for its object upon external factors, but wills an object or content, namely freedom, which is derived from itself and is thus wholly its own. Yet, it only gains its freedom through its willingness to give up its unlimited ability to choose, and let itself be determined by the character of its own freedom. The truly free will understands freedom to be something to which, as free, it is necessarily committed, something which thus necessarily commands the recognition of any free will. Understood in this way, freedom is a matter of simple and immediate right. 11. Hegel's philosophy of freedom thus turns out to be a philosophy of right, an account of what the free will must uphold if it is to be a truly free will. This new conception of freedom might not appear to mark much of an advance over the conception of freedom as choice, especially if one reflects on the fact that one can insist on one's right to choose as much as on any other right. However, for Hegel there is a decisive difference between the will which sees freedom solely in terms of choice, and the will which sees freedom as a matter of right, namely that the latter explicitly recognizes that freedom itself entails necessary commitments, indeed obligations and responsibilities, which derive immanently from the structure of freedom itself, and from which, as a free will, it cannot choose to disengage itself without denying its own freedom. Hegel thus puts forward a conception of true freedom in which what is traditionally viewed as the opposition between freedom and necessity or constraint is dissolved. The truly free will understands the requirement that it recognize rights or laws not simply as a necessary or prudent restriction on its freedom, but as something that has been determined as necessary by freedom itself and thus as a positive element of what it means to be free. Like Rousseau and Kant, therefore, Hegel understands the free will to be one whose obligations derive from itself, that is, to be a self-legislating and self-determining will. This is where many critics of Hegel have gone badly wrong. They recognize that Hegel is critical of the ordinary, liberal conception of freedom and that, for him, the truly Free will is the will which willingly submits itself to laws. But they fail to recognize that the laws, obligations, and responsibilities to which the free will submits itself issue from the free will itself, not from some alien authority. They fail to recognize, therefore, that the alternative to freedom construed as choice is not subordination to the state, but self-determination, that is, understanding the laws and institutions within which one lives to be determined by the character or structure of one's own freedom. It is the task of Hegel's philosophy of right to show precisely which institutions are determined to be necessary by the structure of freedom, by deriving them immanently from the concept of freedom as inviolable right, rights, property, and slavery. Hegel holds that we are free not when we indulge in unconstrained, arbitrary choice, but when we acknowledge that freedom is something the free will must will, that is, that freedom is a right. Our right is thus our freedom construed as something which commands our recognition. The rights to which Hegel turns his initial attention are those to which one is immediately entitled simply by virtue of the fact that one is free, those which immediately objectify one's freedom. Such rights include the right to own property, to exchange goods, to enter into binding contracts, and to own one's body, i.e. not to be enslaved. We do not possess these rights because of any special natural characteristics or talents we may have, nor do we merit them because of our status in society or moral virtue. We have them simply because we are conscious that we are free and that freedom must be respected. To bear certain immediate rights is the same as being a person, Hegel says, and because anyone who is conscious of his or her freedom can lay claim to personhood, regardless of differences in natural or moral character, it follows that all persons are equal before the law in respect of their immediate rights. Matters of immediate right are thus not to be decided on the basis of specific needs or circumstances or what is conducive to an individual's welfare, but simply on the basis of entitlement. The specific rights which belong to someone as a free person follow, according to Hegel, directly from the concept of the free person itself, and the most basic of these is simply the right to have one's freedom as a person recognized and respected as a right. That is, the right to be considered a bearer of rights. The absolute right is the right to have rights. 12 By itself, of course, this does not yet establish a right to anything in particular, but it does at least establish that one have the right to consider my personhood and my entitlement to rights in general to be inviolable. This generates what Hegel considers to be the first imperative of immediate or abstract right: be a person and respect others as persons. Since this imperative is purely formal, because it allows anything to be done provided that a person's rights are respected, it actually amounts to no more than a negative imperative: do not infringe personhood and what personhood entails. The result, Hegel concludes, is that there are only prohibitions in the sphere of right, and the positive form of any command in this sphere is based in the last resort, if we examine its ultimate content, on prohibition. 13. However, the right of inviolable personhood does bring with it certain specific positive rights as well, the main one being the right to own property. Hegel would agree that we need to own things because we need to have at our disposal the means to satisfy our basic human needs, such as food, shelter, and clothing. But he insists that the right to property stems from our freedom alone, not from our natural needs. The right to own property follows from the fact that a person is only bound by his freedom to respect persons and their rights, and is not bound to respect whatever is unfree and without rights. As Article 4 of the Declaration of the Rights of Man, 1789, puts it, each man's exercise of his natural rights has no limits but those which guarantee the other members of society the enjoyment of these same rights. 14 Things that are not aware of themselves as free, natural objects, for example, thus have no rights over against persons and do not have the right to set a limit to the freedom of persons. For this reason, Hegel says, a person has as his substantive end the right of putting his will into any and everything and thereby making it his ______. This is the absolute right of appropriation which man has over all things. Section 15 By appropriating external natural objects as his property, the person transforms them from potential limits on his freedom into expressions of it, and so affords himself a way of giving his freedom an external, objective form which others must recognize and respect. But it should be remembered that, since property must be respected as the objectification of a person's right, my freedom to appropriate, own and use natural objects can only apply to those objects which do not already belong to others. Just as I can appropriate an external object as my property by laying claim to it as an expression of my free will, so I can also appropriate my body by laying claim to it as an expression of my free will. My body is thus not simply my own as a matter of natural fact, it becomes my own when I have freely and self-consciously appropriated it. To the extent that I have taken charge of my body, it becomes the literal embodiment of my freedom and right, and so commands respect as much as my will does. Violence done to my body, therefore, is violence done to my free will and personhood, and is a violation of my right. 16. This conception of personal freedom as expressed in and through my body underlies Hegel's comments on slavery. Critics can point to certain passages in Hegel's writings which suggest that he does not view slavery as an utter evil or wrong. In the lectures on the philosophy of history, for example, one can find the following remarks. The only essential connection that has existed and continued between the Negroes and the Europeans is that of slavery. In this the Negroes see nothing unbecoming them, and the English, who have done most for abolishing the slave trade and slavery, are treated by the Negroes themselves as enemies. For it is a point of first importance with the kings to sell their captured enemies, or even their own subjects, and viewed in the light of such facts, we may conclude slavery to have been the occasion of the increase of human feeling among the Negroes because they no longer eat their Enemies underscore 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 we find slavery even in the Greek and Roman states, as we do serfdom down to the latest times. But, thus existing in a state, slavery is itself a phase of advance from the merely isolated sensual existence, a phase of education, a mode of becoming participant in a higher morality and the culture connected with it underscore 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 the gradual abolition of slavery is wiser and more equitable than its sudden removal. 17. Doesn't this show Hegel trying a little too hard to find the positive in the obviously negative? Perhaps, but towards the end of this passage, in lines which I deliberately omitted, Hegel also states quite clearly that slavery is in and for itself an injustice, for the essence of humanity is freedom. In Hegel's view, human beings are bound to be free. And in the light of that human destiny, slavery is always absolutely unjust. 18. For this reason, he claims that even though slavery may be legal in particular states, as it was of course in America at the time he was writing, slaves have the inalienable right to break their chains and run away if they so wish. The state may be obliged to pay compensation to the slave owners for their loss, but the slaves themselves have no duty to stay. Even if a man was born a slave and all his ancestors were slaves, his right to reject his slavery is imprescriptible, unvergeable, and his slavery has by right to end as soon as he asserts his will to be free and his right to freedom. 19. A person can only appropriate something that has no consciousness of its freedom, as we saw above, so as soon as the slave becomes conscious that he is, and should be, free, the slave owner forfeits any right he might have to own him. However, Hegel insists that since our rights objectify our self-conscious freedom, and since we only own our bodies when we freely appropriate them, we must actively lay claim to our rights over our bodies as self-conscious, free agents, in order to acquire the right to reject slavery. We are thus only truly free, and so bearers of rights, in so far as we claim our freedom, in so far as we will freedom as our object. It is for this reason that there are no merely natural rights, and that animals have no rights, in Hegel's view. If I am to enjoy rights as a free person, I must actually be a free person who is conscious of, and committed to, his or her freedom. Once I am self-consciously free, I need do nothing more than lay claim to my rights to acquire them. I do not need to do anything to merit rights. But, if someone is not self-consciously free, if he does not will his freedom, then it does not make any sense to protest that his free will is actually being violated if he is enslaved. The demand that people ought not to be slaves is quite correct, Hegel says, because people are meant to be free. But this demand is a moral demand, which merely tells us what we ought to do. What we are concerned with in the sphere of immediate or abstract right, however, is not just what we ought to do, but what we must actually do. In this sphere, we are concerned with actual rights and freedoms which command actual immediate respect from all persons, and which are thus not just a matter for moral conscience to decide upon, but which can be enforced by law. From the point of view of immediate right, rather than that of morality, if people are enslaved with no expectation that they should be free and without claiming their rights as free persons, then, strictly speaking, no actual violation of their rights occurs and no actual injustice is done to them, because no actual free will exists to be violated. 20. Here we see the crux of Hegel's theory of slavery. Slavery is always wrong from a moral point of view, but it only becomes an actual injustice when the slave claims his right to be free. If slavery is accepted by a people or an individual, then the slaves are, from a moral point of view, as much to blame as the slave owners, because they have a moral duty not to let themselves be enslaved just as much as the slave owners have a moral duty not to take slaves. After all, Hegel says, a people need not let itself be downtrodden, but could fight against enslavement, even if they might die in the attempt. 21. This does not mean, however, that Hegel is sanctioning the enslavement of people who are apparently unconcerned about their freedom. Slavery, after all, is always morally wrong. What he is pointing out is that if we are to establish a sphere of actual, recognized personal right, and not just a realm of good intentions, it is essential that people be educated into self-respect and into an understanding of their freedom. In other words, it is essential that people be taught to think of themselves as free persons and to claim their rights. Viewed in this light, Hegel's point is an important and profound one. A sphere of actual freedom and right requires more than just goodwill towards others to be secured. It needs to be rooted in people's consciousness that they are free and in their own claim to rights and property. A rational state, for Hegel, is thus one which fosters the sense of freedom in its citizens and which so ensures that the rights which it enshrines in law are also laid claim to by the people themselves. The only real guarantee against slavery, therefore, is the education of people into the consciousness of their freedom so that they will not let themselves be enslaved. The problem with being moral. We have seen that, for Hegel, the sphere of abstract, immediate right is quite independent of the sphere of morality. Rights, such as the right to personal inviolability, or the right to property, are not accorded to us merely because others think that we ought to enjoy them, but because we ourselves lay claim to them as free beings. Furthermore, precisely because we acquire such rights simply by laying claim to them, we do not merit such rights through moral virtue or forfeit them through lack of moral virtue. However, it becomes clear at the end of Hegel's discussion of abstract right that morality is nevertheless crucial to the realization of freedom. Moral concern for another's freedom is not enough to liberate the other, if the other does not claim freedom for himself. In this sense, moral consciousness is insufficient to establish the sphere of immediate right, and indeed need play no role in establishing it at all. But it appears that moral consciousness is required to ensure that the rights which I claim for myself I also respect in others. This is because there is nothing in the self-consciousness of a person to guarantee that he will actually respect the rights of others. Anyone can lay claim to the rights of personhood, whether or not he or she is a virtuous individual and whether or not he or she feels a responsibility to respect another's rights. The fact that one recognizes that freedom and rights must be respected does not mean that one will actually respect them in others. One might, of course, respect other people's rights without question, but one might respect them only as long as such respect serves one's own interests, or one might only make a show of respecting those rights and so commit fraud, or one might actually violate those rights even though one knows that one must respect them. Precisely because any person can legitimately lay claim to immediate rights, regardless of his or her willingness to respect the rights of others, it will always be a matter of contingency whether a particular person does actually respect the rights of others or not. And this is not merely a contingent contingency, but a necessary contingency, which stems from the very concept of what it means to be a person. 22. Once more, then, Hegel's analysis shows that a particular conception of freedom is problematic in its own terms. Freedom of choice was shown to be contradictory, because it was shown to be dependent on certain given options. Now the immediate freedom of the person has been shown to be inadequate, because of the perpetual possibility that the person who recognizes that rights must be respected may also fail to respect them and so violate the rights of others. What follows from this inadequacy, Hegel argues, is that abstract right must always be thought together with the possibility of its violation. This means that, even though right must command immediate respect, it is always possible that it will need to be enforced against violators and have its authority restored through the punishment of criminals. 23. The free will which acknowledges freedom to be something it must will and respect, but which nevertheless recognizes that it has the capacity to violate the rights of others, and which thus understands that it needs to be constantly on its guard against its own possible violations of right, is what Hegel calls a moral will. Such a will does not just think of freedom as an immediate right which commands immediate respect, rather, it realizes that respect for freedom is something which it must be held to, and indeed, since it is a free will, something which it must hold itself to. The moral will thus recognizes that it must make itself respect freedom, that it must take responsibility for promoting freedom. Furthermore, since the moral will does not just construe freedom as something which people enjoy immediately, that is, simply by laying claim to freedom, it can no longer think of itself as being free simply by virtue of its immediate claim to freedom. Either. Such a will acknowledges the immediate rights of personhood, but is led by its recognition of the precarious character of those rights to locate its real freedom in its ability to hold itself to what it deems valuable, to assume responsibility for what it does, and so to be self-determining. It understands, therefore, that true freedom resides not just in asserting one's freedom, though that is an important part of freedom, but more properly in active self-determination. Consequently, it claims such self-determination as its right. The moral will thus recognizes both that it must determine itself if it is to be free and to respect freedom, and that it has the inviolable right so to determine itself, since its freedom lies in that very self-determination. Hegel's analysis of the concept of freedom has shown that there is a further sphere of right beyond that of abstract, immediate right, namely the sphere of moral right. As a moral subject, I lay claim not just to the right to consider my personhood inviolable, or to the right to own property, but rather to the right to determine myself, that is, to the right of the will only to acknowledge something in so far as it is its own Daseinige, and as the will is present to itself therein as something subjective. 24. Free self-determination, for Hegel, initially takes the form of action, Handlung. My initial right as a moral subject is thus my right to determine myself freely, and, in Hegel's view, this means consciously and deliberately, through my actions. In laying claim to such a right, Hegel explains, the moral subject claims the right to have actions, which he himself willed and initiated, regarded as his own. In other words, he claims the right to be credited with having carried out those actions and to be regarded as responsible for them. At the same time, however, the moral subject claims the right, as a free being, to be considered responsible for his actions only to the extent that he himself has freely and knowingly willed and determined what he has done. As Hegel puts it, the will's right is to recognize as its action, and to accept responsibility for, only those presuppositions of the deed of which it was conscious in its aim and those aspects of the deed which were contained in its purpose. The deed can be imputed to me only if my will is responsible for it, this is the right to know. 25. Oedipus may well have heroically accepted responsibility for having killed his father and married his mother, even though he did not do these things knowingly, but the genuinely moral will, in Hegel's view, always disclaims responsibility for deeds done in ignorance. 26. Indeed, the moral will not only disclaims responsibility for deeds committed in ignorance, it only accepts responsibility for the particular acts it has in mind when acting, that is, for what it specifically intends to do. A moral individual who knowingly kills another individual may thus accept responsibility for the death, but, if he intends to carry out an act of euthanasia by that killing, he will not consider himself guilty of murder. By insisting on my right, as a free individual, to determine what I specifically intend by a given action, I am claiming the right to acknowledge as my actions only those deeds that have issued directly from my particular intentions. The will that lays claim to the right to determine itself through its actions thus lays claim to the right to see its actions as expressing its own particular intentions and will. Such a will, Hegel says, insists on the right of subjective freedom, the right to find my own particularity realized and confirmed in what I do, that is, the right of the subject to find satisfaction Befriedigung in action in Hegel's view, therefore, the freedom of the moral subject does not require us to forego personal satisfaction in the name of duty, to do with abhorrence what duty enjoins. Rather, such freedom entails knowing that one's particular interests and intentions are being given free expression through one's actions, and that one is thereby gaining satisfaction through what one does. 27. The right of free individuals to feel that they are catering for their own personal satisfaction or welfare through what they do is an essential right, according to Hegel, and follows directly from the free individual's right to self-determination. Furthermore, Hegel considers this to be a right that is perfectly compatible with disinterested or altruistic action. There is no reason why one should not find personal satisfaction in being genuinely concerned for others, just as there is no reason why one should not find personal fulfillment in universal truth, or indeed, as in Christian faith, in letting go of one's own particularity and opening oneself to the mind of Christ. It is only philosophers such as Nietzsche, who think that selflessness means having, or at least claiming to have, no regard at all for oneself, that see an interest in personal satisfaction as being incompatible with altruism. It also follows that any state that fails to enable its citizens to find satisfaction in the spheres of economic, social, judicial, and political activity violates their freedom. This is why Hegel insists on the demand that those who pass judgment have my trust, and that their insight and will appear to be my own. 28. And, as we shall see later, why he considers poverty and alienation to be unjust. However, Hegel does not think that the right to personal satisfaction gives me the right to do absolutely anything I please. The right to personal satisfaction is something universal, something to which every free, self-determining individual can lay claim. As a moral individual, I may not, therefore, claim the right to promote my own welfare at the expense of the right of others to promote theirs. Nor indeed, except where my very livelihood is threatened, can I claim the right to further my own welfare at the expense of others' rights to security of their property. 29. As a moral individual, I can further my welfare only to the extent that I recognize it as the right of any and every free agent to do the same, that is, to the extent that I recognize the sanctity of rights. The moral will is thus conscious of its freedom to act, it acknowledges its responsibility for its actions, and it claims that all free individuals have the right to personal satisfaction. But it may not yet seem to be fully moral, since we have not yet made any reference to the will's commitment to will what is good. However, once we think of the moral will as a will which pursues its welfare only to the extent that it recognizes its own, and others, right to do so, we think of the will as moral in the full sense, because the unity of right and welfare, for Hegel, is nothing other than the good. In willing the good, therefore, we will personal welfare, and freedom, as something which it is right and proper to will and thus as the right and proper end of all action. For the truly moral will, neither right nor welfare is of absolute value by itself. Welfare without right is not a good. Similarly, right without welfare is not the good. 7. Only the unity of right and welfare can be considered the good and thus the supreme goal of all action. Consequently, the good has absolute right in contrast with the abstract right of property, and the particular aims of welfare and right and welfare only have validity in the eyes of the truly moral will insofar as they accord with the good and are subordinated to it. 30. Thus, though it may be the concern of the person or the just will to insist that property be distributed solely on the basis of legal entitlement, that cannot be the overriding concern of the moral will, because legal entitlement can easily be used as a way of depriving others of the means of securing their welfare and so cannot be considered unambiguously good in itself. For the moral will, Hegel tells us, the good and the good alone is the essential. 31. The good is thus something which the moral will, as a moral will, is bound or obliged to will, for no other reason than that it is the good, the supreme goal of all free action. Conceived in this way, the good is understood to be our unconditional, objective duty. We must remember, however, that the moral will is not constrained by any outside force to will what is good, but is a will that knows itself to be freely self-determining. The ultimate right which the moral will may claim for itself is thus the right to determine for itself what its duty is. This, Hegel says, is the right of insight into the good. 32. Like Kant, therefore, Hegel understands the free, moral will to be one which is able to determine for itself, or, in Kant's terminology, to legislate for itself, what its duty is. The question which now arises is whether any specific good actions or duties follow from the moral will's commitment to will and do only what is good. What is my duty? Exactly. We as philosophers know that my duty is, a, to uphold right, and, b, to strive after welfare, one's own welfare, and welfare in universal terms, the welfare of others. Because we have seen these goals emerge from the concept of the self-determining will. 33. The moral will itself, however, has now come to realize that it can recognize and is bound to will only what duty itself requires. This means that, if the moral will is going to acknowledge that it is bound to promote rights and welfare, it must understand them to be required by duty itself. The dutiful moral will cannot proceed from the assumption that right and welfare are to be valued and promoted. Rather, it must begin with the concept of duty alone, determine what duty specifically requires of it and so determine whether duty requires respect for rights and welfare. But the problem, as Hegel sees it, is that the moral will's insistence that it should will only what duty prescribes actually deprives it of any definite goals, and leaves it willing merely the empty form of duty for duty's sake. Because, on closer inspection, the specific duty of upholding right and welfare turns out not to be contained in the definition of pure duty after all. In Hegel's view, the essentially empty formalism of willing duty for duty's sake is made clear by Kant's moral philosophy. In the groundwork for the metaphysics of morals, Kant claimed that an individual who acts only for the sake of duty must conceive of the principle or maxim determining his actions as a duty or a universal law binding on all rational agents. The supreme or categorical imperative which follows directly from willing our duty is, in other words, simply this: I should never act except in such a way that I can also will that my maxim should become a universal law for the moral will. Therefore, mere conformity to law as such serves as principle. 34. In Kant's view, if we hold to this principle, we will have a clear criterion for determining which of our actions are moral ones and which actions we are duty-bound to avoid. It will become evident, for example, that an individual who wills what is good may not make promises with the intention of not keeping them or borrow money without intending to pay it back, for the universality of a law which says that anyone believing himself to be in difficulty could promise whatever he pleases with the intention of not keeping it would make promising itself and the end to be attained thereby quite impossible, inasmuch as no one would believe what was promised him but would merely laugh at all such utterances as being vain pretenses. 35. It cannot be moral to set out to make promises without intending to keep them, therefore, since such a principle could never be made into a universal law or duty without destroying the faith and trust which make promises possible in the first place, and so being utterly self-defeating. The problem with Kant's principle of universalizability, however, is that, while it may show that the act of making false promises is incapable of being made into a universal law without being self-defeating, and so is immoral, it does not show why the act of making false promises with the specific intention of destroying the possibility of promising should be immoral, since I can perfectly well will that all promising be universally self-defeating and self-destructive. The same applies to theft and murder. It may be contradictory to make it a universal law that we should kill others to preserve our life or steal from others to gain property, since universal murder or theft would destroy life and property themselves. However, as Hegel points out, it is only a contradiction to commit theft and murder, if it is already established on other grounds that property and human life are to exist and be respected. If, on the other hand, I am prepared to countenance the wholesale destruction of property or the total destruction of the human race, including myself, there is nothing particularly self-defeating about recommending theft or murder to everybody, since the absence of property contains in itself just as little contradiction as the non-existence of this or that nation, family, etc., or the death of the whole human race. There would thus seem to be no reason why, from a Kantian perspective, theft and murder should always be considered immoral. 36. As Hegel understands it, therefore, it is not at all clear that an unambiguous duty to keep promises, or to refrain from theft and murder, can be derived from willing duty for duty's sake. It could be objected, of course, that Kant's principle of universalizability is not intended to generate duties by itself, but only to provide a test to determine whether given actions or principles of action are universalizable or not. In Hegel's view, however, this still does not let Kant off the hook. Hegel realizes that material may be brought in from outside and particular duties may be arrived at accordingly. 37. His point is simply that many more actions than Kant realizes pass the test, including abstaining from theft and murder and indulging in theft and murder. But one might make the further point in defense of Kant that his second main formulation of the categorical imperative, act in such a way that you treat humanity, whether in your own person or in the person of another, always at the same time as an end, and never simply as a means, does rule out murder and theft, even if the first formulation does not, since it commands unconditional respect for persons. 38. However, Hegel could reply that Kant cannot legitimately draw on the principle of respect for persons to determine that we have a duty not to commit theft or murder, since he has first to show that we have a duty to respect persons and their life and property. Yet, as we have seen, the principle of universalizability, which, as Hegel understands it, is meant to provide a criterion for determining what our duties are, fails to do this. Furthermore, Hegel could point out that, since respect is due to persons as a matter of immediate right, not moral duty, it is not by itself an absolutely unconditional good, but can only be considered a good when it is pursued in conjunction with welfare, so another's right to property or to be told the truth, and perhaps to life, may in fact be violated when one's own life or livelihood is threatened. 39. Hegel claims therefore, in contrast to Kant, that the will's commitment to will only what duty requires of it does not by itself rule out such acts as murder or theft as morally wrong. Though from the perspective of abstract right theft and murder are certainly crimes, from the perspective of the good will they may or may not be justifiable. By itself, the concept of duty seems to provide no objective criterion which would decide this issue, since the act of committing murder and the act of refraining from committing murder are both conceivably universalizable actions and so compatible with doing one's duty for duty's sake. The moral individual who looks to duty as a guide to action thus has no objective way of determining whether he should refrain from murder or commit murder in any given situation, since either act seems to be morally permissible, depending on how it is understood. Consequently, Hegel claims, there is nothing that can tell the self-determining, moral individual what to do in a given situation except his or her own conscience. Conscience, moreover, can only distinguish between a moral and an immoral act by determining whether or not the act is committed out of a concern to do one's duty, out of a good will, that is, whether or not the act is intended to be good. The only way for the moral agent ultimately to determine what he should do, therefore, is for him to examine his conscience and to establish what he understands and intends by his actions. Hegel acknowledges that it is actually the moral individual's right to refer all moral decisions to his conscience, because a moral individual's fundamental freedom and right is to hold himself to what he understands to be right, proper and good. Conscience, for Hegel, is thus the expression of the absolute title of subjective self-consciousness to know in itself and from within itself what is right and obligatory, to give recognition only to what it thus knows as good, and at the same time to maintain that whatever in this way it knows and wills is in truth right and obligatory. 40. Conscience as this unity of subjective knowing with what is absolute, Hegel continues, is a sanctuary which it would be a sacrilege to violate. And he notes that, provided that one's intentions are good, one may well come to the conclusion that one can kill and steal with a good conscience. Though one may recognize that it is wrong to take the property of others, one might nevertheless, like Saint Crispin, feel morally obliged to steal leather to make shoes for the poor. Similarly, though one may recognize that one should not to take another's life, one might nevertheless feel morally obliged to kill someone in order to save his honor or his soul, relieve his suffering, or perhaps prevent worse suffering to another innocent party. One in such cases, therefore, conscience and moral duty may not seem to prohibit theft or murder at all, but actually to require them. What ultimately makes me a moral individual, for Hegel, is the knowledge that I cannot go wrong as long as I will what my conscience tells me is good, together with the corresponding realization that my conscience, as the source of my understanding of what is good, is inviolable and sacred. After all, who could blame a person who is making an earnest effort to abide by the dictates of his conscience and do only what he understands to be good? In Hegel's view, however, there is a problem with such a conception of moral goodness, namely that the moral individual's claim to the inviolability of his conscience threatens to blur the essential distinction between good and evil on which the possibility of a truly good will rests. A good will, for Hegel, is one which puts what it understands to be objectively good above its own subjective preferences and potentially wayward inclinations, and which wills only what it understands to be good. The will that elevates its own interests above those of duty, on the other hand, is considered, from this perspective, to be bad or evil. However, since the only principle available to the good will, namely the principle of universalizability, is unable to determine whether one should commit murder or refrain from committing murder in a given situation, the good conscience, in pursuing the good, can only appeal to itself and its own intentions for a decision. And, so, because it recognizes no right, duty, or good except what it itself has determined, and because it has no principle for determining what the good is except itself, conscience, as formal subjectivity, is actually on the point of slipping into evil/2. In the sphere of abstract right, because rights are not accorded to people on the basis of their moral goodness or willingness to respect the rights of others, there is always the possibility that those who claim rights for themselves might knowingly violate the rights of others. In the sphere of morality, however, the problem is different. Here the problem is not just that the moral individual might do something morally wrong, but rather that the moral will, which recognizes that it might violate the rights of others and so holds itself to what it conceives to be good, itself becomes evil precisely by adhering exclusively to the dictates of its own conscience and only willing what it itself determines to be good. The evil Hegel finds at the heart of the good will is thus not simply the criminal violation of rights, but the evil which lies in believing oneself to be doing what is truly good, while allowing no one but oneself to determine what the good actually is. This is the evil which lies in being convinced that one is doing good because one's sacred, inviolable conscience tells one so, the evil which lies in self-righteousness, in remaining true to oneself and one's moral convictions at all costs, the SPNL, as Ludwig Seep puts it, that lies in the veneration for the decisions of conscience as being beyond criticism/3. For Hegel, in contrast to Kant, the profoundest danger facing the moral individual is not so much that he might be led astray by his selfish inclinations, but that his very commitment to will the good itself turns into evil at the moment he insists upon the sanctity of his own conscience. This danger cannot be averted by resolving to commit oneself more thoroughly to the good. It can only be averted by giving up the conviction that one's own conscience is the sole or primary source of moral guidance, by letting go of one's exclusive right to determine what the good is, that is, by becoming an ethical Sittlich, will which recognizes that the good must be something genuinely objective and publicly understood. Freedom at home in the world. The difference between the ethical and the moral will is a simple one, whereas the moral will understands the good to be something which it can recognize or determine by itself, the ethical will acknowledges the good to be something actual which it encounters in the world about it. The ethical will thus recovers an understanding which was present at the level of abstract right, and which the moral will believed it shared, but actually obscured, namely that freedom and right, the good, has a determinate character of its own which is objective and necessary and which clearly transcends all subjective opinion and caprice. 44. But, as we have seen, Hegel's analysis has demonstrated that freedom cannot simply be something immediate, objective, and necessary, cannot simply be abstract right, but must also take on the form of freely self-determining subjectivity. If the ethical will is to encounter in the world about it genuinely objective freedom and genuinely objective good, therefore, it cannot find what it is looking for in immediate natural rights or in the sun, moon, mountains, rivers, and the natural objects of all kinds by which we are surrounded, but must find it in the objective world generated by free self-determining subjectivity, that is, the world of human laws and institutions. 45. Ethical life. Sittlichkeit, for Hegel, is thus the sphere of human subjectivity conceived as the realm of objective freedom and right. Unlike moral consciousness, ethical consciousness does not have to search its conscience to determine what its duties are, because it recognizes, as Charles Taylor explains, that the common life which is the basis of my civilized obligation is already there in existence. Thus, in an ethical community, it is very easy to say what an individual must do, what the duties are which he must fulfill in order to be virtuous. He has simply to follow the well-known and explicit rules of his own situation. He has simply to do what is required of him by law or custom. 46. Many commentators have interpreted this conception of ethical life as a simple recipe for unfreedom and inauthenticity, as a recipe for the slavish submission of oneself to the dictates of the state or society, to what one does. However, even a relatively cursory reading of Hegel's philosophy of right reveals that this interpretation cannot be correct. Sittlichkeit involves no servitude or loss of freedom, because the laws and customs which set out the duties of ethical consciousness do not constitute an alien authority to which consciousness must submit itself. Rather, they are recognized by the ethical individual to be institutional structures and practices in which and through which his or her own interests as a free being are actually articulated and fulfilled. The ethical individual may not have determined those laws and customs by himself or have personally decided what they should be, but his spirit bears witness to them as to its own essence, the essence in which he has a feeling of his selfhood, and in which he lives as in his own element which is not distinguished from himself. 47. In other words, the ethical individual finds freedom in the laws and customs of the society in which he lives because he recognizes that they accord with his innermost will and make it possible for him to be who he is. Hegel is not naively recommending unquestioning obedience to each and every law one encounters, however unjust it may be. He is pointing out that there is a form of freedom which the just will, which insists on asserting its own rights, often against others, and the moral will, which concentrates solely on what ought to be the case, can never share, namely the freedom of being at home in the world and recognizing that what ought to be is already realized in the laws and customs of one's community and in one's own habits and practices in so far as they accord with those laws and customs. The moral will always confronts the world with what it knows to be right and good, with what it knows ought to be, but invariably is not the case. It finds itself permanently dissatisfied with a world which it knows could be better. And in the terms which the moral will sets, it is probably right, the world could always be better. However, for all its moral integrity and rectitude, the moral will always has to forego the deeper freedom of being at home in the imperfect world of real human beings, and of knowing that good behavior has become second nature to it, has become habitual, not through its own efforts, but simply because it has been educated into the practices and customs of society. Furthermore, the moral will which insists on doing what its conscience dictates, and on preserving its moral integrity, will never understand the freedom to be found in civility, that is, in doing as one's neighbors do in trivial matters such as fashion, or, where matters are more serious, in participating in a public discussion with a willingness to let one's deepest convictions be debated and perhaps be shown to be wrong, and a willingness even to defer to established customs and norms if one's own powers of persuasion fail to sway others. The moral will also find it hard to understand that one can be morally in the right about a particular issue yet, at the same time, ethically in the wrong because of one's refusal to heed any voice other than that of one's own conscience. Yet doubts will surely linger in the minds of some that Hegel's ethical individual is ever in danger of being asked by his community to do the unconscionable. 45. Might not Hegelian Sittlichkeit or civility all too easily sanction passive acquiescence in abhorrent political practices such as those of the Third Reich? After all, does not Hegel himself admit that it is possible to find oneself at home in a despotic society such as ancient China, in which people have no expectation that they should be accorded individual rights? What this suspicion overlooks, however, is that true Sittlichkeit, if it is to be the genuine objectification of freedom, must incorporate the other forms of freedom which have been developed so far, namely freedom of choice, abstract right, and freedom of moral consciousness. For this reason, Hegel says, the right of individuals to their particularity das Recht der Individuen in ihrer Besonderheit is also contained in the ethical substantial order. 49. Ethical freedom is partly a matter of having a disposition towards civility, of being able to let go of one's insistence that one's conscience is the ultimate moral authority in one's life, of being open to the value of laws, customs, and institutions, and of knowing how to trust them and find freedom in them. However, if ethical civility is to constitute a form of genuine freedom and not just open the door to tyranny, the laws and institutions in which trust is placed must merit this trust by guaranteeing the rights of personal inviolability, property, and moral responsibility. A truly ethical state cannot be tyrannical, in Hegel's view, because individuals have duties to the state in proportion as they have rights against it, emphasis added. Slaves, therefore, have no duties, because they have no rights. 50. Moreover, the ethical state must not only guarantee the rights of its citizens, it must ensure that their welfare is catered as well. The state is actual only when its members have a feeling of their own selfhood, and it is stable only when public and private ends are identical. It has often been said that the end of the state is the happiness of its citizens. That is perfectly true. If all is not well with them, if their subjective aims are not satisfied, if they do not find that the state as such is the means to their satisfaction, then the footing of the state itself is insecure. 51. The ethical individual does not slavishly obey the laws, but insists both that the community guarantee his individual rights and that the community provide opportunities for him to satisfy his basic needs. All individuals in an ethical state also have the right to participate in public debates, in the press or, if elected, in the representative assemblies, about matters of public welfare and concern. Thus, provided that they do not put their own understanding beyond criticism, and that they are open to the good which is actually present in the society about them, all individuals retain the moral right to share in determining what the good is. In purely private matters, of course, they have the right to follow their consciences as much as they wish. However, the individual cannot claim the right as a truly free, ethical individual to determine through his conscience alone what is to count as good in the society as a whole or what his public duties are, but must allow this to be determined either by public debate, by the legally constituted or publicly recognized institutions within the society, or by custom. The moral individual becomes an ethical individual, therefore, when he recognizes that his own voice need not always utter the last word on a given matter, but rather that he should be understood as participating in and giving life to ongoing social and political practices which no private individual or particular group of private individuals has the exclusive right to determine. Hegel never claims that every existing state is in fact a truly ethical community in the sense he has outlined here, although every state must be held together by some ethical bonds simply to constitute a single body politic. 52 In existing states, therefore, there may well be many grounds for criticism of existing laws and institutions and for action to protect people's rights. The lesson to be drawn from Hegel's analysis, however, is that true reform of a society entails above all the engendering of a deeper sense of civility, and that consequently, if people lay claim to their own rights or level moral criticisms at one another or at institutions in such a way as to destroy the bonds of civility, to destroy the possibility of trust between people and between individuals and the state, the essential core of human freedom will be lost. Civil society and poverty. Ethical life constitutes the third main sphere of freedom which Hegel analyses in the philosophy of right after immediate, abstract right and morality. The first form of ethical life that he discusses is immediate ethical life, which is based on natural affection, the family. The basis of the family, Hegel explains, is marriage, the act whereby two individuals come together, give up their claim to independence and autonomy from one another and form a union of love in which each individual finds his or her freedom and his or her identity as an individual. Instead of locating their freedom simply in their personal right to own property, or in their moral right to autonomous self-determination, therefore, the partners in a marriage find a new sense of selfhood and freedom in their union itself, in their mutual recognition of, and love for, one another. The union involved in a marriage is ethical because it creates a new sphere of freedom for the two individuals involved, which, once it has been constituted, is understood to be objective and thus no longer simply dependent upon the subjective wills of the two partners. Marriage is thus not a contractual agreement between two people who could simply opt out of the relationship, nor does it rest ultimately upon the moral commitment of each partner to the other. Rather, marriage constitutes an independent, objective sphere of ethical right, which not only cannot be violated by others, but cannot simply be dissolved by the mutual consent of the two partners either. This does not mean that divorce is utterly impermissible, but that, as an ethical bond, marriage requires the recognition of society as a whole to be instituted or dissolved, and that it cannot simply be entered into or dissolved at will. Since marriage is the first form of ethical freedom, it is the first form of the genuinely objective good. For this reason, Hegel explains, it is our objectively appointed end and so our ethical duty to enter the married state. 53 One should note, however, that Hegel considers marriage to be a duty not because it is required by the categorical imperative, but because it has been derived immanently from the consideration of what it means to be free. The duty to uphold the institution of marriage and to enter into marriage ourselves is thus considered by Hegel to be a necessary duty for any free being, and to demonstrate that, unlike Kant's moral theory, a speculative analysis of freedom can generate an immanent and logical doctrine of duties. 54. Despite its importance in the development of the idea of freedom, marriage is not the culmination of freedom for Hegel. The unity of the partners in a marriage is represented by their children, but children grow up into adults who are conscious of their rights and moral responsibilities as free, self-determining agents. These adults will, in turn, find freedom in an objective union of love with another human being, and will thus give rise to further generations of families. However, as we have seen, if ethical life is to be a form of genuine freedom, it must make space for individuals to assert their right to property and to exercise their right to autonomy and self-determination, and not simply require them to forego those rights by entering into a union of love with another. The second form of ethical life that Hegel discusses, therefore, is civil society, the sphere that is produced by the exercise of our immediate and our moral rights. Consequently, the second ethical duty which philosophy shows to be immanent in the very idea of freedom is that we should be participating members of the civil society. Civil society is the sphere of activity generated by free individuals who both assert their rights to own and exchange property and insist on their right to cater for their own welfare by satisfying their own needs and interests through their own activity and labor. In other words, it is the sphere of economic activity, in which individuals produce goods to meet their needs and to exchange for other goods that they themselves cannot produce. It should be noted that Hegel is concerned with economic activity not in so far as it is based on need alone, but in so far as it is based on our freedom and right as individuals to satisfy our needs through the free production and exchange of goods. What will emerge in Hegel's analysis, therefore, will not be an account of exchange relations which are restricted to certain naturally privileged individuals or groups, but, as Salah bin Habib has pointed out, an account of exchange relations which presuppose the norms of personality, property, and contract. 55 What will emerge, in other words, will be an account of modem exchange relations based on what Hegel calls bourgeois freedom. 56. Bourgeois freedom combines freedom of choice, freedom of personhood and freedom of self-determination into one basic freedom, the freedom to pursue one's own particular interests and to satisfy one's own particular needs by means of whatever objects one chooses to own and consume and through a form of activity and labor, which one determines for oneself. Individuals in their capacity as bourgeois burgher are private persons whose end is their own interest, Hegel says. 57. This freedom to pursue one's own interest, to be self-interested, is not to be frowned upon as immoral, but is absolutely fundamental and commands our respect as much as any other form of freedom discussed so far. Indeed, it is the fact that modern Western societies do respect this freedom, and have consequently developed thriving forms of civil society, which leads Hegel to consider them to be much more advanced than more rigidly hierarchical cultures such as ancient China or the society envisaged by Plato in the Republic. Hegel points out, however, that the very process whereby individuals in civil society free themselves from the limits imposed upon them by nature also leads to and intensifies their economic interdependence. An animal's needs and its means of satisfying them are both restricted in scope, being determined by the nature of the particular animal concerned and by what it finds in its environment to satisfy its needs. Human beings, on the other hand, since they are able to entertain wishes and desires which arise from their own thought and imagination rather than instinct, and also reflect on different ways of satisfying their wants and needs, are able to develop new, more specialized wants and needs of their own. Instead of simply having a natural need for food, therefore, they may want a particular kind of food prepared in a particular way. For example, in this way, Hegel explains, the needs and wants of human beings become more and more specialized and refined. As a consequence, the means required to meet those needs also become more specialized, and, with increasing specialization, the individual's capacity for producing all he needs himself diminishes and his dependence on others increases. The bourgeois individual's need, and freedom, to engage in the production and exchange of goods required to meet his needs and wants entangles him in a system of economic interdependence wherein the livelihood, happiness, and legal status of one man is interwoven with the livelihood, happiness, and rights of all, and which he is thus not able to control by himself. 58. Consequently, through his efforts to satisfy his own interests, the bourgeois individual is brought to recognize that the economic system itself is the condition of his own freedom and satisfaction, and that he must further the interests of the others who participate in that system if he wishes to find fulfillment himself. In this way, he is forced by the logic inherent in human action, by the cunning of reason, to become ethical or civilized and to find his own freedom in his association with others. The distinguishing feature of bourgeois ethical life, however, is that the association and cooperation of producers and consumers is as yet only conceived as a means to furthering the aims of the individual. As Hegel points out, the economic and social interaction between people, which the process of developing specialized needs brings about, itself generates new wants and needs, because new needs can be suggested by producers eager to market their goods, and because consumers can develop desires for what other people have. 59. Social needs also arise due to the increasing complexity of social interaction. A watch, for example, may be considered by some to be a luxury, but the more complex our daily life becomes, the less able we are to do without one. Had he lived in the later 20th or 21st centuries, Hegel would no doubt have made the same point about personal computers. Since human beings are thoughtful, imaginative, social beings, who can always develop new needs and new ways of satisfying them, it is evident that there is no limit to what people might want or need in the future. Consequently, there is no limit to the productive power which individuals or civil society as a whole might try to develop, or to the wealth which we might wish to acquire, wealth being simply the capacity to satisfy needs. 60. In so far as civil society is founded on the pursuit of individual freedom, therefore, the dominant interest in such a society is necessarily the interest in increasing or maximizing personal and social wealth, that is, in extending our freedom of choice and securing the means to satisfy more and more of our needs and make our lives ever more comfortable. 61. As we have seen, individuals can only secure their concrete freedom by participating in the economic system of production, exchange, and consumption. However, Hegel points out that mere participation in that system will not by itself guarantee that an individual's needs are actually met. The economic system only holds out to individuals in society the possibility of, or opportunity for, freedom and satisfaction. Whether individuals do in fact find satisfaction within the system depends upon a variety of factors, including whether they have useful skills and whether others allow them to satisfy their needs. Yet my freedom and welfare is something I insist upon as a right, so it cannot simply remain a possibility that may be denied me. On the other hand, since all members of civil society also insist on the right to satisfy their needs through their own labor, they cannot claim the privilege of simply being maintained at society's expense. What producers and consumers do have the right to demand from society, however, is that the opportunity to find satisfaction in the economic system through their own labor be kept open to them, that the possibility of sharing in the general wealth is open to individuals and is assured to them. 62. The freedom of economic enterprise which underlies civil society is thus not absolute, since the public has the right to demand that the economic system be maintained as a place where freedom, right, and welfare remain available to all those who wish to work to achieve it. That means that individuals do not have the right to violate the rights or destroy the welfare of others in the pursuit of their own interests. Economic competition may of course itself ensure that unscrupulous traders do not prosper at the expense of others, but, Hegel argues, whether or not I have the opportunity to find satisfaction in the economy should not be left to mere chance by being made to depend on the interests or consciences of other individuals. Rather, it should be secured as an objective right by a legitimate public authority. This authority should have the right to intervene in the economy and regulate the freedom of trade and competition by ensuring that I have regard for the rights and welfare of others in whatever I do. The responsibilities which fall to the public authority, in Hegel's view, include a wide variety of consumer protection measures, such as ensuring that basic necessities are always available and that goods do not pose a health hazard, as well as defending the public's right not to be defrauded by making sure that goods are sold at fair prices and that weights and measures are properly marked. It must also make sure that roads are safe and properly lit and that the bridges and ports which are required for the transport of goods are open to all. Hegel recognizes that private interest frequently objects to such restrictive measures and invokes freedom of trade and commerce against control from above, but he also recognizes that the more blindly private interest sinks into self-seeking aims, the more it requires such control to bring it back to the universal. The individual must have a right to work for his bread as he pleases, but the public also has a right to insist that essential tasks shall be properly done. Both points of view must be satisfied, and freedom of trade should not be such as to jeopardize the general good das Allgemeine Best. 63. It should be noted that the role of the public authority is not to inhibit enterprise or to bring about enforced equality of income, but to ensure equality of opportunity, to ensure that public wealth is open to all. The role of the public authority is thus not to trample on personal freedom, but to secure it as an objective right for everybody. The goal of public intervention is indeed to increase the wealth of individuals in society by promoting the free and fair, but otherwise unregulated, production, exchange and consumption of goods. Hegel claims, however, that even a flourishing economy which is free and fair cannot guarantee that the needs of all who participate in it will be met. The reason for this, in his view, is that an economy which is geared to the maximization of production and wealth always has to face the problem of poverty. In a competitive economy, some individuals are always going to lack the skill, intelligence, or physical ability to compete with others and so are going to fall into destitution. As Raymond Plant notes. However, in Hegel's view, poverty in general is a structural phenomenon in society, the result of the operation of civil society when it is in a state of unimpeded activity, and not the result of some personal failing on the part of the poor. 64 Like Marx. Therefore, Hegel contends that poverty is necessarily generated by a wholly free enterprise economy. There are various reasons why this should be. Since civil society is founded on the freedom of the individual to satisfy his own particular interests through his own particular labor, and since a particular man's resources are conditioned, partly by his own unearned principle, his capital, partly by his skin, there will inevitably be disparities between individuals in a flourishing economy. 65 Not only will some people start their own enterprises and others become employees, but some entrepreneurs will obviously be more successful than others because they have a good workforce or because they are able to keep their costs down and so charge less for their products. The resulting pressure of competition between entrepreneurs, the increasing specialization and refinement of needs and the ever-present demand for greater productive efficiency within an expanding economy all lead, in Hegel's view, to the need for an increasing division of labor. Not only will different entrepreneurs often be forced to concentrate on producing different goods, but within the workplace or factory, tasks will need to be divided up between different workers. The reason for this, Hegel explains, following Adam Smith, is that by this division, the work of the individual becomes less complex, and consequently his skill at his section of the job increases, like his output. 66 As Hegel sees it, however, there is a dark side to the division of labor, namely that as people become more specialized in their skills, they become less able to switch from one job to another, more dependent on the demand of others for their products and consequently more vulnerable to the fluctuations in demand in a free market economy. If demand for one particular product should drop, therefore, a large number of people can lose their jobs and fall into hardship and poverty. Furthermore, since the division of labor and mechanization leads to mass production to satisfy needs in more universal demand, and thus enables factory owners to produce far more goods, and far more cheaply, than craftsmen who work to satisfy single needs in a comparatively concrete way and to supply single orders. 67 The inevitable tendency of unregulated competition will be that some producers will be able to monopolize a particular sector of the market and put their competitors out of business, so providing another cause of unemployment and poverty. Such a development, Hegel believes, can best be seen in 19th century England, where the large capitalists die gross and capitalists and oppress Unterdrücken the others. In this way, a branch of industry comes into the hands of the few. These have no authorized monopoly, but they have one through their large capital, and this is the worst of all monopolies. Thus it is, for example, with the breweries thus. Monopolies arise precisely through the freedom of trade. 66. In addition to this, the increasing simplification of labor required by the demand for greater productivity renders many jobs more and more mechanical until finally man is able to step aside and install machines in his place. 69 While machines can in this way liberate human beings from mind-numbing repetitive labor and so allow them to take up new, possibly more rewarding jobs, the most immediate effect of such mechanization is, of course, simply that it puts many people out of work. The last and perhaps most important reason why bourgeois freedom should lead to poverty, in Hegel's view, is that an economy which seeks greater and greater productive efficiency will eventually produce more in certain areas than it can consume. Such overproduction will require many workers to be laid off, since their specialized training will invariably prevent them from simply switching from one trade to another, and so will deprive them of the opportunity to earn their living through their own labor. If a trade is especially flourishing, many people turn to it. However, the need for Specific goods has its limits, and if a trade is overfilled, many people will not be able to see this, will enter into it and be ruined. 70. What should be noted here is that, according to Hegel's analysis, as indeed according to that provided by Marx some 30 years later, it is not the malfunctioning of civil society which causes poverty, but the smooth functioning of the free market itself. Poverty is generated by the very processes and conditions which lead to the production of wealth and which enable the economy to flourish. 71. In other words, it is immanent in the logic of bourgeois freedom that it generate poverty, just as it is immanent in the logic of moral freedom to be constantly in danger of slipping into evil. Clearly, conditions in different societies will affect how much poverty is actually generated in any given case. In certain states, such as 19th century England or 20th century America, poverty may be severe and permanent. 72. In others, it may be less severe and more transitory. What is clear, however, is that, if Hegel's analysis is right, some degree of structural unemployment, and the poverty and hardship which unemployment brings with it, are permanent dangers in an economy based on free, fair but otherwise unregulated production and competition, and on the resulting fluctuations in demand. Hegel recognizes, of course, that unemployment could just be considered to be the inevitable price we have to pay for allowing the market to readjust when great shifts in public taste have occurred. After all, he says, the plague also comes to an end again. A few hundred thousands have died of it. But in this way everything is restored to order again. However, his characterization of this attitude as one of complacency, Bequemlichkeit, indicates that such a judgment is not one he finds acceptable. 73. Hegel is one of the first major philosophers to recognize that the problem of poverty is central to modern economic life. Furthermore, he discusses not just the material hardship which poverty involves but the social and spiritual deprivation or alienation which accompanies it. The poor still have the needs common to civil society, Hegel explains, and yet since society has withdrawn from them the natural means of acquisition, and broken the bond of the family, their poverty leaves them more or less deprived of all the advantages of society, of the opportunity of acquiring skill or education of any kind, as well as of the administration of justice, the public health services, and often even of the consolations of religion. 74. When poverty is so severe or so long-lasting that it leads to a loss of a sense of right and wrong, of honesty and the self-respect which makes a man insist on maintaining himself by his own work and effort, the result is the creation of a rabble of paupers. Pobel. 75. The poor who have sunk to this level of deprivation and degradation come to feel excluded from and rejected by civil society, and develop a feeling of envy, resentment and indignation against, and consequent lack of respect for, society as a whole and the rich in particular, a resentment which frequently leads to crime. The profound sense of injustice which the alienated poor harbor invariably leads them to think that society owes them the living which they cannot secure for themselves, and so produces in them a self-righteous insistence that they have a right to freedom and welfare without having to work for it. Indeed, the insistence on one's rights with little or no regard for one's responsibilities is, for Hegel, a distinguishing feature of an alienated rabble mentality. Hegel points out, by the way, that the rich can also manifest a rabble mentality, insofar as they come to regard everything as able to be purchased, Kauflich für sich, and pursue profit and personal gain with a callous indifference to the dignity and welfare of others. 76. Hegel describes poverty as a cancer at the heart of civil society. Nowhere, he says, can one see the depth of the abyss into which human nature can sink more clearly than among the urban poor of England. 77. Furthermore, Hegel argues that poverty is a problem which civil society, and the public authority which oversees it and ensures that trading is free and fair, is unable to solve. The two main courses of action open to the public authority in its effort to alleviate poverty within the framework of a free market are, in Hegel's view, a. direct provision of goods to meet the needs of the poor and to secure their welfare, and b. provision of the opportunity to work. However, in an economy based on the right of individuals to maximize their wealth through their labor, both of these measures are bound to prove inadequate. If the poor are supported by a public welfare system or by charities, the needy would receive subsistence directly, not by means of their work, and this would violate the principle of civil society and the feeling of individual independence and self-respect in its individual members. On the other hand, though the public authority has a duty to provide opportunities for the unemployed to work for their living, the direct provision of jobs by the public authority would increase production, which was precisely the source of unemployment in the first place. The evil consists precisely in an excess of production and in the lack of a proportionate number of consumers who are themselves also producers. As a result, Hegel concludes, the main methods available to a public authority to enable it to restore to the poor what is due to them by right as members of civil society are more likely to intensify the problem of poverty and the rabble mentality than alleviate it. Hence, becomes apparent that despite an excess of wealth civil society is not rich enough, i.e., its own resources are insufficient, to check excessive poverty and the creation of a penurious rabble. 78. Or, to put it another way, a flourishing civil society is too rich and too productive to deal with the problem of poverty, since its own wealth and productivity are themselves the prime cause of poverty. The public authority does have the option of helping industry find markets for its products abroad and of founding colonies and promoting emigration. But these are not likely to be long-term solutions, since Hegel's analysis suggests that international trade tends either to stimulate foreign countries to develop their own economies and thus become competitors in the hunt for markets, or to undermine them by flooding them with cheap products, thus creating unemployment in those countries and spoiling them as markets. 79 It would seem, therefore, that modern economies have no way of dealing with poverty effectively, and that the only real alternative is to leave the poor to their fate and instruct them to beg in the streets. 80 Initially, the division of labor works to bring members of civil society together and so forces them to become interested in one another's welfare. However, the end result of the increasing division of labor is that civil society becomes divided against itself, and the gap between the rich and the poor keeps on growing. It would seem, then, that poverty is just something wealthy countries have to live with. This, at least, is the view taken of Hegel's account by Shlomo Aveinry. Aveinry commends Hegel for his trenchant analysis of the problem of poverty, but criticizes him for apparently failing to offer any real solution to it. 81 However, while Hegel admits that there will always be some impoverished people in modern societies, it is clear that he also believes the creation of a rabble must be prevented. 82 And, though he never claims that there is any simple and easy way to deal with poverty, he does offer one important suggestion. The main cause of poverty, according to him, is the drive to maximize production and wealth, a drive which is rooted in the bourgeois freedom to satisfy one's ever-changing and so potentially limitless needs through one's labor. This suggests that the way to guard against poverty is to introduce measures to regulate the amount of production, and to ensure that production opportunities are distributed fairly throughout the population and not left to depend on the contingencies of demand or productive efficiency. What is needed, then, is to ensure that production does not exceed consumption by too much, and that producers are not allowed to lower their prices so drastically that they come to monopolize certain sections of the market and so take away production opportunities from others. What such measures would ensure is that everyone is granted the security of a smoothly continuing profit, rather than the mere chance of acquiring greater wealth. 83. As we noted earlier, since civil society is a form of ethical freedom, it is meant to secure the good, i.e. freedom and welfare, as a right, as something objective and actual, and not leave it as a mere possibility which may be denied me. Civil society must, therefore, be granted the authority to take measures to prevent large numbers of people falling into destitution. Consequently, Hegel recognizes that a state may have to regulate prices either by direct decree, by increasing taxes on certain goods, or by controlling the supply of money in the economy and so dampening or stimulating demand. 84 It is also clear that a state could, if necessary, determine everyone's labor. 85 However, the more drastic and interventionist the measures taken by the state, the more the state would risk violating the legitimate freedom of individuals to determine which jobs they will engage in to satisfy their needs, instead of simply protecting producers and consumers by ensuring that free enterprise is also fair. Since there is no clear limit to the control which can be exercised by the public authority, the public authority can easily go too far and acquire a measure of odium et was gehassages. 86 This would then prevent individuals in civil society from enjoying genuine ethical freedom, because their basic desire to increase their personal wealth would remain unaffected, and they would simply feel forced by the state to limit their own productive activity for the benefit of others. They would thus not find their own will realized through the action of the public authority. Intervention by the state in the economy in order not just to ensure free and fair competition, but to regulate and control the distribution and the amount of production, may be unavoidable if poverty is extreme. However, if all members of civil society are to enjoy real, objective freedom, not only must their productive activity be regulated so that all can enjoy the opportunity to work, they must also recognize such regulation as issuing from their own will rather than from an authority which is seen to be external to them. Their own will must thus be transformed from one which looks primarily to increase personal wealth, into one which actively, consciously, and willingly seeks to promote the welfare of all. This transformation of the will into a genuinely ethical or social will is initially effected by the corporations. Corporations are voluntary associations of manufacturers, craftsmen, or traders who have come together with the explicit intention of furthering the rights and welfare of those who work in a particular sector of the economy, and of ensuring that the labor of one person in that sector does not destroy the labor of another. They are thus essentially the same as guilds and are not to be confused with the large modem companies that are often called corporations today. After the family, the corporations represent the second form of genuinely ethical life in which individuals find freedom in a willing union with others. In corporations, therefore, the so-called natural right of exercising one's skill and thereby earning what there is to be earned is restricted, only insofar as it is therein made rational, instead of natural. That is to say, it becomes freed from personal opinion and contingency, saved from endangering either the individual workman or others, recognized, guaranteed, and at the same time elevated to conscious effort for a common end. 87. The third duty which Hegel understands to be immanent in the very concept of ethical freedom is thus membership of a corporation. Since the corporations are embodiments of genuine ethical freedom, they must both rest on and promote an attitude of concern for the welfare of others on the part of its members. Within a true corporation, therefore, members will be freed from the desire to maximize personal wealth at the expense of their competitors and will be encouraged and inclined to work together with one another. Hegel clearly sees this esprit de corps as important in preventing the development of a rabble mentality among the rich and the corresponding emergence of a rabble that is destitute and impoverished. When complaints are made about the luxury of the business classes and their passion for extravagance, which have as their concomitant the creation of a rabble of paupers, we must not forget that besides its other causes, e.g., increasing mechanization of labor, this phenomenon has an ethical ground. Unless he is a member of an authorized corporation, an individual is without rank or dignity, his isolation reduces his business to mere self-seeking, and his livelihood and satisfaction become insecure. Consequently, he has to try to gain recognition for himself by giving external proofs of success in his business, and to these proofs no limit can be set within the corporation. However, the wealthy perform their duties to their fellow associates, and thus riches cease to inspire either pride or envy, pride in their owners, envy in others. In these conditions rectitude obtains its proper recognition and respect. 88. As an embodiment of genuine ethical freedom, however, corporations must not only engender an ethical habit of mind, they must also have the authority and right to exercise control over the trading practices and modes of production which fall within their purview. A corporation thus has the right, under the surveillance of the public authority, a. to look after its own interests within its own sphere, b. to co-opt members, qualified objectively by the requisite skill and rectitude, to a number fixed by the general structure of society, c. to protect its members against particular contingencies, d. to provide the education requisite to fit others to become members. 89. This means that a corporation can not only limit the number of people producing a certain type of product within society as a whole, but can also ensure that within the corporation production opportunities are equitably distributed and that manufacturers and traders do not try to undercut one another. 90. In this way the measures needed to prevent overproduction can be taken by the producers themselves, rather than by the state. This ensures not only that decisions about production are taken by people who understand it, but also that controls on the productive activity of members of civil society are self-imposed. Hegel was aware that the spirit of the late 18th and early 19th centuries was strongly against corporations and for unrestricted freedom of trade, laissez-aller, laissez-faire. 91. He recognized that the corporations and guilds had largely died out in Britain by this time. He also knew, of course, that they had been deliberately abolished during the French Revolution under the Loyal Chapelier of June 1791. This law had declared the abolition of every kind of corporate organization for citizens of the same condition or profession to be one of the fundamental bases of the French Constitution, and had even declared assemblies consisting of or instigated by artisans, workers, journeymen and day laborers in restraint of the free exercise of the right to employ and to work on any terms mutually agreed to be seditious. 92. It is clear, however, that Hegel considered the promotion of free trade and the corresponding decline of the corporations, particularly in advanced industrial countries like Britain, to be largely responsible for the growth of poverty. In England there is also the most monstrous poverty and rabble mentality, Überbehelftigkeit, and a good deal of this cancer is due to the dissolution of the corporations. 93. The corporations are not the only means of converting people to a genuine concern for the freedom and welfare of others. Membership of the state is meant to achieve this in part by engendering a political sentiment or sense of common citizenship. 94. And, as we shall see in Chapter 10, religion, especially Christianity, is meant to fill us with a love for our fellow human beings. But the ethical consciousness which arises in the corporations is of more direct relevance to the problem of poverty, because it makes us aware of our ethical responsibilities as manufacturers, tradesmen, or craftsmen, not just as citizens or creatures of God. Membership of a corporation thus enables us to manifest our love for our neighbors in our everyday secular activity. And it also renders our common sense of citizenship more concrete by enabling us to find common cause with a specific group of people with whom we are engaged in a common activity or profession. It is certainly important that individuals understand themselves to live in the larger circle of the state or even of humanity. But it is equally important, in Hegel's view, that, through shared membership of the corporation, individuals also understand themselves to live in small circles within those large circles. 95. Just how important such small circles are, for Hegel, can be seen from the fact that he understands the absence of corporations in 19th century England to have led to poverty, despite the fact that England at that time had what he considered to be one of the most developed senses of common political identity, and was of course a Christian country. Like Marx, Hegel is concerned that human beings find freedom and individual fulfillment in society. Like Marx again, he believes that an economy based on the self-interested pursuit of profit will end up preventing large numbers of people from enjoying such freedom and welfare. Unlike Marx, however, Hegel does not think that an exchange economy based on private ownership of the means of production, wage labor, and money is bound to lead to exploitation and poverty, and he thus does not think that production and distribution need to be taken out of private hands altogether and into public ownership. Hegel's analysis shows that bourgeois private enterprise is a fundamental freedom, and that the growth in productivity which such freedom generates is not necessarily destructive. Indeed, it will be beneficial to all, provided that certain controls are placed on production and trade, and that the attitude which pervades business and industry is an ethical one, one which recognizes that the satisfaction of individual self-interest is the right of all, and that self-interest must consequently be harmonized with concern for the common good. Unlike Marx, therefore, Hegel considers the most important safeguard against poverty to be the institutions within civil society, such as the corporations, which transform and reform people's understanding of their freedom and their habits of mind, not the forcible, revolutionary restructuring of relations of production. The advantage of Marx's solution to the problem of poverty is, of course, that it suggests a definite course of action, whereas Hegel seems to be left bemoaning the fact that the main institutions which might have prevented poverty from developing have largely disappeared. If Hegel is right, however, not only is Marx's solution a dangerous and illusory one, but modern economies will remain burdened with poverty until people come to realize that, in addition to a degree of state intervention, voluntary associations and institutions are needed to transform selfish business activity into business activity, which is ethical. Freedom and the state. Membership of a corporation promotes the understanding that freedom is essentially ethical in character. This means not only that members of a corporation recognize that their own individual freedom and welfare are rendered more secure by being made the objects of common concern, but also that, like the partners in a marriage, they recognize that there is a distinct form of freedom to be found in sharing a common identity and purpose with someone else, that is, in living with rather than against others. In the corporation, however, the sense of common purpose is restricted to a particular trade or profession. Despite their great value, corporations can thus be a potentially divisive force within society as a whole, because they can ossify, build themselves in, and decline into a miserable system of caste unless they are placed under a higher surveillance. 96. Ethical freedom is not fully realized, therefore, until individuals find freedom in the sense of identity which they share with the whole cultural or geographical community in which they live. Such a community, in which the union, Vereinigung pure and simple is the true content and aim of the individual, is the state. 7. The fourth ethical duty which is immanent in the very concept of the free will is thus the duty to be a willing member of a state. The state, for Hegel, is the most developed form of ethical freedom. It is not a simple, immediate form of ethical life, like marriage. Nor is it just a form of interdependence, which is forced onto property-owning individuals by the division of labor, like civil society. And, in contrast to the corporations, it is not just a form of ethical life restricted to a single trade or profession. The state is the union of fully autonomous, rights-bearing individuals who consciously and willingly identify with one another simply on the basis of common membership of that union, that is, simply on the basis of common citizenship. 98. Like marriage and the corporations, the state does not have an existence of its own, independent of the human beings who constitute it and who are conscious of being part of it, and so is not to be compared to natural objects which exist whether or not we are aware of them. The state is thus only a state when it is present in consciousness, when it knows itself as a really existing object. 99. However, again like marriage and the corporations, the state constitutes the objective reality of human freedom, and so cannot simply be assailed or undermined by any individual who chooses to do so, but, once established, must be respected by all free beings within it as a sphere of inviolable right. Indeed, as the most developed form of objective freedom, the state constitutes the highest sphere of right for free beings and thus has a legitimate claim to ultimate authority over the less developed forms of human freedom which have been analyzed so far. The common interest of the members of a state is rendered objective and authoritative when it takes the form of law. The state, as Hegel conceives it, thus has two sides to it. A. Law, together with the legislature and the government, and B. Political sentiment. 100. The willingness or disposition on the part of the citizens of the state to abide by the law, together with the institutions of the state and civil society which promote such a disposition. Both of these moments of the state are crucial, since a community constitutes a state only when the freedom and welfare of its citizens is understood to be objective and binding on all of them and to be something which the citizens themselves are interested in promoting. Hegel recognizes that states are frequently established through the forcible unification of people within a given area, and that some states may continue to be held together largely by force. However, if the state is a true state, and thus the highest form of ethical freedom, then what holds it together cannot just be force and constraint, but must instead be the disposition towards lawful behavior within the people themselves, the trust, or the consciousness that my interest, both substantive and particular, is contained and preserved in another's, i.e. the state's, interest and an interest which may include passing laws regarding such matters as property and public health, but which, as we have seen, may also include a degree of public regulation of economic production and trade. Commonplace thinking often has the impression that force holds the state together. Hegel says, but in fact its only bond is the fundamental sense of order which everybody possesses. 101. Without the sense of public order and the trust that the laws of the state secure freedom, there is the danger that the citizens will view the state as an alien power which interferes unnecessarily with their lives, and will thus come to regard it with constant suspicion. But the invariable corollary of this, of course, is that the state will itself come to question the reliability of its citizens and so become suspicious of them. Far from being a guarantee of individual freedom, therefore, as some liberal theorists believe, a people which does not trust its government is more likely to encourage the state to engage in secrecy and excessive policing of the society and so to infringe individual freedom. Hegel does not deny that resistance to the state may be necessary at times. It can certainly have occurred that a power was present which had to be resisted. 102, but he is concerned to point out that an enduring mistrust or suspicion of the state on the part of its citizens will set those citizens against the very authority which guarantees their rights and freedoms, and so prevent any genuinely ethical freedom, any sense of being at home in the state, from emerging. 103. As we indicated earlier in this chapter, however, though a disposition towards lawfulness on the part of the people is essential to ethical freedom, the state's laws must themselves be recognized as expressions of the rational will of the citizens and as guaranteeing the citizens' rights to property, to freedom of thought, to free economic activity and to form free associations. The essence of the free state, manifested above all in modern constitutional states in Hegel's view, is thus that the universal be bound up with the complete freedom of its particular members and with private well-being, that thus the interests of family and civil society must concentrate themselves on the state, although the universal end cannot be advanced without the personal knowledge and will of its particular members whose own rights must be maintained. 104. Indeed, if the state is to be one in which citizens find their freedom, they must not only have the ability to pursue their own interests under the law, and promote the welfare of others, they must also have the right to participate in framing and executing the law. The sovereignty of the state and the supreme authority of the law are represented, Hegel claims, by the monarch who must sign all laws into effect. However, positions in the ministries of the state and in the civil service must be public offices that are open to all qualified citizens. Similarly, the members of the two houses of the legislature must be drawn from the two main estates in civil society, the agricultural estate and the estate of manufacturers, craftsmen, and traders. Furthermore, since the purpose of the legislative assemblies is to frame laws which codify the general interest, the representatives of the lower house in particular are to be drawn from the institutions within civil society, which already promote a limited concern for the general good, namely the corporations. Hegel's account of the state contains a wealth of details which it is not possible to enter into here. It should be clear from what has been said, however, that, broadly speaking, the state that Hegel describes is a constitutional state, such as is to be found in many modern democracies. The one major difference between Hegel's conception of the constitutional state and most 20th century accounts concerns voting. Hegel does not deny that voting has its place within a free, constitutional state. He acknowledges, for example, that the leaders of the corporations, who may represent their institutions in the legislature, can be elected by the members of the corporations. 105. However, he is not convinced that general elections in which anyone may vote for any group which wishes to constitute itself as a party are the best guarantee of freedom. He points out first of all, that the more people who vote, and the larger the parties and constituencies, the less relevant each single vote becomes and the greater the danger of apathy on the part of the voters. Second, he maintains that, if seats in the assembly are not accorded to the various legitimate corporations and associations which represent essential interests within society, but are awarded simply on the basis of the number of people who vote for a particular party, then there is no guarantee that the interests of all the main sectors of civil society will be represented. 106. Hegel's worries about the effectiveness of popular elections in guaranteeing freedom are borne out most strikingly, of course, by the elections in Germany in July and November 1932, both of which returned the National Socialists to the Reichstag as the largest single party. Hegel holds that the free will constitutes the principle underlying the true state, and he credits Rousseau with having established this principle. However, he does not agree that the authority or legitimacy of the state derives from the arbitrary will, opinion or capriciously given express consent, in short, the unconstrained wishes of the people. 107. The authority of the state, for Hegel, is rooted in the fact that the state is immanent in the very idea of the free will. The state must be recognized and respected as having the highest claim to right, because it is only when the state is present that human freedom is rendered objective and universal by becoming law for all. As we saw at the beginning of this chapter, Hegel does not think that true human freedom lies in mere choice, because choice is ultimately arbitrary and dependent upon whatever happens to be available to it, but that it lies in willing what is required for freedom to be an objective reality. His whole analysis in the philosophy of right tries to show that this includes immediate right, moral responsibility, family life, the freedom of economic enterprise and association and life in the state. The legitimacy of the state is derived from the free will, therefore, but it is derived from what the will must actually will in order to be free, even though it may not always realize it, not from mere opinion or choice. Hegel thinks that it is much more important that all the elements of freedom be secured within the state, than that governments be elected by popular vote, especially since popular elections do not by themselves ensure that a government will be voted in, which actually respects all the elements of freedom, in addition to a disposition towards respect for rights, welfare, and law. Therefore, the best guarantee of freedom, in Hegel's view, is for the state to be organized in such a way that the legislature reflects all the substantial interests within civil society, not just the will of the majority or the interests of those particular parties, some of whom, like the Nazis, may be hostile to freedom, who happen to find a measure of popular support, and that the rights and responsibilities of the legislative, executive, and judicial powers are kept distinct, so diffusing power in the state. 108. What is crucial, for Hegel, is that the monarch who signs bills into law does not actually frame the law, that the legislature which frames the law does not execute it, and that the executive which governs through applying the law neither frames the law nor signs it into effect. It is this organization of the state, in Hegel's view, which renders all the aspects of freedom objective and secure, and so best guarantees freedom. Voting is not necessarily incompatible with the system of state organization. The point Hegel wishes to make is simply that by itself voting does not guarantee freedom, but, as Rousseau also recognized, can just as easily give the majority a popular mandate to impose its own arbitrary will on the minority and possibly even take away their rights and freedoms. The human will becomes fully free, for Hegel, when it issues in a fully developed constitutional state. However, the existence of the state is itself vulnerable and precarious, because it stands in a relation to other sovereign states that no authority can oversee. Treaties can be concluded with other countries and economic pressure can be put on them in order to try to guarantee mutual security, but ultimately there is nothing to stop states resorting to war if they so decide. The constant possibility of war thus shows up the limits of freedom in the state in the way that the constant possibility of crime showed up the limits of abstract right, the danger of evil showed up the limits of moral Conscience and the problem of poverty showed up the limits of unrestrained economic competition. There will thus always be limits to the freedom to be found in the sphere of property, action, labor, and law, the sphere of freedom construed as something objective which commands our respect as a right, because objective human existence is forever exposed to the risk of death and destruction. If absolute freedom is to be attained, therefore, it will not be through economic or political activity, but through an understanding of the absolute character or truth of existence in art, religion and philosophy. 9. Art and human wholeness. Art, religion, and philosophy. The word truth, for Hegel, refers not merely to a property of certain sentences, but to the activity of dialectical reason in the world, unifying and reconciling what is distinct, contrary or contradictory. Sentences which accurately describe facts or states of affairs are, of course, true in the ordinary sense of correct, but the highest truth, truth as such, is the resolution of the highest opposition and contradiction. 1. This process of unifying and reconciling opposites is manifest, in Hegel's view, throughout the natural and the human world, in nature, as the process of generating organic life, and in history, as the process whereby human activity leads to freedom in civil society and the state. Hegel believes that human beings articulate their understanding of truth as the process of unification in the three forms of what he calls absolute spirit, art, religion and philosophy. In Christianity, which he regards as the highest religion, the activity and power of reconciliation in the world is represented as the universal love of God, which finds its fullest expression in the love of Christ for humanity. In speculative philosophy, this divine love is understood in a conceptual form as the dialectical rationality or idea immanent within the world, overcoming and resolving oppositions. Art, on the other hand, presents truth in the sensuous or imaginative form of unified, harmonious objects produced by human creative activity. The clearest, and thus truest, articulation of the truth is provided, according to Hegel, by philosophy. However, he recognizes that truth must not only be understood conceptually, but must also be felt, loved, and trusted, as in religion, and intuited or perceived in a sensuous or imaginative form, as in art, for in inwardness as such, in pure thought, in the world of laws and their universality man cannot endure Aushalten, he also needs sensuous existence, feeling, the heart, emotion, and so on. 2. From a historical point of view, religion is actually the most important of the three forms of absolute self consciousness, for Hegel, because its mode of articulating the truth is the one which touches the hearts of people most closely and most readily inspires them to change their world. In art, however, the claims of our senses and our creative imagination are satisfied. Through art, truth can be enjoyed without the severe discipline of philosophy, or the personal urgency of religion, as the fruit of our own creative activity. The appropriate content for art is thus unity, reconciliation, and harmony, the resting with oneself, Barahan auf sich, which constitutes aesthetic freedom. 3. This content is presented not as an abstract concept, nor as a divine, historical reality, but rather as sensuous or imaginative individuality created by human artistry. The harmony and unity expressed in art is consequently the harmony of an individual created form, of this sculpture, this painting, or this piece of music, and such individual expressions of harmony are as many and varied as the creative talent and genius of artists will permit. The main medium of artistic expression, according to Hegel, is sensuous externality, the stone, color, or musical sound which we are able to touch, see or hear. In poetry and drama also, although the medium of expression is imagination, imaginative representations must be externalized for the ear in language. Aesthetic experiences, thus always mediated by the senses in some way or another. Yet aesthetic pleasure, for Hegel, is not primarily sensuous or sensual. If we cannot raise our minds from the pursuit of mere sensuous pleasure to the apprehension, for its own sake, of harmonious form, then we will not be able to produce or enjoy genuine art. Art thus appeals through the senses to the mind and the spirit. It is essentially a question, an address to the responsive breast, a call to the heart and the spirit. 1. 4. It would be equally wrong, however, to give the impression that Hegel saw no place at all in aesthetic experience for sensuous or sensual pleasure for its own sake. Hegel's is not an intellectualized or desensualized theory of art such as that of Schopenhauer. In his book The Nude, Kenneth Clark maintains that no nude, however abstract, should fail to arouse in the spectator some vestige of erotic feeling, even although it be only the faintest shadow. 5. Hegel, I think, would agree with this judgment. In nude statues of Aphrodite, for example, he says that the sensuous charm of woman, der Sinn-like Weiblich Libres, is not just one aspect of what we enjoy, it is a chief feature. 6. But while aesthetic experience undoubtedly entails an element of purely sensuous or sensual enjoyment, it involves above all else delight in and enjoyment of the sensuous expression of formal harmony and unity. Hegel thus follows Kant and Schiller in locating the great value of art in its harmonization of our sensuous experience with the rational capacity of the mind to apprehend form and structure. In art, he claims, the sensuous is spiritualized, vergeistigt, and the spiritual or rational is rendered sensuous, versenlicht. 7. Aesthetic experience thus engages the whole person. It appeals to our senses and our rational mind at one and the same time, and so reconciles the two sides of human life which are often seen as being in constant opposition to one another. For this reason, Hegel says, aesthetic experience has been championed by 18th and early 19th century writers like Schiller and the Romantics as the way in which to counter the abstractness of Enlightenment understanding and to recover concreteness, richness, and unity in our thought and experience. Aesthetic experience has been given a similar status, of course, by post-Hegelian writers such as Nietzsche. Hegel has great sympathy with this aesthetic turn. The influence of Schiller, for example, is clearly present in a fragment attributed to the young Hegel, the earliest system program of German idealism, which espouses the view that 3 i.e. highest act of reason is an aesthetic act, and that truth and goodness only become sisters in beauty, and the later Hegel also valued Schiller's interest in the integration of the sensuous and the rational in aesthetic experience very highly indeed. 8. The mature Hegel's disagreement with his aestheticizing contemporaries concerns not art as such, but the question whether wholeness and concreteness in our thinking can only be achieved through an aesthetic mode of discourse, or whether purely conceptual or abstract thought can be brought to concreteness, too. In Hegel's view, a writer does not need to try to give his prose concreteness through the abundant use of poetic imagery and metaphor, as, for example, Herder and Schiller do, though he does not by any means reject such a style out of hand. 9. One can better achieve a concrete prose and a concrete understanding of concepts through a dialectical mode of thinking, which brings out the life within reason itself by transforming the one-sided abstractions of ordinary understanding into complex, developing concepts. Aesthetic expression, for Hegel, is one mode of recovering concreteness and life from the abstractions of the understanding, but it is not the only mode or the best one. It does not surpass the expression of truth in speculative philosophy. Like philosophy, art expresses the truth that lies in the dissolution of opposites and in the emergence of unity and reconciliation. But art does not express this truth in its clearest and most determinate form. Art is not the logical articulation of the idea of unity. As an idea, it is, rather, the mere appearance of the truth. The function of art. In a famous phrase from the Berlin Lectures on Aesthetics, Hegel calls art the sensuous appearance schenen of the ideal ten. This term schenen must be understood in two ways. On the one hand, it means the appearing of the idea or self-determining reason in a mode which is different from that of concepts, namely sensuous externality. Conceived like this, schenen means appearance as revelation, albeit imperfect revelation, and art is thus held to let truth appear or shine forth for our senses and our mind as beauty. On the other hand, as Stephen Bungay points out, Hegel also talks of art as shine or appearance in the usual sense of what is not real. 11. If we take appearance in this sense, art, at least so-called representational art, is held to create the illusion of empirical reality, an image that seems to be real but in fact is not, and to employ this illusion to disclose truth. When considering Hegel's aesthetic theory, it is important to be clear what he understands by terms such as appearance and truth, and to recognize that he often gives these words a special meaning. Truth, as we have seen, means unification and reconciliation. Above all, it does not just mean what is empirically real or given, nor does it primarily mean what corresponds to what is given. The main aim of art as the appearance of truth is thus not simply to imitate or represent accurately the things we see about us in everyday experience. Hegel acknowledges that art can imitate life to a startling degree. He points out that there have been artists skillful enough to paint pictures of grapes at which doves have been seen to peck, and indeed that the 18th century zoologist and painter, A.J. Rosel von Rosenhoff, painted a picture of a beetle at which a monkey actually tried to gnaw. In Hegel's view, however, such paintings can only ever be poor substitutes for the fullness of nature and life, for art is restricted in its means of portrayal, and can only produce one-sided deceptions, and, in fact, if it abides by the formal aim of mere imitation, it provides not the reality of life but only a pretense of life. Art can never compete with nature, so, if it is natural objects we wish to see, we will always be better off, according to Hegel, looking in our own garden than in an art gallery. 12. The purpose of art is not to replicate what we see in the world about us, but to reveal the unity and wholeness which in our everyday experience we often overlook. 13. The most perfect manifestation of wholeness, for Hegel, is organic life and, especially, the richness of conscious human existence, and the most adequate sensuous expression of such wholeness is the sensuous form which organic life and human consciousness inhabit, namely the physical body. The most perfect sensuous expression of unity which art can call on, therefore, is the body of the free, harmonious individual. This means that, although the aim of art is not the imitation of nature, the expression of truth will frequently involve the representation of living things and, above all, of human beings. Such representation is not meant to imitate empirical reality for its own sake, but to give concrete, living expression to the often unseen harmony and unity within life. The way in which art indicates that its representational content is intended to have this expressive, rather than imitative function, is through idealization. Genuine art, for Hegel, does not present us with things as they are in ordinary experience, it idealizes them by investing their natural form with grace, balance and proportion which are not encountered in such a pure form in nature itself. Such idealization, which we see above all in classical Greek sculpture, transfigures the appearance or shine of natural form in order to let the truth of unity and harmony shine through. It could be objected, of course, that there are works of art, notably the paintings of the 17th century Dutch masters, whose aim is not to idealize in the manner of the Greeks, but to present prosaic reality as accurately as possible. Hegel would agree that the painting of the 17th, 18th, and 19th centuries, and indeed much Dutch and German painting of earlier periods, too, is often less idealized than Greek art, and that such painting frequently aims at creating the illusion of actual physical presence. However, in the best examples of such art, Hegel believes that the purpose of the illusion is not merely that of trying to match nature's achievement through imitating reality, The best realistic artists are attempting not to reproduce the mundane, prosaic ordinariness of things, but to raise things out of their ordinariness, to present them metaphorically and sometimes literally, in a new light and thus to imbue them with new life. In creating an illusion of natural forms, the artist is thus understood by Hegel to be mocking nature by overcoming space and time, not to be reinforcing their seemingly intractable presence. The realistic artist overcomes time by giving permanence and meaning to moments which in reality are fleeting and soon lost. What in nature slips past, art ties down to permanence, a quickly vanishing smile, a sudden roguish expression in the mouth, a glance, a fleeting ray of light, as well as spiritual traits in human life, incidents and events that come and go, are there and then forgotten. Anything and everything art rests from momentary existence, and in this respect too conquers nature. 14. In this way, what is transient is not denied, as it may appear, but is given a value which, in nature it cannot possess, because the artist is able to hold the transient and present it as something worthy of dwelling with and savoring, rather than as something which we rush on from and immediately forget. The artist overcomes space by imbuing the density and impenetrability of spatial objects with a resonant vitality that makes them shine as they rarely do in real life. What we enjoy in these realistic paintings is thus still a certain form of idealization. It is the non-natural, heightened shining of things which only art can produce. Painters who prefer not to idealize what they present, but rather, to confront us with the stark reality of life, would thus appear to Hegel to miss the point of art. Hegel believes that we can certainly appreciate the TTS skill in accurately reproducing what is given in nature, but he believes that we appreciate that skill better the more we sense that the artistic reproduction is actually a free, creative transformation of nature and an expression of the artist's idealizing power. The essence of art, for him, does not therefore lie in prosaic naturalism. He has no high-minded view of art, however. He does not think that art should deal only with the elevated passions and concerns of kings and princes. The ordinary and everyday has its place in art, too, but not in its mundane and often laborious ordinariness. The great merit of Murillo's paintings of beggar boys, for example, is, in Hegel's judgment, that they invest the unglamorous, indeed impoverished existence of the beggar boys with a feeling of freedom and well-being. In one painting, an old woman picks lice out of a young boy's hair while the boy calmly chews his bread. In another, two young boys in tattered clothes and bare feet eat grapes and a melon. The subject matter is hardly elevated or the stuff of grand drama and pageantry. The pictures depict scenes from the lowest stratum of society. Yet, Hegel says, in this poverty and semi-nakedness what precisely shines forth within and without is nothing but complete absence of care and concern. A dervish could not have less, in the full feeling of their well-being and delight in life. This freedom from care for external things and the inner freedom made visible outwardly is what the concept of the ideal requires. 15. Similarly, in the paintings of the 17th century Dutch masters Hegel sees everyday life informed by joy and exuberance. In a recent German painting he has seen, which depicts a woman entering an inn to scold her husband, Hegel says we encounter nothing but a scene of vicious, snarling people. The Dutch, on the other hand, are infinitely more generous and humane in their portrayal of life. With the Dutch in their taverns, at weddings and dances, at feasting and drinking, everything goes on merrily and jovially. Even if matters come to quarrels and blows, wives and girls join in and a feeling of freedom and gaiety animates one and all. This spiritual cheerfulness in a justified pleasure, which enters even pictures of animals and which is revealed as satisfaction and delight, this freshly awakened spiritual freedom and vitality in conception and execution, constitutes the higher soul of pictures of this kind. 16. It is not the purpose of art to confront us with the drudgery of everyday existence or with the extremities of physical and material distress. But this does not mean that Hegel sees it as the task of art to be blindly and superficially idyllic. It means that whether the matter depicted is everyday life or great tragedy, art must give expression to a sense of freedom and unity which enables us to feel reconciled with the world and made whole by the aesthetic experience. Artworks can and very often do bring us face to face with the unredeemed darkness or the prosaic drabness of life, but this cannot be the highest purpose of art. It represents, rather, an impoverishment of aesthetic experience. If it is not art's main aim to be prosaically realistic, nor is it right to see artistic idealization as essentially an act of falsification, concealment, and veiling, as, for example, Nietzsche does. The modern insistence that art is artificial or fictional, rather than true, derives its force from the misconception that truth in art would lie in the accurate representation of reality, if such truth were possible. Art, many modern artists insist, can never represent the real, so the only honest art is that which openly acknowledges its fictional, artificial character and which ceases all attempts to be realistic. Indeed, if there is one theme that dominates modern, especially 20th century, painting and literature, to the extent that it is now largely taken for granted, it is surely the view that it is not the business of art to create the credible illusion of the real. Of course, Hegel does not dispute the fact that art is created by human beings and in that sense fictional. But the important thing about art for him is not that it falsifies reality or experience, but that the aesthetic forms which human beings create are able to reveal to us in a particular way the immanent unity and coherence, the truth, of life. Art does not just make us aware that we are the creators of our own world, although it can legitimately do that. Art makes us aware that through our creations we can reveal and come to comprehend genuine freedom and harmony which is not always evident to our prosaic eyes. Figure 1 Murillo, Domestic Grooming, c. 1670-5. Reproduced by kind permission of the Bayerisch. Staatsgemeldesammlungen, ALDE Pinakothek Munich, INVNR 489. CP 215. Must be remembered that, for Hegel, the value of such traditional techniques of representational art as the use of perspective and modeling in painting is not that the artist can thereby accurately imitate nature, though that may be part of his purpose, but that he can create the sensuous image appropriate to the expression of the richness, wholeness and freedom of life, especially human life. Since Hegel's death, of course, the traditional techniques of creating sensuous images Kugelmann wholeness have increasingly been set aside, and painters have experimented with a wide variety of styles and techniques, including abstract, non-representational styles. As Ernst Gombrich points out, some painters, like Courbet, have abandoned graceful poses and flowing lines, while others, like Manet, have begun to reject the concern, which arose with Duccio and Giotto in the late 13th and early 14th centuries, to create fuller, more rounded forms, by flattening the subject's features and abandoning the quest for solidity of form. 17 such painters turned against traditional techniques out of a desire for greater realism, that is, out of a desire to paint things as we see them, not as we idealize them. Other modern painters, like Cezanne, Seurat, or Aubrey Beardsley, turned against traditional representational techniques not necessarily because of any interest in realism, but because of their desire to create new pictorial forms. Figure 2 Murillo, the Grape, and Melon Eaters, c. 1645-6. Reproduced by kind permission of the Bayerisch. Staatsgemeldesammlungen, ALDE Pinakothek Munich, INVNR 605. CP 215. And perhaps, as in the case of Cezanne, a new non-realistic solidity and harmony of form. However, from a Hegelian point of view, whatever we may have gained through this emancipation of art, especially painting, from traditional representational methods, whatever experimental freedom we might have acquired, the effect has been to deprive us of the means to give sensuous, bodily expression to the richness and wholeness of human character. 20th century painters, like Francis Bacon, who take a less sanguine view of humanity and who appear to have no interest in depicting human wholeness aesthetically, would not, of course, consider the modern questioning of the artistic tradition to constitute a loss, but rather a decided gain. Here, however, Hegel would side firmly with the tradition, because it is the very purpose of art, in his view, to depict or express the harmony of human life, the tranquility of the soul and the satisfaction of the self within in itself, which an artist like Bacon seems to find so ungenial. 18. This wholeness and harmony is what human life, according to Hegel, is most profoundly concerned with, and it is what we must bring to consciousness in religion and philosophy, as well as art, as the goal of our existence. The highest truth, for Hegel, is that one-sided or partial abstractions are self-negating and that only the unification of opposing moments constitutes genuine life and freedom. To know this truth in art, religion, and philosophy, to abide with it, and, through it, to be made free and whole within oneself, is thus the supreme end of human existence. As such, it is an end in itself, not a means towards some further practical purpose. This has very important consequences for Hegel's view of art which, I believe, put him at variance with writers and artists who are somewhat more politically minded. Hegel's conviction is that art is not primarily intended to serve as a means to the attainment of social, political, or moral goals which lie outside the aesthetic domain, but that it affords us a distinctive form of experience which is not reducible to any other. He does not deny that art can and does legitimately serve a number of practical, non-aesthetic ends. It can be employed to cultivate our emotions and our taste and judgment, for example, either by heightening our emotional responsiveness to situations we encounter or, as Hume and Schiller believed, by moderating and refining our barbarian passions. In this way, art can serve as an important element in the practical education of humanity into the ways of civilized society. Equally, art can serve simply to decorate our surroundings or to divert and entertain us. In addition, it can be employed as a means of furthering social change by exhorting us to take moral or political action to remedy social ills. Satire, for example, is the vehicle whereby the artist gives expression to his anger and indignation at the misery and injustices of social life. In these three ways, art can and does serve the broader aim of making our social existence enjoyable or bearable. But the art that makes this its primary aim is, in Hegel's view, ancillary art, die Endkunst, not truly free art. 19. To say this is not to denigrate the social aims which such ancillary art serves, nor to suggest that art ought never to be employed towards furthering such aims. Hegel is arguing, however, that the highest function of art is to make possible, amidst the labor and toil of everyday social life, a distinctive aesthetic experience of freedom through the harmony of the senses, imagination, and reason. The principal purpose of art, for Hegel, is not to change the world, but to afford us a breathing space in which to feel at one with ourselves and with the world. Art is thus a mode of theoretical, contemplative activity, not a practical engagement with social and political problems. Aesthetic production is, of course, practical to the extent that the artist labors on and transforms objects in order to express through them what he wants to express. But the frame of mind which the genuine artist wishes to engender in the observer, listener, or reader is one of openness to what is shown, not one of eagerness to reform, revolutionize, or replace what is shown. A properly aesthetic attitude for Hegel is one which lets the aesthetic object and the aesthetically communicated truth be what it is. Such an attitude does not use art for the purpose of moral or political action, nor, indeed, does it seek simply to judge or categorize the artwork. A properly aesthetic Attitude involves refraining from imposing one's will on things, letting them stand free, allowing them to be as the artist has presented them and thus being able to enjoy aesthetically rendered individuality for its own sake. Whoever has such an attitude does not lack interest in what he beholds, indeed he derives positive delight and enjoyment from what he beholds, but he is, in Kant's sense, disinterested. Hegel is well aware that all aesthetic experience takes place in a specific historical context with its own historical presuppositions. He also thinks, as we shall see, that each age has the right to adapt certain works of art from the past, i.e. those which can be performed, for its present interests and so need not always respect the intentions of the artist. Nevertheless, the character of a truly aesthetic attitude for him is always one of disinterested openness to whatever is shown or performed within the particular historical context in which we live. Thus the contemplation of beauty is of a liberal kind, it lets objects be, as inherently free and infinite. Deshalb ist die Betrachtung des Können liberale Art, ein gewarenlassender Gegenstand als in sich freier Uendi. Unendlicher, there is no wish to possess them or employ them as useful for fulfilling finite needs and intentions. So, the object, as beautiful, appears neither as forced or compelled by us, nor fought and overcome by external things. 20. Much art, as Hegel recognized, does not fulfill this principal aesthetic aim, but does serve non-aesthetic ends, or, at least, is used by us to serve such ends, and I think that Hegel regards this as acceptable, provided that we do not lose sight of the fact that the highest value of art, and what makes great art great, is its ability to afford us an aesthetic experience of freedom and reconciliation. Certain forms of art, notably architecture, but also at times satire, actually combine functional or practical qualities and properly aesthetic qualities in one work. The basic structure of a Greek temple, for instance, is determined by the simple need to provide somewhere for people to gather and for sculptures to be displayed. Such a temple does not exist just for its own sake as an end in itself, but to provide a setting for something else, and is thus an example of ancillary art. However, a Greek temple can also be seen as an example of free art, for if the columns are just the right height, thickness, and distance apart to bear the load of the roof with ease and grace, then the building as a whole will embody an ideal of proportion and balance which we can enjoy for its own sake. In this way, the building can both serve the function of housing sculptures of the gods and be worthy of contemplation and appreciation as an end in itself because of the harmony and balance of its functional constituents. In the best Gothic architecture, indeed, Hegel believes that the buildings create such an impression of freedom, height, and lightness that we are invited to forget the stupendous task that the pillars and walls perform in carrying the massive vault and just admire the whole structure rising freely into the heavens like a huge forest of trees. 21. Art can, therefore, be both functional and free. However, the greatest art, for Hegel, is that which allows us to dwell with it primarily for the sake of the harmony and beauty that it expresses or embodies. Such art is free art because the harmony it expresses is of value in itself, and the response it elicits from us is one of free contemplation and enjoyment of what is shown. Paradoxically, however, the aesthetic response which free art elicits, a response which lets things be and which enjoys them for their own sake, without feeling impelled to proceed to practical action in the world, is itself of practical value for Hegel. This is because learning to suspend one's immediate practical preoccupations and to cultivate an appreciation of human wholeness, freedom, and openness, which is what art teaches us to do, itself tempers and refines our activity in the world. In this sense, Hegel agrees with Schiller that it is art's very autonomy and freedom from subservience to other practical purposes that constitutes its own practical, historical value. Art, for Hegel, may not have been as effective in transforming people's lives as religion, but it has nevertheless played an educative role in history. Indeed, Hegel calls it the first teacher of peoples. 22. It serves to bring different civilizations to consciousness of their own fundamental values and beliefs, and it serves to bring humanity as a whole closer to consciousness of the human freedom, wholeness and openness which Hegel believes is fully articulated in Christianity and speculative philosophy. If we in the modern world are perhaps losing sight of the distinctive value of aesthetic freedom, and are exploiting art for material, moral or political ends, we should realize that it is not merely our aesthetic experience which is suffering, we are losing sight of an important dimension of our overall social and historical education as well. Hegel's recognition of the educative value of art is significant because it points to a tension within his conception of art which is crucial to his whole aesthetic theory. On the one hand, art has its end and purpose in itself and is therefore a distinctive, autonomous mode of consciousness. On the other hand, art is a mode of consciousness of the same truth expressed in religion and philosophy, but one in which that truth is expressed in a less clear and less universal fashion. Aesthetic expression of the truth thus paves the way, in Hegel's view, for religious and philosophical expression. It initiates us into a truth which finds its fullest articulation elsewhere. On the one hand, therefore, aesthetic experience is clearly irreducible. The ideal beauty of a Raphael Madonna is not replaceable by the unity of a dialectical transition. But on the other hand, aesthetic experience is also a means of bringing us to the truths of religion and philosophy, that is to say, the spirituality which is expressed in a Raphael painting of the Madonna and Child or in Bach's religious music only comes fully to comprehend itself in the sacrament of the Holy Communion and in speculative philosophy. This is the paradox at the heart of art, for Hegel, and, as we shall see, it governs his understanding of the history of art. Art is most absolute, Hegel maintains, when it is the supreme form of consciousness of the truth, as was the case in classical Greek art. The Greeks of the 6th and 5th centuries BC did not see art as secondary to religion and philosophy, but as the primary expression of the truths of their religion. Art for the Greeks was thus an end in itself, since it was the true impetus of their experience of the gods. In the Christian period, however, religious consciousness withdrew out of the aesthetic and the sensuous into the sphere of inward spirituality. Consequently, art became a subordinate mode of consciousness of the truth, because it was not able to achieve the degree of inwardness which Christian spirituality sought. In the Christian period, art at first remained religious, though it directed attention beyond the aesthetic itself to a fuller expression of the truth in the teachings and life of the medieval church. Later, in the period from the 16th century to the present day, art became increasingly secularized and separate from religious experience. In this latter form, in which it largely lost its explicitly religious character, art became most properly an end in itself, because it developed an autonomy and independence from religion which it had not possessed before. But, equally, such art ceased being an absolute end in itself as it was in Greece, because it was only a subordinate mode of consciousness of a truth fully articulated in the distinct spheres of religion and philosophy. In gaining its autonomy, therefore, art lost its absolute status. The paradox of art, for Hegel, is that the history of art's growing autonomy is at the same time the history of the growing relativization of art's value, because it is only in religion and philosophy that the truth which art intimates comes to be fully revealed. Beauty and ideal character. It is clear that Hegel's views put him out of tune with many other conceptions of art. He does not believe that art's role is primarily to entertain, nor that art should serve mainly as a means to effect social change, nor that art is meant simply to mirror prosaic empirical reality. Art's primary function, for Hegel, is to give expression to the unity and wholeness of life, especially human life, that the contingencies of everyday existence frequently conceal. Art does not present this unity in a conceptual form, or through the precise description of social and historical reality. It shows us harmony, unity and freedom in a form that is not historically realizable but recognized to be the product of our artistic imagination. Aesthetic unity can be found in the proportions of architectural structures and in the formal relations of musical notes to one another, but the most perfect form of such unity, Hegel believes, is found in the fusion of human consciousness or spirit with the human body. Such a fusion, in which the human spirit is fully revealed in and as bodily form, represents, according to Hegel, the purest aesthetic ideal. It constitutes pure beauty. The purest aesthetic ideal is thus characterized by a deep sense of contentment, rest and harmony within oneself. By this Hegel means a nobility and freedom of spirit, which is open to the world around it because it rests on a profound assurance of its own worth and value, not narrowly complacent or arrogant self-satisfaction. Such freedom is expressed in art through idealized bodily poses or facial expressions which offer an image of peace and composure to the eye. Most famously, of course, Hegel finds such ideal beauty in the sculptures of classical Greek artists, but he also recognizes it in the pictorial representations by Renaissance painters of the divine blessedness and tranquility of the Virgin Mary and the Christ child. Hegel insists that ideal beauty is never, and must never be, insipid. There is character and life in the Greek statues of their gods, and there is profound inner warmth and love, not just superficial sweetness. In the Madonnas of Raphael, Gombrich points out that Greek idealization did not involve simply omitting any irregularities or deleting small blemishes, so that little remains but a pale and insipid ghost of the model, but rather that it involved infusing more and more life into the ancient husks. 23. This is a point with which Hegel fully agrees. While the Egyptians, he says, represented the gods in their sculptures with legs closed together, unmoved heads, and tightly closed arms, the Greeks release the arms and legs from the body and give to the body a walking position and, in general, one moved in many ways. 24. Nevertheless, such subjects are not presented in action. They are presented as resting at one with themselves and their freedom. Hegel goes into considerable detail to explain his conception of ideal physical form. He points out, for example, that in the ideal sculptural profile, which gives bodily expression to the harmony of the body and the spirit, the nose continues in an almost straight line down from the forehead, this line forming a right angle to a line drawn from the base of the nose to the ear. If the forehead protrudes too much, causing the nose to jut out at a sharp angle, as in much Roman sculpture, Hegel believes that the effect is too intellectual. On the other hand, where the forehead slopes back and the nose and the mouth protrude, Hegel thinks the effect too animal-like. The perfect balance between the body and the spirit of the individual, in which neither outweighs the other and both are fused together as one, is thus achieved through a continuous line from the forehead to the nose. This indeed is the style employed, for example, in Praxiteles' Hermes. 25. Hegel provides many other examples of ideal physical beauty. However, the example I have just cited will suffice to give an impression of the kind of detail he gives in order to explain the nature of the aesthetic ideal. Chapter 2 argues that Hegelian concepts are always developing ones, and Hegel's concept of art and the aesthetic ideal is no exception. The aesthetic ideal, for Hegel, always involves a sense of self-presence, but it is not always realized in the pure form of sculptural composure and repose. The most concrete form of the ideal, he maintains, involves the development of human beings towards the fulfillment, or frustration, of their aims or towards self-understanding, and this entails presenting human beings not simply in blessed repose, but proceeding to action in time. This is an example of the paradox or tension within art mentioned earlier. In order to establish the most concrete form of beauty, art has to sacrifice and lose the purity of its highest ideal. The purest aesthetic ideal, in Hegel's view, is that presented by Greek sculpture where the spirit expressed and the sensuous expression are in unmediated harmony. For beauty to become concrete, however, it must be developed or reconstituted out of its negation. The structure of concrete ideal beauty, for Hegel, is thus the temporal pattern of development which proceeds through conflict, discord, and dissonance, the negation of harmony and unity, to the resolution of conflict or the restoration of harmony. This pattern constitutes the essence of beauty in epic poetry and much lyrical self-expression, and even in the concentrated expression of inner subjectivity in music. But, above all, it informs what Hegel considers to be the richest and most profound art, drama. If sculpture represents the most aesthetic art, for Hegel, and music the most inward art, drama is art at its most concretely human. Indeed, Sophocles' Antigone is considered by Hegel to be perhaps the most excellent and most satisfying artwork of all. 26. Ideal beauty in drama consists of characters in action who bring themselves into situations of conflict which lead ultimately to a satisfying resolution. The unity in drama is twofold for Hegel. First, as Aristotle said, the action as a whole must be integrated and unified. That is to say, the conflict must be seen to flow from the characters themselves and their situation, and the resolution of the dramatic conflict, whether bloody and catastrophic as in Antigone or Hamlet, or peaceful as in the Oresteia, must be seen to issue from the conflict itself and thus to make sense. Where the action does not flow directly from the ambitions or decisions of the characters concerned, but is simply the product of blind chance or of brute external forces, then we cannot regard it as unfolding the immanent dialectic of human action itself, as revealing a truth about ourselves, and so we cannot be reconciled to the events we see on stage. This is not to say that all dramas do in fact exhibit this ideal structure, only that if they fail to do so, they do not constitute works of true dramatic beauty. When characters are presented as the victims of the hostile, bewildering world into which they are cast, rather than the victims of their own actions, then the unity of the dramatic action is lost. Such a spectacle, Hegel claims, can never satisfy us, can never make us feel reconciled to, and at home with, what we see, but can only disturb or offend us, and disturbance or offense, in Hegel's view, is contrary to the true purpose of art. The second way in which drama discloses unity is through the presentation of unified, rounded characters. If the purpose of art is not to replicate the prosaic ordinariness of life, then genuine drama should not focus on the doubts, weaknesses, and vacillations of ordinary people, but should present idealized figures whose characters are rich, unified and whole. In sculpture, at least in sculpture which does not depict frozen events, ideal beauty takes on the form of calm, self-contained repose and self-presence. In drama, characters are not at rest, but they must still evince and embody self-presence, if they are to be ideal. What this means is that they must have a profound and firm sense of who they are and what they are pursuing, that they must feel themselves to be clearly defined characters with clearly defined purposes, even if they not have a complete understanding of themselves and their world. In comedy, Hegel says, particularly in the comedies of Aristophanes, the characters enjoy a deep sense of well-being and confidence in themselves, even when their aims are frustrated and shown up to be laughable. This sense of well-being is rooted in their unaffected openness of heart, which allows them to bear the exposure of their ridiculous foibles, and even to join in the laughter. What we see in Aristophanes' comedies, therefore, is the blessed laughter dilache and silicate of the Olympian gods, their unimpaired equanimity, which has found its home in man and which can deal with anything, and Hegel adds that without having read Aristophanes one scarcely realizes how damn good, Saul, a human being can feel. 27. In tragedy, too, the greatest characters have a strong sense of themselves. In the Greek plays, they show a single-minded commitment to the ethical cause they value most highly. They stand up for their family, like Antigone, or the authority of the state, like Creon, and they pursue their pathos with a determination that frequently leads to bloody disaster. If they are modern characters, say, in the plays of Shakespeare, their greatness lies not in the energy and vigor with which they defend an ethical pathos, but in what Hegel calls their formal independence. 28. Such characters can be of widely different types. At one extreme, for instance, stand those who are unshaking in their resolve and pursue their ambitions or suspicions unrelentingly, such as Macbeth, Richard III or Othello. At another extreme stand those who are inward and lyrical, such as Juliet, or Miranda in The Tempest. In Macbeth, Hegel says, we admire reckless firmness, the identity of the man with himself and with the purpose which derives only from himself. Macbeth is at first unsure what to do, but once he has resolved to act, nothing makes him deviate from his intended path, neither his respect for the holiness of royal majesty, nor the madness of his wife, nor the disaffection of his vassals. Neither divine nor human law makes him falter or draw back, instead he persists in his course, by any civilized standards. Macbeth is deeply unethical, however, his greatness, for Hegel, lies in the power and determination of his character and in the force of his imagination. Although we find satisfaction in his downfall, we also experience tragic pain at the sight of greatness destroying itself. 29. In Juliet, of course, we admire something very different. Her character is not outgoing or ruthlessly ambitious, but a heart enclosed within itself. Nevertheless, Juliet's inner strength reveals itself in the force and passion with which she throws herself into her love for Romeo. Suddenly we see the development of the whole strength of this heart, of intrigue, circumspection, power to sacrifice everything and to submit to the harshest treatment, so that now the whole looks like the first blossoming of the whole. rose at once in all its petals and folds, like an infinite outpouring of the innermost ground of the soul in which previously nothing was distinguished, formed, or developed, but which now appears as an immediate product of a single interest. That has awoken, unbeknown to itself, in its beautiful fullness and force, out of a hitherto self-enclosed spirit. It is a fire, lit by a spark, a bud, only now just touched by love, which stands there unexpectedly in full bloom, yet the quicker it unfolds, the quicker too does it droop, its petals gone. 30. Such ideal characters are by no means ethically ideal, they do not represent models of how we would wish people to behave in civil society. But they are aesthetically ideal, in that they bring before our eyes, in an imaginative and poetic form, the spectacle of human beings who are fundamentally unified and worthy of our admiration. Such characters are not one-dimensional abstractions, personifying narrow passions, but are rich, diversified souls held together by a strong sense of themselves. Indeed, Hegel says, in a manner reminiscent of Nietzsche, that the strength and greatness of a character is measured precisely by how much conflict and division characters can contain within themselves and weld into a coherent unity. Greatness and force are truly measured only by the greatness and force of the opposition out of which the spirit brings itself back to unity with itself again. The intensity and depth of subjectivity come all the more to light, the more endlessly and tremendously it is divided against itself, and the more lacerating are the contradictions in which it still has to remain firm within itself. In this development alone is preserved the power of the idea and the ideal, for power consists only in maintaining oneself within the negative of oneself. 31. Hegel's conception of ideal character will gain in sharpness and relevance if we contrast it with an alternative conception of character in art. Hegel points out that, although there are traces of what we identify as drama in China and India, as far as we know, action in Asian theater is not conceived as the carrying through of a free individual action. Drama as the development of the actions of free individuals is, in his view, the specific product of Greco-Roman and Christian civilization, in which human beings are understood as essentially active and self-determining. However, not all Western European dramatists are able, or willing, to present ideal characters in Hegel's sense. For instance, in the works of the 17th century tragedians, Corneille and Racine, characterization falls short of his aesthetic ideal of human wholeness because of its fundamental abstractness. But the main opponents of the aesthetic ideal, for Hegel, are some of his own German contemporaries, particularly the Romantics. In the work of certain German dramatists and writers, Hegel believes, the aesthetic ideal of wholeness, self-presence, and self-determination is undermined by the increasing importance that is accorded to discord and dissonance. The main target of his criticisms is Heinrich von Kleist, who committed suicide in 1811 while still young, but whose short stories were to be highly regarded by 20th century writers, such as Kafka. Kleist's departure from the aesthetic ideal of character is most clearly evident in his play Prince Friedrich von Homburg. Hegel criticized particularly the character of Prince Friedrich himself, in whom magnetism and somnambulism are given a higher status than the wakeful condition of firm consistency. Prince Friedrich, in Hegel's view, is the most wretched general. He is distracted when given his instructions for battle. On the eve of battle his mind is agitated by visions and dreams, by what Hegel calls the stuff of sickness, krankhaftes, and on the day of battle itself he behaves in a wholly inappropriate way for a military commander, allowing himself to be guided by his heart rather than his official orders. The prince is caught between his present position and duties as a military officer and his dreams of union with Natalie, the niece of his superior, the Elector of Brandenburg. His attention is not fully directed to the actual situation in which he finds himself, nor, however, is he fully absorbed by the love he feels for Natalie. The prince is suspended in the middle ground between the two and is in a state of what Hegel calls duality, disruption and inner dissonance of character, not fully self-present and engaged, but at the mercy of unconscious powers within him which are beyond his control. It is this which provokes Hegel's criticism. For the fact that an individual, who should be a concrete living individual, is represented as subject to dark powers within him, which take on the status of an alien, mysterious beyond, determining and governing his actions, conflicts with the view that art is the presentation of what is clear and transparent. For Hegel, a truly ideal character has no trace of the beyond or the ghostly about him, but has only real worklish interests, in which he is at one with himself, for his content and pathos. 33. Hegel's mention of Antigone, Macbeth, and Juliet illustrates the wide range of diversity that he regards as possible in the portrayal of ideal human character in art. Different as they are, however, in contrast with Kleist's Prince Friedrich, these characters all exhibit the quality of self-presence which the latter lacks. They know who they are and what they are engaged with. They may not be in complete control of their fate, indeed. Some may plunge themselves into unforeseen disaster through what they do, but they are not portrayed as being at the mercy of forces beyond themselves. Rather, they make themselves into what they are and forge their own destiny through their own passion and energy. Hegel claims that Kleist, rather than trying to be revolutionary as a dramatist, was actually endeavoring to develop a dramatic style close to that of Shakespeare, a point which could be made about the equally revolutionary George Buchner. But, in Hegel's view, the distractedness in Kleist's characters, their lack of character, makes them as far removed from Shakespeare's concrete human beings as it is possible to be. The characterlessness which Hegel found in Kleist's dramas is developed by another movement with which he was not wholly sympathetic, namely romantic irony. Romantic irony, for Hegel, is the product of a post-Fichtean philosophy which equates freedom with the ability to dissolve any specific condition in which human beings find themselves. Whatever we are, on this view, our imagination is able to treat our situation ironically and thus to distance us from it. In this way, romantic irony becomes the power to unsettle any determinate state of personality, including the condition of feeling oneself to be unified and self-present. As a consequence, Hegel claims, the principle of irony leads writers, such as, for example, E.T.A. Hoffmann, to introduce into their fictional creations diversity, division, and disorder that do not come together into a unity. So that every character destroys itself as character, for here, I believe, Hegel has identified a trend which dominates much 19th and 20th century art and literature, and indeed much recent philosophy, too, namely, the tendency to unsettle, sometimes even to destroy, the coherence and integrity of human character and identity. 35 In modern art, human identity has become problematic in a way that has perhaps not been seen to the same degree before in the Western tradition. In the plays of Buchner, the music dramas of Wagner, or the short stories of Kafka, characters are no longer as certain of themselves as in, say, the paintings of the 17th century Dutch masters or the comedies of Aristophanes. In the art of Francis Bacon or in the Cubist works of Picasso, the human form is actually savagely distorted. And in the texts of Nathalie Sarraute, the words he and she, which are meant to mark the presence of an identifiable human being, are frequently banished. This trend is not universal, of course. Many modern artists and writers do still retain the concept of wholeness of character, and some, like Tolstoy in Anna Karenina or Thomas Mann in Buddenbrooks, blend a formal interest in rich, compelling characterization with a thematic interest in the precariousness and vulnerability of human identity. But the concern to present fully rounded human beings which motivated Shakespeare or Titian has, at least in what is considered to be the mainstream of modern art, largely disappeared. Similarly, many modern philosophers have called into question the unity of the subject which Hegel considers to be so important for ideal aesthetic character and civilized social existence. Think only of Nietzsche's deconstruction of the traditional subject 7, or of Wittgenstein's dissipation of the single, unified transcendental self in the philosophical investigation, or of Derrida's subtle querying of the possibility of genuine self-presence. In many ways, Hegel shares the desire of many modern artists and philosophers to break with what they perceive to be the narrow, monological self bequeathed to us by the Cartesian philosophical tradition. However, he does not believe that an expanded, more complex and variegated conception of the self need lack genuine unity and identity, nor does he think that the conception of selfhood and character which we find in Western art, religion, and philosophy is always as narrow and reductive as some modern writers imply. Hegel certainly finds the characters in 17th century French tragedy somewhat abstract, but those in Sophoclean and Shakespearean drama represent for him the epitome of richness and concentrated, integrated multiplicity. By comparison with Antigone and Macbeth, it is modern figures such as Prince Friedrich who are really reduced, because their inner dissonance is purchased at the price of sacrificing the coherence, effectiveness, and presence, the Wirklichkeit, of character. In this respect, Hegel is very much out of sympathy with the distinctive romantic and post-romantic move in art and philosophy towards the emancipation of diversity, dissemination, or dissonance from the alleged illusion or constraint of human identity. He does not deny that social conditions such as poverty can threaten people's sense of themselves and of their value and identity, and that this may well find expression in art. But what he protests against in modern art, he considers to be more the product of false theory and of the abstractions of modern understanding or Verstand than of dire social conditions. The error of the modern movement, in Hegel's view, is to take one aspect of human personality, difference, diversity, or dissonance, and to see it as excluding, or at least as compromising, the other, unity and wholeness. For Hegel, however, the strength of human character and consciousness is precisely that it suspends and overcomes this opposition, for man is this, not only to carry true in the contradiction of multiplicity within himself, but to endure outrage in it and to remain equal and true to himself therein. 36 The failure of so many modern artists is that they do not seem to grasp this fusion of opposites as well as the great artists of the past have done. For Hegel, dissonance and self-division have always been essential moments of Western art. The very nature of drama requires that situations of conflict and collision be presented, and the resolution of dramatic conflict is frequently bloody and frightful. In the tragedies of Shakespeare, even outright evil figures prominently. In painting, there is an important place for ugliness, and in music for discord. True beauty and harmony are not insipid or bland, they are created out of the fusion of many different elements. And they may be created out of the furthest extremes of division and contradiction. Poetry, for example, has the right to proceed, in describing the inner feelings, almost to the extreme torment of despair, and, in describing the external world, to downright ugliness. 37 All aspects of disharmony and disunity, ugliness, conflict, dissonance, pain, self-division, or just simple multiplicity, are thus able to form part of the beautiful, provided that they are thought together with the unity of plot, the wholeness of character, or the harmony of visual form or musical resolution. The danger ever present in Western art, and in post-classical art in particular, is that disharmony will get the upper hand. This danger does not only beset modern art. It was particularly strong, in Hegel's view, in the Middle Ages in the pictorial representation of extreme religious spirituality. In paintings of the devotion and self-sacrifice of Christian martyrs, he says, the agonies, the unheard of abominations, the distortions and dislocations of limbs, the physical torments, etc. can be so frightful that the effect is no longer that of harmony but of repulsiveness. Here, perhaps, is a hint as to what Hegel's reaction to the distortions and dislocations of limbs in the Cubist paintings of Picasso might have been. The appropriate way to depict martyrs in art, Hegel claims, is to show them achieving inner peace and reconciliation through their martyrdom, as the preservers of the divine. Against the crudity of external force and the barbarity of unbelief, they endure grief and death, and this courage, strength, endurance, and blessedness must therefore appear in them equally. Thus depicted, even martyrs can become aesthetically satisfying as subjects of art, revealing to us the sobering grandeur of souls that are at one with themselves in pain and death. 38. The power of the negative has its place in art, but it must not be presented as external, alien and therefore unredeemable. Rather, it must be shown to arise from the dynamic of the whole, be that a drama, an epic poem or a piece of music, and to be resolved into an essential moment of that whole. The greatness of Haydn and Mozart, and of the Italian painters of the Renaissance, for Hegel, is that the pain which they undoubtedly express is always assuaged, jealoused, in this way. Even in the deepest grief and the most extreme rending of the soul, that reconciliation with self which preserves the traits of peace and joyful assurance in the midst of tears and sorrows is not allowed to be lacking. 39. It is this moment of reconciliation with self one which Hegel fears is being undermined by artists such as Hoffmann and Kleist. Ideal characters may experience the extremes of self-division or pain, but they remain fundamentally at one with themselves despite that dissonance. Even Hamlet, who seems to be the epitome of self-division and self-doubt, is understood by Hegel to refrain from rushing headlong into action because of the nobility of his soul, rather than any Kleistian weakness or distraction. Ideal characters are not cast, as many of Kleist's are, into a mysterious, puzzling world. They are the products of their own thoughts and actions. Or, at least, they are able to achieve a certain inner peace and understanding through the pain inflicted on them by others. Art shows us in an idealized form that we find our true humanity in the unity of our spirit with itself and in free self-determination. As has already been pointed out, art does not give us direct practical guidance, because the heroes and heroines it presents are aesthetic, not ethical or social ideals. Nevertheless, art initiates us into an appreciation of the value of unity and harmony which religion and philosophy translate into concrete social and historical terms. If we lose our faith in the possibility of free, harmonious life, however, and if, as Kleist does, we present the picture of a world in which alien powers hold sway, then we not only impoverish our aesthetic experience, we also run the risk of losing an important element, namely the aesthetic moment, of our education into civilized values. Kleist casts his characters into an irrational, inhumane world. As his play Penthesilea and his short stories The Earthquake in Chile and Michael Kohlhaas demonstrate, his world is one in which arbitrariness and violence can erupt without warning and with terrible ferocity. If this is the image of life that we present in our art, however, is there not a danger that we might be persuaded by that image and, consciously or unconsciously, foster precisely that kind of world? In contrast to many modern writers, Hegel retains a deep faith in the value of the aesthetic ideal of an integrated character which is at home with itself and its world, and he displays a profound antipathy to the alienated spirit which is unable or unwilling to be and feel reconciled and at home. Hegel's distance from such unredeemed alienation can be seen in a remarkable passage in which he discusses the wars between the old and the new gods in Greek literature. In his view, the triumph of the new, Olympian gods over the Titans in Greek mythology represents the progressive transformation of man's natural condition into a condition of law. The new gods such as Athene and Apollo still retain an element of natural, individual arbitrariness, but fundamentally they embody the self-conscious and self-assured clarity of Homeric consciousness and,